Munua passed away due to illness, yet he was reborn amidst the dazzling stars of the interstellar era. This is a world where extraordinary abilities awaken and countless races vie for supremacy. Some wield fire to scorch the stars, others command light to tear through the void, and he, upon opening his eyes, awakened the universe's sole SSS-level talent. Even more bizarrely, ancient miracles began to revive in his wake. Lost sacred artifacts chose him as their master, and even the long-extinct oracle rewrote its decrees for him. Gods? Are there still gods in this world? The crowd scoffed, until he single-handedly subdued the tyrant of the star domain, reconstructed wormhole pathways with a mere thought, and shattered the false god's throne within the ruins of the divine. All races bowed their heads, and the starry sea fell silent. Faced with the empires, the church, and ancient races that coveted his powers, Munua stood atop the galaxy, his gaze sharp as a blade. If there can be only one God in this world, then let it be I who personally brings an end to the age of gods. From a solitary wanderer to the sovereign of myriad realms, he ascended not through faith, but through talent and will, redefining the laws of the universe. Chapter 1. Not much longer to live. 1 + 1 = what? Chen-Si gazed sternly at the person lying on the hospital bed, one hand gesturing as he asked. The bedridden individual, clad in a patient's gown, appeared pale and devoid of color, his eyes slightly closed, exuding an air of frailty. Upon hearing his words, Munua opened his eyes and shot Chen-Si an irritated glare. What are you doing? It's my heart that's the problem, not my brain. Munua suffered from congenital heart disease and, at the age of 20, had faced numerous challenges to reach this point. His features were gentle. Although not the quintessential handsome man, he was still quite pleasing to the eye. Earlier that day, while on his way back to the dormitory, he had encountered a thief who snatched his phone and fled, prompting him to sprint after the culprit, which ultimately triggered his health crisis. Now, lying in the hospital, he felt as if his life had been a series of unfortunate events, though it seemed he had rarely experienced any highs. The person before him was his good brother, a true rascal. Chen-Si rolled his eyes, abandoning his serious demeanor, and turned to peel an apple. I was just concerned because you look as pale as a ghost. Munua rolled his eyes again. Looking pale had nothing to do with being brainless. So, how's that brother of ours, at the police station? Thinking of that brother made Munua feel speechless. He had collapsed halfway through the chase due to his health, leaving him oblivious to the thief's fate. It was certainly a first for him to witness such a blatant robbery on campus. He must have been cursed with bad luck. However, as he observed Chen-Si engrossed in his apple peeling, he sighed inwardly. Aren't you attending your classes this afternoon? I thought there were lectures today. Of course, but I skipped, Chen-Si replied nonchalantly. With a bold air of justification, Munua opened his mouth, intending to say something, but the words caught in his throat. Skipping class seemed to be something Chen-Si was quite adept at. Here, Chen-Si handed over the unevenly peeled apple to Munua, accepted it without hesitation, took a bite, then abruptly tossed it back, exclaiming, "Why is this apple so mushy?" He wore a solemn expression, having initially thought it would be crisp based on Chen-Si's peeling technique. Chen-Si chuckled, "Why are you so picky? At least you have something to eat." Then he took a bite himself, paused in silence, and expressionlessly tossed the apple into the trash. Mad? What a fraud. The two fell into a prolonged silence. After a while, Munua rubbed his forehead and said, "You should head back to school. I've already skipped class. What's the point of going back?" "Well, you have nothing to do here. I want to sleep. Can you watch me sleep?" "You might have a point there. Then I'll head to the internet cafe." "Rest well," Chen-Si said, patting Munua's shoulder before turning to leave without a glance back. Munua. Such false camaraderie. After lying quietly for a moment, he slowly rose and exited the ward. "Long time no see, Dr. Gu." Munua smiled at the middle-aged man in a white coat before him. "I feel like it hasn't been long at all." Gu Jian adjusted his glasses, feeling a headache coming on, knowing he would likely lose more hair after returning. Munua raised an eyebrow, sitting directly in front of Gu Jian, and bluntly asked, "Dr. Gu, how much longer can I live?" His tone was calm and indifferent, as if he were merely asking, "What are you doing?" rather than inquiring about something so crucial to his existence. "Would you prefer me to be euphemistic or straightforward?" Gu Jian cleared his throat. Munua remained silent, merely smiling at him. "This month, enjoy some good food, and remember to buy a coffin. Oh, if you want to be cremated, prepare an urn." "This month?" Munua caught the significant part, murmuring, "Only a month left." "I understand. Thank you, Dr. Gu. Alas, don't you want to reconsider?" Munua shook his head. "Everyone has their fate. There's no need to force it." He bowed slightly to Gu Jian. "Thank you for your care all this time. That I wish you would truly allow me to take care of you." Munua smiled. not engaging further, and stood to take his leave. I'll be going now. Gu Jian could only nod, watching his retreating figure with a faint sigh. He had known Munua for a long time, having treated him since his first episode. In the beginning, they were not well acquainted, and Gu Jian had consistently suggested surgery, all of which Munua had declined. Later, he learned that Munua's parents were divorced. His father, a gambler with a volatile temper, often abused Munua's mother before their separation. When his father planned to sell their house for gambling, his mother, unable to endure any longer, chose to divorce. By then, Munua was 10 years old and understood a great deal. He lived with his mother afterward, witnessing her rebuild her life and achieve a happiness that far surpassed the first half of her life. However, the cost of Munua's surgery was enough to destroy a family, and his father would not contribute a single penny. Even if his mother wished to help, she had to consider her new family, and Munua did not want to burden his mother any further, so he opted to confront death head-on. Life had been harsh. He could not grasp many things, but at the very least, he wanted to take hold of his own demise. After leaving, Munua proceeded to complete the discharge paperwork. Dormitory. Munua, why are you back? Did the doctor agree? Chen-si exclaimed, seeing Munua sitting on the bed reading. Yeah, that shouldn't be. With your condition, you don't look well at all. Chen-si was astonished and frowned. You didn't sneak out, did you? I know you love studying, but you can't joke with your life. If you want to read, I can bring books to the hospital for you. Seeing Chen-si's earnest concern, Munua couldn't help but chuckle. Do I look like someone who would sneak out? I think you do, Chen-si retorted. And I really don't think you look well, he added. Munua leaned against the wall, choosing not to respond. Chen-si sighed in resignation, dropping the subject. After a moment of silence, he walked over to his cabinet and retrieved a tea set. Though typically carefree, he had a keen interest in the art of tea. Would you like some? Chen-si asked after brewing a cup of clear tea, looking at Muno. Nodded. Chapter 2. This world is truly wonderful, he observed as Chen-si prepared another cup of tea for him before he delicately began to savor it. Although Munua was not particularly knowledgeable about tea, that did not hinder his affection for it. For him, drinking tea was a form of enjoyment. Perhaps due to the notion of enduring hardship for sweet rewards, it also served as a beautiful blessing. After taking a gentle sip, he inquired, Didn't you mention going to the internet cafe? I thought you would only appear tomorrow, at the very least not until midnight. The internet cafe is closed today. Chen-si replied, casting a glance at him that held a multitude of complex emotions, causing an inexplicable flutter in Munua's heart. In truth, Chen-si had not gone to the cafe at all. Considering what had happened to his brother, it would be rather absurd for him to be at ease playing games. After leaving the hospital, he had gone outside to embrace the delightful cool air. To be honest, the goosebumps had yet to fade away. In recent days, Munua had returned to his previous state of attending classes. He paid no heed to the astonished looks from his classmates nor the disapproval from his teachers. He simply listened quietly to the lectures. After class, he would visit the library as usual, and whenever he had the chance, he strolled through the park, observing the ebb and flow of people. During weekends, Munua would return home to share a meal with his family before departing. Everything remained as it had always been, as if not a single anomaly had occurred. Xiao Nua, come, it's time to eat. A hearty laugh beckoned as Munua, who was tidying up the table, raised his brows in a smile. All right, he responded, setting down what he was holding and walking toward the source of the voice. Currently, Munua was at his part-time job, a quaint little restaurant run by a couple. Although the clientele was not abundant, it was certainly not sparse. Xiao Nua, try this new dish. A spirited man, well past 50 but still brimming with vitality, urged Munua as he served him a portion. Indeed, the old man has been waiting for you to taste it, the proprietress chimed in, approaching with a plate of braised pork. Very well, I shall savor it thoroughly, Munua replied, taking a bite and chewing slowly while the couple observed him in silence. They had a son who was already married and living far away, making it difficult to see him often. Munua's exceptionally obedient nature endeared him to the couple, who cherished him greatly. Seeing Munua enjoy his meal brought them joy, and they had long considered him as their own child. Munua ate slowly, occasionally offering compliments that made their faces light up with smiles. After finishing their meal, Munua cleaned the dishes and prepared for the next round of service. By the time they wrapped up, the sky had darkened considerably. All right, Xiao Nua, you've worked hard today, the proprietress said, handing him his wages for the day, advising him to keep it safe and to return to school early. Aunt Lu, Munua called out. I should mention that I might not be able to help out as frequently moving forward. Lu Hong was taken aback. What happened? Is everything all right? It's nothing serious. I'm about to graduate, and I need to focus on preparing my thesis, so I want to be able to come as often, Munua smiled. having previously informed Lu Hong that he was attending university, although he was only in his second year. Well then, you must study diligently. Your thesis is surely quite important. No worries, you focus on your studies, and we can hire someone else. Lu Hong reassured him upon realizing he had serious matters to attend to. If you encounter any difficulties, just let Aunt Lu know. Faced with difficulties, do not hesitate to communicate with Aunt Lu. Moreover, although he cannot visit frequently, he can still drop by occasionally. As time flows gently by, Munua continues to attend classes with a sense of ease, occasionally returning home to check on his mother and visiting Aunt Lu's restaurant to lend a hand. These leisurely days surprisingly imbue him with a sense of tranquility. Yet he is acutely aware that his time is limited. He often experiences bouts of darkness before his eyes, struggles to catch his breath, and feels his strength waning. One day, while walking along the path to the library, Munua suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He abruptly crouched down, tasting a metallic sweetness in his throat. "Are you all right?" he heard a classmate inquire nearby. Taking a deep breath, he staggered to his feet, evading the hands reaching out to assist him, shaking his head and murmuring that he was fine before swiftly turning away. He hurriedly exited the school and made his way to a nearby small park. Once away from the crowd, he found a more secluded spot to sit. The surroundings were quiet, devoid of people. He pressed one hand firmly against his chest, and darkness danced before his eyes. He felt he was on the verge of collapse. Taking a deep breath, Munua pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts. His list was sparse: Mother, Chen Si, Dr. Gu, Aunt Lu, and his counselor. His finger lingered over his mother's name, hesitating for a moment, before sliding upwards to select Chen Si. "Hello? Munua, what's wrong?" Chen Si's voice came through. "Hello? Munua? Are you there? Don't scare me." Not hearing Munua's voice, Chen Si sensed something was amiss and quickly shifted to panic. "Chen Si." Munua softly called out. "I'm here. What's wrong? Are you okay? Where are you? I'll come find you." Munua relayed his location. Feeling Chen Si's urgency escalate, especially given the unsavory nature of the area. "Chen Si, I don't think I will see graduation from university," Munua suddenly uttered. Startling Chen Si. "What are you talking about? We've worked so hard together in high school, finally made it to university. We promised to graduate together, to build our futures and settle down afterwards. What do you mean by that?" Munua chuckled softly, feeling fortunate to have a brother like Chen Si in his life. He listened as Chen Si sprinted towards him, babbling frantically in his ear. Yet, the words began to fade, and his vision grew increasingly blurred. In a daze, he seemed to witness the entirety of his past, the faces of those who had passed by him, Aunt Lu and Uncle Su who often prepared meals for him, the vibrant days of youth shared with his good friend Chen Si in high school, and the tender care of his mother before his parents' divorce. He saw his mother, reminiscent of his childhood, gently patting his head, and countless memories flooded back. At last, the light in Munua's eyes extinguished completely. The hand pressed against his chest gradually relaxed, and the other hand holding the phone fell limply to his side, plunging his world into utter silence. Chapter 3. Wow! Look! After enduring an interminable darkness, the spaceship was suddenly illuminated by a radiant beam of light. Would you reach for it? Munua pondered. He would recklessly pursue that fleeting glimmer. In truth, he did just that. Munua was unaware of how long he had been adrift in the void until, all at once, he sensed something propelling him towards a certain direction. In a daze, he seemed to perceive a flicker of light, compelling him to chase after it. A resounding cry pierced the air. The sudden influx of oxygen instinctively drew a wail from Munua. He then felt something warm gently brush against his cheek and body. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a world suffused with light. Before him lay an operating room, where a woman, seemingly in her 30s, lay unconscious upon the surgical table, exhausted. He was cradled by an indistinct figure, presumably a nurse, he surmised. Munua glanced around, ultimately coming to a realization of his own being. He was but a small infant. Had he just been born? Was this rebirth? Or perhaps a transmutation? Or had he traversed the cycle without partaking of the Mangpa soup? He cast another glance at the slumbering woman, noting the absence of any resemblance to his mother. It appeared that this was not a rebirth. The surroundings bore a striking resemblance to his homeland. Thus, it likely was not a transmutation either. Indeed, it must be that he had either consumed too little of the Mangpa soup or that it had expired. Otherwise, how could he recall the vivid images of his past life? Surely, this could not be a mere dream. As Munua mused, he succumbed to slumber, as is the nature of an infant. In the subsequent stretch of time, he subsisted on the simple routine of eating and sleeping, predominantly the latter. There was no alternative. He was but a tiny babe. During this interlude, Munua occasionally dreamt of or recollected fragments of his former life, those moments of agony, joy, and warmth. He felt each experience deeply. The pain was more profound, the warmth more intense, ultimately leading him to confront the specter of death, where all faded into nothingness. Simultaneously, he occasionally gleaned from the surrounding conversations a disconcerting truth. He was unequivocally not on Earth. To his delight, he discovered that he could not comprehend the language spoken around him, and he was certain that these sounds were unfamiliar to him, having never encountered them on Earth. Fortunately, the individuals resembled humans from his own world, devoid of any peculiar anomalies. One figure, donned in a mask and typical nurse's attire, seemed to be amusing him. Though he could not understand her, Muno sensed a profound malice in the world, as if the Mengpa soup had been diluted. It was utterly absurd that he could not comprehend the speech of those around him. Perhaps it was the nature of infants to be impatient. Muno extended his chubby little hand in an attempt to push away the nurse before him, yet it was evident that he could not muster the strength. Frustrated, he closed his eyes, opting for ignorance. He felt an unusual irritability, which he silently attributed to his status as an infant, resolutely refusing to acknowledge that it stemmed from the desolation and panic he felt after traversing death and arriving in this new realm. Is this child truly disinterested in me? Thought the nurse, bewildered, as he slapped her hand and promptly fell asleep once more. She cast a glance at Muno, feeling utterly innocent. Perhaps your noise disturbed him and roused his displeasure? Another nurse behind Xiuyan remarked with a smile. I recall he was just awake, Xiuyan mused briefly, abandoning the thought of the infant and gently cradling Muno. She teased him, little one, you can go home today, aren't you happy? All right, enough of the teasing. Let us go. His parents must be anxiously waiting, the nurse behind her said with a hint of exasperation. Xiuyan chuckled softly, falling silent as she carried him out. Upon entering a lounge, she noticed a middle-aged man in military uniform sitting upright, and not far away was a woman of undeniable charm, gazing eagerly at the door. As she spotted Xiuyan, her eyes lit up. Is this my son? Aunt Lu, indeed it is. Xiuyan gently placed the infant into the arms of Lu Riyun. Lu Riyun cradled Muno softly, noticing his large eyes fixed on her, instantly feeling her heart melt. Old man, look, our little son. Lu Riyun called to the man seated behind her, her gaze never leaving Muno. Mu Shanxiao pursed his lips, refraining from correcting her for calling him old, and feigned indifference as he glanced at Muno. Well, he's just all right, he replied dryly, successfully drawing an irritated glance from his wife. This child is so well behaved. He seems far more obedient than Mu Yan's child. That little rascal didn't he even come to see his own brother upon his discharge? Lu Ruiyun exclaimed angrily. Mu Shanxiao could only shake his head in resignation, fully aware that it was she who deemed the trip too cumbersome, instructing him to wait at home instead of coming to the hospital. Of course, he dared not voice this thought. As the couple conversed, Muno observed them, recognizing the woman before him as the one from the operating table. This must be his future mother, he thought. He then glanced at the man beside her, whose serious demeanor, accentuated by his military attire, exuded an air of authority. Realizing the man was not to be trifled with, Muno felt a twinge of anxiety about his future. Such a stern appearance was not promising. Nevertheless, despite his inner turmoil, Muno followed them home. Upon seeing the sky outside, he felt a surge of emotion. This was the first time he beheld the sky of this world. Yet, his reverie was short-lived, as he was soon captivated by a peculiar object before him, something that resembled a vehicle yet appeared like a ship, floating in mid-air, exuding a strong mechanical essence. What is this? A spaceship? Initially, Muno believed he had landed in a world akin to Earth, but now he realized the differences were quite pronounced. At least this contraption was something he had never encountered before. When a magnificent villa came into view, he felt a sense of assurance about his future. At least he would want for nothing in terms of food and clothing. Yet, he pondered the vast amount of knowledge he would need to acquire in the days to come. Upon entering the house, he beheld a youth seated upright on the sofa. To his surprise, he discovered that he had siblings. Casting a glance at Mu Shanxiao and then at the young man on the sofa, he noted their striking resemblance. An older brother? Munua found himself somewhat pleased, an unexpected sentiment. Although he had a younger brother in his previous life, he belonged to a different family altogether. Now, however, the boy before him was a true blood relative, and he felt assured that they would not be strangers in the future. He observed as the boy approached him, lips pressed together in a gentle smile, tenderly ruffling his hair. From this moment onward, he would embark on a new beginning, with the uncertainties of this new world gradually easing, making way for a tranquil heart. Chapter 4. A beautiful family. 10 fleeting years passed, and Munua had thoroughly settled into this world. While striving to comprehend his surroundings, he joyfully discovered a new ability, an eidetic memory. In his youthful exuberance, who had not fantasized about possessing such a gift, transforming into a prodigious learner. Yet, upon truly acquiring it, Munua realized that such depth was not as essential as he once believed. This remarkable memory allowed him to learn at an accelerated pace, several times faster than the average person. However, it also meant that he retained every minute detail, often uncontrollably recalling them. With the weight of so many memories, Munua felt as if his mind might implode. He needed to find a way to let these memories settle. Rubbing his temples in frustration, he adopted a reclusive approach over the years, believing that the less time he spent in the world, the fewer unnecessary distractions he would retain. As he revisited the memories in his mind, from childhood to the present, Munua thought he could categorize them, preventing them from surfacing at every turn. Xiaonua? Mu Yan's voice called from behind, startling Munua. He turned to see his brother, dressed casually. His brother still called him Munua, just as in his previous life. Brother? What is it? A look of confusion graced Munua's youthful face. Mu Yan raised an eyebrow, approached, and lifted Munua into his arms. No need to stay cooped up in the study. It's time for dinner. Having embarked on his own military journey, Mu Yan, though still young, had already attained the rank of major. Yet, here he was, carrying his younger brother down the stairs, embodying the very essence of a doting sibling. Munua squirmed, but ultimately relented. He had no desire to live a life of constant confinement in his brother's arms. After all, he was 10 years old. And with 2 lifetimes combined, he was over 30, older than his brother. Lu Ruyun, setting the table, chuckled at the sight of Munua, rolling his eyes as Mu Yan carried him down. Since the age of 3, Munua had disliked being held by others. And while the family had promised to respect that, they continued to ignore his protests. Come down, wash your hands, and join us for dinner. Your father is busy and won't be home tonight, Lu Ruyun said softly, gazing at Munua. Has your little sister washed up? Mu Yan gazed at the table where a 5-year-old girl sat obediently. Due to Munua's overly well-behaved nature, his parents found little joy in raising children, prompting them to strive for another child, ultimately welcoming a daughter, albeit a mischievous one, yet undeniably charming. Brother, I'm done washing up, Mu Shui exclaimed in a sweet voice, proudly extending her little hands for her elder brother to see. Mu Yan nodded, regretfully turning away to leave with his younger brother, lamenting that he could not cradle both his brother and sister simultaneously, a rather sorrowful tale indeed. At the dining table, Munua quietly enjoyed her meal, occasionally serving her little sister some greens that the latter struggled to reach. Observing her sister's joyful consumption, she thought, indeed, children require a balanced diet. Mu Shui looked at the greens in her bowl, wrinkling her nose in distaste. Munua, you're about to begin your awakening test. Are you feeling nervous? Lu Ruyun propped her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Yes, Munua is also preparing for her awakening, Mu Yan remarked. Sipping his soup with a sage-like sigh, Mu Shui remained silent, failing to grasp the conversation. Well, we shall see how it unfolds, Munua mused. Having acquired a fair understanding of this wondrous world, a realm rich in technology yet infused with fantastical elements, such as the awakening of supernatural abilities. Those who possess such powers are referred to as awakeners. Awakening is a natural condition, hence, awakeners tend to enhance their strength more effortlessly compared to others, barring a few peculiar abilities. In addition to awakeners, there exist other individuals who gain powers, including spirit cultivators, martial artists, and technomancers, who stand alongside awakeners. Spirit cultivators harness the energies of heaven and earth to augment their spiritual essence, categorized by the 5 elements. At times, they resemble the postnatal awakeners, having cultivated their abilities through diligent practice. In certain aspects, those who awaken elemental powers could also be considered innate spirit cultivators. Martial artists focus on physical prowess, emphasizing bodily strength, akin to the legendary meat shield. Technomancers, on the other hand, are a group that reveres technology, often modifying themselves, resulting in a blend of human and machine, a strikingly unique array of talents. Munua's brother is an awakener, having awakened the power of nether fire. Classified as an S-grade talent, undeniably a prodigy. Awakeners can test their potential at the age of 10, and those with potential may attempt their first awakening, guided by their own sensations. However, many initial attempts end in failure, with awakenings often occurring unexpectedly, yet unsurprisingly. For instance, Munua's brother awakened during a sparring match when he inadvertently ignited his powers. Chapter 5. The rush. Munua savored a piece of braised meat, the nature of which remained a mystery, yet its exquisite flavor was undeniable, rich but not greasy, melting in the mouth with an unforgettable aftertaste, thoroughly satisfying Munua's appetite. He pondered whether he might test his awakening powers the following day as he continued to eat. He believed he had awakened his abilities. for possessing an eidetic memory was undoubtedly a form of talent. Yet, in certain respects, Muno yearned for a manifestation of power in combat. For only with formidable capabilities could he secure a brighter future and ensure that the peace of the present would endure. Upon his understanding of this world, he realized it was far from simple. True coexistence was a mere illusion. The current tranquility stemmed solely from the protection of overwhelming strength. The outside world was fraught with peril. Xiao Nua, are you ready? It's time to depart, called Lu Riyun, cradling Mu Shui, who was dressed like a porcelain doll. From upstairs. Shall I take a look? Munyan, unable to embrace his little sister, felt a pang of regret and turned his attention to his younger brother. Muno quickly donned his shoes and rushed downstairs, calling out as he came. Munyan squinted, his hands itching to act, but Muno had prepared well. Reaching out to grasp his brother's hand, "Let us go," he exclaimed with a charming smile. Munyan merely curled his lip, but refrained from further comment. The group set off towards the awakening hall. Mother, brother, so many people. Mu Shui waved her little hand, displaying no shyness whatsoever. After all, this was the imperial capital, teeming with inhabitants. The capital of the Jiyuan Empire housed millions. Mother, will father come today? Munyan inquired, his grip on Muno's hand reflecting his uncertainty. I'm not sure. He has been quite busy lately, Lu Rian sighed. The Qidong Empire has been restless again. Your father is preoccupied. This world was home to countless nations and factions. Although vast, resources were perpetually scarce. The 7 major empires, Jiyuan, Qidong, Kongxin, Ranxue, Hanxing, Xinhua, and Gaiyang, each had their share of conflicts, with wars erupting periodically. Naturally, the adversaries of these empires extended beyond one another, facing other forces and external threats. The world was not solely populated by the forces of order but also by those of malevolence, resulting in a ceaseless state of turmoil. Enough of this. Let us take Xiao Nua for the test, Lu Riyun smiled. All right, Munyan nodded, leading Muno away from the throng towards a separate corridor designated for the upper class. The Mu family still enjoyed certain privileges. Old Yun. It's been a while. Munyan saluted an elderly man preparing tea in an inner room. The elder, named Yun Qing, was a close friend of Munyan's grandfather. After sipping his tea, he regarded Munyan and the young Muno beside him. Is this the one to be tested today? Indeed. This is my younger brother, Muno. Munyan gently nudged Muno forward. The latter blinked and, displaying his good manners, politely bowed to the elder. After all, courteous children seldom leave a negative first impression. Yun Qing chuckled and beckoned Muno closer. What a good child. Come, I shall take you for your test. Yun Qing gestured for his companion to follow him, and before long, they arrived before a colossal cylindrical structure. Adorning the column were 7 milky white orbs, and beside it stood a crystal sphere approximately half a meter in height. Munua glanced at it, recognizing this as the instrument for awakening. Aptly named the awakening device, a term quite straightforward and comprehensible. Do you know how to use it? Yun Qing inquired gently, his expression warm, embodying an elderly man's fondness for the youth. Perhaps this was one reason he willingly engaged in such a monotonous task. Munua nodded. He approached the crystal sphere, obediently closed his eyes, and, standing upright, placed his crossed hands atop the sphere, pressing them firmly against it. In an instant, Munua felt something drawing his consciousness away. In a haze, he seemed to hear someone calling his name. He wished to respond, yet found his mouth unable to form words. He longed to see the source of the voice but could not open his eyes, and though he desired to move toward the sound, his feet remained immobile. He felt as though he were ensnared, unable to move, only able to hear that familiar voice calling out his name. Munua, 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 Munua. Whose voice could this be? Munua strained to recall, the voice growing ever closer, as if it were shouting directly into his ear. He took a deep breath, wondering, who is it? But received no answer, only the persistent calls echoing around him. Chapter 6. Awaken Munua. With his eyes tightly shut, Munua began to search through his memories, tracing back to every sound from the moment of his birth to the present. Yet, to his astonishment, he found no familiar faces from this world. They are not acquaintances of this realm, he thought resolutely. Thus, he continued to delve deeper, reconstructing his past. Munua. Come here, stand up, walk over. Munua. Look here, such a good boy. What would you like to eat today, Munua? Anything is fine. What did you learn in school today, Munua? Munua. Run quickly. Munua. I'm sorry, I'm divorcing your father. Munua. That voice belongs to my mother from my past life. He suddenly realized. As if sensing that Munua had come to this understanding, the voice transformed, calling anew. Munua. Munua. This voice belonged to his gambling father. Munua. Munua. This was his best friend, Chen Si. Munua. Munua. This was Aunt Lu. Munua. Munua. This was his own voice. Munua abruptly opened his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze momentarily clouded, then gradually settled into stillness. All those familiar from his past life stood beside him, collectively calling his name. As he blinked awake, their voices diminished, fading into particles of dust, which coalesced into a figure gradually materializing before him. It was the visage of his previous self. Munua, he heard the figure call. Are you me? Munua gently inquired. Yes, I am you, responded the young man, appearing to be in his 20s, his gaze calm and unwavering as it fixed upon Munua. Why do you call me? It is not I who calls you. It is you who calls yourself. After uttering these words, the figure before Munua transformed once more into dust, this time the particles entering directly into Munua's heart. Munua closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the fog had dissipated, leaving no trace of any figures. Before him lay a multitude of stars. Gazing at the vast expanse of twinkling celestial bodies, Munua, in a moment of enlightenment, extended his right hand. Suddenly, 3 stars appeared to be drawn toward him, unleashing 3 streams of energy that surged forth, erupting in a radiant explosion of light before Munua. Breathless, Munua gasped and staggered backward, falling to the ground. He shut his eyes once more and, upon reopening them, found himself back in the testing chamber. Not far away, Yunqing was staring at him in astonishment. From the moment Munua had closed his eyes until now, Yunqing had been intently observing the instrument's fluctuations. He clearly witnessed the device initially exhibiting no change before suddenly emitting a burst of orange-yellow light that shot up to the 7th crystal, signifying an S-level talent. This revelation left him utterly astounded, and Munua's rapid awakening upon falling to the ground rendered him speechless. It had all transpired too swiftly. Yunqing inhaled deeply and approached Munua, helping him to his feet while channeling a gentle energy to assess his condition. He successfully pinpointed an orange-yellow light at Munua's brow. Yunqing's emotions were somewhat complicated. The Mu family was indeed fortunate. He could sense that Munua had awakened his power. Munua looked up at Yunqing, noticing a mix of expressions on his face, and asked with a hint of confusion, Grandpa Yun, is something wrong? Seeing the unease in Munua's voice, Yunqing smiled, ruffled his hair, and reassured him. Not at all. Congratulations. You have awakened an S-level ability. As for the specifics, we shall observe further. Upon hearing that he had awakened an S-level ability, Munua felt a surge of excitement. To his knowledge, this was the highest potential currently possible. Who wouldn't he wish for greater strength? In his previous life, he had no choice. This time, he intended to seize his fate firmly in his grasp. Reflecting on his past experiences, Munua furrowed his brow. Recalling the scene he had just witnessed, feeling both perplexed and relieved, he closed his eyes again to sense any changes within himself, and to his delight, he realized that the headache had subsided, and his memories had settled. With a flicker of thought, he attempted to view a segment of his memory, and to his astonishment, it materialized vividly before him, a series of images flashing by. When he ceased to concentrate, the images vanished, leaving Munua overwhelmed with joy. However, a possibility soon crossed his mind. Could it be that the ability to remember everything is truly my gift? He shook his head, considering that even if it were indeed his power, it could only be one aspect of it. After all, possessing an S-level capability should not be so limited. Chapter 7. Hanzu and Yunqing prepared to take Munua away to find Mu Yan. As they stepped out of the room, neither of them noticed the hidden dark red hue within the soft orange glow of the awakening device. Having just settled down, Mu Yan heard sounds behind him and, puzzled, looked up to see Yunqing emerging with Munua. Old Yan, what happened to my brother? Why is he out so soon? Mu Yan asked Yunqing. His brow furrowed in confusion as he regarded Munua. Your brother has successfully awakened, Yunqing replied nonchalantly, observing the stunned expression on Mu Yan's face. Little knew you. You have awakened? Mu Yan stuttered slightly as he spoke for the first time, unable to believe what he was witnessing. It was astonishing to see how swiftly things were accomplished. After all, he himself had spent over half an hour merely realizing his own talent, with its true awakening occurring much later. The old adage about comparison striking down the spirit rang true. Watching Munua nod, Mu Yan felt no jealousy, only joy. He approached and lifted Munua into his arms, exclaiming, Indeed, you are my brother. His tone radiated delight. Munua found himself growing increasingly accustomed to such displays, feeling no embarrassment at all. After all, there was nothing shameful about a simple embrace. Internally, he muttered to himself, rolling his eyes discreetly in Mu Yan's embrace. Such frequent hugging was undeniably too embarrassing. Yunqing observed the scene before him with amusement, appreciating the warm atmosphere of the Mu family, which stood in stark contrast to the fierce and competitive nature of other clans. Contemplating for a moment, he turned to Mu Yin and suggested, "Take him to Old Gu to ascertain his abilities. I just observed, but it is difficult to make a prediction." Upon hearing this, Mu Yin nodded, offering a respectful gesture to Yunqing before departing with Munua in his arms. Yunqing gazed at their retreating figures, lost in thought. Although he had just examined the energy within Munua's body, the amber light was indeed perplexing. Generally, such a hue was associated with the earth element. Yet the light concealed in Munua's brow left Yunqing uncertain, for abilities related to earth typically resided in the palms. While some unique powers might dwell in the heart, the brow was not without its significance, but orange light had never been documented in that context. It could only be concluded that Munua's abilities were of a particularly rare kind. Han Ziyu had also reached the age of 10. As Munua approached from a distance, he spotted Lu Riyun engaged in conversation with a young woman, dressed in a flowing white gown. The woman possessed enchanting eyes and skin as smooth as cream, exuding a gentle elegance, truly a rare beauty. "Ah, Xiao Nua, why are you two out so soon?" Lu Riyun asked, her brow furrowing in confusion at their rapid emergence. Mu Yin glanced at the woman beside Lu Riyun, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Hearing his mother's inquiry, he promptly replied, "Mother, Xiao Nua has already awakened. We are heading to Old Gu to discern the specifics." Lu Riyun cast a startled glance at Munua. "Huh, it seems my little one is no ordinary person." Munua blinked innocently, putting on a cute expression, before turning his gaze towards the young woman, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. Lu Riyun, noticing this, affectionately ruffled his hair. "This is Sister Han Ziwang." Standing beside them, Han Ziwang smiled at Munua, then looked at Mu Yin, saying, "It's been a while." Munua glanced between Mu Yin and Han Ziwang. Lost in contemplation, Mu Yin raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Indeed, it has been a long time." He then surveyed the surroundings, inquiring, "Mother, where is Xiao Shui?" He had assumed his sister would be waiting outside. "That child went with Han Ziyu. He is Han Ziwang's younger brother," Lu Riyun explained to Munua. "Oh." Munua nodded, committing the name Han Ziyu to memory. Surveying the throng around him, Munuo tugged at Mu Yan's collar, inquiring, "Brother, where is the Ancient One? Let us seek him out." His curiosity about his own latent abilities was insatiable. Mu Yin nodded, responding, "Mother, I shall take him to see the Ancient One." Lu Riyun acknowledged their departure. As the pair walked away, a peculiar glint flickered in Han Ziwen's eyes. Ascending to the third floor, Mu Yin led Munuo to a room that stood in stark contrast to the bustling hall below, enveloped in a profound stillness. Without pausing to take in his surroundings, Mu Yin approached a specific door. He rapped gently upon it, then set Munuo down, instructing him to stand quietly to the side. "Enter." A low, gravelly voice beckoned from within. With a creak, the door swung open. Upon entering, Munuo observed the dimly lit space, illuminated solely by a feeble, pallid candle, casting light upon a limited area. At the center of the room stood a colossal cauldron, brimming with a murky concoction. Behind it, an array of peculiar potions lined the shelves. A weathered figure, cloaked in black robes obscuring his features, was meticulously dusting the shelves. For reasons unknown, Munuo was reminded of a scene from a fairy tale in his past life, where a witch brewed a potion, though this particular witch was a man. He timidly edged closer to Mu Yin. Upon entering the room, Mu Yin stood rigidly, his demeanor serious, and gently closed the door behind him. He offered a respectful bow to the elderly man. "Ancient One." "Indeed," the elder nodded, turning his gaze toward Munuo. His eyes were shadowy, his expression inscrutable, instilling in Munuo a sensation akin to being ensnared by a venomous serpent. Steeling himself, Munuo performed a slight bow and respectfully addressed the elder. "Ancient One, are you here to observe the awakening?" the elder inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly. Munuo nodded affirmatively. After a moment of contemplation, the elder moved behind the cauldron, inspecting the various potions before selecting a vial that emanated a resplendent blue glow. He beckoned Munuo closer and handed him the shimmering potion. "Drink this," the elder commanded coldly, offering no further explanation regarding the elixir's nature. Munuo gazed apprehensively at the luminous vial, then, steeling himself, swallowed its contents. Instantly, a grimace overtook his face as the peculiar taste assaulted his senses, reminiscent of a bizarre concoction of cola, Sprite, and watermelon juice. "Now, lie down inside," the elder instructed. Observing Munuo's compliance, he gestured toward a curtain that had been drawn aside at some point. As Munuo stepped inside, the curtain swiftly closed, isolating him within. Unperturbed, Munuo surveyed his surroundings. The floor was adorned with a peculiar formation, at its center a black platform large enough for a person to recline upon. Surrounding this platform were 5 peculiar pillars, each crowned with a glowing blue orb. It appears I am fated to confront the color blue today, Muno mused silently. Taking a deep breath, he approached the black platform and lay down. In an instant, the 5 blue orbs flared to life, and before Muno could process the shift, he was engulfed in darkness. Chapter 8. Ability. Muno once again found himself in the realm of countless stars, this time standing amidst a thick, blood-red mist. What could this mean? As he gazed around, the crimson fog enveloped him. He took a few tentative steps forward, the blood mist seeming to stretch infinitely. Looking up, he could only see distant stars radiating light, while straight ahead, there was nothing but the pervasive fog. Muno felt somewhat disoriented, unable to comprehend the situation he was in. The surroundings were saturated with blood-red mist. It was peculiar, for old Yun had mentioned that a golden-orange light resided within his brow. He glanced around once more, noting that there was no hint of orange here. Surely, there was a reason for his arrival in this place. It could not be a mere coincidence. Deep in thought, Muno wandered aimlessly in one direction, occasionally glancing up to ensure he could still see the constellation above. I entered through a ritual. The ritual was meant to unveil my abilities. He halted, tapping his forehead lightly with his right hand. Could this be a manifestation of my power? Muno pondered for a moment, then sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes. I once read in a book that an awakened one could gain insight into oneself. Now that I am considered awakened, I should be able to attain such insight as well. This place seems intrinsically linked to awakening power. Thus, self-reflection should be highly effective. The book stated that self-reflection requires quieting the mind and seeking one's spiritual points. With this thought, Muno paused. The spiritual points must represent the manifestation of awakening power. Old Yun had mentioned the golden-orange light in my brow, suggesting this could indeed be my spiritual point. He ceased his contemplation, tightly shutting his eyes and immersing himself in concentration. In the darkness, he faintly perceived his own body, within which 3 luminous points flickered dimly. 3. Muno's heart raced, and he abruptly opened his eyes, pulling himself out of the state of self-reflection. How strange. Logically, there should only be one spiritual point. Wait. If 1 point signifies 1 ability, then having 3 would mean possessing 3 abilities? The thought startled him. Yet he felt deep within that this might very well be the truth. With a flicker of determination in his gaze, he closed his eyes again, re-entering the state of self-reflection. This time, his vision was clearer. Indeed, there were 3 luminous points within him, each located in distinct regions. 1 point resided at his heart, radiating a soft white light. Another lay at his brow, emitting the golden-orange glow as old Yun had described, while the third was situated in his lower abdomen. In the dantian area, exuding a crimson glow, the 3 points formed a triangle, firmly anchored within his being. Muno steadied his mind, focusing his attention on the 3 points. Drawing closer to them, suddenly, the light of the spiritual points intensified. Orange point, power of the soul, enhancing the spirit. White point, power of life, granting endless vitality. Red point, power of deathly stillness, claiming life and death. The fusion of life and death, the cycle within the heart. The strength of the soul, impervious to decay. What is this? A healer prepared for a slaughter in the wilderness? Upon returning from self-reflection and grasping the essence of his abilities, Muno fell into deep contemplation. In the realm of the game, he found himself in a peculiar duality, embodying both a supportive healer and a relentless adversary on the battlefield. With a resigned smile, he reclined amidst the crimson mist, distinctly sensing a profound comfort enveloping him, akin to a fish returning to the embrace of the ocean. The emergence of this ability, the power of the soul, struck him as rather intriguing. Was it a consequence of having lived 2 lives? He mused to himself, recognizing that this newfound capability could serve as a veil for his more ominous power of life and death, which must remain concealed. The world around him was perilous, and the terrifying nature of the life and death force made him doubt anyone would wish to nurture his growth. Yet, the power of the soul could prove to be an excellent auxiliary ability, significantly enhancing the development of his life and death force. As his soul grew stronger, it might indirectly foster other aspects as well. Muno blinked, contemplating the necessity of diligent practice ahead, although the power of the soul could obscure the life and death force. A keen observer would likely uncover the truth swiftly. Thus, he lay in the blood mist, lost in thought, until his eyelids gradually succumbed to slumber. Time passed unmeasured, and in a fleeting reverie, Muno envisioned a funeral where he was the focal point. Beside his gravestone stood his mother from his past life, her complexion pale, tightly embraced by his stepfather, who infused her with energy. Nearby, a child, markedly different from the innocent visage of yore, wore a serious expression, tension etched upon their small face. He glimpsed his gambling father, clad in prison garb, standing aside, presumably reported during a game of chance. A vague notion flickered in Munuo's mind. He observed his close friend Chen Si, red-eyed and bowing deeply in mourning, while not far off, Gu Jian, dressed casually, sighed at the gravestone, his diminishing hairline betraying the passage of time. Accompanying Gu Jian were a couple who had always treated him well. Many former classmates appeared, gazing at his portrait with a myriad of emotions, regret, sorrow, and indifference alike. As the coffin was interred, the funeral came to a close. Munuo sensed a metaphorical shackle within him fall away, bestowing a newfound lightness, as if he were more attuned to the world he inhabited. He thought perhaps it was due to the finality of it all. The scene gradually faded, the past dissolving into dust, and Munuo felt himself plunging into darkness once more. Yet this time, it resembled not a ravenous abyss, but rather a tranquil haven for the soul. Suddenly, Munuo's eyes flew open, and he sat upright, returning to reality. The ritual array remained unchanged, and the black stone platform loomed before him. "Ah, you're awake?" A somber voice echoed in his ear, startling him. Turning, he beheld Gurul, clad in a black robe, not far from his side. Clearing his throat, he chuckled sheepishly. Gurul cast a cool glance in his direction, stating, "Did you know you were asleep?" Munuo sensed the profound meaning in the other's gaze, causing his heart to tremble slightly. A faint blush adorned his ears, and he let out a couple of awkward chuckles, at a loss for words. Guler, however, chose not to elaborate further, turning away as he made his exit, urging Munuo to leave without lingering. With a sudden burst of movement, Munuo sprang to his feet and cautiously followed Guler outside, only to be greeted by the sight of his brother precariously balancing a vial of potion while performing a handstand. Munuo opened his mouth, bewildered by the spectacle before him. "Your brother thought I had done something to you since you were taking so long to rise," Guler remarked with a hint of cold amusement. "This disturbance has interrupted my alchemical work. Consider it a punishment." Observing his brother, who remained unfocused, Munuo shivered at the thought, then carefully addressed Guler. "Well, now that I am awake, my brother," Guler waved him off, scram. Munuo hurriedly retrieved the potion from his brother's head and placed it safely aside. Once his brother was back on his feet, he discreetly pulled him away, oblivious to the subtle smile that danced at the corner of Guler's eyes. Chapter 9. Testing concluded. Journey back. Munuo led his brother, Mu Yin, down the stairs, where they encountered their mother, Lu Ryun, along with others in the resting area. Han Ziwen was present as well. Beside them, Mu Shui was playfully engaged with a boy who appeared to be of similar age to Munuo, both holding cups of child-friendly milk tea. Standing next to Lu Ryun was a stern-looking middle-aged man, Munuo's father, Mu Shanxiao. Munuo regarded Mu Shanxiao with mild surprise, not expecting his presence, especially considering how busy he usually was during this period. Lu Ryun was smiling as she observed the interaction between Mu Shui and Han Ziyu. Upon noticing her sons approaching, she waved, "Have you completed the tests?" "Yes," Mu Yin nodded. "What abilities did you acquire?" Lu Ryun inquired with curiosity. Yet, as soon as she posed the question, Munuo felt several intense gazes fix upon him, one of which bore an especially heavy weight, his father's. "It's a rather practical power, granting me excellent memory," Munuo replied with innocent delight, omitting the truth about his soul power. There were too many people around. Although soul power may not compare to life and death power in certain respects, it is important to remember that it, too, is classified as S rank. In reality, many individuals possess fragile souls, and if someone were to directly attack the soul, most would find it difficult to defend themselves. Although Munuo's current soul power was not yet formidable enough to inflict harm upon others, it promised to become a formidable weapon as it matured. With this in mind, Munuo contemplated that his soul power might even surpass life and death power in certain aspects. Nevertheless, revealing his abilities in such a public setting was unwise. Despite the relatively small gathering, there was still a risk of being overheard by prying ears, especially with outsiders present alongside his mother. Han Ziwen's gaze flickered momentarily, and a gentle smile graced her lips as she addressed Lu Ryun. "Since little Nuo has safely emerged, I shall take my leave. I should return with little Yu." "Leaving so soon?" "Very well. Do visit me again when you have the chance," Lu Ryun replied with a warm smile. Han Ziwang gently nodded, taking Han Ziyu by the hand. After greeting Mu Shanxiao and bidding farewell to Mu Shui, she politely acknowledged Munua and his companions before departing. "Mother?" Mu Yin observed his mother regarding Han Ziwang with an unusual smile, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Lu Ryun raised an eyebrow and glanced at Mu Yin, choosing not to comment, as she bent down to embrace Mu Shui. "Let us return," she said, leading the way. The Mu father and son exchanged silent glances and quietly followed her. The journey home was exceptionally quiet, with Mu Shanxiao's presence rendering conversation difficult. Upon arriving home, Mu Shanxiao, clad in military uniform, instructed Munua to follow him upstairs. Munua cast a silent glance at Lu Riyun, noting her lack of response, and could only obediently accompany Mu Shanxiao, feeling somewhat pressured in his father's company. Father. Once inside the study, Munua stood at attention. Tell me about your abilities. Mu Shanxiao leaned back in his office chair, hands clasped, gazing at Munua. Though his posture appeared relaxed, it still instilled a sense of pressure in Munua. With a compliant expression, Munua described the specific functions of his soul power in a manner suitable for a 10-year-old. He refrained from mentioning the power of life and death, for his father was loyal to the military, and he could not guarantee that his father would harbor no ulterior motives. Moreover, he had already decided to keep that secret hidden, regardless of who it was. He was not prepared to reveal it at this moment. Mu Shanxiao, however, did not delve deeper into the matter, as he did not believe a 10-year-old could deceive him. Besides, the notion of soul power was astonishing enough. Even if he sensed something amiss, he would attribute it to the child's inability to articulate properly. After listening to Munua's explanation, Mu Shanxiao closed his eyes, falling into contemplation. The room fell silent, and Munua dared not disturb him, standing still as he pondered what to say next. Chapter 10. The Path Ahead. Xiao Nua, do you wish to enter the military? To become a soldier? Mu Shanxiao suddenly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on Munua. Feeling the weight of his father's stare, Munua feigned deep thought, finally shaking his head after a long pause. I do not wish to. His tone was resolute. He had contemplated this idea long ago. He disliked being constrained, and the secrets he bore were substantial, making him ill-suited for the military, lest he inadvertently reveal them and find himself ensnared in a research facility. Furthermore, he felt a profound regret for not experiencing the world in his previous life. In this lifetime, he was healthy and in a broader realm. How could he possibly confine himself to such limitations? Thus, Munua's response was unwavering. This took Mu Shanxiao by surprise. While he had considered the possibility of Munua's rejection, the firmness of his refusal was unexpected. He could not help but inquire, his tone tinged with a hint of frustration. Why? Munua averted his gaze, stating, It seems that after becoming soldiers, both you and my brother are quite busy, unable to spend quality time with me, mother, and my sister. His voice carried a childlike tone, intentionally revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. This left Mu Shanxiao momentarily stunned, a hint of amusement flickering within him. He rose and gently lifted Munua into his arms, deciding it was best not to press the matter further. Munua's body tensed for a brief moment before quickly relaxing, her small face assuming a bewildered expression as she nestled into Mu Shanxiao's embrace. Truly, they were a family, always embracing one another. Munua pouted inwardly, resolved to grow taller and strive for the day when these few individuals would refrain from constantly holding her. Her eyes darted around, and she heard her father's deep voice once more. Little Nua, your primary education is nearly complete. With your abilities awakened, it is time to consider enrolling in a higher institution of learning. I know you are quite opinionated. You may ponder attending Tiandu Academy, Tianyu College, or Tian Chung Holy Institute. In this world, there exists a distinction between primary and higher academies. Primary academies impart knowledge that is relatively commonplace, covering various subjects but generally lacking depth. Higher academies, on the other hand, are categorized into two types: standard higher academies and advanced higher academies. The former primarily caters to the general populace, offering courses related to celestial warriors and divine mechanists, focusing on advanced knowledge across a range of disciplines. The advanced academies, however, cater to the extraordinary, with each of the four categories of the transcendent possessing its own corresponding institution, delving deeper into the knowledge of the extraordinary, albeit still requiring a foundation in higher learning, albeit with lesser emphasis. With Munua's remarkable memory, he had grasped the knowledge from his primary education thoroughly, even surpassing expectations. Now that his talents had awakened, it was only natural to pursue enrollment in a new academy. Previously, he would likely have attended a standard institution, but now he could leap directly into an advanced one. Upon hearing this, Munua nodded. He was aware of those three schools, recognized as the pinnacle of education in the imperial capital. In truth, he was not overly conflicted. He had researched these institutions. Tiandu emphasized technology and warriors, with numerous divine mechanists and celestial warriors within its halls. Tianyu and Tiansheng offered a more balanced curriculum, yet Munua had no intention of attending Tiansheng, as it was an imperial establishment where most students would likely serve the empire. His brother was an S-class student there. Thus, after much contemplation, Munua concluded that Tianyu was the most fitting choice for him. Though he had clarified his options in his mind, Munua maintained a demeanor of obedience outwardly. Mu Shanxiao elaborated on the various advantages of the schools, aiding Munua in making a well-informed decision. Munua listened attentively, embodying the image of a diligent student. Well then, we shall discuss this further later. I have been contemplating your abilities, my dear Nua. Your powers are intricately linked to your soul, and their growth is formidable. Once you enter the academy, you will inevitably need to showcase your capabilities. Perhaps some semblance of disguise would be prudent. As Mu Shanxiao spoke, he carried her to a nearby bookshelf, extracting a particular tome. I once encountered a type of ability known as soul enchantment, also classified as S-level. Yet it operates on a considerably smaller scale compared to your soul power. Smaller scale? She inquired. Yes, soul enchantment primarily relies on soul power to exert influence over others. The concept of soul confusion inherently implies the bewilderment of the spirit. When deployed in the midst of battle, such a power can be truly terrifying. The battlefield is a realm of constant flux, and a moment's hesitation can plunge one into an abyss of irretrievable despair. Mu Shanxiao paused momentarily, observing Munua's attentive demeanor, a flicker of amusement glinting in his eyes. If the power of soul confusion were to reach its zenith, it could potentially be wielded on a grand scale, ensnaring numerous individuals in its deceptive grasp, relentlessly tormenting them until their last breath. Munua's eyes widened in astonishment as he remarked on the formidable nature of such a power, subsequently pondering aloud. This ability bears a resemblance to illusionary arts. Mu Shanxiao nodded in affirmation, acknowledging that in certain aspects, it indeed parallels illusion, yet transcends it in potency. Soul confusion directly influences the essence of the soul. Unless the targeted individual's spiritual strength vastly surpasses that of the practitioner, evasion is nearly impossible. Once ensnared, liberation becomes a formidable challenge. Unlike illusions that can be circumvented upon realization. Yet, this is not to diminish the might of illusionists, for those of considerable skill are equally daunting. He offered a reminder to Munua, who nodded in comprehension. Chapter 11. Take your time. Was my father suggesting that I present my ability as soul confusion to others? Munua blinked, casting a glance at Mu Shanxiao, having grasped the implications of his words. The power of the soul was even more astonishing than he had previously imagined. It likely transcended the mere classification of an S-rank ability. He couldn't help but lament his own youth, recognizing that while he was astounded by the force of life and death, his understanding of spiritual power remained superficial. Following Mu Shanxiao's elucidation, he realized that each of his three abilities was extraordinary, each capable of remarkable growth. Mu Shanxiao affectionately ruffled Munua's hair, affirming his thoughts. With a blink, Munua nodded in agreement. Mu Shanxiao then gently advised, henceforth, you shall respond with soul confusion. Should your mother inquire, refrain from speaking the truth. In matters such as these, verbosity breeds error. Munua regarded his father, realizing the audacity with which he concealed the truth from his mother, and felt a sense of relief. Coughing lightly, he replied, understood. I shall cultivate my abilities discreetly and refrain from recklessness. Who taught you such things? Mu Shanxiao's forehead twitched, feeling for the first time that he had failed in his duties as a father, utterly bewildered by where his son had acquired such nonsensical ideas. Alas, he had become overzealous. Munua smirked, suddenly leaning against Mu Shanxiao's shoulder in an attempt to evade further scrutiny. Mu Shanxiao sighed in resignation, choosing not to delve deeper, and continued to explain the intricacies of soul confusion. As their conversation meandered, he inadvertently spoke at length about various topics, ultimately lulling Munua into a peaceful slumber. Observing Munua nestled comfortably in his embrace, Mu Shanxiao let out a lengthy sigh, a hint of amusement gracing his countenance. Known for his seriousness and stoicism, cultivated through years of military leadership, he exuded an air of authority that often rendered others uneasy. Mu Yen, perhaps influenced by his demeanor, had similarly carried a solemn disposition throughout his upbringing. Being in his presence felt akin to attending a formal meeting, with only fleeting moments of childhood innocence allowing for brief embraces, which had since become a rarity. However, Munua was quite different, unperturbed. He did not inherit the brooding seriousness that characterized his demeanor. Instead, he exuded a soft and endearing charm, making it quite acceptable to be embraced by him. If Munua were aware of the other's thoughts, he might secretly scoff, for without the psychological conditions of a past life, encountering someone like him would undoubtedly be daunting. Upon awakening, Munua sensed a slight emptiness in his stomach. After satisfying his hunger, he ventured to the study to explore materials regarding Tanu Academy. He found the academy rather intriguing, marked by a high degree of freedom. As he perused the information about Tanu, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. The institution categorizes students into 7 levels, labeled fekbas, corresponding to their inherent abilities. Graduation hinges upon one's prowess. Achieving C level allows for the option to conclude 1S studies, while attaining B level grants the liberty to depart from the academy at any moment. Do not be misled into thinking B level is easily attainable. In fact, in this realm, B level signifies a pinnacle of capability, with many struggling to reach such heights. Nevertheless, as a premier institution, Tanu naturally boasts a student body of considerable talent, with many achieving B level. C level is merely a common occurrence. Of course, C level students must still demonstrate proficiency in advanced knowledge to graduate, ensuring they pass all requisite examinations. Upon reaching B level, students are largely free to roam as they please. Though they are required to contribute a certain amount to the academy each month, failure to do so incurs appropriate penalties. Regarding their education, students are free to pursue knowledge wherever they wish. They can attend any classes of their choosing, barring the advanced courses required for graduation. For instance, if one is a celestial warrior but wishes to delve into the knowledge of a spiritual energy user, it is entirely permissible to do so. However, one must attend courses corresponding to their designated level, though attending classes of other levels is also an option, provided they contribute points accordingly. Contribution points can be earned through tasks assigned by the academy, and each level receives a basic allocation of points monthly. Additionally, those with sufficient funds may purchase contribution points from others, albeit at a relatively high cost, and such sellers are few. Having comprehended the intricacies of Tanu Academy, Muno felt an undeniable affinity for the institution. To succinctly express his sentiments, he was utterly enamored. Chapter 12. Preparations. What is this? Muno gazed at Muyen, who, with an expressionless demeanor, fastened a device resembling a wristband from Earth onto his left wrist. Unlike its earthly counterpart, this contraption was far more streamlined and lightweight, imparting no discernible sensation upon wearing it. With a casual tap of his right hand, Muyen winked at Muno. Upon hearing this, Muno extended his index finger and lightly tapped the wristband. Instantly, a virtual interface materialized before him, revealing a plethora of options. Following a moment of distortion, a creature resembling a cat appeared. Greetings, I am the virtual administrator of the S11 terminal. You may name me, dear master, the virtual being said, wagging its tail and gazing at Muno. Muno scrutinized the creature before him and tentatively suggested, shall we? To his surprise, he thought he perceived the virtual being rolling its eyes at him. Inputting name, Xiaoi. Inputting in progress. Input successful. User bound, Muno. Binding in progress. Binding successful. May I inquire what tasks you wish for Xiaoi to undertake, master? After a series of mechanical prompts, Xiaoi resumed its previous state, inquiring of Muno. Upon seeing Muno shake his head, it nodded and vanished into thin air. The top-tier communication terminal of a far corporation? Muno blinked in astonishment, gazing eagerly at Muyen. Muyen chuckled softly, ruffling Muno's hair, remarking that since they were heading to a prestigious academy, a terminal was indeed essential. Muno's eyes sparkled as he stepped forward to embrace Muyen gently. In this world, a terminal was akin to a mobile phone from a past life, with various forms available. However, S-grade communication terminals were exceedingly rare, with a far corporation possessing merely 100 in total. Sometimes, even wealth could not guarantee acquisition of such a grade. Noticing Muno's visibly moved expression, Muyen smiled, patting his head, assuring him that acquiring such items was quite manageable for the Mu family. Muno's gaze flickered, realizing that the Mu family was even more formidable than he had imagined. Nevertheless, obtaining an S-grade terminal was certainly not a trivial endeavor, nor as straightforward as suggested. Thank you, brother. Regardless of the circumstances, Muno etched this sentiment in his heart, resolving to gift something equally impressive in the future if the opportunity arose. If not, that was acceptable as well. After all, they were family, and such matters need not be overly scrutinized. Muyen affectionately tousled his brother's hair, finding him utterly endearing. After introducing some additional content, he departed, allowing Muno to explore on his own. Muno caressed the edge of his wristband, a mysterious glint flashing in his eyes. Tanu. Regardless, the foreseeable future was bound to intertwine with Tanu. A smile crept across his lips as he felt a flicker of anticipation. Before him lay vast possibilities. Yet the youth remained undaunted. Muno boarded a specially designated vehicle for newcomers to Tanu, making his way there. Early in the morning, Muno had declined the enthusiastic offers from his parents and brother to escort him to school, choosing instead to depart alone with his belongings. It was not that he held any grievances against his family, nor did he wish to adopt a low-profile persona, as his S-grade potential rendered such a facade impractical. To feign modesty, one must possess the requisite conditions, which Muno evidently lacked at present. His refusal stemmed from a desire to observe his peers during the ride. Due to his memories, he had seldom ventured out and interacted with others over the years, and during his time at the primary academy. Limited communication had resulted in a lack of friends. This time, with memory no longer a hindrance, social interaction was imperative. The youths before him varied greatly, yet were predominantly aged between 12 and 20. In contrast, Muno appeared somewhat out of place, being notably younger, coupled with a hint of baby fat on his face. He seemed to embody the appearance of an 8 or 9-year-old. A multitude of individuals occasionally cast their glances towards him, speculating in their hearts about Muno's circumstances. "Hello?" A somewhat anxious voice rang in Muno's ear. He turned to find a cherubic figure approaching, clad entirely in white and resembling a fluffy little ball. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a plump youth with an evident babyish roundness to his face, adorned with a white plush hat that bore a resemblance to bare ears. Muno regarded the young one for a moment, before a slight twitch of his lips indicated his response. "Hello, aren't you hot?" This world bore many similarities to Earth, such as the 4 seasons. Currently, it was the warm season, with mild weather that was neither too cold nor too hot. Wasn't he truly uncomfortable dressed like that? Chapter 13. Making friends. The chubby youth blinked. "I'm all right. Thanks to my unique constitution, I seldom feel warmth. The world is vast, filled with wonders. Then you might consider wearing those temperature-regulating clothes," Muno remarked, his hands itching to touch the fluffy figure before him. "My family thinks I look adorable like this." The urge to stroke him intensified within Muno, though he maintained a composed demeanor, nodding slightly. "I see. My name is Muno. What about you?" With a beaming smile, the chubby boy replied, "I'm Wanshio." Unable to contain himself, Muno rose on his toes and patted Wanshio on the shoulder, adopting a serious demeanor as he expressed his delight in meeting him. In truth, he merely wished to feel the softness of the fur. The anticipated comfort was irresistible, and his desire to touch grew even stronger. Wanshio showed no signs of confusion at Muno's actions, nodding gently. "Are you also a student at Tanu Academy?" Strangely, Muno felt an illusion wash over him. The surrounding conversation seemed to soften, with several people pricking up their ears. "Yes," Muno nodded. "I am 10 years old and have awakened my innate abilities." He saw no reason to conceal his age. Once enrolled in the academy, records would confirm it, making such deceit unnecessary. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, he settled back into his seat, allowing Wanshio to sit beside him with bright eyes after a moment of stunned silence. "To think someone could awaken at just 10 years old," Wanshio exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. Muno found it both amusing and slightly melancholic. His urge to touch Wanshio intensified, as the fluffy appearance was simply too tempting. The restraint he had so carefully maintained began to crumble. Wanshio continued to speak animatedly, but ultimately, Muno could no longer suppress his urge. He reached out his hands, indulging in the delight of squeezing the soft figure before finally releasing him, leaving Wanshio in a state of bewilderment. Clearly, he had not anticipated being squished by someone 2 years his junior whom he had only just met. Once he recovered from his astonishment, he gazed at Muno, who wore a contented expression, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. He bore no ill will. At home, he was often subjected to such antics, and he didn't mind Muno's affection. However, that did not deter him from pretending to be annoyed as he pinched Muno's cheek. So soft. As the two individuals playfully bickered, they unexpectedly forged a friendship during their brief journey. Being among the younger passengers and possessing a charming appearance, they garnered the favorable attention of several self-proclaimed older siblings, who regarded them with a glimmer of kindness in their eyes. This, in turn, facilitated Munua's integration into the group. After a moderate duration, Munua and his companions arrived at their destination, the Tanu Academy. Situated in a somewhat secluded location away from the bustling city, boasts an expansive campus that seems to stretch endlessly. The buildings are arranged in a harmonious manner, with a prominent 9-story tower at its center. This tower, known as the U Tower, serves as the Academy's hallmark and is a formidable weapon both offensively and defensively, as well as the place where missions are accepted. The airship did not linger long, swiftly transporting everyone to the designated site. Although Munua merely glanced around, his exceptional memory allowed him to absorb a wealth of information in those fleeting moments. He mused silently that he would hardly need to worry about getting lost in this lifetime. As the crowd dispersed, Munua found himself in a vast plaza, already filled with numerous curious onlookers. His gaze swept across the gathering and unexpectedly landed on a familiar face, Hanziyu. To his surprise, he had also arrived here. Munua whispered softly. "What did you say?" Wanshio, standing beside him, cast a puzzled glance before, with uncontainable excitement, exclaiming, "There are so many people here." Nodding in agreement, Munua acknowledged that it was only natural for one of the foremost academies in the Jiuyuan Empire to attract such a crowd. Not only were there many individuals, but there was also a notable presence of diverse races. This world is filled with wonders and variety. Not far from Munua stood a distinctly different creature from the human race, clad in a tight-fitting dark green outfit made of an unknown material, adorned with a conspicuous dark green gem. This being skin and even hair were also a striking shade of dark green. This was a member of the Irmu tribe, a natural prodigy. Pure-blood Irmu individuals awaken their wood power from birth, making them innate psychics with formidable strength. Due to their prowess and the isolation of their home, the Irmu tribe members often exhibit a veneer of arrogance in their interactions with humans. However, they are, in truth, rather gullible and straightforward. Presently, this individual wore an expression of disdain, yet could not conceal a spark of curiosity as they surveyed the technologically advanced campus. It is noteworthy that the Irmu tribe reveres nature and has limited application and understanding of technology. Chapter 14. Tanu Munua and his companions did not have to wait long before a virtual screen rose at the front of the plaza. A white-haired elder clad in a flowing white robe appeared, instantly silencing the crowd. "Greetings, students," the elder's voice resonated, gentle and benevolent. "Vice Dean." A voice erupted from an unknown source, revealing the elder's identity as the Vice Dean of Tianyu Academy, an S-class demigod. Fu Shiha, with a warm smile gracing his lips, addressed the gathered crowd with delight, expressing his joy at their presence in Tianyu Academy. "You are all exceptional individuals, and I firmly believe that you will shine brilliantly within our institution." With that, he vanished from sight. As the headmaster, his principal duty each year was to make a brief appearance and inspire the new students. Simultaneously, nearly 100 individuals clad in black academy uniforms, proudly displaying their C-grade disciple insignia, materialized before the crowd. On the virtual screen, a succinct message appeared following Fu Shiha's departure. "Please queue in an orderly manner to receive your identification information." "Is this queue random?" Wanshio pondered, glancing curiously at the 100 figures. Hearing his musings, Munua also looked ahead, observing a few brave souls approach the group. However, from a distance, he could not discern their actions until he noticed a new student departing with something in hand. "It seems the queuing is indeed random," he concluded. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Wanshio grasped Munua and led him in a particular direction, eager to join the line before others could react. They gracefully floated through the crowd, eventually arriving at the queue with the fewest individuals. As others began to catch on, lines quickly formed in every direction. "This line is relatively short. We should reach the front soon," Wanshio remarked, standing on tiptoe to peer ahead. Munua nodded in agreement. Before long, their turn arrived. "Communication terminal," the expressionless black-clad disciple intoned in a frigid tone. Munua paused momentarily, instinctively extending his left hand, which held the communication device. The youth before him, his demeanor icy, flickered with a hint of surprise upon recognizing Munua's communication device, yet he offered no further acknowledgement, merely instructing, "Activate it." Munua complied. And as he did so, he watched the disciple engage his own communication device, performing a series of operations before bringing it close. "Detected. Qiling wishes to transmit an information file to you. Do you consent to receive it? Yes or no?" Upon selecting yes, a lengthy passage of information materialized before him. However, before he could peruse it, the disciple tossed a small wooden token in his direction, coldly uttering, "Next." Munua silently stepped aside, awaiting Wanshio's completion. Observing Wanshio's bewildered expression as he held the wooden token, Munua cleared his throat, suggesting, "Let us depart from here and find a suitable spot to review this." Wanshio nodded in agreement, and the two made their way out of the square. Halfway through their departure, Munua sensed a probing gaze upon him. Instinctively, he turned his head, locking eyes with Han Ziyu, who nonchalantly averted his gaze. Munua dismissed the encounter without further thought. Once they settled in a quieter area, Munua was finally able to examine the unexpected emblem that had appeared. Inscribed with the words Tianyu, "Master," Xiaoyi greeted him from the virtual screen. Munua nodded in acknowledgement, ready to delve into the newfound information. As he clicked in, a simple system panel materialized before his eyes. The words Tianyu Academy loomed above, beneath which were 3 sections labeled Personal Information, Campus Forum, and others. Munua first ventured into the personal information interface. Name: Munua. Age: 10. Gender: male. Grade: F. Contribution points: 0. Identity: awakened 1 talent. S-class bewitchment dormitory: none. To be selected. Enrollment date: July 20th. 9:33 of the Star River calendar. The information was remarkably succinct. After exiting the personal information interface, he clicked into the others section, which contained a plethora of flashy features. Munua selected the top option, Essentials for Newbies. This section provided a comprehensive introduction to the academy, clearly outlining the tasks that Munua and others would need to undertake. Chapter 15, Dormitory Arno. We can choose our own dormitory. Let us live together. Just as Munua noted down the upcoming tasks, the excited voice of Wanshio reached his ears. He raised an eyebrow and nodded. It was certainly preferable to share a living space with an acquaintance. Wanshio, seeing his agreement, eagerly pulled Munua to explore the remaining dormitory rooms. The school dormitory was of paramount importance, as it would likely be their residence until graduation, which could span several years or even decades. After a meticulous selection process, they ultimately decided on Room 08 on the 3rd floor of Building 3 in the West Courtyard District. This location was conveniently close to the 4 major academies and was currently an unoccupied 4-person room. The dormitories at this academy were uniformly designed for 4 occupants. Once they finalized their choice, Munua retrieved the school map from the others section. He activated manual navigation and, accompanied by Wanshio, began their journey to the designated location. Although they could have made their selection directly through the Tanu system, confirmation and identity registration were required afterward. The specifics of this process were vaguely mentioned. They would understand upon arrival. As they walked, pausing intermittently, they successfully discovered numerous useful buildings before arriving at a massive architectural complex resembling a towering mountain. The grand entrance bore the inscription West Courtyard District. The doors stood wide open, flanked by 2 round, rotund robots, each approximately 1 meter tall. Please present your identity verification code. Newcomers can open the Tanu system. Others, campus identity code, for validation. One of the robots intoned in a deep voice, closer to Munua. Nodding in acknowledgement, Munua produced a circular code, which prominently featured the character U in its center. He brought the code near the robot, and in an instant, the robot raised its arms and began to sway, conjuring a virtual screen overhead that erupted into a display of fireworks. Welcome, new student Munua. Ding dong. Your selection of room 3308 in the West Courtyard has been recorded. Binding in progress. Buzz. Binding successful. Welcome to your new residence. Please note, your student uniform will be delivered to the parcel locker at your dormitory door. Be sure to check for it at that time, the robot cheerfully announced. Munua felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and instinctively muttered a thank you before exchanging glances with the robot. Without a word, he expressionlessly tugged at Wanshio, who was still curiously observing the fireworks above the robot's head, and they proceeded onward. We have arrived. Muno glanced at the door number to confirm the location. He noticed a large iron cabinet beside the entrance, featuring a small screen which displayed the message, "Students residing in this dormitory, please verify your fingerprints." After Muno and Wanshio sequentially completed the verification, their gazes shifted towards the door. Wanshio observed a common scanning device affixed to the door and tentatively opened the terminal to input his identification code. With a click, the door swung open. Wanshio blinked in surprise. Upon stepping inside, his body froze. To his astonishment, the interior revealed a modest yet cozy living room, with a virtual television mounted on one wall, while the opposite side showcased a cream-colored sofa paired with a transparent coffee table. Not far from the coffee table, a spiral staircase beckoned, next to which a room was labeled as a training room. Wanshio stared in disbelief. Was this truly a dormitory? It resembled a small apartment. How splendid. Was this the luxury of a top-tier academy? Muno nodded in approval, thoroughly satisfied with the surroundings, which surpassed the quality of his previous residence by a considerable margin. He ascended the staircase, where 2 rooms stood neatly aligned across from one another. Wow, 1 room each. Wanshio, who had somehow caught up, exclaimed, then hurried to one of the rooms adjacent to the staircase, addressing Muno. I'll take this one. Muno nodded, replying, then I shall occupy the one opposite to you. After registering their identification details, upon opening the door, Muno was greeted by a rather inviting single bed positioned centrally, a tall wardrobe against the inner wall, and directly opposite the bed, a row of bookshelves. Beside the bookshelves, he discovered a small partition, which upon inspection revealed a bathroom equipped with a shower system. Sighing contentedly, Muno reclined on the bed, neglecting to unpack his belongings. He closed his eyes, pondering, is this to be my dwelling from now on? Not too shabby. Chapter 16. The roommates. Before long, a knock echoed at the door, prompting Muno to rise and investigate. He found Wanshio blinking at him, exclaiming, Arno, shall we explore a bit? Sure, Muno nodded in agreement. As they descended the stairs, they unexpectedly collided with another individual. Oh, are you my roommates? Hello, the newcomer, having just brought in his luggage, greeted Muno and Wanshio as they emerged. Muno was momentarily speechless, taking in the sight of a sturdy figure standing around 7 meters tall, with well-defined biceps hefting a substantial bag. He opened his mouth, but it took a while before he managed a slight nod in acknowledgement. Wanshio, however, was more straightforward. Hey there, brother. By the way, how old are you? He scrutinized the other's muscular physique, contrasting it with his own more fleshy build, his tone revealing a mix of emotions. I'm 15 today. How about you? The newcomer scratched his head, seemingly unfazed. I'm 12. Is it possible to be this developed at just 15? The young man nodded, introducing himself. I'm Hakwi, pleased to meet you. Hakwi sported a mane of fiery red hair, reminiscent of flames, and possessed a robust physique that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Yet, from their earlier exchange, Muno sensed a straightforward nature in him, merely appearing more intimidating than his character truly was. One ought not to judge by mere appearances. I'm Wanshio, came the reply. Muno, he added. Harkway nodded, gently rubbing his forehead. I shall go to my room to put down my belongings. Upon seeing the two nod in agreement, he proceeded to carry his luggage upstairs. Wanshio glanced at Muno and remarked, just in time for our roommate to arrive. Let us wait for him and engage in some conversation. It was evident that Wanshio was a sociable individual, brimming with vivacity. Muno had no objections, and both settled on the sofa, awaiting Harkway's descent. Thud, thud, thud. Harkway bounded down the stairs and spotted the two small figures seated on the sofa. Feeling a bit bashful, he scratched his head and looked at them with a simple-hearted expression. Are you waiting for me? Wanshio nodded and rose to his feet. We are planning to explore the school and perhaps sample some delicacies from the cafeteria. Let us dine together. Regardless of the location, communal meals are always timeless. Harkway, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, as he had yet to eat. Thus, what began as two became three. With a map in hand, the trio outlined a few destinations before venturing towards the cafeteria, where they indulged in a splendid feast. Harkway, with an insatiable appetite, relished every morsel. After their meal, the camaraderie among the three had notably strengthened. There is hardly a problem that a meal cannot resolve, and if there is, then 2 meals will surely suffice. Upon returning to their dormitory, Muno and his companions were greeted by the sight of a group of individuals clad in black athletic attire, bustling in and out, transporting an array of cardboard boxes. The trio exchanged puzzled glances, cautiously maneuvering past the busy figures as they entered the dorm. Inside the living room stood a woman adorned in opulent attire, accompanied by a handsome youth who wore a bemused expression as he observed her directing the movers. The dormitory had undergone a remarkable transformation. The original beige sofa had been replaced with an expansive, light purple couch that could comfortably accommodate sleeping. Beside the sofa was a newly installed foldable refrigerator, and not far off, someone was setting up an air conditioner, evidently of high quality. Several individuals were also seen carrying boxes upstairs. Hello, the handsome youth, now turning his head, spotted the three, who appeared quite astonished. The woman, hearing his voice, turned as well. After scanning the trio with keen interest, her expression brightened, and a swift smile graced her face. She swayed her hips and approached Muno. Parting her lips adorned with bold lipstick, and in a deliberately gentle tone, addressed him. You must be the new students in this dormitory. Greetings. I am the mother of Aling. She gestured towards the youth who frowned at her antics. You may call me Aunt Hong. Aling is not accustomed to hardship, so I took the liberty of purchasing some new furniture for you all. I hope you do not mind. Aunt Hong, is everything moved in? Should we unpack the items upstairs? Came a voice from above. Ah, yes, I'll take care of it. Please wait a moment, she called back. Then turned to Munua with an apologetic smile. You young people enjoy your conversation. I will go check on things. With that, she swayed away. The woman exhibited an overwhelming maternal instinct, yet her words subtly conveyed an impression that the youth was difficult to engage with and possessed a volatile temperament, which instinctively altered the perception of others. This was a rather evident display of linguistic artistry. Had Muno truly been a mere 10-year-old with a modicum of intelligence, he might have unwittingly fulfilled her expectations. His gaze flickered momentarily towards the expressionless youth not far away. The young man was adorned in resplendent attire, with long, lustrous black hair and a pair of cool, peach blossom eyes, exuding an air of elegance. Even in his youthful state, he was sufficiently striking, and in the future, he would undoubtedly be a figure of considerable allure, the object of countless infatuations. Greetings, I am Muno, he said, presenting his innocent visage in a friendly manner. After a lengthy pause, Guling regarded the young boy and finally responded, Guling. A slight cough followed. I am Wanshio Heikui. At this point, all the dormitory members had been introduced. Before long, the individuals clad in black began to vacate the room one by one, and Su Hong gracefully descended, offering a smile to the silent quartet. Ah, I hope you all take good care of little Ling. After a few affectionate gestures towards Guling, she reluctantly departed from the dormitory. Suddenly, silence enveloped the room. Guling raised an eyebrow and retrieved a carton of milk from the nearby refrigerator. He then activated the virtual television, reclined on the sofa, and inserted a straw to sip his drink. The items within the fridge were available for casual use, as they would be replenished regularly. Wasting them would be a shame. He began to peruse a seemingly intriguing program while sipping his milk. Muno exchanged glances with the two individuals beside him. Wanxiu, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, I'll go tidy up my luggage first, and discreetly slipped away. Heikui scratched his head and added, I'll go organize as well, before following suit. Muno, however, chose not to pursue them. Instead, he settled onto the sofa adjacent to Guling and deliberately remarked, Your mother is truly kind to you. Guling lifted his gaze, casting a nonchalant glance in Muno's direction. She is not my mother. Oh, although legally, she could indeed be regarded as such. With that, he adjusted his posture slightly for comfort and added, with a hint of significance, as for her kindness towards me, one must not take things at face value. Muno feigned confusion in response, only to receive a slender, fair hand ruffling his hair, accompanied by the admonition, little ones shouldn't overthink. Muno, TSK. Chapter 17. What a coincidence, sunlight, seemingly emerging from nowhere, bathed a sleepy visage. Muno smoothed the tuft of hair atop his head, gazing around with a dazed expression. After spending a considerable amount of time organizing his belongings the previous night, he still felt fatigued, observing the sun's rays illuminating the surroundings. A fleeting moment of bewilderment crossed his features before he shook himself awake. Rubbing his eyes, he finally rose. Today marked the day of class registration, primarily intended for the instruction of general higher knowledge. Before long, having tidied up, I descended the stairs and beheld the sweet and charming Guling seated on the sofa, munching on a slice of bread. Beside him sat Wanxiu, indulging in an exquisite pastry of unknown origin. This is delightful. Arno, would you care for some? Wanxiu exclaimed, his words somewhat garbled, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he gazed at Munua. Care to taste? It's freshly made and quite delectable. Guling added, a faint smile gracing his lips as he nodded toward Munua. Munua replied, so easily won over by a mere breakfast? What a promising future you have. He glanced at the blissfully eating Wanxiu, rolling his eyes internally, yet his body obediently moved toward them, taking a piece and savoring the pleasant flavor. Once they had finished their meal, the group dispersed to seek their respective classes, having not graduated in his past life. Munua mused at this time, he must surely achieve that milestone. As he walked along the path, observing the bustling crowd, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. For Munua, the memories of his previous life had faded into the ether, yet he occasionally found himself reminiscing about certain experiences, having spent 2 decades there. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from behind. Move aside. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his body instinctively sidestepped. He turned to see a girl with a dual ponytail, clad in a black short-sleeved top and tight shorts that showcased her long legs, skillfully maneuvering a motor vehicle through the throngs. With a deft leap, she abandoned the vehicle at the opportune moment, leaving it to crash into a patrolling robot amidst its frantic alarms. Munua stood in astonishment, unable to fathom why someone would forsake a perfectly functional automated vehicle in favor of a motor vehicle for thrills. This pursuit of excitement on campus was a first for him. It reminded him of the reckless behavior of a thief from his past life. Perhaps too much water had pooled in her brain. Cough, cough. Excuse me, are you all right? The girl approached Munua, her face smeared with dirt, concern etched upon her features. Well, if all goes as expected, I'm fine. If we must discuss someone in need of concern, it would be you, he responded, eyeing the girl who, despite her disheveled appearance, was quite cute. Why on earth would you drive a motor vehicle on campus? Flushing slightly, she scratched her head. I'm a mechanic. I've always had a fondness for traditional machinery. That vehicle was my own modification, and I was conducting an experiment. Conducting experiments on a busy thoroughfare? That's quite daring. He chided, exasperated. Be more cautious in the future. Refrain from such perilous endeavors in public spaces. I must be on my way to report. Waving his hand, he turned to leave. Oh, it seems I might be late, the girl murmured, watching his retreating figure with curiosity. He appeared younger than her, yet spoke with the authority of one far older. Wait, are you truly all right? Do you need compensation or anything? The winds were gentle, and the clouds were light as Munua arrived at a rather appealing classroom. Class F, Section S. In this world, while there were not too few awakened individuals, those possessing S-rank talents were indeed a rarity. An S-rank talent signified an abundance of potential and promise. Thus, in comparison to talents of other ranks, an S rank is sufficient to prompt any institution to offer them conveniences. Munuo found himself before an opulent sofa, accompanied by several small wooden tables adorned with an assortment of inconspicuous snacks. He disregarded the probing gazes of those around him and casually took a seat on a single sofa, leaning back comfortably. He returned their curious stares with an inquisitive glance of his own. Not far from him sat a rather plump boy, his eyes twinkling with mirth, exuding an amiable aura. At that moment, the boy was engaged in conversation with a seemingly aloof individual, most of the dialogue emanating from him, while the other merely acknowledged with indifferent murmurs. Nearby, a youth lay dozing, his features obscured, only his casual attire visible. Close to this boy were two girls who appeared to be twins. One exuded a languid demeanor, while the other was notably lively. Yet, it was evident that both would undoubtedly blossom into beauties in the future. Munuo diverted his gaze, settling deeper into the sofa, lost in thought, while the others seemed to have ceased their scrutiny of him. Surprisingly, there appeared to be quite a number of S-rank talent holders. He had initially anticipated only 2 or 3. This was merely the F-rank, and surely there were others. It seemed that S-rank individuals were more numerous than he had imagined. And presently, he could not be certain he was the last. Perhaps a few more would arrive shortly. He gently tapped his forehead, realizing he needed to observe closely. The sound of footsteps echoed on the floor. Munuo looked up in mild surprise to see 2 familiar faces entering together, his new roommate, Guling, and Han Ziyu. He was astonished to discover that both acquaintances were indeed S-rank. What a coincidence! Exclaimed Guling, his eyes curving into a delightful smile. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Munuo replied with an affable grin. You know each other? Han Ziyu remarked unexpectedly, uttering a sentiment that mirrored Munuo's own surprise. Munuo glanced at the two and eventually stated, Guling is my roommate. Han Ziyu fell silent for a moment, glancing at Guling beside him. Truly a fortuitous encounter. For some reason, Munuo sensed an underlying significance in Han Ziyu's tone. Meanwhile, Guling displayed no particular reaction, merely echoing his companion's sentiment. The two casually settled down not far from Munuo, plunging into silence. When Munuo had just conversed with them, he felt the gaze of most others shift back towards him, which left him somewhat resigned, though he chose not to voice his thoughts. Before long, the virtual screen before Munuo and the others illuminated. Welcome to our new students. Shortly after this phrase appeared, a holographic figure emerged, resembling a woman not far into her years, who glanced at Munuo and the others before offering a gentle smile. Hello everyone. I am your instructor, Sophia, primarily responsible for imparting to you a broad spectrum of general higher education knowledge. Behind her, an unexpected chair materialized, and she comfortably settled into it, continuing with delight. Of course, should you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to me. My contact information is available within your Tanu system class section. Munuo instinctively opened the Tanu system and discovered an additional class under the 3 main categories. Upon clicking on it, he was greeted with the message, Welcome to Class F Level S, Instructor, Sophia Roster, Munuo, Eitz, Mo Yuyo, Mo Yuxiao, Guling, Han Ziyu, Lung Yao, Mo Jojo. Munuo's gaze flickered as he clicked on a few names, revealing brief information about each individual. He was somewhat astonished to find Mo Yuyo and Mo Yuxiao among them, in a world where S-level talents are exceedingly rare. It was remarkable that twins had simultaneously achieved S-level abilities. One couldn't help but muse that their parents must have saved the world in a past life. After familiarizing himself with the others, he proceeded to click on the instructor's information, which left him momentarily stunned. Name, Sophia. Gender, female. Level, S ability, special force field. Age, unknown. Contribution points, 220, 000. Evaluation, gentle and kind, amiable and approachable. Please refrain from provoking her. She possesses the capability to obliterate you at any moment. Munuo's lips twitched slightly as he glanced at the content within the parentheses, a shiver coursing through him, feeling inexplicably anxious about the preceding description. Nevertheless, despite his inner turmoil, he adjusted his posture and attentively faced Sophia, awaiting her next words. Unbeknownst to him, or perhaps it was merely an illusion, the others had adopted a more serious demeanor. Even the one who had been slumped over, preparing to doze off, rubbed his eyes and sat up straight. Sophia surveyed the children before her with satisfaction, contemplating their future together. She anticipated a lengthy period of interaction. I recognize that you all can be deemed prodigies, brimming with peculiar ideas, yet I sincerely hope you refrain from causing me excessive trouble and distress. She paused, noting their earnest expressions, and continued, Naturally, we will not meet often. Most of our classes will be conducted via virtual projection. Should any matters arise, I will communicate them through the class channel, so please make it a habit to check regularly. Oh, and due to the unique nature of S-level classes. We will not refer to ourselves as a class, but rather as a team, as your growth may be rapid and could lead to complications. Initially, you are likely to be integrated into an A-level class, transitioning to an exclusive S-level team only after your levels increased. However, due to the considerable number of new S-level students this time, we won't be separating you. Now, I hear we have a member of the MO family in our class. Sophia inquired, glancing at a small booklet in her hand. Teacher, I am Mo Jujio, the round-faced boy announced, standing up with an innocent smile adorning his face. The Mo family. You are known for your adeptness in social dealings. Why not take on the role of the initial team leader? If it does not suit you, we can always make changes later, Sophia suggested, her tone casual yet resolute. Muno took note of the Mo family connection, considering it an astute and diplomatic lineage. Mo Jujio, upon hearing this, did not exhibit any overt emotion, merely nodding in agreement with a smile. However, Munua could not shake the feeling that there was a hint of bitterness in that smile. Being the captain of an S-class team may sound straightforward, yet it is often quite challenging. After all, every member is a prodigy, and who would yield to whom? In many respects, Munua believed that being a captain was no easy feat. Well, it seemed there was nothing significant on the agenda today, so we can disperse. The schedule for the next class will be posted in the class channel shortly. I hope everyone will arrive on time next time. Mo Jujio, I will send you a document later for your review. With that, she cheerfully vanished with a smile. Munua thought to himself, something feels off. As he pondered his future, he suddenly felt a shadow loom over him. Looking up, he saw Mo Jujio, now the captain, smiling gently and asking in a sweet, childlike tone, classmate, may I have your contact information for future correspondence? Munua blinked and obediently provided his details, watching as she nodded and approached the twins. What a polite child, he silently remarked, unsure whether he was referring to her or himself. Chapter 19. An unfathomable exchange. Seeing nothing more to occupy his time, Munua decided to leave first. He intended to visit the school library. However, he had not ventured far when he was intercepted. Where are you headed next? Han Ziyu inquired nonchalantly, hands tucked into his pockets as he regarded Munua. The library, Munua replied, somewhat bewildered by the sudden inquiry. Oh, I'll tag along, Han Ziyu declared, unceremoniously positioning himself behind Munua. Huh. Munua blinked in confusion, looking back to see that Han Ziyu had no intention of explaining himself, instead appearing to urge him to move along. He silently glanced at Guling. Guling tilted his head, offering a charming smile. I have other matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. Han Ziyu will keep you company. It's all right. Hey, what's with that condescending tone as if you're soothing a child? And do I look like I need you to accompany me? Munua felt exasperated. Yet outwardly, he merely nodded obediently and watched as Guling departed. He then turned to Han Ziyu, who wore an innocent expression, which only intensified Munua's irritation. Choosing not to speak further, he exited the room. Han Ziyu followed him slowly, feeling somewhat helpless. Before arriving, he had been lectured by his sister to take good care of Munua, but he wasn't quite sure what that entailed, so he felt compelled to stick close. After all, following along could hardly lead to any missteps. This school is indeed vast, Han Ziyu remarked casually, clasping his hands behind his head and glancing around with curiosity. After all, it is a prestigious institution. Excellence is to be expected, Munua replied absently. Then made his way toward a multi-passenger autonomous vehicle that was yet to be occupied. Let us go. We should take the vehicle to the library as it's quite far from here, and walking would be a waste of time. Munua waved his hand dismissively, signaling Han Ziyu to follow. As soon as he sat down, Han Ziyu rested his chin on his hand, gazing intently at Munua. It was quite impressive, as he bore no resemblance to an ordinary 10-year-old. Observing the overly mature Han Ziyu across from him, Munua instinctively chuckled and remarked, you seem to be about my age. Don't you? Han Ziyu cleared his throat and replied, our family circumstances differ. You wouldn't understand. Munua responded with a meaningful "oh." Strangely, Han Ziyu felt as though he had been mocked. Despite Munua's seemingly innocent and charming demeanor, he appeared anything but docile. Oddly enough, Han Ziyu realized that the other boy did not reside in the Mu family home. A sudden premonition washed over him, suggesting that intriguing events might unfold alongside Munua in the future. Unbeknownst to him, Munua was oblivious to Han Ziyu's myriad thoughts. He was merely focused on memorizing the newly revealed route, occasionally observing the pedestrians around him. Time passed, and the vehicle came to a halt. Arriving at their destination with a hum, they stepped out of the car and stood momentarily, captivated by the expansive circular building a few meters away. It seemed the library would yield a plethora of fascinating discoveries. Munua led Han Ziyu toward the entrance, where a robot stood by the door. its eyes glowing red and holding a sign for scanning verification. Curious, Muno presented his identification code for the robot to scan. Ding. Scan successful. Library access granted. Current access level, level 1, the robot announced, opening the doors. Ugh, upgrading permissions requires contribution points, Hanziu remarked with evident displeasure after scanning. Contribution points? Muno glanced around. Realizing once again the significance of contribution points at this school, he did not dwell on it for long and guided Hanziu inside the library. He figured that contribution points would eventually accumulate over time. Ignoring Hanziu's continued grumbling, he led the way into the vast library. The library was spacious, bustling with visitors, yet not overcrowded. Muno surveyed his surroundings, noting the library's multiple levels, but he chose to explore the ground floor first. He casually approached a bookshelf and noticed black square blocks placed on the shelves, each equipped with a red button. Testing it, he pressed one. Instantly, a virtual screen materialized before him, displaying detailed introduction to basic motor vehicle mechanical design. Evaluation provides a fairly detailed overview of the mechanical aspects of motor vehicles, facilitating the unconventional modifications by skilled mechanics. Reading permission, level 3. Would you like to read? Yes or no? Selecting yes will generate a QR code for further access. Chapter 20. The library. Muno's lips twitched at the mention of motor vehicles, a term that stirred unwelcome memories of the unfortunate events leading to his early demise in his previous life. Upon seeing the requirement for level 3 access, he felt a pang of frustration. He was currently only at level 1. The thought of how many contribution points would be needed to reach level 3 weighed heavily on him. Seriously, it requires level 3? Hanziu, having seen the display, also expressed his dismay. He glanced at Muno and asked, "What content are you interested in exploring? It is perhaps best for you to refrain from pondering over matters deemed too profound, as they may remain beyond our grasp." Muno remained silent, merely nodding in agreement, reflecting on the fact that even this required a level 3 understanding, while more intricate concepts might necessitate a 10-level comprehension. He absently touched his nose and wandered through other sections of the library. "Ah, do you see what is inscribed on that wall?" Hanziu suddenly squinted and gestured toward a nearby area. Muno raised his gaze to observe. The library's informational display elucidated that its contents were categorized into 5 primary classes: spiritual cultivation, blue; awakening, green; divine mechanisms, red; celestial martial arts, gold; and ordinary, white. Each category further subdivided into relevant subjects. Note: if one possesses a clear objective, the Tanu System's library section can provide assistance. For further inquiries, please consult the robotic guides. Within the library, conversing softly is encouraged, while loud disturbances are discouraged. To upgrade library access privileges, please navigate to the library section within the Tanu System. Muno scanned the information and quickly comprehended his forthcoming goal. He was eager to explore the contents within the white button. How troublesome, Hanziu lamented. Muno, however, was indifferent. "You should attend to your own matters. There is no need to accompany me. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall remain here for quite some time." "Is that so?" "I have no pressing engagements. Since I am here, I might as well take a look myself." A familiar sentiment washed over him. Could this be one of the 8 compelling reasons for being present? "Then do as you wish," Muno replied with resignation, allowing Hanziu to accompany him without further protest, preparing to explore the surroundings. "Wait, we must exchange contact information, or how shall I find you later? This place is quite vast and easy to get lost in." Hanziu naturally extended his communicator. Muno thought to himself that, aside from the library's tiered structure, the restrictions confining them to the first floor were noteworthy. After the two added each other as friends, they bid farewell. Muno began his exploration on the first floor, quietly engaging with any suitable material he encountered. Since his awakening, he harbored no fears of being unable to absorb the information, nor did he worry about the possibility of not finishing. He read with astonishing speed, completing a book in mere moments, a pace that left onlookers astounded. Occasionally, passing students assumed Muno was merely flipping through the pages out of curiosity, as his youthful appearance led them to doubt his comprehension capabilities. This child must be a newcomer. Quite adorable. Is he merely here out of curiosity? Occasionally, Muno would overhear whispers, devoid of malice, simply innocent curiosity. He paid them no mind, as they would glance and then move on. In the days that followed, Muno found himself predominantly in the library whenever free, with Hanziu accompanying him each time, only to escort him back afterward. Initially, Muno speculated that Hanziu might soon tire of this endeavor. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to find that Hanziu possessed remarkable patience while reading, even deriving enjoyment from the experience. Muno grew increasingly intrigued by him. What kind of upbringing could cultivate such a child? one who could suppress the innate playfulness of youth while maintaining a vigilant disposition. Muno could sense that the other person was not particularly fond of reading. Rather, they perceived the act of reading as a sanctuary, a means to momentarily relax and rest. This prompted Muno to reflect upon the martial arts novels from his previous life, filled with depictions of individuals trained as assassins or burdened from a young age as heirs to powerful families, enduring various forms of oppression, or the scions of affluent clans facing life-threatening rivalries for favor. At that moment, Muno gazed at the other with profound sympathy, his heart melting at the thought of such a dire situation. Hanziyu? He couldn't shake the feeling that Muno held some peculiar misunderstandings about him. For a brief moment, both were lost in their own thoughts, yet they maintained a subtle harmony. Chapter 21. Time flies unexpectedly. The first general class commenced today. It seemed the class truly served little purpose. Hanziyu sat on the classroom sofa, arms crossed and legs casually crossed, expressing his sentiments with a sigh. Guling took a gentle sip of coffee, the delicate aroma wafting through the air. He chuckled lightly, recognizing the importance of the class, given its mandatory nature. He glanced up, pondering if he had been spending time with Arno recently. Speaking of which, I've been meaning to mention. You all call Muno in such an affectionate manner. If that overly possessive brother finds out, it would surely lead to consequences. Hanziyu thought of a certain figure, a peculiar look crossing his face. Removing the term death from the equation, the innocent Muno raised a hand, signaling someone to refrain from overstepping. TSK. You're also a brother-esque boy. Muno rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore him. Huh, if he comes after me, I would undoubtedly sell you out. Calling you the brother-esque boy? Guling smirked, emphasizing the last three words with a teasing cadence. Ah, let us perish together. Ding dong. The timely sound of a wind chime interrupted their childish banter. The group looked up to see a virtual screen that had appeared. The chime's sound emanating from Sophia's hand. She gently shook the wind chime, and upon gathering their attention, she spoke with a smile. Class is in session. This lesson would last for 2 hours. Sophia did not speak extensively. Most of the time, they were engaged in reading. She distributed an abundance of literature, briefly explaining the more challenging aspects, while encouraging them to grasp the rest independently. Then, she happily assumed the role of a hands-off instructor, producing a white cat from seemingly nowhere to entertain with the wind chime. The intermittent sounds of the chime and the cat's meows made it quite difficult for anyone to concentrate. The group exchanged glances at Sophia, who remained unfazed. They silently agreed to observe the equally restless Emojujo. Ultimately, amidst the benevolent smiles of his peers, he approached the teacher for a friendly exchange, concluding with Sophia cheerfully remarking, "Well, you are a genius. Surely you possess some attention, right?" As the class neared its end, Emojujo shared a few words with everyone, and despite their impatience, he smiled and quickly announced the team name. Team name, Silent Dawn. A month has swiftly passed, and during this time, Munua has expressed great happiness. In his leisure moments, he would select suitable courses to attend, while in the absence of classes, he would immerse himself in the library. Each evening, he enhanced his being through newly acquired meditation techniques. Gradually, he has begun to wield certain abilities associated with death. For instance, he has mastered the art of controlling force, allowing him to transform a vibrant seed into a lifeless one in an instant. Subsequently, he infused the dead seed with vitality using the power of life, reviving it to become a paragon among seeds. At this rate, resurrecting others in a few centuries may not be an impossibility. Munua reflected on the seed in his hand, half in jest, half in awe. The room was silent, and as dusk approached, he reclined on his bed, contemplating the path ahead. Having nearly exhausted the library's offerings, it was time to elevate his privileges. He had also completed some minor tasks during this period, accumulating a modest amount of contribution points. He opened his personal information, name, Munua level, F class, S team, Silent Dawn member contribution points, 772 identity, awakened 1 talent, S rank charm 700 plus, not bad. He mused, feeling cheerful about the prospect of upgrading in a few days. Chapter 22. The new examination. The new exam is approaching. Still nestled comfortably in bed, Munua was jolted awake by a persistent knocking at the door. He stared at the ceiling for a while, only to discover that the intruder remained undeterred in their efforts. Reluctantly, he rose and opened the door. Munua, the new exam is here, Wanshio exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. However, upon noticing the disarray of Munua's bed, his enthusiasm slightly waned. Isn't it true, Arno? Aren't you an awakened one? Do you truly need to sleep after meditating at night? Oh, foolish fish egg. You shall never comprehend the beauty of sleep, Munua thought to himself instinctively. In truth, meditation is not inferior to sleep. However, Due to his profound obsession with slumber in his previous life, he has maintained this admirable tradition in this one, ensuring that he sleeps for at least 3 hours each day. Ahem, it is a habit. He sat on the edge of his bed and inquired, "What exactly is this new examination you just mentioned?" Upon hearing this, Wanchio's attention was successfully diverted, and he eagerly continued, as the name suggests. The new examination is an introductory test for newcomers, mandatory for all F-level individuals. The rules of the new exam vary each time, but it has already been announced this time. I will send you the details shortly. However, the crux of the matter is that the new exam will be broadcast live to the entire school, allowing everyone to witness each participant's performance. Moreover, to my knowledge, this time it will not only be aired within the school, but also live-streamed on a prominent virtual platform. Just think, there may be tens of millions, even billions of viewers watching you. If you perform well, you could become a star. Observing Wanchio's exuberant expression, Munua felt an urge to refrain from interrupting his friend's fantasies. Setting aside the reality of live broadcasts featuring thousands of viewers, he pondered how many would even catch a glimpse of them. Even if someone deliberately tuned into the corresponding channel to watch, they would need to recognize him first. How could they perceive him if they were unaware of his existence? Moreover, with thousands participating simultaneously, who knows how many prodigies lurk within? Just the thought is daunting. Wanchio observed Munua's calm demeanor and raised an eyebrow, feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his excited heart, leaving him feeling quite chilled. "Aren't you thrilled? This is exhilarating," Wanchio exclaimed. "You speak nonsense. May the heavens strike you with thunder." He continued, "I refuse to believe you will remain indifferent to the news I am about to share." His expression was one of defiance as he mysteriously added, "During the upcoming examination period, the school will invite numerous distinguished figures, influential families, and military personnel. If they take a liking to you, they may offer you sponsorship." He paused, awaiting a reaction. "Oh," was Munua's response. Wanchio's face fell. "Can you not exhibit some enthusiasm? These are illustrious families. So what if they are? Why the excitement? Besides, the Mu family is also a prominent family," Munua replied. "Will there be someone from the Mu family attending?" Wanchio pondered, questioning his own life choices, convinced that Munua did not grasp the significance of this matter. "I assure you, if those esteemed families take notice of you, the resources you will possess in the future will be vastly superior," Wanchio insisted. Munua, amused by Wanchio's incessant chatter, smiled and inquired once he finished, "Are you eager to join one of those prominent families?" "Join?" Wanchio instinctively tilted his head. "I wouldn't call it joining, but receiving their sponsorship would certainly be advantageous." "Oh, then which family would you wish to join?" "What do you mean where? If you were chosen, which family would you prefer?" Wanchio tilted his head, his eyes brightening. "Hee, the Lu family, the Yun family, the Mu family." Suddenly pausing, he looked at Munua. "I just realized you share the same surname as the Mu family." Munua replied, "A coincidence." "Indeed, it seems so. What are the odds?" Wanchio mused. Munua smiled on the surface, but inwardly scoffed. "What a coincidence indeed. Not only do you have the Mu family, but also the Gu family nearby. With two prominent families surrounding you, are you not pleased?" After spending several days together, if he was still unaware of Gu Ling's identity, he might as well have collided with a block of tofu. Gu Ling was the son of the current head of the Gu family and his first wife's child, whose mother passed away when he was just 5 years old, after which the head of the Gu family remarried. Upon learning of this, Munua had silently ridiculed the situation, utterly baffled by why the head of the Gu family would suddenly be so misguided as to choose such a person. Munua blinked. "Is everything all right?" "Ah, is there something else?" Wanchio queried, puzzled. "Then why are you still here? Do you not see this bed? Do you not see these pajamas? I must go wash my face." Wanchio rolled his eyes. "Fine, I'm leaving. I will send you the materials shortly." Once Munua had finished his morning routine, he opened his terminal. "Good morning, master." Shaoyi stretched lazily, shaking off its ethereal form. "Did someone send me a document just now?" "Yes. Would you like to receive it?" "Yes, please open it for me." Munua allowed the system to unveil a plethora of documents, settling on his bed to peruse them leisurely. The new examination is set to commence on September 21st, 9:33 of the Star River calendar. The first item is the Black Forest trial. In the outskirts of the Black Forest, a competition is held, with final scores based primarily on points earned. Points can be acquired through survival time, the beasts conquered, herbal resources, and other materials. The trial period lasts for 1 month. The second phase involves a literary contest, where participants earn points through answering questions. Final standings will be confirmed via a leaderboard. Rules dictate that participants are prohibited from actively attacking fellow competitors from the same institution during the trial. Unauthorized removal of the red sensory wristbands is forbidden. Additionally, carrying resources not provided by the school is prohibited. New rewards for the examination are as follows. First place, 100,000 contribution points, 1 entry ticket to the sacred pool, 1 celestial weapon, and an undisclosed item. Second place, 80,000 contribution points, 1 entry ticket to the sacred pool, 1 terrestrial weapon, and an undisclosed item. Third place, 50,000 contribution points, 1 entry ticket to the sacred pool, 1 terrestrial weapon, and an undisclosed item. Fourth place, 20,000 contribution points, 1 entry ticket to the sacred pool. 1,100th place, 10,000 contribution points. Upon reviewing the rewards, Muno found himself intrigued by the sacred pool, as he knew it could expand meridians and enhance one's potential, offering numerous benefits. The mysterious items piqued his interest as well, undoubtedly promising great value. As for the celestial weapon, he felt it was dispensable, confident that the Muno family could provide him with superior alternatives. Moreover, he realized that possessing such a weapon would not be of much use to him at present. Reflecting on his current abilities, he sighed deeply, contemplating the challenge of securing a position in the top 3. With a slight closure of his eyes, he resolved that surrendering without attempting was not in his nature. He frowned, acknowledging that awakening too early was not necessarily advantageous, given his age and physical condition. He felt a twinge of envy for those who had already harnessed their powers. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he recalled having studied martial arts in his previous life. His frail physique had thwarted his aspirations for martial prowess. However, in this life, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Yet, despite his training and the enhancements afforded by his S-grade talent, he knew he could not engage in direct one-on-one combat. Perhaps he could explore an assassin's approach? A strategy of stealth and ambush? His eyes narrowed slightly, a smile forming at the corners of his lips, as ideas began to blossom in his mind. It seemed this month would be quite busy indeed. Chapter 23. A strange land in the Academy's martial training room. Muno wore a tense expression as he wielded his dagger. After a long while, he exhaled, bringing his session to a halt. Due to the new examination, his training, which typically occurred every 3 days, now required 3 hours daily. This change drastically reduced his sleep time, leaving only an hour for his midday nap, which had become his final act of defiance. Wiping the sweat from his brow and stretching his muscles, he consumed a nutritious meal before sinking into the nearby sofa for his daily rest. As he gently closed his eyes, he mused, "The universe is boundless, life and death are intertwined, reincarnation is a cycle, and the underworld holds its mysteries." In a hazy reverie, he began to hear echoes of an ancient voice. Blinking his eyes open, he found himself standing upon a desolate land. The sky above was devoid of stars or the sun, resembling a twilight hour, yet lacking clouds or light. The ground was barren, cloaked in an oppressive darkness. Where had that voice come from? Muno furrowed his brow slightly, surveying his surroundings with a glint of determination in his eyes. He chose a direction at random and began to move forward. The voice echoed once more, "The power of life and death, the unparalleled soul." To his astonishment, he realized the voice emanated from all directions. He stood still for a moment, listening intently, and discovered that the phrase repeated incessantly. Without further contemplation, he pressed onward, driven by an inexplicable intuition that something awaited him ahead. Indeed, amidst the somber earth, a colossal tree suddenly emerged, radiating a luminous green glow, vibrant and thriving, standing in stark contrast to its surroundings. At some point, the voice ceased, and Muno, as if enchanted, slowly approached the giant tree, placing his right hand against its trunk. Boom! It was as if the heavens had shattered and the earth had split apart. Something had broken. "Where's this?" Muno's voice emerged hoarsely. "The realm of reincarnation," replied the ancient voice, raspy and profound. "What does the power of life and death, the unparalleled soul, mean? To wield life and death as one endowed with a unique soul. Why have you brought me here?" "Because it is time for your awakening." "Awakening? What does that mean?" "Life and death reincarnate. Having mastered life and death and attained the unparalleled, you are thus qualified to receive reincarnation." The voice suddenly roared, shaking the very fabric of existence. Waves of brilliant green light, full of vitality, and deep crimson shadows suffused Muno's being. "Endure the cycle of life and death, and you shall be the master of this realm. Falter, and you shall become the sustenance of this world." Muno heard only the final words before he was engulfed in excruciating pain. It felt as though myriad ants were gnawing at his heart, his bones and flesh being relentlessly pulled, torn, reshaped, and reborn. Blood surged from his body, spilling forth like a torrential flood. Yet, the most agonizing torment was that of his very soul being ripped apart. This suffering was unbearable. Muno longed for death, yet could not succumb. He could only collapse to the ground like a soft-bodied creature, his blood soaking into the earth. The dark soil absorbed his lifeblood, thickening the power of death. While the nearby giant tree extended its roots, greedily drawing in the essence, radiating even greater vitality. Muno felt his body disassembling and reassembling. With each rebirth, he grew stronger. Before long, he transformed into a frail old man, ultimately crumbling into ashes amidst the agony. Time became an abstract concept, and eventually, a white sphere of light materialized. Did I fail? No longer burdened by age, the voice was crisp yet tinged with disappointment. Another failure, he sighed, preparing to depart. At that moment, the giant tree swayed, and the dark earth stirred. Particles of green and red light coalesced, culminating in a flash of white brilliance that transformed into a light point several times smaller than the original sphere, gradually absorbing the surrounding powers of death and vitality. Slowly, it wove a colossal cocoon. Have I succeeded? Yes, I have. The light sphere, initially incredulous, erupted into ecstatic joy. It circled back, poised beside the magnificent cocoon. In this shadowy world, no one knew how much time had passed. A crack suddenly appeared, as if summoned by some unseen force. The massive cocoon shattered, dissipating into a radiant white light that enveloped a figure that emerged. It was a boy who appeared no older than 10, with a slender, pale physique and cascading silver hair. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, his blood-red gaze fixated on the glowing orb above. Muno blinked, furrowing his brow, as he summoned the surrounding stillness to drape himself in a flowing crimson robe. He began to comprehend the nature of his predicament, an extraordinary encounter that could elevate him to a level that would instill fear in all. If an individual were to simultaneously harness the powers of life and death, they would be forcibly transported to this realm to awaken their reincarnation abilities. Surviving this ordeal would elevate one to greatness, while failure would lead to an eternal resting place. Initially, Muno felt ill-equipped to endure this trial, as he was far weaker than those unfortunate souls who had come before him. Yet, possessing the unparalleled soul, he ultimately unleashed its potential, granting him a moment of respite and a chance at rebirth. He closed his eyes and sensed the power surging within him. With the acquisition of reincarnation energy, he could effortlessly command his strength, albeit still feeble and difficult to wield excessively. To grow in power was a simple endeavor: absorb the essences of life and death. In essence, any living entity could provide him with a measure of strength. This was an implicit encouragement to take life, he mused inwardly. With a sigh, he surveyed his surroundings. This so-called realm of reincarnation was, in fact, the manifestation of the original master of reincarnation, the one who once held such power. The master chose a path of slaughter, spending countless years annihilating all life within his small world to augment his might. Ultimately, he set his sights on the heavens, inciting wrath among ancient beings, leading to his downfall amidst a cacophony of assaults that shattered his domain. In death, the entirety of his reincarnation energy became enshrined here, giving rise to this realm. But did he truly perish, the master who commanded reincarnation power? A cold smile graced Muno's lips as he disregarded the joyous orb of white light that danced beside him in response to his awakening, and he sped toward the colossal tree. Within its leaves, he sensed a faint soul, and his own reincarnation energy clamored for him to consume it. Had he lacked the unparalleled soul, he might have remained oblivious to its presence, only discovering it later when he had grown sufficiently powerful. However, by that time, the entity would surely have regained strength from his nourishment and could easily overpower him. In the end, he would have expended all his power in vain. Yet, endowed with the unparalleled soul, Muno could not ignore this sensation. He would not entertain thoughts of coexistence. The other had already decimated a small world. Was it not trivial for them to extinguish his life? Guilt was a foreign concept to him. He ascended to the tree's pinnacle, extending his hand to pluck a leaf that trembled slightly at his arrival, and with a cold smile, he absorbed its residual power, replenishing himself. In a daze, he heard a tremendous roar, but Muno, with an expression of indifference, paid it no heed. The energy absorbed encompasses not only the residual forces of reincarnation, but also the essence of the opponent's soul. Although the adversary presently appears pitifully weak, they were once a formidable presence, and the lingering power is sufficient to inflict excruciating pain upon Muno. Nevertheless, Muno remains expressionless. This slight discomfort pales in comparison to previous experiences. Time elapses, and as the leaves in his grasp wither and dissipate, Muno senses that the strength within his body has been entirely restored. The force of reincarnation is a wondrous phenomenon. It represents a complete power, its core intact. If even the slightest fragment of the core is missing, it cannot be deemed whole, which ultimately affects the final destination. Master, Muno raised an eyebrow, glancing at the approaching white orb of light, which joyfully called out to him. This peculiar consciousness is a manifestation born from this land. It is uncertain whether it qualifies as life or if it can absorb power. Instinctively, Muno coldly pondered this notion. Suddenly, he felt something amiss within himself. He could not possibly entertain such thoughts. Cursed be it, has he been influenced? Alarmed, he dismissed the thought and vanished in a flash, leaving the bewildered orb of light behind. Once again, he found himself in that familiar lounge. Muno opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. He frowned slightly. He had grown taller and sprouted entirely different silver hair. He activated his communication terminal and examined his reflection, noting the cold, red gaze fixed intently upon the screen. In a furtive manner, Muno swiftly returned to his dormitory, fortunate that no one was present, thus avoiding further complications. Chapter 24. The Mechanic Muno in the ensuing days. Muno found himself confined to his room, waiting for the dark crimson hue in his eyes to fade. During this time, he perused some of the commendable books he had previously stored, organizing himself to escape that troublesome state. Additionally, he gave himself a haircut, opting for a neat, short style, with the discarded locks simply vanishing into thin air. His hair color remained silver. It could not revert, a consequence of the awakening of the unparalleled soul. Initially, he contemplated dyeing it, yet he sensed that such an endeavor would be futile. Thus, he dismissed the idea. At last, after a week, Muno returned to his original state. Those days had been nothing short of a nightmare. He rolled over in bed, reflecting on the darkness that had enveloped him, almost causing him to lose himself and morph into another being. Such power is not easily attained, he mused, stroking his chin as a thought struck him. He closed his eyes and sensed a milky white point of light. With a surge of intent, he ventured forth. Woohoo! Master, you have finally returned. The white orb of light rushed toward the suddenly materialized Muno, tears brimming in its form, though it was merely an orb without true tears. Muno twitched his lips and raised a hand to thwart its attempt to collide with him. I recall your voice being quite aged at the beginning, Muno remarked, a hint of curiosity coloring his expression. The obstructed orb bore no offense, extending its plump, glowing hands to embrace Muno's arm, inquiring, is that so? With an ancient tone of uncertainty, Muno could only quirk his lips in response. I possess the ability to alter my voice. With a myriad of tones at my disposal, in just a few short phrases, I can transform into over a dozen different timbres. Oh, Muno felt he had posed a foolish question. The surroundings remained shrouded in gloom as the youth, cradling a glowing orb in one hand, stepped beneath the towering tree. The orb radiated a phosphorescent green light, exuding boundless vitality. This land was not particularly vast. At least, Muno could traverse its expanse in a matter of days and nights, while the surrounding chaos stretched infinitely. Having acquired the power of reincarnation, he had come to understand this place quite well. It could be regarded as a sacred ground, and Muno intended to alter its existence, perhaps by transforming it into a ring. Conveniently, he lacked a spatial ring, and with such a large area available, it would be a waste not to utilize it. However, he would need to renovate it before use. Simply casting it in would likely invite the surrounding forces to corrupt it. With a newfound idea, Muno attempted to snap off a branch. Master, what are you planning to do? Inquired the glowing orb, adopting a youthful tone, appearing somewhat perplexed. Muno, with a serious demeanor, absorbed the surrounding stillness and infused it into the branch, reshaping it, disregarding the orb's confusion, and focusing intently on his task. Before long, a simplistic wooden ring adorned with a vintage pattern appeared in his hand, and he nodded in satisfaction. What is this? The orb wiggled its form. A ring. You will understand soon enough. Muno waved his hand dismissively, signaling it to refrain from further inquiries. He commenced his first attempt to integrate this land into the ring, resulting in the anticipated failure. The second, third, and nth attempts. Success. Muno abruptly found himself back in his dormitory room, a silvery white ring resting in his hand. He nodded with satisfaction and slipped it onto his left hand. Upon entering the ring with his consciousness, he was greeted by the familiar terrain. He attempted to place a nearby cup into it, and swiftly, it vanished only to appear within the spatial realm. With a mere thought, the cup re-emerged. But Muno's smile faltered. Observing the cup's side approaching the earth, marred by signs of erosion, he involuntarily twitched his mouth. It seemed he must first lay down some material to protect it. Unbeknownst to Muno during his endeavors, dark clouds began to gather in the sky outside, only to dissipate swiftly for reasons unknown. Master, where are we? Queried the orb, which had inexplicably manifested at his side. Having refrained from interrupting his attempts, it now timidly spoke as he paused. Muno turned abruptly. How did you end up here? Shouldn't I be here? The orb replied, bewildered. Muno hesitated, realizing that the orb was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Surprised by its presence in reality, he felt a slight headache but glanced at the ring in his hand. Can you enter? The orb looked on, suddenly adopting a pitiful tone, extending its chubby glow-filled hand to grasp Muno's arm. Please, master, don't make me go in. I will obediently follow you. I am quite useful. What use do you have? As it gradually perceived the unwavering determination in its master's eyes, it promptly exclaimed, I can sense the treasure. Munua fell silent, contemplating the upcoming examination a few days hence. In this condition, I cannot take you with me. Thus, you remain of little use. I can inhabit the bodies of animals. That way, I can accompany my master. It eagerly proclaimed, simultaneously shaking Munua's arm in a display of affection. Wait for me here. After a long absence, Munua ventured outside, encountering no one, as they were presumably all attending classes. He indulged in a meal, savoring the delightful essence of life. Subsequently, he made his way to the trading center, expending a full 100 contribution points to procure a creature entirely cloaked in white, resembling a hamster. According to the seller, it was a rare species known as the snow hamster. Munua was enamored by its diminutive size and, after much haggling, successfully negotiated the price from 500 down to 100, achieving a modest victory. Yet, he harbored a lingering sense of loss. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found the orb of light sprawled on the bed. Noticing his return, it approached him with a facade of innocence, inquiring about his well-being. He discerned that this creature was quite the performer. With an impassive expression, he instructed, enter. The orb of light quivered and abruptly transformed into a beam of white light, penetrating the snow hamster's body. The snow hamster trembled, remaining motionless for an indeterminate period. Eventually, its claws twitched involuntarily. Slowly rising, it appeared somewhat unsteady, uttering, Master. Munua replied, from now on, refrain from speaking in front of others. Communicate with me through mental energy. Furthermore, you shall be called Little White. What a simple name. But as long as my master is pleased. It responded. Ignoring its inner thoughts, Muno retrieved a collection of wooden planks, a pouch of nails, and a toolbox, items he had casually purchased on his way back. This time, he enveloped these materials with a thread of reincarnation energy, shielding them from the corruption of the death and life ring, a name he had bestowed upon the ring. Rolling up his sleeves, he located the hammer within the toolbox, and, amidst the clattering of tools, Munua activated his carpentry skill. It seemed that in his previous life, he had attended lectures on civil engineering out of sheer boredom. Chapter 25. The final preparations. This was a moment of joy, as Munua hammered and joined the wooden planks together. Afterward, he infused them with a thread of reincarnation energy, took a leaf from the death and life ring, ground it into powder, sprinkled it onto the planks, and placed them in a patch of soil not far from the giant tree. Satisfied to see that they remained untainted, he nodded approvingly. It appeared feasible to construct a large house within, and perhaps cultivate various flowers and plants in the future. Munua stroked his chin, feeling he had discovered the precise approach. Yet, he pondered, what purpose would the desolate land serve? He sensed he was on the verge of a revelation. After a considerable time, with clenched fists, he exclaimed, ghosts. After all, they are the deceased. They should be able to thrive here. If memory served him correctly, this world was inhabited by the undead, known as the Undead Clan. Munua's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Master, what are you talking about? What on earth? Xiaobai shook its fur and scampered over to Munua, a look of bewilderment on its face. It's a good thing, Munua replied with a cheerful smile, his tone lighthearted. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Xiaobai shivered slightly. It felt an odd fear towards its master at that moment, but curiously, it also found it delightful. Truly, the master had the ability to instill such feelings in it. In many ways, Xiaobai, having acknowledged its master, was indeed a peculiar creature. Anual, have you finally decided to emerge? Guling asked, his tone initially casual. However, upon noticing the change in Munua's hair color, astonishment washed over his features. Is this the result of your training? Munua blinked innocently, wearing a look of feigned innocence. I hope there is no issue with your cultivation. Guling remarked with a frown, standing up to circle around Munua. He gestured to gauge Munua's height, saying, why do I feel like you've grown significantly? He recalled that just a few days prior, Munua had barely reached his chest, yet now it seemed to have reached his shoulder. Cough. It's just a growth spurt, perfectly normal. There's nothing wrong with my cultivation. I had it checked, and it's just a normal reaction. My abilities are rather unique. Munua reassured him. Guling nodded, accepting Munua's sincerity without suspicion. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a white fluff ball nestled in Munua's pocket. What is that? Munua paused, following Gu Ling's gaze, and upon realization, he pulled Xiaobai out, who instinctively struggled briefly before resuming its act of feigned death. This is Xiaobai, my newly adopted pet. Gu Ling pursed his lips, narrowing his eyes slightly, then extended a hand toward Xiaobai. At this, Munua instinctively loosened his grip. Xiaobai thought, suddenly transported. Master. The sensation was pleasant. Gu Ling, satisfied, cradled Xiaobai in his palm, gently rubbing it. May I take care of you for a while? He asked, his tone soft, a smile illuminating his eyes, radiating a bright glow that enveloped him in warmth. Ignoring Xiaobai's pleading gaze, he nodded in agreement. After all, who could refuse such a charming figure? All right, let's have some food. Gu Ling cradled the forlorn white fluff ball, feeling its sorrow from being momentarily abandoned by its master, while waving to Munua with his other hand. Munua followed him, settling gently onto the sofa. Feeling the plush softness beneath him, he couldn't help but shift slightly, sinking comfortably into the cushions while reaching for the exquisite delicacies on the coffee table. Savoring each bite joyfully, food has an unparalleled ability to uplift one's spirits, regardless of the time. Gu Ling watched Munua with a warm smile, sensing some subtle changes in him, yet he chose not to inquire. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. Turning his attention back to the white fluff ball, he noticed its lackluster demeanor and picked up a smaller piece of pastry, placing it near Xiaobai's mouth. Xiaobai sniffed curiously, instinctively taking a bite, and its eyes lit up with excitement, gleaming like two little light bulbs. Master, this is delicious. It involuntarily emitted a wave of joyful energy, prompting Munua, who was savoring his food, to glance at it with a cool expression. It curled its body, refraining from emitting any psychic fluctuations, merely swaying as it activated its feeding mode. What a good fellow. Indeed, a good soul. Gu Ling smiled as she gazed at the white ball in her hand, thinking to herself, I shall certainly have my way with you. Suddenly, the training room within the confines of the room shook violently, causing them to turn their heads in unison to see Hoik emerging, scratching his head, somewhat embarrassed. I didn't mean to. I lost control of my strength, he said in a deep, somewhat bashful tone. Not at all. You've worked hard, Muno remarked, observing the sweat glistening on Hoik's body, admiring his dedication. Hoik, a martial artist of remarkable talent, trained diligently every day. Hee, I'll go take a shower first, he said, scratching his head, though he was curious about Muno's hair. He was not one to pry. All right, Muno replied cheerfully, waving him off. After watching him leave, he blinked, pondering how truly pure a person Hoik was. Yes, exceedingly pure. But sometimes such purity can be a double-edged sword, Gu Ling remarked with a nonchalant tone, hinting at a deeper meaning. I rather think it's wonderful. One must not lose their childlike heart, Muno replied. Childlike heart. Gu Ling nodded thoughtfully, finding the notion quite intriguing. Oh dear, Muno coughed, awkwardly shifting the topic. By the way, where's Wanxiu? He should be outside gathering intelligence. He is indeed well suited for the role of an information officer. Ding dong. As if the law of speak of the devil had taken effect, Wanxiu entered, burdened with an armful of items. Quick, Arno, lend me a hand. Sweat streamed down his cheeks, and his hands trembled slightly under the load. But upon seeing Muno, he was taken aback, nearly dropping everything. What happened to your hair? Muno hurried over to take the bulk of the items from him, dismissing the hair issue as trivial. He then looked at the items curiously and asked, What are these? Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Wanxiu replied, I managed to buy a significant amount of mechanical materials at a low price. What do you intend to do with these? I recall new recruits are not allowed to bring their own resources. Isn't it quite normal for a mechanist to carry some equipment? A mechanist? Muno exclaimed in surprise, realizing that after months of acquaintance, he only just learned of Wanxiu's true identity, having assumed he was merely a spiritual cultivator or an awakened individual. Don't look at me like that. I awaken my mechanical sense, becoming a natural mechanist, which is quite normal. And despite my appearance, I have a genuine love for machinery. Muno felt a tremor of astonishment within, while Gu Ling, who had been seated on the sofa teasing the little white creature, instinctively narrowed her eyes. Muno scrutinized Wanxiu from head to toe, understanding that possessing a mechanical sense is of utmost importance for a mechanist. Many mechanists spend considerable time honing this sensitivity, but those born with it, even at the lowest level, can attract the attention of master craftsmen eager to take them on as apprentices. With proper training, they could achieve remarkable feats in the realm of mechanics. Indeed, those who gain admission to the Tanu Academy are certainly no ordinary individuals. With these fine materials. Just watch me create miracles. Wanxiu cradled the object in his arms, gesturing for Munua to accompany him to place it in his room. This was Munua's first time entering Wanxiu's quarters. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed an array of indistinguishable mechanical contraptions lining the walls, while a collection of unidentifiable instruments cluttered the corner. Not far from the bedside stood a workbench, and the air was faintly infused with the scent of machine oil. Following Wanshio's lead, Munua set the item down on a vacant patch of floor. Wanshio beamed at the materials with a gleeful chuckle. A shiver ran down Munua's spine. For enthusiasts of machinery, these components possessed an allure akin to that of a beautiful woman stripped of her garments. "So, what will you do next?" Munua inquired, assisting with the organization of the related equipment, his expression laced with curiosity. "Of course, I shall enter seclusion for cultivation," Wanshio replied with a serious tone. "All right, best of luck." Chapter 26. Too late. Awaiting death, the clock ticked steadily forward, warm sunlight streaming into the living room, casting a distinctive glow. Clad in standardized attire, Munua bore an identification badge indicating his status as an F-level silent team member. Though still youthful, he possessed a robust physique, standing at just under 1.60 meters. His well-fitted clothing accentuated his elongated form. The sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Guling, also dressed in school uniform, descended, his tousled bangs partially obscuring his eyes, giving him a somewhat dazed appearance. "Good morning," Munua greeted. "Morning," Guling replied, raising an eyebrow as he tucked a stray lock of hair behind his ear. He approached the refrigerator, retrieved 2 cartons of milk, and handed one to Munua, indicating that breakfast would not be enjoyed in the dormitory today. "Who knows if we'll have time later to grab a meal. Let us just have some milk to tide us over." Munua smiled, inserting a straw into the carton. He took a sip, the cool taste prompting him to indulge in several more gulps. "Ah, good morning." Wanshio, stifling a yawn and sporting dark circles under his eyes, descended the stairs alongside the tall hawk. Morning," Guling replied, passing 2 more bottles of milk to them as they prepared to head to the square for the new examination ceremony. Indeed, the new examination commenced today. As the group reached the ground floor, Munua spotted Hanziu leaning against the wall, arms crossed, one hand clutching several bags. "If you all dawdle any longer, I might start to wonder if you've been abducted by ghosts." He rolled his eyes, tossing the bag to Munua. "Breakfast. Thank you." Munua blinked. Over the past few days, he and Hanziu had forged a friendship. He handed the items to the others and introduced Hanziu to Hawk and Wanshio before continuing towards the square. The examination site for the new test was in the Black Forest, not far from the Tanu Academy. As Hanziu perused the materials regarding the new examination, he suddenly chuckled. "By the way, this new examination will be held in conjunction with other top-tier academies. You must have heard about it, right?" Munua? No, he had not. Having immersed himself in training after reviewing relevant materials, he subsequently secluded himself for several days due to the influence of cyclical powers. Recently, he has been diligently making his way to the library, and even upon returning to the dormitory, the ever-informed and loquacious Wanshio was engrossed in his own cultivation. Observing Munua's clearly bewildered expression, Hanziu inquired, "You don't know? I can hardly believe it. Little brother, what's going on? Did you lose internet access?" "Oh, I haven't had the chance to keep up with the latest news these days," he replied dryly. Hearing this, Wanshio's eyes brightened. Come. Let me explain it to you. For some unknown reason, several major academies have chosen to collaborate and hold this examination simultaneously. You must have seen the rewards for the top rankings, right? The question mark rewards are jointly provided by these prestigious institutions." "Jointly provided?" Munua interrupted, somewhat perplexed. "Isn't this an internal ranking? Why would other schools contribute?" Just as Wanshio was about to respond, Guling interjected coolly, "Because the criteria have changed. This ranking will include all participants from various academies." Realizing the implications, Munua's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is it really necessary? We are merely F-grade, and most of us are freshmen." "Ah, the message from above is to instill a sense of urgency in us," Hanziu remarked, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. As the gentle breeze swept by, the group fell into a contemplative silence. Hoyt glanced around, scratching his head, clearly struggling to grasp the situation. "Well, these matters are beyond our control, but one can envision that this is a grand event." Munua suddenly chuckled, his demeanor lightening as he strode forward. "Whatever the future holds, let us just take action." The sun's rays cascaded upon Munua, enveloping him in a golden hue. In that fleeting moment, Guling seemed to perceive a flicker of flame, recalling Munua's earlier words about a childlike heart. At that instant, understanding dawned upon him. Upon arriving at the square, the throngs of people were already bustling. After parting ways with Wanshio and Hoik, Munua and his companions sought the position of MOU, only to be pleasantly surprised to find their teams situated in the central area, akin to a prime position, with curious, scrutinizing, and even disdainful gazes directed at them. Munua and his companions joined the line. "Ah, you've arrived." Han Jojo, standing at the front of the queue, greeted them with a smile and a wave. In the time they had spent together, the classmates had grown considerably friendlier than before. "Did we arrive on time?" Munua blinked innocently, a playful question on his lips. "Not yet. It's not time yet," Imoyu replied cheerfully, having been chatting with her sister prior to their arrival. Dressed in her school uniform with 2 playful pigtails. Her fair skin was touched with a hint of blush, and her bright eyes sparkled with mirth, emanating an indescribable vitality. Inspired by her exuberance, Munua couldn't help but smile. "Thank you. You're welcome." After a brief exchange, the group settled in, awaiting the commencement of the grand event. Before long, a resounding noise echoed, and a high platform emerged before Munua and his companions. Upon it sat or stood several dozen individuals, with the vice dean, Fuchsia, occupying the central position. In a flurry of light and shadow, a vast virtual screen materialized behind them, distinctly projecting their figures for all to see. Being in close proximity, Munua instinctively gazed upward, and to his surprise, he immediately recognized a familiar silhouette, his elder brother, whom he had not seen for several months. As if sensing his gaze, Mu Yin briefly met his eyes, and Munua felt an abrupt shift in the atmosphere, turning cold and austere. Glancing at the large screen, he noticed his brother's brows slightly furrowed. Initially puzzled, he soon recalled something, running his fingers through his hair, his mouth twitching slightly. "Why do I get the feeling your brother has suddenly changed?" Han Ziyu perceptively noted a shift. "I forgot to inform him about my hair color change," Munua replied, his expression growing peculiar. "Then you're finished." Given your brother's possessive nature, he is likely conjuring up all sorts of negative scenarios based on that expression, Han Ziyu remarked. Munua felt a headache coming on as he glanced again at his brother, who had already shifted his gaze elsewhere. "Is it too late to send a message?" "Too late. Just accept your fate," came the response. Chapter 27. Charge. As per usual, the host began introducing the identities of those seated on the platform, followed by a series of rather mundane speeches. The crowd found themselves overwhelmed by the tediousness, feeling as though the sun was scorching down upon them. Perhaps sensing their collective exasperation, the heavens graciously allowed the formalities to conclude. "Now, students, let us embark." With a thud, as if guided by an unseen force, a fleet of spacecraft appeared on the horizon. "Follow me. Our supplies are all on the designated ship, and we can retrieve them directly," Imo Jojo gestured to the crowd, leading the way toward one of the vessels. The throng of people orderly proceeded toward their assigned direction. In many respects, the presence of class administrators was indeed essential. The spacecraft was not particularly large, likely due to their small number, a compact vessel that still offered ample space for the few occupants. At the entrance, a pile of dark green backpacks awaited. Upon locating his own, Munua grabbed it and settled into a seat, placing it beside him. Outside, clouds drifted by, occasionally interrupted by other ships bearing the same insignia. "Cough, everyone. Our destination is roughly 2 to 3 hours away. You may rest for a while. Additionally, we will be entering the Black Forest via a random drop method, so prepare yourselves mentally." Whether it was merely Munuo's impression or not, he sensed a quiver in Mo Jojo's voice as she mentioned the random drop. "Random drop?" Mo Yuxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "It can't be what I think it is, right, Munuo?" A sense of foreboding inexplicably washed over him, as he noticed that Gu Ling and Han Ziyu, not far from him, appeared somewhat stiff. Munua blinked, and seeing no one around to provide an explanation, he refrained from inquiring further. It seemed this was a matter of common knowledge. He had been rather careless, having overlooked something in the library. "Oh right, almost forgot." Mo Jojo suddenly slapped her forehead and addressed the group, urging them to open the outermost layer of their backpacks and don the red sensory wristbands. This device must be worn at all times. Upon hearing this, Munua instinctively opened his bag and indeed found a wristband, which he promptly secured around his wrist. "Remember, tapping the wristband 3 times will reveal a Tanu symbol. A single touch will send a distress signal, prompting a teacher to escort you out," she elaborated. "By the way, our communicators will have no signal inside." After thoroughly advising the group, Mo Jojo fell silent. Once equipped, the others also quieted, choosing to close their eyes and rest, preparing themselves to face the impending challenges in the best possible manner. Munua felt an unsettling certainty that this trial would be far more arduous than anticipated. After all, he was merely 10 years old. The sudden deceleration jolted everyone awake, and Munua instinctively focused his gaze out the window, where a vast expanse of dark, towering woods loomed ahead, resembling ferocious beasts lying in wait. Just how extensive was the Black Forest? According to incomplete statistics, its known land area is approximately 377 253 square kilometers, while the perimeter stretches around 820,000 square kilometers. To put it into perspective, placing all of them within it would be akin to ants wandering into a colossal human edifice. Even if the school selected only a portion of the nearby area, it would be sufficiently vast. Success in reaching the destination, random deployment will commence shortly. Please ensure your belongings are secure and enter the deployment chamber in an orderly manner. A mechanical voice resonated in their ears. Subsequently, black orbs began to cascade before them, one of which transformed into a towering 2-meter round mechanical entity upon landing in a designated spot. Mo Giorgio, please enter the chamber. Mo Giorgio swallowed nervously, shouldering her bag. Her complexion slightly pale as she stepped inside. Just as she entered, a small door on the spherical object closed behind her. Almost immediately, the sphere descended slightly, and a door at its base opened. With a resounding thud, the sphere plummeted from view, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Gulp. Munua instinctively swallowed hard, thinking to himself, "Goodness, I'm only 10 years old. I haven't lived enough yet." Next, Moio. Thud. Next, Hanziu. Hanziu, before departing, managed a stiff smile in Munua's direction, as if wishing him good luck. Thud. Next, Munua. Chapter 28. Oh no. Munua felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He was the last one left, following Guling. After glancing around and confirming there was no way to seize a ship, he resigned himself to fate and stepped forward. Just as the chamber door was about to close, the mechanical voice resonated again, but this time, Munua perceived a hint of reassurance within its tones. Rest assured, this product has undergone rigorous scrutiny before being put into use, ensuring its safety. Before Muno could react, the hatch closed abruptly, and he was overwhelmed by a sudden sensation of descent. In the dimly lit black forest, a colossal tree was violently uprooted, while a mechanical sphere plummeted at an astonishing speed, producing a horrifying sound as it collided with the air. Boom! The sphere struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a massive crater. Calling. Countless nameless birds erupted from the surrounding jungle, and this scene echoed across numerous locations. Thud! The towering sphere suddenly ascended, extending mechanical supports as the hatch opened. A pallid youth, devoid of any hint of color in his complexion, stumbled down, his steps unsteady. Before long, he appeared unable to endure the turmoil, furrowing his brow as he hurried toward a giant tree. Ugh! Muno nearly expelled everything he had consumed the previous evening. Once his stomach was emptied, he wearily wiped the grime from his mouth and surveyed his surroundings. Where's this place? No answer came. The towering black trees surrounding him remained silent. With a resigned sigh, he decided to leave, wary of attracting any unwanted attention with such commotion. After all, he was merely an F-grade individual, among the weakest of the weak. He hastily chose a direction and fled. After an indeterminate period of running, he finally halted. This place seemed sufficiently distant. There should be no immediate concern. Ding! The red sensory wristband activated, welcoming user Muno and announcing the impending activation of the live broadcast feature. The countdown commenced. 3, 2, 1, successfully initiated. Would you like to view the live room? His own image materialized in the air, and he curiously glanced around, discovering that the environment within a 5-meter radius was captured. Quite impressive, he mused, before turning his attention back to a more secluded spot. He set down his backpack, ready to inspect its contents. Wait, it suddenly dawned on him to check the wristband again, his expression shifting to one of despair. Why did you only just activate now? Had I known, I would have directly entered the life and death bracelet earlier, thus sparing myself this torment. Regardless of the extent of his internal turmoil, he could only grumble silently, not daring to voice his frustration, for he was indeed broadcasting live now. Although it was uncertain if anyone was watching, it was possible that someone might later peruse these videos out of sheer boredom. Puffing his cheeks, he redirected his focus to the backpack, which contained a square plastic wrap enclosing a set of black tactical attire, a round, rubbery object that resembled a sleeping bag, a sharp-looking folding knife, a petite, yet durable flashlight, and 10 packets of nutritional liquid. Oh, and a rather wide silver bracelet. Nothing more. Muno blinked, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. What is this, brother? Wilderness survival? He retrieved the silver bracelet, noticing a red and a blue button. Pressing the red one, a narrow beam of red light emerged, and in an instant, the backpack vanished. Munua momentarily paused, gradually coming to the realization that this was a spatial hub. How generous of the school to provide such a facility free of charge. Unbeknownst to him, the spatial hub was exclusively granted to individuals of exceptional talent. And as an S-rank gifted individual, Munua undoubtedly belonged to this select group. Chapter 29. The efficacy of perception after retrieving his backpack from the hub. Munua placed the items scattered on the ground into it, mindful of the limited space available in the hub. He secured the spatial hub to his left hand, covering it with his communicator, and found it fit perfectly. Satisfied, he nodded. It appeared much more comfortable this way. After all, the small hub was lightweight and resilient, capable of withstanding the pressure. Yet, for some reason, Munua felt an inexplicable sense of forgetfulness. He stroked his chin, attempting to recollect his thoughts. He bypassed the memory of the sphere's descent and traced back to the moment just before his departure. Vivid images flashed in his mind. Ultimately settling on the moment he was about to open the door and casually toss Xiaobai into the pocket of his outer garment. "Xiaobai, are you all right?" Munua exclaimed, hurriedly rummaging through his pocket to retrieve the now flattened Xiaobai. The little creature's eyes shimmered with bewilderment, as if to ask, "Am I still alive, Master?" Munua instinctively glanced at the red sensation, realizing he had acted carelessly. "Well, it's fine. We can treat it as a special spirit type," he reassured, clearing his throat. "You're still alive. Wow, Master. I thought I would never see you again." That was truly terrifying. Throughout the journey, Xiaobai had refrained from conversing with Munua to avoid detection, but once inside the sphere, the sensation of weightlessness made him feel as though he was facing death for the first time. Munua blinked, feeling a pang of guilt. He gently patted Xiaobai's head. "All right, we need to find a seemingly safe place to spend the night." Simultaneously, he communicated with him through his soul power. "Be cautious and avoid revealing anything. I'm currently live streaming, so from now on, consider yourself a special spirit type that can only sense treasures." Upon hearing this, Xiaobai shook his ears in acknowledgement, feeling somewhat regretful for having forgotten about the live stream in his moment of excitement, inadvertently revealing his ability to speak. He hoped it hadn't caused any significant trouble for his master. Having been enlightened by Munua's knowledge, Xiaobai had grown accustomed to this world. Meanwhile, Mu Yin bit her lip, gazing curiously at the screen, which displayed the conversation between Munua and Xiaobai. When did Xiaonua acquire this mouse? What else has he not told me? Mu Yin felt a twinge of frustration, wishing she could dive into the screen and demand answers from Munua. At the same time, Fu Xi had noticed Xiaobai in Munua's hand, but chose to remain silent. While self-supplied resources were not permissible, Xiaobai, as a spirit pet, was beyond reproach. As the wind passed silently, Munua continued his journey, eventually discovering a location that could be deemed relatively safe. A conclusion reached after Xiaobai's sensing abilities guided him. Before him stood a towering ebony tree, its dense branches interwoven to form a makeshift nest, albeit a precarious one, thanks to Muno's modest modifications. Nevertheless, it provided a semblance of shelter. With a sense of satisfaction, Muno unfurled his sleeping bag and laid it atop the crude structure, contemplating the possibility of entering a deeper meditative state through slumber, which would allow him to awaken himself with ease. He called to Xiaobai, instructing it to keep watch through the night, before burrowing into the sleeping bag and closing his eyes to rest. At that moment, the sky had already succumbed to darkness. The tranquil night was accompanied by the gentle sway of branches, as if whispers of the wind danced through the air. Xiaobai, initially slumped beside Muno, perked up as its ears twitched, sensing something amiss. It surveyed the surroundings, but after a moment of cautious perception, detected no imminent danger. What could it be? An illusion? Perhaps? Xiaobai spun around in place, seemingly relaxing, yet soon after, it leapt upright, pawing at a cluster of leaves. To its astonishment, it caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadowy figure darting past. An illusion? That seemed implausible. Xiaobai hastily turned and tapped Muno's face, its eyes alert as it scanned the vicinity. "What is it?" Muno's voice, tinged with fatigue, bore the weight of sleepiness, yet his body was already tensed. "Master, there's something nearby. I just swiped at that spot, and a shadow rushed by." Xiaobai frantically gestured with its paw, recounting the circumstances to Muno. Suddenly alert, Muno took in the stillness around them, only the wind occasionally breaking the silence. With a slight furrow of his brow, he summoned a trace of reincarnation power into the branches, a glint of crimson flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion, Muno drew a dagger and thrust it towards a direction. The blade sliced through the air, and dark green blood erupted from the ground, followed by a violent tremor. Unfazed, Muno coolly infused the dagger with a potent force of silence and drove it fiercely once more into the earth. Gradually, the struggling ceased, and with a steady hand, he retrieved a long, serpentine creature from the depths. His gaze fell coldly upon the lifeless emerald snake, and as he probed it with his power, he unmistakably sensed a remnant of life within. Feigning death, was it? Muno blinked, expressionless, as he absorbed the creature's remaining vitality. The snake, sensing the encroaching danger, writhed in a futile attempt to escape, but could not resist the invasion. Soon, the emerald serpent succumbed completely to death. Muno examined his prize, a noteworthy specimen indeed. Though the snake was not particularly formidable, its ancestral toxins held promise. Nodding in satisfaction, a thought struck him. Instinctively, he picked up the dagger resting nearby. His gaze momentarily vacant. Having suffered the corrosive effects of reincarnation power and the snake's venom, this once ordinary but slightly sharp dagger had effectively declared itself obsolete. He remained silent for a considerable time. Xiao Bai, observing its master, sat obediently beside him, aware of its own responsibility in the matter, attributing the misperception to the frailty of their current vessel. This thought inadvertently transmitted through its mental energy to Muno, though Xiao Bai remained oblivious to this fact. Upon hearing the thought, Muno's expression became inscrutable, yet he chose not to voice any response. Instead, he meticulously cleaned the emerald snake before once again closing his eyes to seek tranquility. Once again, silence enveloped the surroundings, and this time, no unusual occurrences transpired. Chapter 30. Alas, the golden touch has vanished. In the external realm, Mu Yin gazed at the virtual screen before him, which vividly displayed Munua's composed handling of the Mo-Shi incident. He pressed his lips together, feeling an intricate mix of emotions. If one were to elucidate, it would be a profound sorrow over his seemingly soft and adorable younger brother transforming into a cold-hearted killer after a few months apart. Simultaneously, in an opulent office, Fushiha also took note of Munua. Despite the multitude of live streams, it was only natural that an S-class genius would attract a significant audience. Quite intriguing. Fushiha mused, stroking his chin with satisfaction. Unbeknownst to Munua, as an S-class prodigy, his live stream garnered not a meager audience, but rather an overwhelming number of viewers. In Munua's live stream, loving fish. Wow, this little fellow seems impressive. Overzealous tree. Indeed, for an F-class, this is quite remarkable. The Mo-Shi's poison is indeed troublesome. Did you not notice the spirit mouse? Without its warning, he would surely have fallen victim. Anonymous Stone. If you're so capable, why not step up? At least he has the talent to attract a spirit mouse. What about you? A night passed in silence. Munua, oblivious to the conflicts in the live stream, cradled the slumbering Xiao Bai, tucking him into his pocket. Armed with a half-damaged dagger, he resolved to scout the surroundings. Master, where are we headed? Murmured Xiao Bai, lazily pawing at the opening of Munua's pocket, his drowsy eyes curiously scanning the outside. Let us first observe our surroundings. The area was shrouded in darkness, the trees looming ominously. Xiao Bai lamented, expressing a longing for the giant tree in the cycle realm. One grows accustomed to it. Munua shrugged. The vicinity was unusually silent, devoid of even birdsong, save for the occasional rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. Munua furrowed his brow. Xiao Bai, do you not find it oddly quiet? The Black Forest, though predominantly dark due to the abundance of black wood, should not have been entirely devoid of avian life. He was aware that the forest was sparsely populated, yet he did not recall it being so lacking in birds. Xiao Bai, pawing at the pocket, sensed an oddity as well. Master, I seem to detect no significant life force nearby. Is my perception truly this flawed? The more he sensed, the more doubts he harbored about his existence. Something felt amiss. Munua cast a lingering glance at Xiao Bai, sensing something was off. Instinctively, he closed his eyes and began to retrace his memories. Vivid images flashed before him. From the first time he heard Xiao Bai as a luminous orb to the moment Xiao Bai merged within the body of the snow-white creature. Aided by the cycle, everything appeared seamless, yet something felt profoundly wrong. He retraced his steps once more, and suddenly, his gaze sharpened. The place where the master of reincarnation had fought across the heavens was a diminutive world, which subsequently shattered. A fragment of land absorbed the power that had diverged from the master of reincarnation upon his final demise, thereby nurturing the realm of reincarnation. A small world? The realm of reincarnation? He glanced at the perplexed expression on the face of the little white mouse and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The creature was a manifestation of the consciousness birthed from the realm of reincarnation. By all accounts, it should be able to sense most forms of special energy. However, fundamentally, its energy was largely dependent on the realm of reincarnation, and its potent ability to sense the forces of life and death stemmed from its very existence within that realm. In its heyday, it was akin to a shark in the deep sea, a true sovereign, yet now, having detached from that environment, it was like a fish out of water. What utility could it possibly possess? Perhaps initially, in its original form, it retained a considerable degree of perception, but later, it had been confined within the icy chamber by Muno, thus stifling its innate abilities. Consequently, while the little white mouse could sense impending danger, its awareness in broader context was virtually non-existent. Alas, Muno sighed, pondering the trials of life. What was one to do when a once promising advantage suddenly lost its allure? And returns were not an option, master? Observing Munuo's inexplicable sigh, the little white mouse felt an uncharacteristic sense of alarm. Master, do you realize how fearsome you appear right now? It feels as though you might throw something. Chapter 31 with a click of his tongue. Munuo merely patted the little creature's head, remarking that its thoughts from yesterday were indeed correct. Before continuing forward, his vigilance heightened. He had ample reason to suspect that he had entered the territory of a formidable presence. Yet he could not discern why the entity had not revealed itself. Perhaps it was due to his own weakness? 300 meters away, within a grove, a dark green giant serpent coiled around a similarly massive, orange creature resembling a cat, albeit with two tails. The orange cat held a bloodied white kitten in its mouth. The two beings were locked in a standoff, each searching for an opportunity, though it appeared the serpent held the advantage. From a distance, Munuo spotted a thicket laden with crimson fruits. His eyes brightened as he approached with the little white mouse, picked one, wiped it clean, and presented it before the mouse's mouth. Little white mouse. Munuo, try it. It's a red thorn fruit. It appears edible and likely tastes quite pleasant. Upon hearing this, the little mouse felt a surge of emotion, thinking, oh my, the master is truly too kind to me. It eagerly devoured the fruit in one bite. After a considerable time, Munuo observed it intently. The little white mouse also looked back, pondering whether it felt any discomfort. The little mouse, bewildered, replied, not at all. Munuo nodded in satisfaction, taking up another fruit to enjoy. The little mouse thought, something feels off. What just transpired? In the outside world. Within the live stream. The fish who loves water. Goodness, the spirit mouse must have been used to test the poison, right? Right? The blind man. Such audacious maneuvers. Truly reckless. Well done. Hee. Using one's own spirit pet to test poison is excessively cruel, is it not? The fish that loves water. I never expected that the person above is from the Buddhist sect. I am honored to make your acquaintance. The blind man. It is indeed a pleasure. I am but a mere pebble. An honor to meet you. Mu Yin gazed thoughtfully at the chat in the live stream, instructing Mu Yi to utilize the privileges of the Mu family to locate someone named Hehe. He spoke indifferently to a seemingly empty room, yet a moment later, an eager voice responded from the side, followed by the creaking of the door as a fleeting shadow vanished. Mu Yin regarded Hehe with an inscrutable expression, pondering something that did not seem favorable. This tale imparts a lesson. Do not provoke those who are overly attached to their siblings. Ding dong. A first-tier spiritual herb, the Yunju grass, has been detected, worth 3 points. The red bracelet illuminated the herb in hand, producing a crisp sound. Munua examined the Yunju grass, noting its ordinary appearance but practical use, as it could staunch bleeding and frequently appeared in various potions. Munua blinked and stored the medicinal herb away. One never knows when a scrape or cut might occur in the coming month. A mere 3 points for this herb. While the MO she netted a hefty 15 points. A considerable disparity indeed. At that moment, Xiaobai scampered over and leapt onto Munua's shoulder, exclaiming, Master. I spotted a pond not far ahead. Munua, intrigued, inquired about the pond. Yes, and there are many white lotuses atop the water. Curious, he urged, lead me there. One must seek fortune amidst danger. Wait, where's the danger? Xiaobai waved its tiny paws, guiding Munua toward their destination. Before long, a vast pond came into view, its water adorned with swaying white lotuses. In the center, a flower bud poised to bloom differed from the others, emitting a mist of white vapor, evoking a sense of ethereal purity. Mist Lotus, a Tier 3 herb, thrives in shaded locales and is a variant of the white lotus, typically found above E-tier creatures. Munua inhaled sharply, sensing a precarious situation. Xiaobai, did you sense anything unusual upon your arrival? Xiaobai replied, no, nothing remarkable except for that unbloomed flower in the center. This is unexpected. I refuse to believe that such a thing lacks spiritual beasts nearby. Munua contemplated, narrowing his eyes. Let us withdraw for now and devise a thorough plan. Chapter 32. Lurking in wait for a considerable time thereafter. Munua focused his attention on the pond, feeling an inexplicable connection to it. After all, having seen it, there was no reason to shy away. One day, he found a discreet spot that offered a good view of the Mist Lotus, preparing to stake out from there. He sensed that the Mist Lotus would bloom soon. Ding dong. Suddenly, the red bracelet vibrated, startling him. He opened it to check. Ding. The points leaderboard is about to commence. Please prepare. Note, this leaderboard does not support hidden names. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The leaderboard is now live. In an instant, a flurry of dense data appeared. Munua glanced at the leading contenders. First place, Gu Jiucheng, Tianqing Holy Academy, 152. Second place, Huaxiao, Tiandu Academy, 144. Third place, Lungyao, Tianyu Academy, 139. Fourth place, Guzhan, Tianyu Academy, 105. Fifth place, Mo Kai, Tiandu Academy, 103. Sixth place, Wenran, Tianqing Holy Academy, 97. Seventh place, Mo Yu, Tianyu Academy, 92. Eighth place, Manji, Tianqing Holy Academy, 87. Ninth place, Luo Tian, Tianqing Holy Academy, 82. 10th place, Xiao Erci, Tiandu Academy, 71. Munua glanced over the rankings, astonished that the highest score exceeded 100. To his surprise, he recognized two familiar names. Xiaobai inquired, "Is this impressive?" Munua replied, "I currently have around 35 points." Xiaobai blinked. "That is quite remarkable." Clearing his throat, Munua shifted his focus back to the task at hand. Contemplating how to obtain the object before him, he directed his gaze toward the Mist Lotus. Having utilized his unparalleled soul power to conduct extensive investigations over the past few days, he concluded that there might indeed be no guardian beasts present. However, he did not dismiss the possibility that they could be too powerful for him to detect. Thus, he instructed Xiaobai to submerge into the water, even allowing it to approach the Mist Lotus for a close encounter. After a series of strategic maneuvers, Munua felt confident in his assessment. Yet, he was not foolish enough to leap out recklessly, uncertain of what might emerge once the flower unfurled. Munua positioned Xiaobai to scout the surroundings while he himself lay in ambush, observing and waiting. After a prolonged period of patience, the results were undeniably favorable. As the Mist Lotus began to exhale mist more prominently, Munua, without a moment's hesitation, sent Xiaobai to approach it, as they had previously agreed. Although he possessed the power of reincarnation, his current strength rendered a direct attempt at seizing the flower tantamount to folly. Only Xiaobai's involvement represented the wisest choice. After all, should Xiaobai perish, it was merely a vessel that could be replaced. As Xiaobai drew near, the blooming of the Mist Lotus reached its climax. Petals finally began to fall gracefully, enveloped in a veil of white mist, the flowers swaying gently. In the next moment, a flash of white light appeared, and the Mist Lotus vanished. Munua sprinted alongside Xiaobai for quite a distance before receiving the Mist Lotus, which Xiaobai had delicately grasped in its mouth. Now cloaked in a subtle white light, this was the essence of Xiaobai's true power. As the white light dissipated, the Mist Lotus revealed itself, exhaling mist, with petals that exuded an ethereal elegance. Munua cautiously retrieved a wooden box, nurtured by life force, from the spatial nexus, a creation he had fashioned over the past few days. With gentle precision, he utilized his red sense to place the Mist Lotus into the box, subsequently storing it within the life and death ring. Only then did he exhale a sigh of relief, taking a few steps away with the overexerted Xiaobai before examining the results of his recent sensing of the Mist Lotus. Level 3, 32 points. Chapter 33. The viewers in the live stream were somewhat intrigued. Not far from Munua, in a disordered thicket, a giant serpent seemed to sense something, abruptly breaking the silence as its body began to thrash violently. The two-tailed orange cat, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, seized the opportunity to exploit its opponent's fury. Both parties engaged in a fierce battle, fully aware that the outcome would be singular. Either one would perish, or the other would. In an instant, a tempest of violent energy resonated, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Muno, having just completed his investigation, suddenly fixed his gaze, sensing a formidable force in fluctuation. Could it be that our actions were too hasty, and the guardian beast is only now reacting? Muno speculated. The small white creature perched on his shoulder also perceived the energy, shaking its body. "Master, it seems the source of this fluctuation is somewhat distant from the pond." Muno's eyes flickered with determination as he drew a folding knife. "Let us investigate, but we must proceed with caution, given the intensity of this energy. It could easily lead to our demise." Had he not detected another energy signature within this force and possessed a life and death ring, he would likely have fled as far as possible. Although Muno valued his life, he understood the adage that fortune favors the bold. If conditions permitted a reckless gamble, he was inclined to take it. Moreover, he harbored an instinctive feeling that venturing forth would yield significant rewards. Meanwhile, in another location, a figure darted through the swaying trees, suddenly pausing as if sensing something. After a brief contemplation, he moved toward the direction of his perception. In yet another place, a silhouette wielding a mechanical device detected a peculiar fluctuation, squinting in curiosity before hastening toward it. Another individual, resting upon a tree, abruptly sensed something amiss. "What on earth?" he exclaimed instinctively, quickly frowning and retreating. Clearly, Muno was not the sole individual attuned to the fluctuation. Some chose to embrace risk, while others opted for prudence. The outside world also took note of this phenomenon. Fu Shihe, frowning as he sat in his office, observed the unusual actions of Muno and others. Xiaocheng, what is happening? He inquired, turning to Chen Cheng, who was nearby with an electronic tablet, his tone serious. Upon hearing the question, Chen Cheng swiftly activated the device, his fingers flying over the screen. Soon, beads of sweat appeared on his brow. Vice Dean, I detected a powerful energy fluctuation at coordinates 742, 533. It appears to be emanating from a creature of D rank, or perhaps even nearing C rank. Fu Shihe's frustration boiled over. What is going on? Didn't I instruct you to conduct preliminary reconnaissance? Weren't you the ones who assured me there would be no issues? Is this what you call no issues? Chen Cheng, trembling with trepidation, bowed deeply. What should we do, Vice Dean? Fu Shihe fumed. Get someone to resolve this immediately. Yes. Chen Cheng was about to spring into action when Fu Shihe's voice rang out again. Wait, something feels off. He furrowed his brow. Do not let anyone intervene just yet. Have someone monitor remotely. If the situation escalates, then we can authorize a response. Though Chen Cheng was somewhat perplexed, he nodded and relayed the instructions. In the Munua live broadcast, a crowd was initially in awe of Munua's acquisition of the Mist Lotus, but soon found themselves perplexed by his sudden actions. What is happening? What did he sense? One viewer wondered. I don't know, but it's certainly not simple, another replied. Do we need you to tell us that? Chimed in a third. An anonymous viewer remarked, Friends, something feels off. I just came from the neighboring Gujiu City livestream, and it seems he suddenly discovered something and hurried off in a certain direction. I also came from next door, and that person appeared to sense something. Yet instead of investigating, he chose to flee, said another. What on earth did he sense? I'm so curious, exclaimed a viewer. Why the rush? The host is clearly going to investigate. We'll know soon enough. Chapter 34. Is this opportunity? The fluctuations grew increasingly intense, and Munua was astonished to find such formidable creatures even on the periphery. He took a deep breath, pondering the situation. In a series of swift movements, he raced towards the distance and soon arrived at an open expanse. Taking refuge behind a colossal tree, he was left speechless by the scene before him. Xiaobai, is it too late to regret my choice to flee? Before him, a massive ink-black serpent was engaged in a fierce struggle with an equally gigantic two-tailed orange cat. As for whether it was too late, it was evidently beyond that point. He felt the cold, piercing gaze of the serpent upon him. Measuring approximately 10 meters in length and 2 meters in width, there was no doubt that the serpent was at least a D-grade threat. Its adversary, holding its own in this fierce battle, was evidently of a similar caliber. Munua felt a throb of pain in his head. He was certain that glance had etched his presence into the serpent's memory. What should we do, master? Xiaobai asked anxiously, feeling the tremors in its legs due to the inherent instincts of their current form. Munua's eyes flickered. Staying here at his present level could prove perilous. Perhaps retreat would be the wiser choice, but upon glancing at the enormous serpent, he realized that being marked by it would lead to outcomes he did not desire. Seizing the moment, he drew his folding knife, silently gathering his strength. Observing the serpent's current entanglement, he surmised that with his abilities, a swift strike might not be out of reach. Xiaobai instinctively nestled into his pocket, determined not to be a burden. Boom. Time passed, and the ink-black serpent struck the orange cat with its tail, swiftly closing in once more. Munua's gaze sharpened as he watched the serpent's back. This was his opportunity. With a quick motion, he sprang forth, channeling the power of reincarnation into his folding knife, and struck fiercely at his target. His strike found its mark. Not lingering for greed, he quickly retreated, once more taking cover. The serpent, feeling a sudden, intense pain from behind, instinctively lashed its tail. Before it could react further, the orange cat sensed an opening and swiftly raised its paw to claw at the serpent. In that moment, the serpent found itself unable to evade the assault and was forced to endure, blood gushing forth, its rage intensifying. Munua seized the moment, launching another surprise attack. There's a saying that goes, this is what love is. Hiss. The black serpent let out a furious cry, abruptly directing its gaze toward Muno, choosing to endure the onslaught of the orange cat, swiftly whipping its tail towards him. Clearly, in the eyes of its adversary, Muno, this insignificant creature ignited a considerable ire. With an impassive countenance and devoid of panic, Muno nimbly evaded, albeit still feeling a trace of metallic sweetness in his throat, influenced by the serpent's aura. Ignoring the turmoil within, he hastened to the side of the orange cat, standing before the serpent, hoping it could comprehend his words. I shall endeavor to create an opening. You must strive to seize the opportunity. He could not fathom why he instinctively believed this feline was slightly more astute than the serpent. perhaps due to its more pleasing appearance. Without waiting for the cat to respond, he advanced, wielding his blade diagonally towards the foe. Naturally, the colossal serpent would not allow him to succeed and evaded by tilting its head, simultaneously sweeping its tail. Muno smirked. During the serpent's instinctive maneuver, a half-damaged dagger materialized in his hand. After infusing it with a significant portion of deathly energy, he swiftly aimed for the creature's eye. Just as the serpent intended to turn again, the orange cat's claws struck, causing it to momentarily falter. With a sickening squelch, the dagger viciously penetrated one of its eyes, the force of deathly energy erupting instantaneously. Seizing the moment, Muno quickly retreated, distancing himself from the battlefield. The serpent, now deprived of one eye, was evidently no match for the orange cat. With a resounding crash, the serpent collapsed to the ground. Though faintly alive, it could no longer move. "Thank you, young one." An ancient voice suddenly resonated in Muno's mind. He gripped his folding knife warily, only to discern that the being bore no malice. However, it was quite remarkable for a D-class entity to communicate telepathically. "You're welcome," he mused, politely nodding after a moment's contemplation. The orange cat regarded him for a prolonged period, as if weighing something, before finally saying, "Approach me." At this, Muno hesitated briefly but ultimately moved towards it. Senior, given its current demeanor, he presumed it would not lash out unexpectedly. Moreover, as a well-mannered and considerate child, how could he disregard the words of an elder? "Extend your hand." A gust of wind swept through, and suddenly, a white kitten appeared in Muno's grasp, its body drenched in blood, with a feeble aura. "Senior, what is this?" "It is a young one of my kin. I possess a premonition that you can save it, hence I entrust it to you. Are you not afraid that I may be a villain?" He instinctively inquired, only to witness the orange cat display a remarkably human-like smile. "No, you are not." Muno fell silent for a moment, then revealed a faint smile. "Indeed, I am not. Are you nearing your end, senior?" The orange cat chuckled softly. "After my demise, keep what remains, it should prove valuable." With that, it closed its eyes, its breath gradually waning. Muno silently observed for a while before approaching the fallen serpent, placing a hand upon its body. On the surface, it appeared as if he was merely probing, yet in truth, he was siphoning its energy. After absorbing the essence, he deftly dealt with the opponent and approached the orange cat. As soon as he touched its body, a burst of light emerged, and the massive corpse of the orange cat vanished, leaving behind three seemingly extraordinary objects. Such a phenomenon typically occurs only through self-dissolution, where the essence of the being dissipates into the cosmos, leaving behind remnants of its own essence. However, it is rare for otherworldly beasts to willingly undergo this process, and most do not comprehend self-dissolution. The fact that this orange cat could do so suggests a remarkable origin. After securing the items, he bowed 3 times to the heavens and cast a glance in a certain direction before departing. Had he been discovered? A young boy stood there, shrugged, and then walked away. Since the spectacle had concluded, there was no reason to linger. He harbored no interest in coveting the possessions of others. Soon, others arrived, but Munua had already vanished without a trace. Once again, he returned to the initial tree hollow. As he settled down, he closed his eyes to meditate. He felt a surge of energy within him, and if he did not take measures to organize it soon, he might inadvertently demonstrate what could be termed a human fireworks display in the livestream. Munua guided the amassed power towards the spiritual points within his body. Before long, he sensed an overwhelming vitality coursing through him, until he felt the emergence of a peculiar shackle. Break through it. Instinctively, Munua gathered all his strength and shattered the shackle with a forceful burst. Boom! A resonant sound echoed, and then he felt something within him shifting, accompanied by a wave of pain. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. At last, when the dust settled, Munua opened his eyes, extended his hand, and a complex expression flickered in his gaze. Chapter 35, A Little Maneuvering E-Rank. Even in its dying state, the colossal serpent's residual energy had propelled him to a new level, leading him to ponder what might have transpired had he absorbed a complete D-rank entity. Munua furrowed his brow, quickly dismissing the thought. At this moment, he felt sticky all over, but there was no time to dwell on such matters. He reached over and scooped up the small white cat that had been lying nearby for examination. "Master, are you all right?" The little white cat looked at Munua with concern. Munua shook his head. Despite his disheveled appearance, he was, in fact, in excellent condition. He regarded the small cat in his arms, his brow furrowed. This cat seemed to have encountered some trouble. Hearing this, the little white cat leaped to the side of the kitten. "What should we do?" "We promised the orange cat we would take care of it." For some reason, the little white cat had developed a fondness for the orange cat, and it felt a twinge of sorrow at its dissolution. Perhaps it was because this was the first gentle, otherworldly beast it had encountered. There were indeed solutions. Munua pondered briefly before saying, "Let us go to the Mist Lotus Pond." He was now fairly certain of whose territory the Mist Lotus Pond belonged to. And with its master rendered unable to contest it, he had no qualms about claiming it. Outside, in Munua's livestream, the overwhelmed tree. "Brothers, what have I just witnessed? A D-rank? Surely that was a D-rank. The water-loving fish. I thought I was watching a live stream of the new recruit's examination. Has the new assessment become this terrifying? Unnamed small stone. I feel like having been born so many years earlier has its advantages. Chuckles, isn't it just a D-rank? That's a piece of cake, isn't it? The blind man. Up there, an F-grade can single-handedly take on a D-grade. Truly impressive. Agu. Indeed, remarkable." Muno, accompanied by the white cat and the kitten, made his way directly to the pond. The Mist Lotus had been taken by him in haste, leaving behind its roots. At this moment, the pond still appeared somewhat hazy. Muno did not linger long. He stepped into the water and took out a wooden board, placing the white cat atop it. And together they glided towards the center of the pond where the Mist Lotus roots lay. Fortunately, he had learned to swim in this lifetime. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. Muno couldn't help but mutter a remark as the mist enveloped him. Approaching the stem and leaves, he lifted himself slightly to prevent accidentally submerging too deeply. Then, glancing at the red sensation bracelet and the surroundings, he decided to unleash a force of reincarnation to shroud them, ensuring that the unreliable mist wouldn't reveal his intentions. "Xiaobai." Muno calmly positioned the white cat and called out. Xiaobai understood and approached the white cat, as if the master wanted him to observe the ailing creature and enter its body. "It can be interpreted that way, but I wish to attempt a complete fusion." "What does that mean?" Xiaobai pondered, its gaze filled with confusion. Muno looked at it, his eyes shimmering. "Do you comprehend the concept of soul possession?" At his words, the snow-white Xiaotsong exhibited hesitation, wondering if the master intended for it to replace the cat's soul. "Not quite. I plan to merge your souls together." Muno replied with calm assurance. Xiaobai exclaimed, "Master, is that feasible?" "We'll find out through experimentation. There's nothing to lose." Hearing this, Xiaobai nodded. "Then, Master, what must I do?" Muno patted its head. "First, let your true form emerge. When I instruct you to enter this cat's body, do so. But remember not to hastily consume the other's soul." "Oh, understood." A soft white light began to emanate from within Xiaotsong, gradually forming a luminous sphere. Muno paid no mind to it. He retrieved the Mist Lotus from the ring of life and death, glanced at it, and casually plucked 3 petals before returning it. He then took several leaves from the same ring, ground them into powder, wrapped them around the Mist Lotus, and forcefully fed it into the white cat's mouth. Ignoring the cat's pain from the surge of vitality flooding its body, Muno wielded the power of reincarnation, guiding the life force throughout the white cat's being. A flicker of dark light flashed in his eyes as a breath of soul energy entered the creature. Soon, deep within its consciousness, he found a seemingly feeble spirit. Ignoring its restlessness, he entwined his soul power around it. The frail spirit froze at once, and at that moment, Muno commanded, "Xiaobai," with a swish. The white light surged into the cat's body, reaching the weakened spirit. "Master?" Xiaobai silently gazed at Muno. He nodded, releasing the soul power. Before the white cat could react, Xiaobai transformed into a radiant form, intertwining with the spirit. Muno's gaze sharpened as he rapidly channeled the power of reincarnation. And a cocoon of light began to envelop both Xiaobai and the spirit, encasing them together. Boom. Chapter 36. The golden finger reawakens. It seemed as though a thunderous roar echoed through the air as Munua, with an impassive expression, beheld the white cat before him, now enveloped in a golden radiance. Time slipped away, and soon, the spiritual cocoon deep within the creature's consciousness began to tremble violently. With a crack, the cocoon shattered, releasing a brilliant beam of golden light. Gradually, the luminous aura surrounding the white cat began to fade. After a considerable pause, the creature finally opened its eyes. Golden orbs emerged before Munua, initially filled with wariness, then confusion, and finally settling into a gaze of trust that Munua recognized all too well. It appeared the experiment had been remarkably successful. A smile graced Munua's lips, his spirits lifted. This indicated that he could orchestrate even more intricate maneuvers in the future. An excellent experiment indeed. The little white cat shook its head, blinking curiously at Munua's words, pondering what would have happened had the endeavor failed. "You wouldn't want to know," Munua replied with a meaningful glance, causing the creature to shudder involuntarily. As for failure, it would result in either one's demise. Was Munua truly a benevolent soul? In his previous life, he appeared gentle and kind-hearted. However, born into such a family, his character harbored a subtle edge that he typically kept concealed. Yet, it would be unfair to label him a villain, for he neither harmed the innocent nor engaged in wrongdoing. What do you feel now? He inquired. Well, I have completely merged with the entity. I have inherited all its memories. Oh, in those memories, he learned that he was the youngest son of the current spirit master of the nine-tailed spirit cat clan. Due to unforeseen circumstances, chaos had erupted within the clan, and he was escorted here, initially destined for the city of heavenly demons, but had been waylaid en route. Munua, taken aback, mused, "Ah, so you truly hail from the nine-tailed clan, and your status is not insignificant. It seems my decision to integrate you is indeed wise. Thus, with diligent cultivation, it is conceivable that you may one day sprout nine tails." Perhaps not, the little white cat replied, instinctively flicking its tail. Its tone laced with uncertainty. What is it? Munua asked, intrigued. Perhaps due to our soul merging, combined with the influence of the leaves of the tree of rebirth. This body seems to have awakened some peculiar bloodline. Munua furrowed his brow. How so? It allows for the awakening of 9 distinct abilities: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, wind, and thunder. However, specific conditions must be met for each to manifest. I am uncertain if my joining has expedited this process, but I now possess mastery over wind and light. To further develop, I can utilize the unique spiritual breathing technique or absorb corresponding crystals for growth. Crystals, Munua echoed, which can be categorized into ordinary types corresponding to the 5 elements and the attributes of wind, thunder, light, and darkness, as well as special types, particularly the white attribute, which can absorb any ability. Crystals are exceedingly rare in this world, typically found in areas rich with elemental essence or birthed from powerful attribute spirit beasts. Munua's gaze flickered as he recalled the items he had recently acquired from the orange cat and the ink serpent. However, he glanced at the currently exuberant Xiaobai, and upon contemplating the attributes of the latter, chose to remain silent. If his conjecture was correct, the attributes of the Mo snake were darkness, while the orange cat embodied earth. Unfortunately, neither of these attributes was possessed by the other party. Master, given my current predicament, what should I do about this? Suddenly, Xiaobai's distressed voice resonated in Muno's ears. He raised his head, following the direction of Xiaobai's gaze, and beheld a snow-white warehouse with tightly shut eyes. Muno pondered, how could one make a pet, which typically appeared lively and healthy, suddenly perish without it seeming out of place? He felt a bit of a headache and rubbed his temples, when suddenly, his eyes fell upon the misty lotus rhizome nearby. A revelation struck him. Xiaobai looked at him in confusion. After beckoning him over, he said, "You will say." Ignoring the astonished look from Xiaobai, he decisively made up his mind. Muno was about to disperse the reincarnation power attached to the red feeling bracelet when he suddenly recalled something. By the way, what is the name of your current body? Spirit White, came the reply. Muno paused, seemingly twitching the corner of his mouth, casting a peculiar glance at the already deceased snow warehouse. All right, prepare yourself. Chapter 37. A bounty of treasures in the external realm of Muno's livestream. A fish in love with water. Damn this fog. Why is it so dense? I desperately want to know how the host will save the cat. A tree oversaturated with water. Enough already, just obliterate it. I want to see too. Why do I feel like he's afraid to let us see? A blind man. What is there to be afraid of? Besides, you already know how the fog of the Misty Lotus behaves. It's perfectly normal for it to be obstructed. A bystander from the past, but the Misty Lotus has been removed. The remaining rhizomes and leaves shouldn't be this ferocious. An unknown little stone. That seems plausible. An old friend. Could it be that something unspeakable is being deliberately concealed? The courtesan loves you. Even if it were intentional, what could they use to block it? Create fog out of thin air? A fish in love with water. Let's not squabble. Something's happening. Instantly, the live stream fell into silence as everyone focused intently on the screen. Before long, the mist began to gradually disperse, revealing Muno's form, with a cat perched upon his head. A tree oversaturated with water. What on earth happened? Why does that cat seem so spirited all of a sudden? What are they up to? A blind man, damn. I want to see the process. The blind man gifted Muno 10 heavenly spirit bullets. A fish in love with water. Calm down, blind brother. Even if you gift the host, you still want to be able to see. Unbeknownst to Muno, the commotion in his live stream was irrelevant to him. Even if he were aware, he wouldn't mind, as it served no purpose. He took a deep breath and then plunged into the pond. Since Misty Lotuses typically only grew in E-grade biological environments and above, there must be valuable treasures beneath. Muno descended along the lotus stem, discovering that the pond's surface appeared inconspicuous, yet once inside, he realized it was far deeper than expected. It seemed that unexpected gains awaited him. Why did he say again? After a while, Muno finally glimpsed the ground and cautiously stood upon it. He glanced around, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Not far from him, there lay a cave, its entrance overgrown with lush vegetation, yet not entirely concealed. Muno pondered for a moment before stepping inside with his white cat. With a splash, it felt as though he had crossed some unseen barrier. Muno was astonished to discover that, although he had merely taken a step, the interior of the cave was strikingly different from the outside world. Outside, the water was deep and mysterious, while inside, not a drop of water could be found, and the environment appeared quite arid. "Ah, a hidden dungeon," Muno remarked casually, beginning to observe his surroundings. The stone walls were smooth, indicating that something had frequently rubbed against them. The ground was dry, suggesting that no one had visited for several days. As he brushed his hand against the floor, he felt a fine layer of dust. He ventured deeper and soon came across a stone door. Ah, there are signs of impact. This must indeed be the lair of that serpent. But wait, it appears to be an outsider as well, he mused as he touched the stone door and shrugged. "Master, what shall we do now?" inquired the once little white cat, now spirit white, who communicated with Muno through mental energy. It was not wise for him to reveal his current form. Muno contemplated. "Let me see if I can open this." He examined the stone door and pushed against it, but it did not budge. He then moved aside to find a large hole, the ground strewn with peculiar dry grasses and branches. Unlike the stone chamber, this area resembled a primitive cave. Presumably, the serpent had excavated it afterward. Upon entering, Muno was nearly overwhelmed by nausea. What has this serpent brought here? He covered his mouth and nose, gagging slightly as the rancid odor assaulted his senses, reminiscent of decaying flesh mingled with refuse, an olfactory assault akin to a biochemical weapon. "Master, it stinks terribly here." Spirit White grimaced, instinctively sealing off its spiritual awareness to cope with the foulness. As a feline, it had almost retched upon first inhaling the smell. Ignoring the visibly distressed Spirit White, Muno wiped his face and furrowed his brow as he ventured further into the cave. He shifted some dry grass in the corner, and his pupils constricted in horror, followed by a painful clenching in his stomach. He exhaled sharply, closed his eyes, and braced himself before confronting the nightmarish scene before him. Rotting human bodies lay intertwined with unknown animals. Some were missing arms, others legs, and a few were reduced to mere torsos or heads. Occasionally, he spotted kidneys melting away. Seeping black liquid, Muno observed the grotesque tableau with a stoic expression, his hands clenched into fists. He sighed and covered the scene again with the dry grass before inspecting other areas. After uncovering a multitude of unspeakable horrors, Muno finally stumbled upon something extraordinary in a corner. Various materials of all sizes were piled high. Mechanical creations of the ingenious, an abundance of mechanical components, objects resembling ores, and a mix of herbs alongside several crystals. In the end, there were several technological products and other daily necessities. Muno inspected them and discovered a few medicinal herbs that were still usable. Level 2 Wonton Grass, 21 points. Level 2 Starry Rain Grass, 19 points. Level 2 Bamboo Valley Leaves, 15 points. 3 Level 1 and 5 Level 2 herbs combined amounted to about 80 points. Remarkable. A sudden windfall. Muno nodded and turned his attention to the crystals beside him. A Level 3 Fire Spirit Crystal yielded 37 points. A Level 2 Water Spirit Crystal provided 29 points. A Level 2 Wind Spirit Crystal also offered 29 points. Muno exclaimed, "What on earth? Level 3? His expression was one of disbelief as he examined the dark red crystal in his hand, turning it over repeatedly. Utterly astonished that he had stumbled upon a Level 3 crystal here. Finding a Level 1 would have been commendable, yet here he was, discovering a Level 3. With the other two being Level 2. Muno blinked, pondering whether he was perhaps dreaming. Had he not yet awakened? Suddenly, he gasped in shock. The spirit creature above him, Lingbai, tugged at one of his hairs. "Master, if you feel pain, then you are certainly not dreaming." Lingbai, initially brimming with enthusiasm, suddenly stiffened, sensing a surge of murderous intent directed at itself. Muno's gaze turned icy. Had it not been for the creature perched atop him, he might have already strangled it. Wasn't he it said that cats were intelligent? How could this one be even more foolish than when it had been inside a hamster? His exhilaration swiftly transformed into cold indifference as he emotionlessly rummaged through the items before him, unexpectedly finding several other intriguing treasures. A functional mechanical lighter, precisely what Muno needed. As though the tools prepared in the life and death ring were cumbersome to access. An apparently unused mechanical dark box. He had encountered such an item before. When he was still at the Mu family, Mu Yen had explained its use to him. It was a common type of hidden weapon, somewhat akin to the legendary Rain Pear Blossom Needle. A mechanical toolbox and a not overly worn machine arm guard. Muno examined the arm guard he held. It appeared to belong to a mid-range category. He gathered these items along with the incomprehensible mechanical materials, preparing to show them to Wancho later to see if any were needed. As for why he didn't tee were the mechanical arm guard. The reason was simple. He had never used one before, and wearing it might prove counterproductive, becoming a burden instead. Chapter 38. B-level creature? After removing all usable items from the cave, Munua set a fire inside, standing in the stone chamber as he observed the scene until the cave collapsed. His gaze returned to the stone door. He had a feeling that something valuable lay within. However, he had no leads and was in no rush to open it. He shifted his attention to the pond outside the cave, stroking his chin, contemplating that it was time for a performance that aligned with the script. Munua blinked and glanced at the muddy bottom of the pond, where a subtle protrusion caught his eye. A thick, emerald green root emerged from it, suggesting that what lay beneath was likely a creature above the E-level. He cast a contemplative glance at the cave, sensing that the creatures lurking beneath the mud were likely far more complex than his imagination had led him to believe. With a wave of his hand, he beckoned Xiaobai to approach. Meanwhile, he slipped one hand into the snow storage within his pocket, a surge of vitality emanating from it. Soon, he infused a sliver of his consciousness into the storage, and it appeared to respond to some unseen pull, beginning to stir. This was a new ability granted to him by Wu Shuang after his advancement. By embedding his consciousness within other living beings, he could surveil them. If they were significantly weaker than himself, he could even exert a fleeting control over them. Upon realizing the extent of this capability, Muno was once again struck by the terrifying nature of Wu Shuang's essence. It seemed, in some respects, even more formidable than the cycle of reincarnation. With a sigh, Muno felt a flicker of unease in his eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was irreversibly heading towards becoming a great antagonist. Xiaobai, it seems we cannot venture into this cave just yet. Let us explore the outside. I am quite curious about the creatures above E-grade. Muno retrieved the snow storage from his pocket, and it nodded in agreement after tapping its paw. Muno waved at Lingbai. Come along, a Ling. Lingbai let out a haughty hum, trailing behind Muno, still slightly disoriented by its newly bestowed name. The trio, one boy, one cat, and one mouse, once again plunged into the pool. The water splashed against them, and Muno's expression grew cold as he swam towards the protrusion. It felt as if something was gradually emerging around him. He sensed an aura that was eerily quiet. A thought flickered through Muno's mind, and he promptly drew a small shovel he had recently acquired, plunging it into the depths. Bang! A resounding noise echoed in his ears, and Muno's expression turned grave as he felt the surrounding aura of stillness intensify. Instinctively, he glanced at the towering roots nearby, recognizing their resilience against corruption as something formidable. Such a powerful entity lying here was a tremendous waste. With a vigorous thrust of his shovel, it felt as though he had shattered some barrier, and his expression remained stoic as he continued to excavate, unearthing what appeared to be a slumbering overlord. Years had passed, and countless energies had been absorbed by the Mist Lotus, yet the creature's exterior remained intact. It was an enormous python, coiled yet still immensely vast. In comparison, the previous dark serpent seemed almost like a mere earthworm. But surely this could not be the ancestor of that serpent? Muno's expression grew complex. He had imagined the depths could hold something astonishing, but never to this extent. Could the serpent's hide still be of use? Muno tentatively caressed its body. An inscrutable expression in his eyes, and a subtle smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. In the expansive depths of the pool, the small boy squatted beside the colossal serpent, accompanied by a cat and a mouse. This scene was vividly captured in the live stream. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm new here. Is this streamer always this impressive? The water-loving fish. It's not about being impressive, it's a matter of fate. The oversleeping tree. Indeed. This streamer has quite the fortune. If one claims he is lucky, he often finds himself in peril. If one claims he is unfortunate, who would dare say so? Given his achievements? The water-loving fish. True. But you seem somewhat familiar? The oversleeping tree. I previously referred to myself as the waterlogged tree. But recently I have been utterly exhausted, hence the name change. The blind man. Are you all straying off topic? Are these the focal points? The unknown little stone. What constitutes a focal point, then? Ahahaha. Aren't you at all curious about that enormous serpent and the cave? Pair, indeed. That giant serpent must be of B rank. Will it reside in the outskirts? Moreover, how has it gone unnoticed all these years? Beautiful. Yet another unsolved mystery of the world emerges. Chapter 39. Facade of Insincerity at Tanu Academy. Fu Shihe gazed at the scenes displayed on the screen, his lips twitching slightly. Ah Chun. His tone was laden with implication, causing the person standing beside him to tremble. This is a calamity. This year is unsuitable for new examinations. No. It is not conducive for admissions. At the Mu residence, Mu Shanxiao observed the screen with a grave expression, while Lu Ruyun beside him furrowed her brows deeply. Ah Xiao, what is happening with this year's new examinations? Did the inspectors not uncover these circumstances? Lu Ruyun's tone was harsh. Recalling the prior battle between Munua and the Mo serpent made her anxious. This child has always been obedient, and yet finds himself struggling in such a dire situation. She bit her lip, lamenting, had I known, I would have let him wait a bit longer. He is merely 10 years old. Why the rush? It's all your fault. Had you not suggested it, he would likely still be at home, dutifully reading as usual. As she spoke, her voice grew choked with emotion. Mu Shanxiao sighed helplessly, enveloping Lu Ruyun in his embrace. It is my fault. Do not cry. Lu Ruyun nestled closer, her tone muted. Who is crying? Don't speak nonsense. All right. In a dimly lit room, Guler was adjusting a potion while Yunqing sat in a recliner, observing the screen. This child possesses remarkable courage, he remarked leisurely, tinged with admiration. Indeed, Guler replied, casting a brief glance. This statement took Yunqing by surprise, for Guler often exuded a somber demeanor and rarely engaged in conversation. As a genius himself, he had encountered many gifted individuals during his tenure, yet this was the first instance of hearing Guler initiate dialogue. What makes this child so special? Guler regarded him silently, offering no response. Yunqing chose not to press further. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sounds of Guler preparing the potions. Munua restrained the impulse to unearth the entire mass of earth and stone to behold the giant python. His gaze darkened momentarily, and in the next instant, he forcefully grasped the serpent's skin. Simultaneously, the power of reincarnation surged forth as his other hand seized the verdant root, pulling with great force. Boom! It was as if something had been awakened, emitting a furious roar, and the very ground trembled. Munua disregarded the churning waters of the pool, focusing his strength. The surrounding stifling energy was stirred in an instant. Of course, he would not relinquish the power so readily presented to him. With determination, he channeled his spiritual energy to absorb the surrounding chaotic power. Bang! Boom! With each thunderous sound, the young man wielded both items, utilizing his spiritual energy as a conduit, forcefully lifting them upward. Strength unmatched against the heavens. When the time is unfavorable, the steed shall not pass. Munua felt as though he possessed immense strength. Akin to Xiang Yu, the legendary figure known for his ability to lift mountains and carry the heavens, ignoring the chaotic surroundings, which seemed to tremble as if the earth itself were crumbling. He sensed the object in his grasp gradually loosening from the soil. It was time. With a subtle shift of his gaze, his spiritual awareness concealed within the snow warehouse stirred, and soon, the entity emerged. Munua gazed at Xiaobai with a look of bewilderment, seemingly unaware of the purpose behind its sudden appearance. Xiaobai's eyes glowed crimson, radiating an overwhelming aura of ferocity, and charged directly at Munuo's eyes. As Munua failed to raise his hands in defense, the onlookers paused in shock. In the next instant, a snow-white figure materialized and forcefully sent Xiaobai flying. It was Lingbai? Munua was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at the blood-red eyes of Xiaobai, his face etched with disbelief. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated, declaring that Xiaobai had succumbed to the embrace of death and could never return. Lingbai, standing beside it, spoke for the first time. Lingbai, has Xiaobai truly lost the chance for redemption? Indeed. Munua seemed momentarily taken aback, a complex array of emotions flickering through his gaze, ultimately settling into silence. Lingbai coldly regarded him, urging, you should focus on what lies before you. I shall handle this. In the next heartbeat, it propelled itself towards Xiaobai. Munua trembled, yearning to voice something, yet found himself at a loss for words. He intensified his grip, as if to release pent-up frustration, channeling even greater strength. At last, with a resounding roar, Munua successfully extracted a substantial length of snake skin along with the roots and leaves of the Misty Lotus. Chapter 40. Blinking eyes. Munua resurfaced, clutching the snake's skin and roots, yet his gaze remained fixed on the water's surface, as if anticipating something. Before long, another splash erupted, prompting Munua to look eagerly. He beheld Lingbai gracefully leaping from the water, swiftly approaching his side. Munua blinked, and the hopeful glimmer in his eyes slowly faded. He pressed his lips together, pondering whether Xiaobai could ever return. It is lost, Lingbai stated coldly. Is that so? It seems that greed invites retribution, Munua murmured, a hint of despondency coloring his expression. The young boy nestled himself within his arms, seeking solace to calm his tumultuous emotions. After a long pause, Lingbai let out a sigh of apparent resignation, resembling a human gesture, and gently patted Munuo's back with a paw. Noticing his lack of reaction, Lingbai tilted its head, as if resolutely deciding on a course of action. It approached Munuo's hand and bit down on the tip of his finger. Feeling the sting, Munuo looked up in confusion. Lingbai ignored his gaze, using another paw to make a small incision on its chest. As blood flowed forth, Lingbai guided it toward Munuo's still bleeding fingertip. Then, raising its paw, it spoke with solemnity. I, Lingbai, willingly become Munuo's spiritual guardian, recognizing him as my master, bound together in life and death, steadfast and unyielding. Upon hearing this, as if compelled by an unseen force, Munuo instinctively responded, I, Munuo, pledge to forge a soul contract with Lingbai, binding us in life and death, unwavering and eternal. The soul contract was thus sealed. It seemed as if a voice had whispered in Munuo's ear. The soul contract, the most elevated form of oath, necessitated the voluntary consent of a spirit beast. Any hint of hesitation would lead to failure. Once established, it bound the lives of both parties irrevocably. Munuo remained silent for an extended period, fully aware of the implications of the soul contract, his gaze reflecting a complex array of emotions. Ultimately, he reached out and embraced the other, expressing gratitude. Thank you, a Linghumph. Lingbai turned away, feigning indifference, though an air of awkwardness lingered. Munuo internally scoffed, his small hand discreetly stroking Lingbai's fur. Ah, the texture is delightful. Within the shadowy depths of the dark forest, countless ferocious beasts roamed. In the periphery, the lower-tier beasts were particularly formidable. At this moment, amidst the dusky thicket, a 2-meter-tall demon wolf sprinted forward with fervor, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Before it stood a strikingly beautiful youth, his expression cold and detached. He glanced back at the relentless demon wolf, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Suddenly, he extended his hand, and a sword, sharp as ice, materialized from thin air. Evidently, in a scenario where one's own resources were prohibited. This blade was a manifestation of the youth's soul, a soul sword entwined with life and death. Anyone could possess a soul weapon uniquely their own. However, most would deliberate carefully, for once chosen, it could not be exchanged. With a swift flick of his wrist, the youth launched an icy blade toward the demon wolf, which hastily dodged. The youth smirked, stepping onto a massive tree, and with his sword in hand, he closed in on the demon wolf. Before the creature could react, the blade whirled rapidly, and in an instant, the youth pierced its heart. A single strike, and the beast lay lifeless, confirming the demise of the demon wolf. The youth paused, approached the carcass, inspected it, and upon finding nothing of value, shook his head in disappointment, waiting beneath a nearby colossal tree. Before long, another youth dashed towards him, bloodied from head to toe. Guling, you scoundrel! The newcomer was Han Ziyu. His teeth clenched as he glared at the handsome youth from a distance. Hearing this, Guling shrugged. I didn't expect a pack of wolves to be there. Look, I even helped you by slaying one. He innocently gestured toward the demon wolf's body. Han Ziyu scoffed coldly. My sister is right. Those who are beautiful are seldom good people. Guling raised an eyebrow. I believe your sister's exact words were not quite that. Humph, it's close enough. He huffed lightly, then asked, by the way, did you acquire the items? Yes. Guling smiled, seeing Han Ziyu's expression darken. He ceased his teasing and retrieved a black crystal from his pocket. Han Ziyu glanced at the dark crystal in Guling's hand with a complex expression, then produced a similar blue crystal from his own belongings and tossed it to him. Guling smiled, reciprocating by offering his own item to Han Ziyu, completing their exchange. Han Ziyu tossed the newly acquired item in his hand, his demeanor somewhat conflicted. You should be pleased, Guling remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him with a relaxed tone. Pleased? Han Ziyu raised an eyebrow, then shrugged with a nonchalant smile. Indeed, I should be. Upon concluding his thoughts, he tucked away the items in his possession, a hint of perplexity in his voice. We have traversed a considerable distance together, yet we have not encountered that rascal Munua. Not a single trace remains. This is rather peculiar. Have we miscalculated our deployment area? Hearing this, Guling mirrored his confusion. Indeed, during the past few days, their search had covered a vast expanse, yet they still failed to uncover any sign of their quarry. Was it merely unfortunate luck, or had they perhaps overextended their search radius? Han Ziyu sighed in resignation. Let it be. We will inevitably cross paths eventually. For now, our focus should be on self-improvement. Your time must be running short, no? The last remark carried a weighty significance. Guling chuckled softly. Do not fret. That which belongs to you shall surely be grasped. High atop a towering cliff, enveloped in swirling mist, a bald figure sat cross-legged at the edge, his gaze penetrating as he peered down below. You bald scoundrel, release me at once. A furious shout erupted from behind him. There stood an adorably fierce girl. her visage marred by indignation, bound tightly with ropes. The bald man remained stoic, his enigmatic eyes fixated on the abyss beneath, unperturbed by her outburst. Her frustration mounting, she began to express her grievances regarding his baldness in a rather colorful manner. "You, bald fool, if you possess any courage, set me free, and see what I shall do." In that moment, the previously serene cliff became a cacophony of voices. Meanwhile, Muyen leaned back in a round chair, his expression grave, seemingly immersed in contemplation of significant matters. Soon, he appeared to reach a resolution, rapping his fingers against the table's edge. A shadowy figure silently approached from behind him. "Go procure an adorable snow hare," Muyen instructed, his tone calm. The figure, taken aback, queried, "Did I hear that correctly?" Casting a glance at the indifferent countenance of Muyen, who offered no correction, the figure hastily retreated to fulfill the request for a charming snow hare. Despite knowing it would pose a considerable challenge, how could one determine what constituted sufficiently adorable? After all, those creatures bore a striking resemblance to one another. Amidst the clamor of the outside world, Munua remained oblivious, lost in contemplation over the object clutched in his hands. He had long since moved past the sorrow of losing Xiaobai. After a prolonged moment, he abandoned the notion of stitching armor himself, recognizing that his sewing skills from his previous life were woefully inadequate for such a task. Regretfully, he stored the snake's skin within his spatial nexus, while the root was placed into the life and death ring, assured that its vitality would ensure its survival. After a moment's reflection, he spoke, "Ling Bai, let us delve into the mysteries of that stone cave." "Indeed," came the reply. Ling Bai, a fusion of the small light orb and the previous spiritual entity, had undergone a transformation in personality, exhibiting greater astuteness than before. Finally, after surveying the outside for any suspicious activity, Munua entered the pool with Ling Bai. Chapter 41. Truly skin in his previous life, Munua had encountered a saying, "There are no insurmountable obstacles in this world, provided one is willing to relinquish their pursuits." At this moment, he found himself yearning to abandon the endeavor. The stone cave revealed no other enigmas, and after studying the stone door for an eternity, he discerned no hidden mechanisms. "I feel as though I have wasted the past 3 days," he lamented. Muno gazed at the stone door before him, his lips twitching, a hint of irritation evident in his demeanor. Ling Bai crouched silently nearby, appearing composed, yet inwardly he was in a state of turmoil, acutely aware that his master might unleash his frustration upon him at any moment. With a stoic expression, Muno regarded the stone door, contemplating the notion that what is destined to be will inevitably come to pass, while that which is not meant to be should not be forced. Perhaps this place was not fated for him, yet, to depart without satisfaction felt profoundly disheartening. Furrowing his brow, he sensed he had overlooked something crucial. Fragmented images danced in his mind, reminiscent of methods he had previously attempted. However, it seemed there was a simpler approach he had yet to explore. A flicker of realization ignited in his eyes. In the next moment, Muno stepped before the stone door, placing his hand upon its surface, and began to pull it open slowly. With a resounding rumble, as he exerted more force, the door creaked ajar. Muno, having opened the door by sheer effort, was met with the unexpected sight of Ling Bai, alongside an audience of bewildered viewers in the live stream. Strangely, Muno felt as though it would have been preferable had the door remained closed. After 3 days of meticulous study, to discover that this was merely an ordinary stone door requiring a modicum of strength to open? Surely it could not be that simple. If it were truly ordinary, it would not have resisted his previous attempts to breach it. Muno lingered outside the door for a considerable time, a sense of pent-up frustration brewing within him, unable to surface or be swallowed down. "Master?" Ling Bai ventured cautiously, sensing his master's discontent through their soul bond. Muno glanced at him, inhaled deeply, and reassured himself. "It's fine, let us proceed inside and investigate. If there is nothing of value, I shall return and blow this place to smithereens. If I cannot acquire explosives, I shall craft my own." The interior of the stone door revealed a room of moderate size. A stone bed, a stone table, and a stone stool occupied the space. Upon the bed sat a gaunt elder clad in tattered battle attire, his disheveled white hair cascading over his shoulders. His skin, withered and devoid of vitality, bore the marks of decay, indicating he had been deceased for several years, though the reason his body had not yet decomposed remained a mystery. The old man cradled a crimson orb in his arms. On the stone table rested a notebook that resembled a diary. Nothing else was present. Muno cast a cursory glance around before his gaze fixated on the blood-red orb, clearly an extraordinary object. However, he was not inclined to approach it directly. Who could say what peculiarities it might possess? After a moment's contemplation, he approached the stone table and opened the diary-like notebook. The pages were few, and he began to read. Date: May 15th, Year 621 of the Starry River Calendar. I am Haishuan, the first escort of the Haoyu merchant team. It has been a month since I was tasked with the protection of this blood orb. Last month, a man draped in a black cloak, his voice aged, commissioned us for this escort with an exceptionally high offer. At the time, I thought this object must be of celestial caliber. Now, I realize how woefully naive I was. This is not celestial, it is of catastrophic level. Munua, what? He abruptly turned his gaze towards the crimson orb. Catastrophic level? The levels of weapons are categorized as ordinary, common spirit, earth spirit, heavenly spirit, calamity, disaster, and sacred. How formidable is the disaster level? One could surmise that an ordinary person wielding it could annihilate an entire city unless their adversary possesses B-grade strength. Otherwise, resistance would be futile. Muno inhaled sharply, sensing impending doom. He pressed on. Disaster level. What does this entail? It signifies power. Tremendous power. I confess, upon learning of its designation, a covetous ambition stirred within me. On the 27th of May, 657 in the Star River calendar, I am truly relieved that I did not succumb to the greed of seizing this item outright. It is terrifying, truly worthy of being termed a disaster level. Or rather, a bloodstained disaster level. The cost of utilizing it is the burning of one's lifespan to seize vitality. How dreadful. Muno raised an eyebrow at the blood bead. A bloodstained disaster level? This particular classification of disaster level items typically connotes a savage ferocity, yet he peered at the blood bead in confusion. The price of merely absorbing vitality did not seem excessively brutal. Could it be that the aftermath is gruesome? On the 12th of June, 621 in the Star River calendar. Damn it. My team and I encountered a band of thieves. These brigands. We even paid them a toll, yet they were still unsatisfied and sought to rob us completely. We cannot allow them to succeed. If they acquire this blood bead, no one will survive. However, cursed be it, I cannot match their strength. They even have a half S-grade powerhouse among them. I had no choice but to employ the blood bead. I survived, but all my companions perished. On the 1st of July, 621 in the Star River calendar, I ultimately cannot escape the grip of the blood bead. It is a demon. I would rather have perished in that calamity than resort to using it. Yet I cannot die. I activated it, and since then, it has begun to siphon my vitality. I am powerless to stop it, nor can I take my own life. It does not permit it. Damn it. Did that old man deliberately conceal such truths? I am an A-grade powerhouse. I refuse to surrender. I will undoubtedly find a solution. Surely. On the 5th of August, 621 in the Star River calendar. There seems to be no recourse, no means whatsoever. I am left with only the path of waiting for death. Ha ha ha. A-grade. What of it? I remain utterly powerless, and I have unwittingly provided nourishment to my adversaries due to my A-grade status. How ridiculous. However, my vitality is not so easily drained. I have resolved to seek a place to hide and entomb this thing forever. Where should I choose? On the 25th of March, 632 in the Star River calendar. I am on the brink of death. Muno reflected. This is an unmitigated tragedy. Yet, there lies a crucial matter at hand. Should he fail to address the ensuing events, he too shall become a tragedy. Muno glanced at the blood bead beside him, feeling as though it had transformed into a gaping maw, poised to consume him. Master, this thing is frightful. Lingbai likewise perused the diary, shuddering violently, for standing on end. Upon hearing this, Muno regarded it, sensing that perhaps what is truly terrifying now extends beyond this object alone. Lingbai, Muno, we are live. What does it mean to be live? It signifies that the individuals in the diary broadcast room have witnessed what he has just seen. After all, the quality of this wretched wristband is indeed superb, and its reach is undeniably vast. A calamity-level item. How terrifying yet irresistibly alluring it is. Muno is acutely aware of the implications. It is akin to a wealthy magnate suddenly tossing $1 million on the street, declaring that whoever claims it first shall keep it. The allure is palpable. He now somewhat regrets opening this door. What is destined to be will eventually come to pass. What is not meant to be should not be forced. He feels that his prior inability to open the door stemmed from the fact that he was not meant to possess this thing at present. Yet, it is evident that remorse comes too late now. In the broadcast room, an anonymous commenter, Little Stone, the guards of Tanu Academy should not be too formidable, right? Blind man, it's just a new exam, surely not that impressive. Cool. I'm already aboard the spaceship. Blind man, going on a spaceship to meet your demise? Little Stone, perhaps one might attain it? Blind man, you can see it, but others cannot? Just wait. Those prominent families will soon take action. Aquatic fish, Suddenly the winds of change have been stirred. It is indeed quite sudden. So sudden that the communication devices of various families have been inundated. The bloodstained calamity level item might indeed have formidable repercussions, but that does not hinder the pursuit of it. Possessing it would be a substantial safeguard. Chapter 42. The beginning of the story is an examination in the Mu family. Mu Shanxiao stared at the screen, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Beside him, Lu Ryun appeared bewildered, unsure of how to react. Ryun, just watch for now. I have matters to attend to. Mu Shanxiao forced a bitter smile, tinged with helplessness. Lu Ryun glanced up at him, her lips pressing together. Munua, he will be fine. Mu Shanxiao offered her a reassuring nod. Neither the Mu family nor the academy would allow anything to happen to him. He then hurriedly departed, his back reflecting an unusual urgency for the first time. The spacious room felt momentarily empty, silence enveloping Lu Ryun. After a prolonged pause, her eyes began to redden, and after a while, she seemed to recall something. Picking up her communication terminal to dial. Mother. Mu Yan's steady voice came through. Ayen, Munua. Do not worry, Mother. Munua will be safe. The academy has already dispatched personnel, and I will send someone as well. No one will harm Munua. Moreover, he has not yet attained that item. The next moment, the voice on the other end fell silent. As the virtual screen displayed Munua bowing before the elderly figure and subsequently storing the blood bead along with the elder's corpse into his spatial button. Mu Yan opened his mouth, his tone resolute. I will not allow any mishap to befall Munua. After offering a few more reassurances, he ended the call. He remained silent for some time, then muttered, Mu Yi, launch the AL number. I shall go in person. Within a villa belonging to the Han family. The exclusive residence of Han Ziwen's family. Han Ziwen gazed at the live broadcast with a complex expression, the screen revealing none other than Munua. Clearly, she was not watching her own brother, but for reasons unknown, had turned her attention to Munua. As a result, many intriguing occurrences came to light. Now, an even more delightful surprise has emerged. After much contemplation, Han Ziwen picked up her communication device and sent a message to someone, then reclined back against her bed. Her expression serene. This child is truly an interesting individual. At Tianyu Academy, Fu Shihe had already dispatched someone to address the situation. Yet it did little to alleviate his discontent. Watching the screen as the other party collected the blood orb only added to his vexation. Ah, Chun. Have I been too complacent these past years? Even the heavens seem to have lost patience. Chen Sheng, unsure how to respond, wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. Teacher, everything will be fine. Fu Shihe cast a complex glance at him, a wry smile playing on his lips. Chen Sheng, sensing the weight of his teacher's gaze, fell silent, refraining from provoking his instructor further. He felt that the timing of the upcoming exam choice was indeed inauspicious. At present, they were likely to face not only disappointments, but also potential calamities. With a resigned sigh, Fu Shihe rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, where the sun shone brightly outside. Chen Sheng, perhaps I should stretch my legs a bit? Chen Sheng looked at him in astonishment, recognizing the unspoken implications. I intend to take a stroll. Do not inform anyone. I simply wish to gauge the attendance for this event. He paused, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Sheng. Remember, not a soul. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Chen Sheng alone in place. Instinctively, his hand reached for the communication device, but after a long moment of contemplation, he seemed to abandon the thought, redirecting his gaze towards Muno. The dimly lit room cast a gloomy shadow over Muno. Ultimately, he chose to leave the stone cave with Lingbai. Although the cave was safe for now, that could change. The Black Forest was vast, in any direction. Even if he broadcasted his location, the other party might not know how to reach him. Remaining in one spot, especially near the iconic pond, would surely lead to his demise. He wasn't foolish enough to tempt fate. On his way, Muno took several convoluted paths, ensuring that he could leave anyone disoriented before finally stopping to survey his surroundings. Ordinary. He breathed a sigh of relief and casually leaned against a tree, retrieving the blood orb for examination. The spherical object, about the size of an adult's fist, was adorned with intricate patterns, and within it swirled a dense crimson mist, resembling a blood-red glass sphere. Muno rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. While it appeared innocuous now, its potential for devastation was unpredictable. Master, what shall we do now? Lingbai trembled slightly, his tone cautious. Let it be for now. Muno glanced at him, reaching out to affectionately ruffle Lingbai's head. He mused upon the joys of being a cat enthusiast before stowing the blood orb away once more. Their eyes met. It was clear that this was not something to be handled at the moment. The level of calamity was too high. If it were a friendly entity, that would be a blessing, but this object was stained with blood, and he had no desire to engage with it. Alas, from here on, we must rely on luck, Muno said, raising his crimson bracelet with a knowing glint. Lingbai comprehended the situation and leapt onto the shoulder of the other individual. What shall we do now? He inquired. Let us proceed with our tasks. Some matters can be preemptively prepared for, as it is the readiness that equips one to confront challenges. Yet, when faced with circumstances far beyond one's capabilities, even the most meticulous preparation is futile. After all, he merely wished to participate in a new examination. The external world, ultimately, is fraught with turmoil. No one is permitted entry. He cast a frigid gaze upon those before him, clearly not of the same ilk. Humph. The Tanu Academy truly exudes tyranny. When did this black forest change its name? A rugged middle-aged man regarded him with an icy stare. Upon hearing this, he raised his gaze. Members of the Wu family? As foolish as ever. Wu Xiao was taken aback for a moment, but his expression quickly morphed into one of fury. His hair standing on end. He prepared to throw a punch, but in the next instant, his body went rigid. I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out it's merely a brainless fool. A languid voice drifted from the side. The onlookers turned to see an individual clad in a black trench coat. His pallor reminiscent of porcelain, exuding an air of morbid beauty. Yan Ziyu, a B-level disciple of the Spirit Energy Academy at Tianyu, ranked among the top 100 on the Earth list. The Earth list, a ranking of B-level powerhouses, exists not only within the confines of Tianyu Academy, but across the globe. With countless B-level individuals in the world, being among the top 100 signifies immense strength. However, it was not this that rendered him most fearsome. Rather, it was his insidious nature, a true mastermind, leaving one perpetually uncertain of when he might ensnare you in a trap. No one wished to provoke such a person. Wu Xiao's face flushed crimson, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He could not best Yan Ziyu, for he was merely a C-level. And even upon reaching B-level, victory was not assured. Yan Ziyu disdainfully curled his lip, then turned his attention to the others. I advise you to abandon your trivial schemes. With such meager strength, what do you suppose you are here for? He uttered the latter part with an air of helplessness, shaking his head, which incensed those present. Yet no one dared to speak out, for they knew they could not triumph, nor could they outwit him. It was indeed a lamentable situation. Chapter 43, Netherfire Ultimately. Yan Ziyu found a spot to sit down, leisurely extracting a communicator to engage in a game, paying no heed to those around him. They could only grind their teeth in frustration, with most choosing to depart, while a few remained, holding out hope that he would not linger indefinitely. As days passed, a gentle breeze swept through, as if whispers of contemplation lingered in the air. At this moment, Munua lay motionless on the ground, facing a creature resembling a leopard, which was gnawing on its prey. An F-level creature, the blood leopard, sanguine and brutal. Munua remained still, his aura completely concealed. After a lengthy pause, the blood leopard tore away the last piece of flesh, licking its lips, appearing somewhat languorous. Seizing the opportunity, Munua sprang forward, his blade glinting fiercely. Before the blood leopard could react, its head had already fallen to the ground. Muno paid no heed as he swiftly approached the still warm body of his adversary, absorbing the lingering energy that had yet to dissipate. That should suffice, he murmured softly. For days, he had been in search of prey to bolster his own strength. To conceal his true nature from others, he had been discreetly developing his abilities. It had not been an easy path. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the capacity to absorb the vitality of living beings far surpassed the pace of his own cultivation. However, he was acutely aware that this was not a sustainable strategy. Relying solely on absorption would ultimately lead to either a hollow facade or madness. Gazing at his surroundings, he retreated to his makeshift hideout where he had been sheltering and prepared for seclusion. He aimed to achieve a breakthrough to D rank. Within the dimly lit hollow of a tree, Muno calmed his mind. The spiritual energy coursed through his body in a rhythmic flow, and the energy he had just absorbed successfully underwent transformation through repeated cycles. With a resounding boom, it felt as though something had broken through, forcefully shattering the constraints that held him. D rank, success. Muno exhaled, yet the advancement in his power did not bring him joy. In truth, he had not intended to break through so swiftly due to the incident with the blood pearl. While absorbing the life force of beings did enhance his strength, it merely amplified the power of reincarnation. His unique soul, the double soul, remained unchanged. He could not abandon his double soul, could he? Alas, life is arduous. Master? Lingbai, who had been vigilantly waiting outside, heard the sigh and poked his head in, a look of confusion etched on his face. Muno smiled gently and patted Lingbai's head. You must endure a little longer. I shall continue my seclusion for a few more days. Lingbai tilted his head and assured, I will complete the task. Before retreating, Muno's eyes flickered as he glanced at the crimson sensing bracelet in the darkness. He then closed his eyes to resume his cultivation. The double soul must find a way to catch up. In recent days, Muno often pondered the emergence of the double soul. It could be seen as a formidable ally or a burdensome shackle, restraining his fervent desire to absorb the strength of living beings. 10 days to half a month have passed. Still no sign of that brat. Can you viewers of the livestream uncover any clues? A burly man clad in battle attire spat disdainfully, his tone irritable. He raised his mechanical arm, casting a cold gaze at a nearby slender man. Boss, that kid is too cunning. Moreover, this black forest is vast. It's exceedingly difficult to locate him. The lean man grimaced, his face marked by frustration. Matt, if it weren't for the stringent defenses of those schools, I would have located him with the scanner long ago, remarked another man, appearing somewhat gaunt, holding an old-fashioned sensing device. Gashi furrowed his brow, his temper flaring. He could not comprehend why the other two academies were involved in this affair. Did they believe they could claim a share of the spoils? Ruel also frowned, noting that the thoughts of their upper echelon were increasingly convoluted. They had entered clandestinely. The Black Forest was vast, making entry quite effortless. Then you shall likely never comprehend it in this lifetime. A dispassionate voice echoed around them, prompting the group to turn abruptly. Beneath a colossal, shadowy tree stood a man clad in a black trench coat and sunglasses, leaning leisurely against the trunk. Observing them with a bemused expression. Who are you? Gashi boldly stepped forward to confront him. The man arched an eyebrow, extracting a lollipop from his pocket and placing it in his mouth, finding humor in the apprehensive demeanor of the individuals before him. With such feeble courage, they dared to intrude. It was almost laughable. His tone was nonchalant, exuding an air of languor. Gashi's gaze darkened, his expression fierce. I believe you are the one courting death. With that, he raised his mechanical arm and charged forward. Bang! His fist struck the dark tree, time seeming to freeze for a brief moment before the tree came crashing down, ignoring the fallen giant. He lifted his gaze towards the agile man who had evaded his attack, acknowledging his commendable speed. Once more, he raised his mechanical arm, this time pressing a button with his other hand. With a hiss, an electronic cannon assembled itself. Boom! The man glanced at his opponent, deftly dodging the incoming assault with a few swift movements. Before he could utter a taunt, a flash of movement caught his eye. Riel had joined the fray, lunging forward with a dagger for a surprise attack. Without even looking, the man nimbly sidestepped, his body twisting in a manner beyond ordinary reach. Ambushes are rather poor habits, he remarked coolly, as if this entire encounter were mere child's play to him. Sig's expression darkened. Who exactly are you? Though his words questioned, his actions remained relentless. As Riel and the other three companions quickly prepared themselves, forming a synchronized arc around him, the man merely smiled. My name is inconsequential. You should contemplate your last words. Once I make my move, you shall only have a fleeting glimpse of this beautiful world. Just as Sig was about to respond, a chilling scream pierced the air. Instinctively, he turned to see a plume of black flames engulfing one of his companions. Before he could react, he felt a searing pain in his lower body. Looking down, he discovered that the black flames had also found their way onto him. Terror filled his gaze, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, the flames surged, consuming him entirely. In his last moments, he beheld a dark silhouette and heard the cold words. Next time you prattle on, I'll incapacitate you first. Mu Yen approached slowly from a path, his expression impassive as he walked past the 5 charred remains and the man, continuing forward. I must say, turning people to ash every time is rather ruthless. Who knows, they might have turned over a new leaf. Han Zimo chimed in, hastily joining Mu Yen and draping an arm over his shoulder. Turn over a new leaf? Huh. Mu Yen scoffed. Han Zimo raised an eyebrow, sensing a strong undertone of mockery. Indeed, as they passed, the once lively forest fell into silence, leaving only the drifting black ash behind. The black flames were known as the Netherfire. Chapter 44. Turmoil. 7 days slipped by in an instant. With a deep breath, Munua opened his eyes, a fleeting red glimmer passing through them. How much time had elapsed? His tone was unperturbed as he stretched his limbs and stepped out of the tree hollow. Lingbai descended gracefully from the higher branches, exclaiming that 7 days had passed. TSK, it seemed that group was rather inept, failing to locate him. He raised an eyebrow and glanced at the red sensation bracelet, deliberately tinged with disdain. The spectators in the live stream remarked, Kid, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Just wait, you'll have your moment of despair. Muno merely smiled, choosing not to engage further. His gaze flickered momentarily before he posed a curious question. Brother, do you know the general direction in which rivers flow? Upon finishing, he set off in a particular direction alongside Lingbai. The endless forest loomed, slightly somber in its demeanor. Just moments ago, Mu Yen had eliminated a group of smugglers, his eyes shifting towards the virtual screen in his hand, a hint of amusement tugging at the corners of his mouth. Han Zimo, intrigued, inquired, what is the matter? Was there something amiss with that statement? He had been observing from the sidelines and had certainly caught Munuo's remark. It was merely a directional indication. Muyin chuckled softly before altering his course. Boss, what should we do? Wang Xiu glanced at the virtual screen, then cast a resigned look towards the man nearby, who was indulging in food. Chase's gaze was piercing, asking, where does the river flow? Wang Xiu responded, huh? That phrase must hold some significance. Chase spoke with conviction. Where does the river lead? We have rivers in every direction. It's quite ambiguous. Wang Xiu's expression soured, realizing that what he thought was a lead was merely a mirage. However, perhaps you should consider another question, suggested Mengyu, dressed in athletic attire, his expression serious. Wang Xiu looked at him with a hint of confusion. Mengyu brushed his hair back, recalling Munuo's earlier address. Brother, right? So, who is his brother? Wang Xiu paused, realizing the implication. Munuo's tone was filled with certainty, indicating he had faith in his sibling. Clearly, this brother was not an ordinary figure. Yet, the name Munuo was not widely recognized. He likely did not hail from a prominent family. His tone was laden with uncertainty. Munuo? Chase furrowed his brow, suddenly halting. Munuo? The Mu family. The Mu family? Impossible. Chase retorted. As far as I know, Mu Shanxiao's lineage has 2 sons and 1 daughter. His tone grew increasingly unfavorable. At that moment, the group exchanged glances, a chill creeping over them. While they dared to target ordinary students from Tanu Academy, they were acutely aware of the dangers posed by direct descendants of influential families. Even if they acquired the so-called disaster-level items, those individuals could effortlessly eliminate them. This apprehension resonated with all who sought a share of the spoils. Sometimes, we can never ascertain when an unexpected turn of events may occur. Munuo gazed at the approaching group in the distance, his eyes flickering. They were not adorned in the uniforms of any academy, suggesting they were likely drawn by the allure of blood pearls. With a resigned sigh, Munuo furrowed his brow as he glanced at the red sensation bracelet, now obscured by various items. Previously, he had believed the academy could resolve the situation and had opted not to conceal it. On a previous day, he distinctly received an alert from his wristband indicating that numerous individuals had stealthily infiltrated their surroundings. This prompted him to conceal the wristband. Thus, one could argue that even elite academies are unreliable, or rather, this wretched interstellar realm is utterly untrustworthy. The manner in which these individuals engage in murder and treasure hunting lacks any semblance of order. Such is the farce of interstellar law. With the air still around him, Munuo composed himself, deducing that the opposing group was not particularly formidable. Their captain was merely at the C rank. He felt a glimmer of opportunity. One by one, perhaps he could dismantle them with success. Boss, nature calls. I must attend to personal matters, a rather unsavory-looking man announced as he moved forward. Get lost, Eugene Lon retorted. Rolling her eyes, she was the leader of this team, possessing an imposing figure and delicate skin that could provoke a rush of blood with a mere glance. Relaxed, she reclined on a lounge chair, her legs crossed. She had also glimpsed the final words in the live stream and held her own suspicions. Yet she did not believe the matter pertained to the Mu family, who was unaware that the Mu family was a quintessential military lineage, typically opting for the Sacred Academy rather than the Heavenly Imperial Academy. Meanwhile, the man casually wandered to a distant spot, preparing to unfasten his combat suit. In the next instant, he caught sight of a glimmer of cold light, and something pierced through his throat. He opened his mouth to speak, but was rendered mute. His final thought echoed in his mind. Can I at least finish? Munuo's expression was enigmatic as he sought out the man's body and laid it to rest in a secluded spot. He exhaled, contemplating the visage of the deceased, his heart a tangle of emotions. It was his first act of killing. In both his past and present lives, he had always dwelled in peaceful locales. Now, he found himself either slaying monstrous beasts or taking lives. His gaze flickered, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts within. Subsequently, he redirected his focus to the task at hand, pondering his next move. Suddenly, a swift white figure dashed past, quickly reaching a towering tree and climbing up its trunk. Master, Lingbai exclaimed, placing the herbs it had held in its mouth onto the bark, its tone jubilant. Excellent. This is just about right, Munuo replied, nodding at the herbs. The botanical specimen in his hands was an extraordinary flower, with crescent-shaped petals as red as blood, the stopping bud flower, known for its potent toxicity. Chapter 45. A moonless night. The stopping bud flower can be blended with various herbs to concoct deadly poisons. The stopping moon powder is capable of ending the life of a D-rank individual. Munuo, well-versed in literature, had certainly delved into this domain. Fortunately, this task did not require extensive technical skill. Munuo simply retrieved a container suitable for the herbs and sequentially crushed and combined the various ingredients. He added the already refined star rain herbal liquid along with the stopping bud flower. Thus, he successfully produced a batch of stopping moon powder. With his eyes shimmering, he lifted his gaze toward the distance, a smile creeping onto his lips, though his expression remained cold. Soon, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Eugene Lon raised her hand, signaling for dinner preparations. Regardless of the circumstances, she was unwilling to jeopardize her appetite. The moonlight was frigid, and the leaves swayed gently. Wu Er waved his hand to shoo away the buzzing mosquitoes that plagued his ears. He is the chef here, responsible for tonight's dinner. After examining the ingredients in his hands, he cheerfully instructed his assistant, a Yuan, to tidy up. A Yuan, a slightly plump yet tidy young lad, looked up with a hint of confusion when Wu Er suddenly furrowed his brow and inquired about the sauce he had brought along. Where is it? It's missing. A Yuan exclaimed. Huh? That shouldn't be. I remember there was plenty left. He scratched his head, his expression perplexed. Wu Er eyed him suspiciously, aware that this boy had a penchant for sneaking bites. However, it seemed unlikely that he would indulge in the sauce itself. With a sigh, he conceded, fine. Perhaps it has been used up. I have another portion in my tent. Could you fetch it for me? A Yuan scratched his head again and replied with an "oh," before hastily departing, as the kitchen was quite a distance away from their living quarters, which were rather secluded. After a few minutes, a Yuan arrived at Wu Er's tent. Where is it? He pondered, realizing he might have forgotten to ask for the location. A hint of exasperation crossed his fair face as he bent down to search. His peripheral vision caught something unexpected, startling him. Who? He exclaimed, but before he could react, he felt a sudden rush of acceleration, followed by a firm grip that covered his mouth and nose. He struggled in vain, unable to call for help as darkness began to envelop him, his consciousness fading. Once it was confirmed that a Yuan had lost all ability to resist, the assailant casually disposed of him in an inconspicuous spot, nodding in satisfaction before slipping away. After waiting for an extended period without any sign of a Yuan, Wu Er's temper began to simmer. Mad, is it so difficult to retrieve a sauce? He grumbled, glancing at the food that was on the verge of burning. Growing increasingly irritable, he decided to fetch it himself. He quickly made his way to his tent, but found no trace of a Yuan. Where's that kid? He wondered, too frustrated to search further. He swiftly retrieved the seasoning and returned to the kitchen. Everything appeared as it had before, though he couldn't shake the feeling that the dish in the pot seemed a tad greener than usual. Puzzled, he scratched his head but dismissed it from his thoughts. With all the necessary ingredients at hand, he promptly prepared the evening's meal. Dinner is served, he announced, carrying a rather exquisite dish towards the noisy crowd nearby. He approached Wu Jinlong respectfully, placing the food before her. Thank you for your hard work. Wu Jinlong raised an eyebrow, her tone calm. Not at all. Wu Er smiled and turned to leave. Behind him, Wu Jinlong picked up her chopsticks and took a delicate bite, seemingly satisfied as she nodded in approval. In the distance, the others began to enjoy their meal heartily. Old Wu, the flavor is as delightful as ever, boomed a burly man, slapping Wu Er on the shoulder as he sat down. Stop buttering me up, just eat. Wu Er rolled his eyes. Hee, the large fellow chuckled, scratching his head innocently. Ignoring him, Wu Er picked up his bowl and began to eat. Seeing this, the burly man joined in, and after a hearty feast, the group felt a wave of lethargy wash over them. Contemplating their next move, some chose to rest. Before venturing too far, a sudden thud echoed nearby, as someone collapsed to the ground. Instinctively, those around offered assistance, then chuckled, is this a ruse? Tripping on flat ground. Alas, there was no response. Only more bodies succumbing to the ground. It was then that the gravity of the situation dawned on them. Some hurried to check on the fallen, only to discover that blood streamed from all orifices, devoid of life. Eyes widened in horror, as more individuals collapsed in succession. Wu Jinlong, with a frigid gaze, observed her close attendant, who had also crumpled to the earth. She sensed the absence of vitality. Her complexion turned ashen. Upon departing her quarters, she noted that countless others had already succumbed, leaving only a few with substantial strength still standing. What was happening? Her icy stare fell upon Wu Er, who still possessed a flicker of stamina, her tone laced with indifference and a hint of malice. Poison was added to the meal. Upon hearing his feeble words, her brows knitted together, her gaze chillingly fixed on him. Who did this? She surveyed her surroundings with an icy demeanor. I did. A youthful voice emerged. Wu Jinlong turned to see a boy, seemingly no older than 10, stepping forward, his cherubic face now devoid of its usual charm, replaced by an unsettling coldness. Munua? Chapter 46. Encounter. Wu Jinlong's eyes narrowed, surprise etched in her voice. Did you orchestrate this? Her tone now brimming with lethal intent, taking on a more serious note. If not, then who? Munua blinked, suddenly breaking into a smile, though his gaze remained frosty. It appears we have underestimated you. Wu Jinlong regarded him intently. Nevertheless, Underestimating you does not justify your presence before me. You are far too feeble. With those frigid words, she swiftly approached him, her fist poised to strike. Yet in the corner of her eye, she caught the glimmer of a mocking smile upon his lips. An alarm sounded in her mind, before she could react. A surge of blood rushed within her, and she spat forth crimson, her strength waning. It dawned on her that she too had partaken in the tainted meal. A sense of vexation washed over her. Ah, you've caught on. Munua's eyes twinkled, his tone languid. Even if I am poisoned, a mere E-rank like you is still no match for me. Wu Jinlan felt her anger swell. The poison, while fierce, did not threaten her life, merely suppressing her prowess. As she spoke, she drew forth a long whip from her waist, striking fiercely at Munua. Had he truly been merely an E-rank, he would have been severed in twain by now. Yet, Munua, expressionless, grasped the whip with a single hand. Is this all you've got? Before Wu Jinlan could respond, he exerted force, disarming her, then closed the distance between them. A flash of crimson flickered in his gaze, and Wu Jinlan found herself engulfed in a sea of red. Momentarily disoriented. The next instant, as she fought to regain her senses, terror gripped her features. Before her, Munua's frigid stare bore into her. One hand brandishing a dagger of unknown origin, which he plunged into her chest during her moment of bewilderment. In this moment, it seemed as though the blood staining the ground was not the turbulent waves before her, but rather her own eyes. She was suddenly reminded of a distant memory. A little girl from the slums, calling out to a tall silhouette, "Wait for me. I will surely find you." She blinked, the sharp pain in her chest causing her to collapse to the ground, only to realize that her strength was being siphoned away by an unseen force. This sensation? Wu Jinlan's expression turned to one of horror, yet she found herself powerless to resist, merely awaiting the gradual descent into unconsciousness. At this moment, a twinge of regret surged within her. I can no longer find you. Munuo's gaze flickered, and this thought echoed in his mind. Soul resonance. There existed a chance to glean the innermost thoughts of another at the moment of their demise, a new feature whose practicality was debatable. Ultimately, all that remained was a cold, desolate expanse. Munuo glanced at Wu Jinlan. She was a strikingly beautiful woman. Lying in a pool of blood, she resembled a flower, a vivid red spider lily. After a moment's contemplation, Munuo decided to bestow upon her the respect she deserved, thus setting fire to her remains, reducing them to ashes. Master? Lingbai observed as his master gazed upon the flickering flames, sensing an inexplicable confusion emanating from him. Hearing Lingbai's voice, Munuo turned slightly. In the firelight, his eyes remained as shallow and indifferent as ever. At that moment, Lingbai suddenly realized that his master had perhaps never truly experienced youth. Often, Munuo appeared to embody the recklessness of youth, yet upon reflection, each decision he made seemed to stem from profound forethought. He appeared indifferent to his own life, but in truth, he cherished it more than anyone else. What is it? Munuo's voice broke through Lingbai's reverie. Startled, Lingbai shook his fur and leaped onto Munuo's shoulder. It's nothing, master. Where are we headed now? Let us continue forward. All right. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still his master. Munuo led them onward, his heart a tumult of emotions. In both this life and the last, for 30 years, he had never taken a life. Now, not only had he killed, but he had obliterated an entire group. He doubted he could easily forget these burdens. Neither saint nor villain, he had once been an ordinary man, yet here he was, having rapidly evolved into a murderer. Sigh, am I destined to have nightmares? He murmured to himself. A distant wind seemed to carry a hint of commotion. Suddenly, a spark of life pierced the stillness of the dense forest. A youth clad in simple black attire strolled slowly through the woods. With a swish, a stone was hurled at great speed from an unknown direction. Who goes there? Munuo's gaze turned icy as he swiftly leaped behind a tree, his tone sharp, feeling a twinge of annoyance at his own carelessness. Oh, not bad at all. You managed to evade it? From the other side came a voice, equally cloaked in black, yet clearly taller than Munuo by half a head, laced with a hint of mockery. Munuo was taken aback. The voice was strikingly familiar. He quickly turned to see. Hanziyu, what are you doing here? Is this part of the Black Forest your territory? Why can't I be here? Hanziyu rolled his eyes, crossing his arms as he leaned against a tree. Not only was I present, but Guling was also here. As he spoke, he gestured towards Munua with a slight nod of his chin. Upon noticing this, Munua's heart sank, and he swiftly turned around to find Guling standing nearby with a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Munua's mouth twitched, feeling a chill run down his spine. He truly hadn't anticipated that his companion had silently positioned himself behind him. He could scarcely imagine the consequences had Guling been an adversary. Guling, with a good-natured smile, asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you pleased to see us?" Surprise. Alarm. He wore the guise of an innocent child, as if his earlier cold demeanor had never belonged to him. Han Ziyu regarded him with a peculiar expression, but chose to remain silent. The icy countenance he had just witnessed had, for the first time, revealed the depth of this seemingly juvenile individual. Observing Gu Ling's current demeanor, he found himself at a loss for words. In certain respects, he was indeed an acting prodigy. The flickering campfire cast a warm glow upon Munua's cheeks, illuminating a large, furless wild rabbit roasting above the flames. Arno, have you encountered any peculiar individuals on your journey? Han Ziyu reclined against Gu Ling's back, observing Munua without any pretense. Peculiar individuals? Indeed, there were some who did not seem to belong to the several major academies. He clicked his tongue, adding, that shouldn't be possible. How did they gain entry? What could their purpose be? He scratched his head and leaned back slightly, then continued with a hint of disdain. Little Gu, you're far too thin. It's uncomfortable. Gu Ling maintained his smile, casting a glance at Han Ziyu that held an inexplicable depth. Han Ziyu cleared his throat and straightened up. Munua shot him a disdainful look, finding him rather cowardly. He feigned innocence. The fact that someone managed to smuggle themselves in suggests that something here must be quite enticing. Gu Ling spoke with an indifferent tone. That makes sense. But what could it be? Who knows? The audience in the live stream, which had reconnected due to Munua's unfastening of his wristband, was abuzz with astonishment. Such a young age, and already an acting prodigy? Chapter 47. Attraction. The night passed without incident. Munua enjoyed a rare, restful sleep. Upon awakening, he stretched languidly, feeling momentarily disoriented. In his haze, he recalled encountering someone in his dream, yet as he tried to recollect the details, the figure eluded him. Just as he was grappling with this confusion, a mocking voice pierced the air. Oh, you're awake? Quite impressive. I thought I would have to rouse you. At this, he lifted his gaze. Sunlight streamed down in gentle rays, illuminating the slender figure seated quietly upon the ground. Before him lay a crackling fire, roasting 2 wild rabbits of unknown origin, the savory aroma gradually wafting through the air. Munua raised an eyebrow, inquiring, where's Gu Ling? As he approached, he glanced at the roasting rabbits. To be honest, there are quite a number of rabbits here. That's only natural, in a place like this. It would be strange if there weren't plenty of them. As for Ling, he went to scout ahead. Scout ahead. Seeing the surprised expression on Munua's face, Han Ziyu curled his lip. He finds skinning them too much of a bother. I perceive that he is experiencing an episode of obsession with cleanliness. Upon hearing this, Munua glanced at the rabbit, which was already exuding a savory aroma. If we were to skin it, wouldn't there be quite a bit of blood? Reflecting on Gu Ling, he suddenly found it unsurprising that the other had chosen to scout ahead. However, it seems that Han Ziyu possesses impressive culinary skills. Why do I feel that a delightful feast awaits? Hee, what are you thinking? Your laughter is rather unsettling. Han Ziyu shivered, sensing that the other's demeanor bore no trace of the usual charm and cuteness, but instead appeared exceedingly lewd. Oh, it's nothing. Munua waved his hand repeatedly. Such thoughts could not be uttered, considering future appetites. I can't shake the feeling that you're harboring some unfriendly thoughts towards me. You are mistaken. Is that so? Indeed. Munua's tone was resolute. Before the other could respond further, his eyes suddenly brightened as he looked into the distance. Ling Gu. There, Gu Ling approached with a smile, cradling a collection of unfamiliar fruits. What were you discussing? Your voices were quite loud. I could hear from afar. Nothing much, just inquiring when you would return, Munua interjected, rising to take the items from Gu Ling's arms. Red thorn fruits and green leaf fruits. Yes, I spotted some along the way and picked a few to bring back. It's not healthy to eat only meat. We must maintain a balanced diet. His tone was nonchalant, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Munua remarked. Indeed, regardless of our location, a balanced diet remains paramount. After a hearty meal, Munua glanced at Gu Ling, who was kneading Ling Bai, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Amen. No matter how things change, fate is inescapable. Do not struggle against it. Ignoring Ling Bai's woeful gaze, Munua turned to Han Ziyu. Where shall we head next? Don't ask me. I have no idea. We've been wandering aimlessly these past few days. Do you have any thoughts? He shrugged casually. Let us just choose a direction and move forward. Lingering here is not beneficial. Munua blinked, his tone gentle. All right. Then let us choose a direction and proceed. We shall follow your lead. With Ling Bai, who appeared utterly despondent, cradled in his arms, Gu Ling calmly approached Munua. When do we depart? His voice was light, entirely casual. Let's set off now. Very well. Swish. In contrast to the tranquility on Munua's side, Muyan's group continued to forge ahead at full speed. I must ask, Muyan, why the urgency? Han Zimo's expression was one of despair, practically begging the swift-moving individual ahead to take a moment's respite. While his strength was not lacking, He was not a celestial warrior, and his stamina was limited. Stop dawdling. Mu Yin raised an eyebrow, yet his pace slowed slightly. Is it my fault then? At this, Mu Yin cast an inexplicably uncomfortable glance at him. Fine, fine. It's my fault. Just slow down. It shouldn't be far now. Nodding in response, Mu Yin said, yes, I too have a sense that we are close. At the entrance of the dark forest, the sunlight shone brightly. Yet here, warmth seemed a distant memory, replaced by an overwhelming aura of menace that permeated the air. The two factions eyed each other warily, each poised for confrontation. Natural disasters possess an allure that irresistibly attracts numerous individuals. Each person harbors a touch of greed, which can manifest as a mere desire, an insatiable vice, or even a motivating force, depending on one's perspective. Outside the Black Forest, Chen Rantong, clad in a strikingly revealing combat outfit, accentuates her perfect waist and draws countless gazes with her ample bosom. Yet, she remains unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the eyes glued to her figure. Stretching her body, she gazes lazily at the opposite side, where Yen Ziyu resides. It's been a while. Senior brother Yen, she speaks, her lips parting delicately, her voice melodious, a smile gracing her features, albeit with a hint of seduction. Indeed, it has been a while. I wonder which side you intend to converse with me from now, junior sister? Yen Ziyu adjusts his posture slightly, his tone still languid, but his demeanor more cordial. There is no need for such formalities. Rantong merely wishes to take a look. The spectacle born from a natural disaster is always captivating, she replies with a light laugh, inciting envy from those nearby. Overall, she is a natural enchantress. Is that so? Yen Ziyu crosses his legs, sensing a brisk wind today. In the distance, an extravagant spaceship adorned with opulent dark golden stripes gracefully descends before him. Soon, a tall young man emerges, followed by a group of individuals donning cold masks. Wei Shu, have you come to join the fray? Yen Ziyu observes the newcomer, finally shedding his languid demeanor. He rises, locking eyes with him. Make way. Wei Shu, without sparing him a glance, speaks with icy indifference, his imposing stature exuding an innate dominance. Very well, the wheel of karma turns. Heaven spares no one. The facade you just donned has been swiftly reclaimed by another. Yen Ziyu's tone is resolute, a hint of jest lacing his words. You think I would let you pass so easily? My contribution would be substantially diminished. Ha! Wei Shu retorts with a cold smile, his right hand suddenly sweeping through the air, summoning a long spear. Then I shall stride over your body. Without hesitation, a fight ensues, both parties unwilling to back down. The onlookers murmur, how long has it been since the Wei family arrived? Not even a minute, and they are already clashing. Truly commendable. The Wei family remains as bold as ever. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The focal point is the ensuing chaos as they engage in battle. Amidst the fray, Chen Rantong watches intently, her gaze flickering before a subtle smile graces her lips. Observing the skirmish between Wei Shu and Yen Ziyu, she silently expresses her gratitude and swiftly vacates the battlefield, employing her skills to silently infiltrate the Black Forest. The Chun family excels in the art of assassination. Stealthy infiltration is a task easily accomplished. Arno, do you not feel an eerie atmosphere surrounding us? Han Ziyu glances around, noting the densely grown trees and thickets. The group has indeed forged a path through the thorns and brambles. Munua glanced around, sensing an ominous atmosphere enveloping the surroundings. In a place like this, he found it hard to believe anything formidable could exist. He would not accept such a notion even under duress. Moreover, given the array of peculiarities he had encountered since entering, it seemed implausible for tranquility to prevail here. Be cautious. I have an unsettling premonition, he remarked. Don't say that. I share the same sentiment, Gu Ling replied, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Should we circumvent this area? He suggested casually, not truly believing that at their tender age, his companions would opt for retreat. Absolutely, came a resolute response. Gu Ling instinctively added, all right, so we shall not? He paused, his gaze momentarily frozen. A glance at Munua revealed that he had decisively begun to veer off to the side. It was amusing. He was quite the life preserver. Han Ziyu followed closely behind, devoid of youthful curiosity, fully aware that life is a singular gift. Chapter 48. The so-called brother complex troubles were already abundant. Why seek out more? It would be foolish to actively invite complications. At such moments, one should refrain from uttering phrases about fortune favoring the bold, for that adage presupposes the existence of fortune. The trio swiftly distanced themselves, the scenery around them transforming, shedding some of its eerie qualities while embracing a touch of warmth. As Munua observed the shifting landscape, he inexplicably felt a wave of relief. Moments ago, he had felt an invisible pressure weighing down upon him. Perhaps that was why he had fled so swiftly? Regardless of the reason, he was simply relieved to be outside now. Guling looked at Munua and remarked, "I thought you would linger to observe." His tone was relaxed, laced with a hint of laughter. "What is there to behold? Perhaps there are opportunities within, but to me, they would merely present unnecessary troubles. After all, what is meant to be will eventually come to pass, and what is not destined should not be forced." Pausing, Munua smiled. "What is mine will always be mine." Guling shot him a sidelong glance, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He found Munua to be quite different from his initial expectations. "Hey, you two, perhaps we should contemplate our next course of action? Are we to continue straight ahead?" "We are still amidst an assessment," Han Ziyu interjected, crossing his arms with a light-hearted tone. "Good question. Let us walk and see if we can uncover anything of value." Munua mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Guling considered this and replied, "That works." If someone were to check the leaderboard at that moment, they would discover that Munua had already ascended to the pinnacle, leaving the second place far behind by a staggering margin. Regrettably, the trio lacked the interest to uncover this truth, thereby missing a pivotal moment. Meanwhile, within a dense thicket, Gu Jiucheng, feeling somewhat bored, opened the leaderboard and nearly stumbled in shock at what he saw. First place, Munua, Tanu Academy. Second place, Gu Jiucheng, Tianqing Holy Institute. 522. Third place, Guling, Tanu Academy, for 92. Fourth place, Han Ziyu, Tanu Academy, for 90. Fifth place, Huaxiao, Tindu Academy, for 31. Gazing at the audacious question marks trailing behind the first place, Gu Jiucheng was engulfed by a colossal question mark himself. What on earth happened, little brother? Did you empty the Black Forest? Such an absurdity was unfathomable. A crack appeared in Gu Jiucheng's usually stoic expression, and his composure began to fray. How am I to catch up? There's not even a numerical value to gauge. Those who beheld the leaderboard were not merely the solitary Jiucheng, but a multitude of others as well. In an instant, exclamations of surprise echoed from the periphery of the Black Forest. Consequently, a plethora of hearts was joyfully shattered. "I am utterly distraught." The oblivious Muno, hastily retreating, remained unaware that he had inadvertently disrupted the sentiments of many. He trailed behind Han Ziyu and Guling, meandering and pausing intermittently, occasionally gathering some small herbs. Though meager, he graciously accepted them, adhering to the principle of waste not, want not. Perhaps he could experiment with cultivating them within the life and death ring, Muno pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. "What are you thinking about?" Han Ziyu, with an unknown herb clutched between his lips, regarded Muno with a puzzled expression, sensing a peculiar air of lewdness about him. How strange, after all. He was a handsome youth, yet he perpetually exuded an unsettling vibe. "It's nothing," Muno replied, shaking his head to dismiss the thoughts swirling in his mind. Wearing an obedient expression. "Very well," Han Ziyu shrugged, merely inquiring out of curiosity. Caution was warranted. Guling, who had been intently examining the spirit white, suddenly furrowed his brow and came to a halt. "What's wrong?" Han Ziyu and Muno quickly moved closer, their faces etched with confusion. Guling surveyed the surroundings. Where towering trees loomed ominously, despite the dancing shadows, he sensed something amiss. "Something feels off. I detect danger ahead." Observing Guling's caution, Han Ziyu too adopted a serious demeanor, furrowing his brow as he gazed ahead. Muno, uncertain why both were so tense, felt a chill rising from the depths of his heart. Yet this chill did not evoke a sense of peril. Oddly, a hint of panic stirred within him. "Yes, let us be careful," Guling whispered to Muno before calling out loudly. "Anyone ahead? We merely pass through with no ill intent." Upon his words, silence enveloped the surroundings, as if the world had fallen still. Nonetheless, Guling remained vigilant, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. After what felt like an eternity, a cheerful voice broke the silence, remarking on their heightened wariness. Shortly thereafter, two figures emerged from the dense foliage, one clad in a black trench coat and sunglasses, the other in a black combat suit, emanating an aura of coldness. Indeed, it was Han Zimo and Mu Yan. Though Muno had anticipated his brother's arrival, the reality of the moment brought an unexpected wave of awkwardness. Han Ziyu, equally taken aback, stared blankly at Han Zimo, marveling at the strangeness of the world. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed a greeting. "Hello, big brother." This remark jolted Muno from his reverie. There was no time to ponder the relationship between Han Ziyu and Han Zimo. Feeling somewhat sheepish, he sidled up to Mu Yan, calling out, "Brother." Mu Yan's expression was inscrutable as he observed his younger brother's ingratiating smile, letting out a few chuckles. "Brother, as the saying goes, a boy who knows how to be endearing enjoys the best fortune." Muno blinked his large eyes at Mu Yan, appearing adorably innocent. Mu Yan, with a sigh of exasperation, lightly huffed before bending down to scoop Munua into his arms. Weighing him, he frowned. He had lost weight. His tone conveyed a hint of dissatisfaction. Munua initially stiffened, but soon relaxed, articulating earnestly, "Not at all. Just look at my face. It's quite plump." Mu Yin raised an eyebrow, observing the delicate visage of his companion. He invited the other to sit in the crook of his left arm, while his other hand playfully pinched the other's cheek. After feeling the soft fullness, he pondered momentarily before pinching a few more times. "Why is he only 10 years old? Why?" Munua exclaimed, filled with sorrow and indignation. Mu Yin paid no heed to his brother's internal musings, casually holding him close and glancing at the others without uttering a word. Although he remained silent, his demeanor instilled a sense of unease in Gu Ling and the others, prompting them to reflect on whether they had ever bullied Munua, leading to a collective sigh of relief upon confirming that all was well. Madness. The devotion of a brother can be quite terrifying. "Big brother, what brings you here?" Han Ziyu inquired quietly, having stealthily approached Han Zimo, who glanced at Mu Yin and noticed his indifference. He responded in hushed tones. "My precious younger brother has discovered a calamity-level item. The situation outside has turned chaotic, so we came in to provide protection." "Oh, a calamity-level item." Han Ziyu instinctively nodded, only to suddenly realize the gravity of the situation, his eyes widening in shock. "What? A calamity-level item?" His voice rose, startling both the brotherly duo and Gu Ling, who had been trying to minimize his presence. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon him. "Is there a problem?" Mu Yan's tone was frigid. "And no problem." Han Ziyu hastily shook his head. A significant issue loomed. Meanwhile, in the live stream, a blind man remarked, "Fortunately, I had the foresight not to buy a ticket. I almost lost money." An unknown little stone chimed in. "Haha, I'm planning to travel around the Black Forest. Is anyone joining? We could go together. Count me in." Kulku replied. "I'm in too." A fish that loves water added. Chen Rantong, who was searching for Munua in the Black Forest, stood frozen, bewildered by the figures appearing in the live stream. "If you had this background, why didn't you say so earlier?" After a long pause, she emitted a furious cry. Other searchers witnessing this scene instantly erupted in frustration. Outside, Yin Ziyu and Wei Shu, who were still engaged in a fierce battle, also heard their subordinates' reports. Wei Shu, appearing rather beleaguered, instructed, "Let's go back." Without hesitation, he turned to leave. Yin Ziyu's expression shifted, ultimately settling into one of ecstatic delight. "Wow, this is fantastic. Lao Wei, don't leave. Let's go again. Get lost." Wei Shu retorted. Yin Ziyu pouted in disappointment. "Mu Yin, the Mu family, I'm tirelessly guarding this place. And the Mu family can't possibly not reward me with something good, can they?" From a concealed vantage point in the air, Fu Shiha mused. "This young man has no sense of martial ethics." Chapter 49 concludes. This incident, which should have been exceedingly tragic, resolved in an oddly peculiar manner, revealing identities in the process. Logically, such behavior is quite abnormal. Those daring enough to breach the barriers of Tianyu Academy would not simply relent because the individual in question belongs to the Mu family. Even if they were cowardly, there are still members of several prominent families on the other side. Surely, they would not fear them as well. The crux of the matter lies in the emergence of Mu Yin. If Mu Yin had merely propagated his presence externally, the majority would likely remain indifferent. However, his silent approach to the opposing side rendered the situation rather awkward. The ominous Mu Yin, with both his identity and prowess, exudes an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Consequently, others are naturally deterred from acting recklessly, as those who venture forth possess limited capabilities. The truly formidable, such as the B-class individuals, have been thwarted by Fu Shiha and his cohorts. Furthermore, the involvement of other prominent families cannot be overlooked. The Mu family is no pushover, and Mu Shanxiao is certainly no lightweight. Admittedly, he bears considerable pressure, yet what Munua possesses is worth shouldering this burden. Moreover, it is essential to acknowledge the closer ties between the Mu family and the military, which undoubtedly enhances their deterrent effect. The Mu family's influence within the military is substantial. However, the specifics of that relationship remain unknown to Munua. Yet, it is Fu Shiha who bears the brunt of frustration. With the new examination inciting a series of disturbances, he is likely to face reprimand. Presently, Fu Shiha can be succinctly described as someone who has inadvertently invited trouble upon himself. The more he reflects, the more his ire intensifies, and he indelibly remembers Munua's name, convinced that this entity is somehow fated to clash with him. Munua, however, remains blissfully unaware of this animosity, sitting innocently beside Mu Yin, patiently awaiting his share of attention. "Where's that calamity-grade item? Show it to me," Mu Yin inquired, casting a casual glance at his younger brother. Munua, of course, did not perceive any ulterior motive in his brother's request. Even if there were, he would readily present it without hesitation. He raised his hand slightly, and a blood-red orb materialized before him. Instantly, the gazes of the others fixated on it, tinged with intrigue. Most had never encountered a calamity-grade item up close, making this a novel experience. Here it is, Munua declared, presenting the orb to his elder brother with an air of nonchalance. Muyen accepted it, scrutinizing it carefully, his brow furrowing slightly as he sensed a potent energy emanating from it, accompanied by an underlying scent of blood. This is a bloodstained calamity-grade item, Munua cautioned. A bloodstained calamity-grade item? Han Ziyu's eyes widened in shock, apprehensive about the implications of casually handling such an object. The term bloodstained indeed evokes fear and trepidation in many. Fear not, I have examined it. As long as one does not recklessly utilize it, it is merely an ordinary orb, albeit a sturdier one that cannot be easily broken. Munua replied, his demeanor utterly unconcerned, seemingly dismissive of the object's significance. Given your apparent indifference, why did you even take it in the first place? It could have simply remained where it was, Han Zimo remarked, raising an eyebrow, his tone laced with playful curiosity. One must not refuse a fortuitous gift. It is akin to having a meal already served. One cannot simply spit it out after a few bites, Munua stated matter-of-factly. Although possessing this item could alleviate numerous troubles, he always felt a peculiar discomfort at the thought of not having it. Since it had come into his possession, it would be remiss not to claim a portion of it. Muyen regarded Munua thoughtfully, considering the inherent dangers of the item. I may need to bring this back with me, he concluded. It seemed that Munua found the tone a bit stiff and, fearing misunderstandings, gently explained that the item was quite significant for the family and would certainly need to be returned later. Moreover, he felt uneasy about it being in her possession. Observing her brother's tone, which was as tender as one might use to soothe a child, Munua felt both amused and touched. Take it, brother. It serves no purpose in my hands. I only hesitated to discard it. All right, rest assured, I shall ensure the family does not treat you poorly, Muyen said, ruffling Munua's hair while secretly contemplating how to exploit the family's resources. He was determined to secure a trove of treasures for his younger brother. Munua smiled, exuding an obedient charm, as if he were not the one who had committed heinous acts just days prior. Han Ziyu and Gu Ling observed Munua's demeanor, one shivering slightly while the other appeared contemplative. Meanwhile, Han Zimo, who had been watching with a grin, bore an inscrutable expression. Nevertheless, matters were finally settled. Mu Yin and Han Zimo lingered for a few more days, primarily because Mu Yin was reluctant to part with Muno, showcasing his doting brotherly affection to an exaggerated degree, which had elicited countless remarks from the others. At one point, Han Ziyu, with a twinge of envy, approached Han Zimo, asking to witness how Mu Yin fulfilled his role as an elder brother, treating him as if he were a fragile treasure. This prompted Han Zimo's merciless retort and mockery. When will you find something of such catastrophic value for me to venerate? Han Ziyu could only laugh it off and depart, fully aware of the absurdity of the comparison. Catastrophic treasures are not easily acquired, after all. However, despite the lingering moments, Mu Yin and Han Zimo had to take their leave. Wait for my return. I shall bring you delightful treats, Mu Yin said gently, gazing fondly at Munua. Munua nodded, his smile radiant. All right, we must be off. Otherwise, you might find yourself contemplating the intensified training of the military. Han Zimo interjected with a roll of his eyes, crossing his arms as he stood before a small aircraft. Upon hearing about the intensified training, Mu Yan's brow slightly arched. Yet he said nothing more, simply ruffling Munua's hair once more before turning to depart, leaving in a manner both hasty and carefree. Munua only withdrew his gaze after the aircraft had completely vanished, falling into contemplation. What is the matter? Reluctant to part? Han Ziyu asked, amusement dancing in his eyes. No, merely pondering, Munua replied. Very well, let us not dwell on it. We still have our new assessments to complete, mainly us two. While you currently occupy a position of advantage, Han Ziyu said, a hint of acidity in his tone. On the other side, Gu Ling, cradling Ling Bai, shrugged indifferently, seemingly unconcerned. All right then, let us assist you with your tasks. By the way, we should also search for Wan Xiao and the others. I wonder where they might be now. Indeed, they had not encountered them along the way, which was rather peculiar. The group continued to meander, taking breaks as they collected what they could, and soon enough, they reached the conclusion of the first phase of the new assessment. Beep. Critical news alert. The martial assessment is nearing its end. All students of Tianyu Academy are to gather at the eastern exit, where the system will indicate the direction. A warm reminder. Representatives who fail to arrive on time will be deemed unsuccessful in the martial assessment. On this day, countless individuals received a message from their red wristbands. By the time Muno and his companions arrived at the east gate, a significant number of people had already emerged. Muno cast a glance back at the Black Forest, a cryptic smile gracing his lips, before turning to follow the pace of Gu Ling and the others. The first phase had concluded. Chapter 50 summary. At precisely 1500 hours, a group clad in C-grade attire intercepted the newcomers. It was no surprise, they were likely bygone. Following Han Ziyu and Gu Ling, Muno observed the crowd with a sense of curiosity. After a month of practical drills, it was evident that many had undergone various changes, the most noticeable being their somewhat soiled appearances, each carrying an assortment of items. Soon, the crowd organized themselves by class. Upon returning to his class, Muno distinctly felt several gazes lingering on him for an extended period. While others might not recognize him, his classmates were well aware of who he was. Unbeknownst to them, they had not yet watched the live stream, so they remained oblivious to the calamity-grade items, yet they could see the leaderboard. Those three, they were glaringly visible, piquing the curiosity of the onlookers. Mo Yuxiao was not one to be patient. She tossed her hair and stealthily approached Muno's side. Oh, I didn't expect you to be such a hidden powerhouse. Ranking first, with 3 question marks on top. Did you strip the Black Forest Bear? Muno fell silent. He certainly could not have stripped the Black Forest Bear. How to explain this? He pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. If you're interested, you can check out my live stream. Just scroll to the back to find out. Mo Yuxiao blinked in surprise at such a response, taken aback that she had to see for herself. Her interest piqued. She took out her wristband and entered Muno's live stream. Following his suggestion, she scrolled to the back, where the blood-stained calamity-grade items unexpectedly met her gaze. Her face was a portrait of shock as she turned to Muno. Muno blinked innocently. Mo Yuxiao remained silent for quite some time before darting back to her sister, presenting the contents of her wristband to her. Mo Yuyo cast a puzzled glance, her languid phoenix eyes suddenly widening in disbelief. Others, noticing her rare reaction, leaned in with curiosity. Mo Yuxiao generously showcased the content of her wristband to the crowd. Consequently, nearly everyone in the class widened their eyes, and for a while, they all turned their gazes toward Muno, their interest now intensified. Muno pondered briefly, realizing that words would be futile. Thus, he adopted a nonchalant smile, his eyes drifting into an abyss, lost in distant thoughts. Wow! Suddenly, someone exclaimed in astonishment. What happened? What's going on? The people around quickly inquired with confusion. That person did not conceal the news, declaring, "Look at the Star Network. Our newly examined powerhouse has made it to the trending list." Before long, a shocking headline emerged among the top 10 trending topics on the Star Network. Astounding. A catastrophic level item has appeared in university examinations. Catastrophic level? Surely this cannot be true. How is it that this has even garnered such attention? Is this what it means to be a big shot? Incredible. What remarkable luck. The crowd erupted into a flurry of chatter, only to be silenced by the appearance of Fu Shihe. Coughing softly, Fu Shihe floated gracefully in midair. He surveyed the gathered students, acknowledging the unexpected turn of events in this trial. Yet overall, the outcomes were commendable. With a benevolent smile, he seemed to erase the memory of his earlier irritability. Dear students, congratulations on successfully completing this trial. Your performances have not gone unnoticed by the faculty. This trial, spanning an entire month, saw each of you excel and persevere until the very end. He continued, moreover, this trial was jointly organized by several prominent academies, marking a first for our institution. However, do not become overly complacent, for this trial was merely the first phase. The next challenge, a literary contest, will commence tomorrow at noon, lasting for 3 hours. To be held in Highland City, you will need your identity codes for entry. Having summarized his remarks, several spacecraft swiftly departed from the vicinity. Muno, retreating from his thoughts, joined the throng, entering a spacecraft. Upon stepping inside, countless gazes converged upon him. Can we talk? Muno awkwardly inquired. The crowd regarded him for a prolonged moment. And then Mo Jojo sidled up to him, asking, So, is the catastrophic level item real or not? Muno nodded affirmatively. The disparity between individuals is indeed staggering, provoking envy and admiration, yet not to the point of bitterness. Muno, you! Exclaimed the chubby Wan Xiao, bounding towards him. Did you really obtain a catastrophic level item? And you are from the Mu family. When I asked before, you denied it. Feeling somewhat guilty, Muno stammered. Well, I just thought you were too excited. As for the catastrophic level item, it was merely a stroke of good fortune. Who has such luck as to merely find a catastrophic item? How infuriating. What kind of luck is that? Wan Xiao continued to prattle on about the details Muno had concealed, but eventually, after Muno reluctantly agreed to treat him to several lavish meals, He relented. Satisfied, Wanxiu then recalled another matter. The trading center in Highland City is particularly opulent. Should we visit it after our exam tomorrow? Are you looking to purchase materials again? Muno asked. Just browsing, Wanxiu replied, as the starlight twinkled delicately. Illuminating the night with a gentle glow, Muno closed his eyes, meditating on the essence of the stars, striving to enhance his abilities. A soft, ethereal luminescence began to emanate from him, and had Muno been able to see his own reflection at that moment, he would have noticed a flickering light upon his forehead, a sign of the impending breakthrough of his unparalleled soul. However, it seemed he had yet to reach the critical threshold. The night passed without a trace. The following morning, Muno was roused by Wanxiu's persistent knocking at the door, urging him to breakfast. I perused the Star Network yesterday, which touted this establishment for its exceptional flavors. Muno glanced around and noted the restaurant was named Chixia. The grand entrance was adorned with intricate carvings, flanked by waitstaff clad in matching uniforms. Welcome. A warm and melodious voice greeted them upon their entrance. The interior was spacious, with ample distance between the seating arrangements, exuding a sense of comfort. Round robots scuttled about, gracefully balancing trays. Greetings, esteemed guests. One such rotund automaton rolled up to them, promptly erecting a virtual screen. Please select your table number. If you have a reservation, kindly scan here. Muno glanced at the screen and turned to Wanxiu. You decide. Wanxiu, unfazed, navigated the screen a few times before settling on a window-side table. Excellent. Please follow me. After they were seated, the robot presented another virtual screen, displaying an extensive menu. Please place your order. Muno perused it briefly before handing it over to Wanxiu, his gaze drifting elsewhere, where he spotted a somewhat familiar figure. It was Zaire, whom he had encountered previously at school during a driving lesson. Opposite her sat a bald man. Observing closely, Muno noted that while Zaire was diligently consuming her meal, her fierce bites seemed almost as if she were intent on devouring the bald man, occasionally casting him glances filled with ire. His curiosity piqued, yet he refrained from prying into others' affairs, choosing instead to redirect his attention. Zaire, with a fuming demeanor, gnawed at her meat. She had overlooked the presence of Yuxian during her trial and inadvertently caused a fiery incident that singed the opponent's hair. As a master craftsman, was it not reasonable to create something with substantial firepower? Was it not understandable that she might inadvertently scorch someone's hair? Zaire felt a deep sense of injustice. Yuxian, seemingly indifferent to her plight, wore the demeanor of a celestial warrior, yet his appearance was rather delicate, akin to a refined young noble from a historical drama when draped in a long robe. Without hair, he bore a striking resemblance to a mystical monk from a television series. Nonetheless, this did not hinder him from exacting retribution upon someone. Hair, if it were to become permanently absent, would considerably affect one's prospects in marriage, particularly in this era of interstellar society, where monk-like figures were far from fashionable. He gently raised his teacup, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Muno's direction. He sensed the scrutiny directed toward them and, without a doubt, recognized the individual before him. As he lowered his eyes, he noticed that the beast accompanying the other appeared somewhat familiar. Casting a glance at the still indignant figure, a subtle smile unfurled across his otherwise impassive face. Did he recognize the youth over there? Zaire, chewing her food, curiously followed his gaze to Muno. Zaire, I know him, she replied, for he was indeed one of her victims, making him quite recognizable to her. Yo Xuan, with an air of tranquility, remarked, very well. If you can obtain the other person's contact information and keep track of them for 3 days, I shall let this matter rest. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Xiao'er's eyes. Really? Yo Xuan nodded affirmatively. Xiao'er quickly swallowed her food and exclaimed, wait, just as she was about to rise. A thought struck her. Does this start from now? Yo Xuan smiled. Indeed, but do not mention that I sent you. No problem. Chapter 52. The absurd written examination with a swift turn. Xiao'er gracefully moved to a position directly opposite Munua. She did not wish to appear overly compliant, yet she felt powerless against him. Moreover, she was tethered by an unbreakable obligation. Oh, what a coincidence, she exclaimed, her radiant face beaming, her large eyes twinkling with delight. Munua, slightly puzzled, cast a glance her way. Is something the matter? I apologize for what happened last time. No worries. I had already forgotten about it. Hee, but I still feel guilty. So let us exchange contact information. Realizing her bluntness, she quickly added, Ahem, if you ever need my assistance in the future, feel free to reach out. Munua stared at her, bewildered by the sudden shift in conversation after such a long time. That one tea be necessary. With evident impatience, Xiao'er promptly activated her communicator, extending her hand towards Munua. All right, he sighed in resignation, bemused by how the situation escalated. After exchanging contacts, she smiled at him. Munua paused for a moment before saying, "Aren't you going back to find your friends?" Xiara waved her hand dismissively. No. I'm content to follow you." Munua exchanged glances with Wan Xiao, who cautiously inquired, "Hello, I am Wan Xiao. Did you have a disagreement with your friend?" Xiara blinked innocently. "Is it possible he is not my friend?" Wan Xiao was momentarily taken aback. "Then what is your relationship?" Xiara sighed. "He is a lunatic. A violent maniac. I certainly do not wish to accompany him, so I hope you will take me in." After a prolonged silence, Munua nodded. Albeit confused about the unfolding events, reasoning it was merely a matter of adding one more to the table. By the end of the meal, a little shadow trailed behind them. More accurately, a little shadow trailed behind Munua. Midway through, Wan Xiao excused himself, citing other engagements, leaving Munua and Xiara together. Munua felt a sense of awkwardness with Xiao's presence. After walking together for a while, he wearily rubbed his forehead. "Xiara, is it time for exams? I recall our testing locations differ." Xiara pondered for a moment, scratching her head. "Oh right, my apologies, I forgot." With a cheerful wave, she declared, "See you after the exam," before turning to depart. Munua silently gazed at her retreating figure for a moment before choosing to turn away. Although he could not comprehend the sudden warmth displayed by the other party, he felt no malice and deemed it not a significant issue. The examination venue for the awakened was located in the eastern part of Black Forest City. Upon arriving as directed, he discovered a considerable number of people already present, each maintaining a distance of over a meter apart. After locating his designated group, Munua took a seat, where Han Ziyu and Gu Ling were already seated in front of him. Noticing his arrival, Han Ziyu leaned over and asked, "Did you and that chubby fellow indulge for so long?" Munua raised an eyebrow, replying, "Weren't you the one who said you had matters to attend to this morning?" Han Ziyu pouted, "I was just inquiring." Munua calmly nodded. "The food was quite good, which is why we lingered." In truth, the sudden appearance of Xiar had subconsciously slowed them down, perhaps to maintain a semblance of decorum. "Well, fine then," Han Ziyu sighed theatrically before continuing. "What do you think the examination will be like?" In previous years, it was held at the school using the star brain, but this time it's moved outdoors. "I wonder what they'll use." Munua casually remarked. "It will likely involve one of two methods, either written or via a communication terminal." Han Ziyu rubbed his face. "Who writes on paper these days? It should be on the terminal." When the time arrived, several instructors appeared, each carrying a large stack of white examination papers, seemingly aware that the students would not bring their own pens. Following them were 10 C-level disciples, each holding trays of black pens. Munua gazed at the pile of papers, unable to suppress a memory from his past life during the college entrance examination, finding a peculiar similarity between that scene and the current one. "Greetings, students," He smiled at the crowd. "This examination will employ a combination of terminal and written methods. Please open the Tanu Academy application on your terminals and select the examination template." Munua quietly complied, revealing an overwhelming 300 multiple-choice questions before him. Shortly thereafter, the examination papers were distributed to all candidates, with the first 10 major questions printed prominently. Munua pursed his lips, inexplicably feeling that the volume of questions seemed familiar. As lamentations echoed around him, the smiling instructors on the platform cautioned, "Please maintain silence, or you will receive a score of 0. Munua smirked slightly as he glanced at the questions. How many of the most elite alien beasts reside within the Death Star? What has brought the T3 star system fame? How many missions has the battleship V5 embarked upon? Among the major empires, which countries possess more than 3 sacred-grade items? Munua felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, rendered speechless by the unexpected nature of these questions. How to put it? Were the inquiries from interstellar individuals always so unscientific? These questions never mind. With a stoic expression, Munua began to utilize his remarkable memory and gradually tackled the questions. Chapter 53, The New Examination concludes. After diligently writing for over 2 hours, Munua unexpectedly experienced a familiar sense of homecoming, surprisingly evoked by the examination itself. After finishing his writing, Muno casually glanced at his work and chose to submit it. As a former academic prodigy, it was only natural for him to maintain the habit of leaving once he completed his task. So accustomed was he to this routine that he completely overlooked the astonished gazes from those around him. He raised an eyebrow, recognizing Muno, and curiosity compelled him to take a look at the examination paper, eager to see how this fortunate individual with an aura of luck had performed. A mere glance was enough to elicit a sense of astonishment. The handwriting was standard and fluid, the answers concise and clear, hardly the work of a 10-year-old. Were it not for his certainty that everyone in this domain would be incapable of cheating without detection, He might have been tempted to pull Muno aside for an inquiry. Impressive, he couldn't help but exclaim softly. What's the matter? Another teacher inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Kenny handed the test paper to him, and the other teacher was equally taken aback. Is this what the scions of prominent families produce? The members of those families, caught in the crossfire, protested. We are not. Unbeknownst to Muno, he had already garnered a reputation as a prodigy among his mentors. He ambled back to his residence, tidied up a bit, and, feeling that time was of the essence, decisively opted to visit the trading market in the city. The trading market in Highland City was bustling, though most of the stalls were temporary, as one would expect given its location on the fringes of the Black Forest. It primarily catered to those seeking to make quick sales. Muno strolled leisurely through the market. Blood of the 1982 winged crimson tiger. Come and see, various exotic beast hides. Premium beast meat. As he meandered, he eventually halted at an unremarkable little stall. It wasn't he entirely his choice. It was primarily due to Lingbai insistently tapping on his shoulder, urging him to approach. The stall owner appeared to be a rather simple fellow. Yet Muno dared not underestimate him, for the strong scent of blood wafted toward him. Ever since he absorbed the soul fragments of the Lord of Reincarnation, he had become particularly sensitive to the smell of blood. Welcome, the stall owner said, scratching his head in an endearing manner. What would you like to buy? Let me take a look first. Sure. The items on the stall were few, a few beast hides, some ores, and a selection of spiritual herbs. Muno's gaze was primarily drawn to a dark, palm-sized object resembling a stone. This was the main reason Lingbai had been urging him. However, he did not immediately reach for the item. Instead, he casually touched a nearby beast hide. What kind of beast is this hide from? He inquired. The stall owner, straightforward and genuine, promptly replied, it's from a jade-stop spirit fox. Muno was genuinely surprised. While the jade-stop spirit fox was not an exceptionally powerful exotic beast, it was exceedingly rare and known for its agility, making it difficult to capture. Muno raised an eyebrow. His interest in the item piqued. The jade-stop spirit fox was known for its charming and adorable appearance, with each possessing a coat of pure white, fluffy fur. It felt wonderfully soft to the touch, making it ideal for crafting garments. The surface of the beast hide appeared rather soiled, likely due to the congealed blood and accumulated dust. Initially, he had assumed it to be the hide of some aberrant creature. However, upon closer inspection, he finally discerned the softness concealed beneath. He inquired, how much do you sell this beast fur for? Recognizing his discerning eye, he trusted that the vendor would not deceive him and requested a fair price. Munua pondered for a moment. Although the fox fur in his possession was relatively rare, it had suffered some damage due to inadequate preservation, and its overall area was not particularly extensive. He then casually picked up a black stone he had previously admired and asked, how much for this black stone? The vendor contemplated for a moment and replied, I am unsure of its nature, but I sense an energy within it, albeit one of uncertainty. 100. And it's yours. That's a bit steep, Munua frowned. The vendor scratched his head and asked, what do you think is a fair price? After some contemplation, Munua suggested, how about I take both items for 600? The vendor, taken aback, calculated and realized it seemed reasonable, so he nodded. All right, 600 it is. Munua promptly made the payment, wrapped his purchases, and placed them into his spatial nexus, continuing his exploration. It wasn't long before a message from Wanxiu arrived. Wanxiu, I've finished my exam. Where are you? By the east gate. Munua, I'm at the trading market. Let us meet at the main entrance. Wanxiu, how did you get to the trading market so quickly? Wanxiu, do you possess the ability to teleport? Munua, is it not possible that I submitted my paper early? Wanxiu gazed at the words submitted early in astonishment. How could one possibly submit a paper so soon with so many questions? Was Munua truly a reincarnated prodigy? Was that even plausible? Chapter 54. The Origin Stone. Wanxiu arrived accompanied by Zaire. Upon seeing Zaire, Munua instinctively raised an eyebrow. Wanxiu approached and clapped Munua on the shoulder, exclaiming, I can't believe it. You're younger than us, and yet the top scholar. How infuriating to submit early with so many questions. Munua couldn't he help but retort, perhaps I submitted a blank paper? Wanxiu chuckled. I believe a sensible person wouldn't dare submit a blank paper. Given your temperament, I find it highly improbable. Munua smiled, surprised to discover that he was perceived in such a light. Very well. He glanced at Zaire and asked, we need to procure some materials. Would you care to join us? Zaire nodded. I too am a mechanist and am in dire need of materials. Upon hearing this, Munua recalled their initial encounter and cautioned, be careful with your purchases. Don't go overboard with modifications again. Zaire seemingly remembered that incident as well. Clearing her throat and blushing slightly. I will be more cautious in the future, she replied, for the consequences of recklessness could indeed be severe. Reflecting on her recent misfortunes, she shivered. I must be more careful from now on. Perhaps next time, I should procure a cannonball. An explosion seems far more effective. Well, perhaps it could obliterate the opponent entirely, thus sparing me from a beating. If Munua were to discover such thoughts, he might hastily flee with Wanshio, for accompanying the adversary could jeopardize his very existence. Thus, one must ponder why the denizens of the stars are so ruthlessly fierce. Munua, unaware of the other's intentions, calmly nodded and accompanied Wanshio in their selections. Naturally, it was primarily Wanshio and the others who were making the choices, while Munua stood by, gently massaging Lingbai. Occasionally, he would purchase items that would elicit a favorable response from Lingbai. Their shopping excursion extended well into the evening, and after indulging in some local delicacies, they returned home. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Munua gazed at the black stone in his hand, attempting to infuse it with the power of reincarnation, yet to no avail. What could this be? He glanced at the evidently excited Lingbai beside him and inquired. Lingbai leaped onto his lap, exclaiming, "This is an origin stone, though merely a fragment." "It is indeed an origin stone." Munua felt a tinge of confusion. What exactly is an origin stone? Lingbai explained. A complete origin stone possesses the capability to nurture an entire world. This is but a small portion, yet if one can awaken it, wearing it will gradually enhance one's soul power. Moreover, it is beneficial for your unparalleled soul. Additionally, it can significantly improve your meditative effectiveness, making it exceedingly valuable. Upon hearing this, Munua was taken aback, glancing at the unremarkable stone in his hand, struggling to believe such an extravagant claim. Could it truly be so remarkable? Lingbai, sensing his skepticism, promptly urged, "Master, press it to your forehead, and then infuse it with your soul power." Seeing Lingbai's earnest demeanor, Munua refrained from further questioning and quietly raised the black stone, channeling the ability of his unparalleled soul into it. Boom! It felt as if fireworks erupted before his very eyes. Munua's consciousness was suddenly jolted. Almost instantaneously, a magnificent and resplendent display of fireworks unfolded before him, as if he were experiencing a vibrant shower of blossoms. Subsequently, it felt as though the galaxy trembled, and bizarre scrolls materialized before his eyes, depicting the birth and demise of myriad worlds. This profoundly impressed upon him the true power of the so-called origin stone. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he was once again jolted back to reality, breaking free from that enchanting illusion. His gaze instinctively shifted to the object he held aloft. The once irregular black stone had vanished, replaced by a small, thumb-sized black orb. This was the true essence of the origin stone. After awakening, regardless of its size, it would ultimately transform into such a bead. "I seem to have a peculiar affinity for beads lately," Munua mused, recalling the blood-stained cataclysm grade he had previously acquired. "I wonder if there has been any progress on my brother's end since he returned with it." The Mun family residence was quite opulent, with Munua occupying an entire small planet all to himself. The family resides in the most comfortable place on this planet. As Mu Shanxiao entered the family residence with Mu Yin, he noticed that the place was nearly filled with people. Clearly, there was a palpable interest in the blood-stained catastrophe-grade item in Mu Shanxiao's possession. The current head of the Mu family is Mu Shanxiao's biological father, who, despite being over 50, appears remarkably vigorous. "Father," Mu Shanxiao greeted with a slight bow. "Grandfather," Mu Yin nodded calmly. "What about the item?" Mu Yongyi asked directly. Cutting to the chase, Mu Shanxiao glanced at Mu Yin. Chapter 55. The return. Mu Yin retrieved the blood-colored orb from his spatial nexus and handed it to Mu Yongyi. Upon receiving it, Mu Yongyi seemed to perform an unknown action, and suddenly, the blood orb erupted with a brilliant crimson light, enveloping everyone in an intangible scarlet aura. Mu Yin felt an inexplicable sense of danger stirring within him. However, this danger was fleeting. Mu Yongyi swiftly turned his right hand, causing the blood light to gradually dissipate. Cough, cough. Mu Yongyi lightly cleared his throat, feeling his vitality surging within him. The item in his grasp had indeed taken him by surprise. Forceful and audacious. "You must not use this item until the very last moment. In fact, I would prefer you not to resort to it at all if possible. It is exceedingly perilous." His tone was laced with complexity as he passed the item to Mu Shanxiao, unwilling to keep it. Mu Shanxiao was puzzled. "Is there something wrong with it?" Mu Yongyi coughed a few more times, seemingly containing an immensely powerful entity within. If it were to absorb any more life force, it might break free from its seal. Mu Shanxiao fell silent for a moment before placing the item into his own spatial domain. "I understand. Master, what are you doing?" Lingbai asked, his face a mask of confusion as he observed Munua, who was holding the life and death ring in one hand and the origin stone in the other. with the power of reincarnation swirling vigorously in his grasp. Munua responded calmly. Did you not say that the origin stone can nurture worlds? I was pondering how to manipulate this realm of reincarnation. This is a perfect opportunity to test whether the origin stone can amalgamate this place and create a proper world. Lingbai tilted his head, astonished by Munua's idea, as he had expected him to don the origin stone for cultivation. Munua offered no explanation, recognizing that if the origin stone could positively influence the realm of reincarnation, it would yield benefits beyond mere adornment. The prospect of cultivating the realm into a grand world was thrilling enough to excite him. As the radiance intensified, time slipped away, and suddenly, the black origin stone erupted with a stellar brilliance, subsequently merging into the life and death ring. Munua felt a surge of consciousness and promptly entered the life and death ring. The enormous verdant trees still stood majestically, surrounded by the swirling mists of death. Yet, above the colossal tree, a presence akin to the sun hung peacefully in the sky, emanating a gentle light. Beneath its radiant glow, the shroud of death's mist gradually receded into the surroundings. Muno stood upon this land, sensing that the earth within a 10-mile radius was being nourished. Could it be a success? He scratched his chin, contemplating how such a small area could sustain such an expanse, if only he could acquire more. It seemed he should pay closer attention in the future. However, such entities were likely difficult to obtain, so it was perhaps best not to force it. Muno adjusted his mindset and stepped back. Master, how did it go? Lingbai inquired eagerly, her eyes fixed upon Muno. He nodded in affirmation, quite well. Lingbai's eyes sparkled with excitement. May I take a look? Her curiosity about her birthplace was palpable. Muno nodded and allowed her entry. After a considerable time, Lingbai emerged, wagging her tail joyfully. Master, I believe we shall soon be able to cultivate something within. We shall see in a few days, he replied. At 10 o'clock in the morning, everyone gathered and boarded the spaceship en route to school. Although the new examination encountered a few minor hiccups, overall it was deemed a success. In summary, the new examination concluded. Chapter 56. Not returning home upon their return, a 3-day holiday was granted to all. Sai Xiao Nua. Will you be going home during the 3 days off? Wan Xiu inquired curiously as he approached. Of course he will. Han Ziyu chimed in, following them. My brother is an ultimate doting sibling. If he doesn't go back, well. The implication was clear. Muno smirked, holding his head high, not returning. I plan to immerse myself in the library for 3 days. Huh, do you seek punishment? Han Ziyu exclaimed, astonished. As if, Muno replied nonchalantly, I had already made arrangements. In the tranquil, silent night, Muno curled up beneath the covers, his brow furrowed. A veil of black mist enveloped him, obscuring his surroundings. He could only vaguely sense that he was not in a familiar place. O divine being, eastern candlelight, western wings, we beseech you. The murmurs echoed as if whispered in his ear, yet apart from the mist, no figures could be discerned. Muno attempted to move about, but soon found his path obstructed. After several attempts, he concluded that he was trapped. Supreme Majesty, overwhelming divine power, we beseech you. The whispers persisted, gradually growing louder until, boom, a blinding white light enveloped Muno. And amidst the daze, he seemed to glimpse a colossal hand. However, before he could scrutinize further, the light shifted, and he opened his eyes, returning to reality. How perplexing. Muno mused, rubbing his forehead, uncertain of the situation. Thoughts lingered, dreams of the night. Yet this dream was utterly disjointed. Curious, he exhaled slowly. Those whispers resurfacing in his mind. Was it a ritual of supplication to the divine? From any angle, these murmurs bore a striking resemblance to supplications directed toward the deity. Is that hand a deity? Yet, what could have caused him to dream of such a thing? Lingbai, disturbed by Munua's mental fluctuations, was awakened and asked, What is the matter? It shook its tail in confusion, questioning what had transpired. Munua, furrowing his brow, recounted his dream. Lingbai tilted its head, pondering the peculiar imagery of eastern candlelight and western wings. What an odd conception. Perhaps this deity is of considerable height. Those wings ought to extend to the east and west as well. Munua raised an eyebrow, affectionately ruffled its head, and decided it was merely a dream. Let us continue to sleep. Lingbai nodded, curling up in the corner of the bed to slumber peacefully. Munua gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to his abilities. Not sensing anything amiss, he ceased his musings, though sleep eluded him. He settled into a meditative posture, closing his eyes once more. Beneath the boundless power of the stars, his heart found tranquility. Are you truly not coming back? Muyin observed his younger brother with a hint of displeasure. Were it not for the communication terminal between them, he might have impulsively ruffled Munua's hair. A charming smile graced Munua's face. Well, I simply wish to see a few things. Besides, brother, are you not perpetually busy? His voice dwindled, tinged with a hint of guilt. After a lengthy silence, Mu Yen sighed, conceding, very well. Remain at school and reach out to me if needed. Thank you, brother. They conversed for a while longer, primarily with Mu Yen offering careful reminders before concluding the call. Munua silently touched the communication terminal on his wrist, feeling a complex swirl of emotions. Since arriving at the school, he had seldom thought of the Mu family, a realization that left him somewhat bewildered. Ultimately, he attributed this to not being a typical 10-year-old, hence his detachment from home. He sighed and turned toward the library, anticipating a substantial contribution soon, allowing himself a moment of indulgence. Speaking of which, he was undoubtedly at the top of the rankings. Meanwhile, Mu Yen wore a stern expression, emanating an aura of chill. Beside him, a snow-white creature in a cage leaped about energetically. This was intended as a gift for Munua. Though it was evident that it would not be delivered, he felt a wave of frustration, while Han Zimo observed him in surprise, remarking, "Has your brother finally entered his rebellious phase?" Mu Yan's face darkened as he delivered a punch to Han Zimo, retorting, "Be silent." Chapter 57. A conversation with Fu Shiha. Though a 3-day holiday had been granted, it seemed to apply solely to those in the F category. Otherwise, how could the library remain so bustling? Surely, the world had not become embroiled in chaos as well. Munua smirked subtly, inwardly mocking the situation. As spirit companions were not permitted in the library, he had not brought Ling by, but instead had accompanied a seal. Throughout the day, he was bombarded with messages from Seal, expressing a desire to accompany him. He felt somewhat helpless, but could not refuse, as Seal had insisted on staying for 3 days. Though unsure of the reason, Munua could discern that Seal was reluctant to disclose it. However, he could subtly sense that the reason was likely related to that bald individual who had dined with him on that fateful day. What would you like to see? Zaire glanced around. She had visited the library a few times, primarily seeking information on improvements, reading briefly before immersing herself in practical endeavors. Thus her visits had been infrequent. Munua remarked, "I shall upgrade my permissions first." He casually navigated to the library section, opting for a permissions upgrade, ascending directly to level 5. His contribution points plummeted from 772 to 22. The requirements for the first 10 levels of library access were relatively modest, with each upgrade necessitating only 150 contribution points, while subsequent levels demanded exponentially more. Though Munua felt a twinge of regret, the impending influx of contribution points reassured him that this expenditure was inconsequential. He pondered how far he could ascend if he devoted all his points to upgrades. Of course, a complete upgrade was clearly unattainable. Wasn't he foolish enough for that? All right, is there anything you wish to see? Upon hearing this, Zaire shook her head, revealing her personal disinterest in reading. I'm content to accompany you. Munua nodded, not insisting further. If she chose to follow, so be it. Initially, he intended to explore content related to spiritual practitioners. But yesterday's dream compelled him to seek records concerning deities today. The interstellar classification of power was starkly simplistic, ranging directly from S to F. However, the existence of deities was shrouded in uncertainty. Munua even questioned whether the interstellar realm acknowledged the concept of deities at all. After all, he had spent a decade in this world, and among the knowledge he had encountered, there appeared to be no mention of such beings. He accessed the library, selecting topics pertaining to deities. A notification emerged. Student Munua, your permissions are insufficient to view this content. Munua thought to himself, this level of bluntness is unprecedented. Typically, any content could be tangentially related, yet now he was met with a direct refusal. This indicated that even the slightest association with deities was entirely barred, which struck him as utterly astonishing. What is the matter? Zaire inquired, observing the evident bewilderment on Munua's face. Munua took a deep breath, turning to Zaire, and asked, "Do you have a deity you believe in?" Boom. It was as if he had uttered a forbidden phrase, unleashing an invisible ripple in the air. Munua watched in astonishment as his surroundings seemed to freeze. Just as he began to doubt whether his words had disrupted the fabric of this world, a voice emerged from behind him. "Little one, what has sparked your sudden interest in deities?" Fushia stepped forth from a space behind him, hands clasped behind his back. "Director," Munua exclaimed hastily. Though his expression bore confusion, he could not fathom how Fushia had appeared here. "I came to observe the child of fortune," Fushia replied, exuding an air of calm authority. Munua was left bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Fushia continued, "We have conducted our assessments. The Mist Lotus was originally protected by a barrier, and under normal circumstances, it should not have been revealed. However, just before the examination, the ink serpent sensed the presence of the spirit cat. On the brink of a breakthrough, it shattered the already precarious barrier, leading to its revelation. Munua replied, do not worry. Sharing this with you does not invalidate your achievements. Sometimes, good fortune is itself a form of strength. I have come to personally present you with this prize. To his surprise, he heard such a statement. Munua, upon realizing this, refrained from hastily inquiring about the prize and instead asked, does divinity truly exist in this world? Fushia smiled. Are you aware of the classification of power? Yes, from S to F rank, Munua answered. Fushia nodded. And do you know what S rank individuals are also referred to as? Munua looked up in slight confusion. S rank is also known as demigod level. At this, Munua's heart stirred. Demigod level? Indeed. So, is the rank above S considered divine? Munua inquired. Fushia nodded. Correct, above S rank is divinity. Yet, currently, one cannot find any trace of deities in the interstellar realm. Why is that? Munua asked, intrigued. Good question. Although S rank individuals are rare, they do exist. However, for an extended period, no one has managed to break through to the next level. Many have pondered this mystery, and countless S rank individuals have fallen. Yet to no avail. He sighed. It is regrettable that not a single person has succeeded, and many have perished due to their relentless obsession. Munua fell silent, recalling his previous dreams. Yet, he chose to remain composed and inquired. So, is there no faith in the divine anymore? Who says there isn't? The Irmu tribe reveres the god of nature. Fushia continued. However, deities have been absent for too long. And during our prolonged inability to uncover the reasons behind our stagnation, most have decided to seal away the hopes of you youngsters. Why is that? Munua pressed. Isn't it out of fear that you may become deranged in your pursuit of divinity? Fushia ruffled Munua's hair. In the interstellar realm, some individuals have lost their sanity due to prolonged stagnation. Cults abound. Munua was taken aback, having never heard of such matters. Noticing his confusion, Fushia chuckled. When you reach B rank, you will understand. For now, you are merely at the threshold. Munua acknowledged with a sigh. Realizing that even with his reincarnation power at D rank, facing Fushia felt like merely scratching the surface. Fushia, curious, asked, what prompted your sudden interest in the topic of deities? Munua hesitated, reluctant to disclose his dreams, and maintained a composed demeanor. I just suddenly wondered whether there are any deities in this world. Fushia raised an eyebrow, clearly finding this excuse lacking. If someone is deliberately hinting at you, remember to inform your elder brothers. After all, it may be the work of some cultist. This world is perilous, and one must maintain a sense of reverence. Munua nodded, understanding the good intentions behind Fushia's words. Enough with seeking divine beings. Your current prowess is insufficient for such pursuits. Let us address the matter at hand, specifically, the issue of the prizes. Munua blinked in curiosity. Fushia remarked, you are likely aware of the presence of 3 question marks among the top prizes. Indeed, Munua recalled feeling somewhat perplexed upon first encountering them. Fushia continued, speaking slowly, this reward pertains to the Gate of Stars. Munua was taken aback, as this was yet another term unfamiliar to her. Fushia's tone took on an unexpected seriousness, stating, logically speaking, the Gate of Stars is not something you should be able to access at your current level. It is knowledge reserved for those of B rank and above. However, for this new examination, we have conferred with several academies and decided to make an exception for the top 3, allowing you to visit it. Munua sensed that she was on the verge of learning something significant, prompting her to adopt a more earnest demeanor. Fushia elaborated, our interstellar surface remains tranquil. Even though the major empires occasionally engage in minor skirmishes, large-scale conflicts are virtually non-existent. What do you think is the reason behind this? Munua inquired. Does it have any relation to the Gate of Stars? Fushia sighed, gravely nodding in affirmation. Indeed, it is connected. Although our inhabited interstellar region boasts thousands of planets, this is merely a fraction of the vast void. Beyond our defined territory lies an expanse filled with countless planets. Yet they are occupied by malevolent races that harbor ill will towards us. After prolonged conflict, to prevent further encroachment, hundreds of elite S-rank beings sealed off the interstellar region, isolating both parties with the Gate of Stars. Only those who attain S-rank possess the authority to unlock it. Munua began to grasp the implications of this revelation. Fushia continued, however, mere isolation is not an effective strategy. After all, the opposing forces could eventually breach it. Solely relying on S-rank guardians is insufficient. Thus, we often dispatch a group of B-rank individuals to their territory. Munua pondered for a moment, asking, then why are we being sent? Fushia smiled lightly. Our intention in sending you is certainly not to engage you in warfare. On the other side of the Gate of Stars lies countless battlefields. Yet there are also significant advantages. Among these is the star pool, which has historically been our primary objective. Upon hearing this name, Munua raised her small face, inquiring, "What is peculiar about the star pool?" Fu Shihi replied, "Indeed, the star pool is formed from the concentrated power of countless stars. Entering it can rapidly enhance one's strength, and some individuals have even awakened a second ability through it." Muno reflected on her own reincarnation power, realizing this might present an opportune moment to reveal her abilities. After contemplating the considerate nature of this world, she asked, "When will we depart?" Fu Shihi observed her thoughtfully, responding, "We shall set off in 10 days. I have come today to ensure you are prepared and to hand over some additional materials." As he spoke, he retrieved 2 ornate tickets from his spatial dimension and handed them to Munua. She accepted them, staring in bewilderment at the somewhat promotional-looking tickets in her hands. A card adorned with the emblem of the sacred pool bore the bold inscription, "Heavenly Academy Sacred Pool One-Time Voucher." Another featured an image of a crossed sword and dagger, with the words, "Weapon Repository Celestial Level Lottery Ticket." Muno gazed silently at the voucher in his hand for a considerable time, his lips twitching involuntarily. Such a disappointing sight was truly unprecedented. He quietly discarded the voucher into his spatial pocket, feigning that the school's dignity remained intact. Fushi has seemed to sense the awkwardness in the air, clearing his throat twice. "Well, the contribution points will be credited to your account shortly. You can check for yourself, should be within today." "All right," Muno replied with a compliant nod. Fu Shiha endeavored to maintain his authoritative demeanor, patting Muno on the shoulder before turning to depart through the fabric of space. The stagnant flow of time resumed, and Zaire blinked in confusion, rubbing her head. "What were you about to say?" Muno calmly shook his head. "Nothing. I should be aware of it. I basically know." Chapter 59, Doing a Good Deed Clearly. He was unable to find information regarding deities in the library. Thus, he decided to continue with his original plan, seeking content related to spiritual practitioners. Zaire followed closely, astonished by the speed at which Muno read. "Are you actually reading, or just flipping through?" Muno, puzzled, responded with a hum, his hands deftly turning page after page. "I am reading. You read faster than I can comprehend 10 lines. It's manageable. I have an exceptional memory." Zaire, often forgetful, silently shed tears of envy at such a remarkable ability. Muno immersed himself in reading for an entire 2 days. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated in his ears, jolting him from his literary reverie. He surveyed his surroundings, finally resting his gaze on a nearby scene. Several tall and muscular disciples, donned with D-level insignias, encircled a smaller boy of the same rank. The earlier sound was the result of one of the towering figures pushing the diminutive boy to the ground, colliding with a nearby bookshelf. "So, you are the one who covets Lady Xingxue?" Gao Tian, rubbing his massive fists, looked down ominously at the seated Chen Yan. Chen Yan, his expression devoid of emotion, replied, "I do not know any Xingxue." Gao Tian chuckled darkly. "Don't know her? We witnessed you following her to the dormitory. And now you claim ignorance?" He leaned down, playfully patting Chen Yan's face. "Are you jesting?" Chen Yan frowned. "I did not follow anyone named Xingxue." Indeed, he was unfamiliar with her, although he had heard the name. Xingxue was one of the 4 goddesses of their D-level, a leader among spiritual practitioners. However, he held no interest in such matters, knowing little even of her appearance, having only heard of her due to his roommate's chatter. Regardless of his protests, the group before him remained skeptical. "Xingxue specifically mentioned that you were the one pursuing her." Gao Tian was clearly not a man of patience. He seized the collar of his opponent with a fierce glare, declaring that a mere pretty boy had the audacity to entangle himself with their goddess, which was rather an overestimation of his own worth. He raised his fist again, seemingly prepared to demonstrate the beauty of strength to Chen Yan. "Fighting in the library will cost you 10 points in discipline, big brother," warned Munua, who approached the group leisurely. Though he was not fond of meddling in others' affairs, their commotion had disrupted his reading, and thus, it could not be considered mere interference. With a calm demeanor and a hint of indifference in his expression, he inquired, "Are you certain you wish to continue?" Gao Tian darkened his expression, questioning the presence of this child and daring him to seek his own demise. Munua's countenance turned icy, and in an instant, he moved, delivering a kick to Gao Tian's knee, the force imbued with the power of reincarnation, causing him to kneel immediately. Munua then pulled Chen Yan up and coldly regarded Gao Tian, stating, "You are the first to dare call me a child. Do you know who I am?" He looked down upon the kneeling Gao Tian, ignoring the menacing stares from his companions behind him. Gao Tian, filled with rage, retorted, "I don't care who you are." Munua smirked coldly. "It seems you hold little respect for the Mu family." Gao Tian momentarily faltered, his eyes widening as he registered the name Mu family. The elite families were common knowledge among those who entered this academy. And the Mu family was certainly one of them. Are you from the Mu family? Gao Tian asked, still somewhat incredulous. Munua offered a detached glance, simply stating, Munua. He chose not to elaborate further and pulled Chun Yin aside to resume his reading, internally mocking the embarrassment of announcing his lineage. Yet, through such means, he swiftly achieved the desired outcome. Observing the stunned expressions of those nearby upon hearing his name, he felt a reminiscent thrill akin to the glorified moments depicted in the novels he had read. It was undeniably gratifying. Chapter 60. Be a good person. Time passed. And after what seemed like an eternity, the leader of the group appeared to have quietly ascertained the truth, his complexion shifting between shades of blue and white. After a considerable pause, Gao Tian wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, cautiously standing up, only to wince in pain. Clearly, Munua's kick had not been gentle. He rubbed his leg and approached Munua with a forced smile. They had dared to challenge Chen Yen, not only due to their own lack of strength, but primarily because their backgrounds were insignificant. However, Munua was different. His lineage was powerful enough to ensure that this group could vanish without a trace or, more overtly, be dealt with on the spot. Leaving others to applaud the Mu family's might, Gao Tian cautiously addressed him. We were unaware that young Master Mu was present and sincerely apologized for the disturbance. Munua shot him a cold glance, as if to say, if you know you're causing a ruckus, why not leave? Gao Tian nodded quickly and departed with his companions, but not before casting a fierce glare at Chun Yin and mouthing a silent threat. Thank you. Chun Yin disregarded Gao Tian and the others, earnestly addressing Munua. No need for pleasantries, Munua chuckled. How did you cross paths with them? Chun Yin furrowed his brow. They suddenly confronted me, claiming I was harassing Sheng Shui, and insisted on teaching me a lesson. Munua inquired, did you indeed harass her? I don't even know her, Chun Yin replied, but I did overhear them mention you seem to have followed her to the dormitory. With a sigh, Chun Yin continued, I don't know her at all, let alone where she resides. However, I did escort my sister back to her dormitory once. Munua rubbed his chin, inexplicably sensing the aura of a melodramatic plot unfolding before him. Was this a tale of a wealthy young lady mistaking a poor boy for a stalker, leading her to seek vengeance through her lackeys, only for the impoverished lad to rise up and exact retribution? And he, by chance, was the benevolent bystander who saved the protagonist? What a ridiculous notion. Munua hastily pulled his wandering thoughts back. Perhaps you could clarify the situation? It certainly appears to be a misunderstanding. Yet, Chun Yin fell silent for a moment. It's futile. That group will only grow angrier. Munua found himself at a loss for words, contemplating that group, which indeed possessed the traits of mindless henchmen. After a moment's reflection, adhering to his principle of seeing matters through to the end, presented his communication device. Let us exchange contact information. The next time they seek to confront you, you can invoke my name. Although I might not be able to fend them off, my brother certainly can. Chun Yin looked surprised. Are you this sincere? After a prolonged silence, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. This unsolicited kindness left him somewhat bewildered. However, he was not one to be overly sentimental and promptly added Munua as a friend. Once they completed the addition, they naturally returned to their unfinished reading. Another day passed. When Munua returned to the dormitory, the others had already arrived, as today marked the final day of the holiday, with check-in required the following morning. Hey, Xiao Nua, it seems the rewards for the recent exam have been issued. Did yours come through? Wan Xiu called, waving at Munua. Munua blinked in surprise. Indeed, it has. Seizing the opportunity, he used the newly credited contribution points to elevate his library level by several ranks, now standing at level 15. It wasn't that he wished to refrain from discussing it. Rather, the subsequent increments required were exorbitantly steep, and he truly could not afford them. Munua sighed. 10,000 points? I could never accumulate that much in 2 years. Wan Xiu lamented. Munua smiled. That may not be the case. The earning potential of a skilled technician is well recognized among the interstellar community. That is true. Chapter 61. The soul of unparalleled break through the night enveloped by the silver moon illuminated the sky. A shimmering white light flickered incessantly as Munua closed his eyes, sinking into an endless realm of brilliance, as if a whale leapt from the ocean, creating ripples in the space around him. Soon, it seemed as though the light of the silver moon cast its glow, gradually spilling across the vast expanse of the sky. Ding-dong, a distant sound, as if echoing from the annals of history, reached his ears, followed by what seemed to be the breaking of a barrier. Boom! Munua's spirit trembled, and soon an exhilarating sensation coursed through his entire being, reminiscent of a fish diving into water. Munua quietly savored the moment for a while before slowly opening his eyes. Just moments ago, his unparalleled soul had successfully achieved a breakthrough. Ah, quite splendid. Munua smiled faintly, feeling remarkably refreshed. He rubbed his neck and once again immersed himself in deep contemplation, seeking to stabilize the recently attained state of his unparalleled soul. Before dawn's light could grace Munua's eyes, he was abruptly awakened by a hurried knocking at the door. "Arno, rise and shine." Munua blinked in confusion, realizing that after his meditation, he had inadvertently slipped into a profound slumber, and it seemed he had dreamt a peculiar dream, the details of which eluded his memory. "What is it?" Munua opened the door to find Wanshio standing outside. Wanshio rolled his eyes. "What do you think? Just look at the time. We have class today." Munua paused for a moment, somewhat astonished as he glanced at the time displayed on his communicator, discovering that it was nearly time for their gathering. This was rather unusual. He typically awakened around 7 or 8 o'clock. However, he dismissed the thought, attributing it to the recent breakthrough of his unparalleled soul. "I'll get ready." After a hasty breakfast, he made his way to the classroom. Upon entering, Munua noticed a virtual screen propped up, showcasing Sophia gently caressing the bell, the name of the cat. Upon seeing Munua and a few others enter, she displayed no particular reaction. Essentially, once the three of them arrived, the entire class followed suit. Perhaps due to Sophia's presence, the atmosphere today was unusually tranquil. With everyone seemingly lost in thought, their minds shrouded in mystery. Ding! Sophia flicked the wind chime in her hand. "Good morning, everyone." Her voice bore a hint of languor, and her proud demeanor exuded a sense of nonchalance. Oh, but then again, she had always been this way. "Good morning, Instructor Sophia." Sophia nodded lightly, her gaze sweeping across the room. Munua couldn't shake the feeling that her glance lingered on him for a moment. Sophia regarded the entire class with a calm expression. The new assessment, which sounds slightly outdated, has proven to be quite effective. At least, compared to our last encounter, you all appear more spirited this time. With one hand propping her chin, she added, "Your abilities have certainly improved as well. The primary purpose of this assessment is to expose you to the formidable challenges that lie beyond, yet it does not preclude the possibility of unexpected surprises. Here, I must congratulate Munua for achieving first place." She paused, then added with a smile, "And not just in one category, but in two. Truly well-deserved." Munua quickly waved his hands in modesty, attributing it to good fortune. Sophia huffed lightly. "Accept the praise graciously. Luck is a form of strength as well. Young one, in time you shall understand just how wonderful luck can be as a form of power." Young Munua nodded obediently, indicating his understanding. Sophia's slender fingers gently pointed in the air, and soon, a colossal leaderboard materialized on the virtual screen. "This is the ranking of the top 100 from this new assessment." Sophia rose, still holding the bell. On the leaderboard, the undisputed first place is held by Muno. She smiled briefly and pointed to the second place holder, Gu Jiucheng from the Heavenly Academy. "I have watched his live streams. He is quite a remarkable young man, possessing considerable strength and mastery over his abilities. Furthermore, his subsequent literary examination performance was commendable." With a casual flick, she revealed Gu Jiucheng's personal information, a collection of data accessible about him, urging everyone to pay close attention. Muno effortlessly memorized the details, but was left pondering the necessity of such memorization. Fortunately, Sophia swiftly elucidated, "The intent behind sharing this information is not to incite you to target him in future brawls, but rather to establish him as a benchmark for you to surpass. After all, aside from young Muno, the rankings of the rest are rather underwhelming." Sophia's tone remained nonchalant, seemingly oblivious to the subtle dissatisfaction she had just conveyed. "All of you are awakened beings with S-level talents. Even the most straightforward support-type abilities should not fall short." With a sigh, she directed her attention to the third place, Huaxiu from the Academy of Heavenly Virtue. Another well-rounded individual, and upon mentioning him, "I couldn't help but inquire about you. Lung Yao, have you not paid attention in class? Otherwise, how could it be that your initially close standings diverged so drastically in the literary examination?" Lung Yao, caught off guard by the sudden mention, instinctively lowered his head and murmured an apology. Sophia chuckled lightly. "Your apology cannot alter the fact that your performance was subpar this time." After pointing out several others, she transitioned to other topics, ultimately allowing them some reprieve. Chapter 62. Meeting Sophia just as Munua was about to depart, Sophia called out to her. Surprised, Munua obediently replied, "Mentor Sophia, is there something you need?" "Indeed, there are a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Would you mind joining me in my quarters?" Sophia beamed at Munua, her demeanor a stark contrast to the indifferent, languid figure from class. Observing Sophia in this light, Munua felt a slight chill and offered an even more compliant smile, responding, "Of course." "Very well, I shall await your arrival," she replied. The Heavenly Academy spans a vast expanse, exuding opulence, ensuring that most mentors enjoy comfortable quarters, which also serve as their residences. Naturally, those of S-level prestige reside in even greater luxury. Sophia's quarters were contained within a quaint, standalone villa, and upon entering, Munua felt as though he had been transported back to ancient Earth. Despite Sophia's Western name, her abode exuded a distinct charm. A small pond, adorned with swaying lotus flowers, graced the premises, while the corners were filled with clusters of crystal grapes. The villa, intricately carved, appeared exquisitely delicate. As Munua stepped inside, he found Sophia by the pond, affectionately cradling a cat, prompting a pang of concern for the feline's fur. If she continued in such a manner, it might become quite sparse. "Welcome," Sophia greeted, her gaze shifting to Munua with a warm smile. Without any apparent action from her, Munua felt a sudden shift before him, as the scenery transformed into a remarkably modern living room, where he found himself seated on a sofa. Instinctively, Munua's heart raced, and his alertness heightened. "Don't be tense." Sophia observed his taut demeanor and offered a reassuring smile. "If I were to kill you at school, I would be hunted by everyone." Munua thought to himself that her words implied a readiness to eliminate him when he was absent from school. He offered a dry smile, hesitant to respond. Noticing his discomfort, Sophia conjured a glass of milk from thin air. "Drink this. It will calm your nerves." Munua took a sip, surprised to find it quite delicious. "This is milk from the Darius beasts. They are exceptional, especially their milk and meat. If you ever encounter them on the star battlefield, you should try some tender cuts." I could barbecue." Munua paused mid-sip, realizing his mentor's ruthlessness was indeed a fitting description. "I understand." However, it seemed that Sophia frequently visited the Stargate. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such an abundant supply of milk. He silently critiqued her in his mind, but outwardly inquired, "Is there something specific you called me for, teacher?" At this, Sophia fell silent for a moment. The smile that danced on her lips gradually faded into a placid expression, ultimately vanishing. Munua began to doubt whether he had asked an inappropriate question. After gently stroking the head of the white cat in her hands, Sophia remarked, "I reviewed your profile, and it states that your ability is S-rank soul enchantment." Munua nodded. "I've seen the results of your recent exam, and it appears you haven't utilized your enchanting powers much." Her gaze was fixed on him, as if she could peer into his very soul. Feeling a slight tension, Munua nonchalantly replied, "Earlier, I didn't find the enchantment power necessary. Later, due to the catastrophe-level items, I disabled the live broadcast, during which I did employ it." "Is that so?" Sophia smiled enigmatically. "Well, the specifics do not concern me. However, you undoubtedly possess abilities related to the soul. The reason I sought you out is to request your assistance in utilizing this series of powers." Munua raised an eyebrow, curious about what task his mentor required. "You need to go to the Stargate for your new exam. Once inside, you should head directly to the star pool." Sophia blinked playfully, her stunning visage adorned with a hint of mischief. "I hope you can unleash your soul power as much as possible upon entering the star pool." Munua's expression was one of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the rationale behind this request. "Do you know about the spirit beasts?" Instinctively, Munua responded, "Spirit beasts are gentle, unique star creatures, small in size, used for crafting and medicinal purposes, thriving on star and soul energy." Sophia nodded, pleased with his reaction. "Precisely, the star pool, formed by the convergence of star energy, is exceptionally conducive to the emergence of spirit beasts. Hence, I hope you can help me capture one." Muno instinctively furrowed his brow. The spirit beast moved with remarkable swiftness. Though its temperament was gentle, its unique abilities rendered it formidable, necessitating at least a B rank to capture it. "I understand," Sophia replied with a faint nod. "Generally, spirit beasts are exceedingly difficult to apprehend if one is below B rank. However, you are different." Muno inquired, "How so?" Sophia elaborated, "You are a soul-based ability wielder. Such entities possess minimal resistance to soul practitioners, thus you stand a significant chance of capturing it. Moreover, I shall not leave you to act alone. I will provide you with a soul-locking bag. When the spirit beast appears, you can lure it with your soul power and seize the opportunity to utilize the bag." Pondering this, Muno felt puzzled as to why his teacher did not attempt to capture it herself. Sophia regarded him thoughtfully. Firstly, the star pool is not easily accessible. Secondly, the creature may not remain within the confines of the star pool. Thirdly, these little beings are adept at avoiding danger and are acutely sensitive to soul energy. Individuals like us, who are powerful yet lack soul-based abilities, may inadvertently alert them with even the slightest anomaly. She paused for a moment before continuing. "I have attempted it before, but the results were far from satisfactory." Understanding dawned upon Muno, although he still harbored some confusion regarding why other soul practitioners weren't sought. He refrained from voicing his queries. This ultimately led to a bittersweet realization when the truth was revealed to him later. Sophia smiled softly. Are you able to accept this commission? Should you agree, the 10,000 contribution points shall be yours. Muno, somewhat vexed by the allure of monetary incentive, scratched his head. I will do my utmost. After all, capturing a spirit beast still hinges on a degree of fortune, perhaps influenced by the nature of this assignment. His curiosity about the world beyond the Stargate grew. Yet, he was acutely aware of his limitations. Judging by the tone of the previous conversation with Fuxia, it was clear that such a place was not meant for someone of his youthful disposition to frolic in. After accepting Sophia's contribution points, he departed. Sophia, caressing a bell, observed Muno's retreating figure, a glimmer of intrigue shining in her eyes. With a light chuckle, she murmured, Muno. As the midday sun cast its rays, Muno felt as if he were ensconced within the alchemical furnace of the Grand Supreme Lord. He hurried to the library but halted midway upon spotting a familiar silhouette, Chen Yin. The individual was cornered by someone he recognized, Gao Tian, the very person he had previously bested. It was unexpected that Gao Tian had the audacity to confront Chen Yin again, seemingly disregarding Muno's presence entirely. Narrowing his eyes with a hint of danger, Muno noted that Gao Tian, oblivious to the impending threat, continued his futile pursuit. Chen Yin, this time your luck has run out. Indeed. Last time you were fortunate enough to encounter that young master. This time, however, it shall not end well for you. Alas, you shall ultimately fall into our hands. Listening to the villainous words, Chen Yin cast a glance at Munua, who stood nearby with crossed arms, feeling somewhat speechless and showing no expression on his face. Gao Tian, however, perceived the words as a mockery directed at him. Mad, who do you think you are? Strutting around with such arrogance. One might mistakenly believe you hail from some affluent family. With a surge of malice, he shoved Chen Yin forcefully, clenching his fists and twisting his neck. He was poised to teach the other a lesson when a youthful voice chimed in. Do you truly have nothing better to do? Munua, visibly exasperated, spoke from behind them. Gao Tian and his companions instantly froze in place. Turning around in a self-soothing manner, Gao Tian was met with the all-too-familiar figure, prompting him to curse inwardly. What a coincidence. Chapter 64. If all else fails, find something to do, young Master Mu. What a coincidence. Gao Tian's face instantly broke into an exceedingly naive smile. Had it not been for their previous encounters, Munua might have almost believed that the man before him was genuinely honest and straightforward. With an impassive expression, Munua inquired, So, you are indeed quite idle? Gao Tian hastily waved his hands. No, young master, you misunderstand. He then draped an arm around Chen Yin's shoulders, grinning broadly. We just happened to run into each other and exchanged pleasantries, hee. Munua scrutinized the broad-shouldered Gao Tian and then glanced at the somewhat frail Chen Yin, rendered speechless. Sighing deeply, he felt that since he was to play the role of a good Samaritan, he must commit fully. Thus, he leisurely sent a message to his brother, essentially requesting him to keep an eye on Gao Tian and his group. Gao Tian felt a vague sense of unease, sensing something amiss, and cautiously asked, Young master? Munua smiled slightly. It's nothing. Since you were merely exchanging friendly greetings, now that the pleasantries are over, you may take your leave. I wish you good fortune. He trusted that his brother's nature would not lead to any dire consequences. Thank you. After Gao Tian and his companions departed, Chen Yin looked at Munua with a hint of helplessness. It was becoming somewhat embarrassing to keep running into each other. It's fine. They exchanged glances. Feeling a tad awkward, Chen Yin cleared his throat gently. My sister works at the cafe next to the school. I'm going to pick her up for lunch. Would you like to join? Munua nodded in response. Sure. Chen Yin, holding his books with a nonchalant expression, walked ahead, while Munua obediently followed behind, creating a rather peculiar pairing. There was a cafe beside the school, reputedly owned by a powerful practitioner who graduated from Tianyu. Numerous legends surrounded him, the most prevalent being that he was once an S-class powerhouse who, after seeking vengeance against an enemy, sustained severe injuries and chose to retreat from the world. Munua found this version quite credible, far more believable than tales of elopements and such. The cafe, named Xixian, boasted a refreshingly simple decor, with tables adorned with greenery and the walls lined with an array of leisurely books. Munua's keen eyes caught sight of a book titled The Interstellar Tycoon's Darling Wife Has Bolted with a Child. Munua mused. An interstellar version of the domineering CEO? Surprisingly, it piques my interest. Chen Yin approached the front desk and gently called out to a girl who appeared to be around 15 or 16. The girl was quite pleasing to the eye, her fresh demeanor inexplicably complementing the ambience of the cafe. The longer one gazed at her, the more enchanting she became, much like a fine brew of coffee that grows richer with each sip. Chunyin noticed her brother's eyes brighten at the sight. Brother. Yes. I'm here to take you out for a meal. Chunyin affectionately ruffled the girl's lovely hair, his expression softening noticeably. Chunyin chuckled, then turned her gaze to Munua, curiosity evident in her eyes. Munua blinked and introduced himself. Hello, I am Munua, a friend of Chingu. Upon hearing this, Chunyin paused for a moment before smiling and saying, yes, indeed a good friend. Chunyin's eyes sparkled. Wow, brother. I've always thought you were too lonely. I didn't realize you had an affinity for younger ones. Chunyin Munua. This remark seemed rather peculiar. Chunyin clearly sensed the awkwardness of her statement, quickly correcting herself. No, I meant to say I didn't expect my brother to be fond of children. In an instant, she found herself at a loss for words and felt as though she could cry. Munua interjected. Age is but a number. Our relationship is quite ordinary compared to that of a mentor and mentee. Ah, yes, exactly. Chunyin sighed, casting an apologetic glance at Munua, evidently feeling helpless with her sister. He, brother, let us go eat. I just got off work. Chunyin said with a beaming smile. Chunyin nodded. All right. I'll go greet sister sure. She hurriedly turned and passed by Munua, and as she did, Munua felt a sudden stiffness in his body. Divine One. Divine One. The endless whispers echoed in his ears, transporting his consciousness to another realm, surrounded by countless voices calling upon the divine, inducing a splitting headache. Yet, he found himself unable to control his awareness, trapped in this state. He gritted his teeth, contemplating whether to harness his abilities, when a clear, youthful voice jolted him back to reality. Brother, let us go. Before him, the cafe reappeared, the bright girl linking arms with her brother, smiling sweetly. Munua struggled to maintain a calm facade as he followed them out of the cafe, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. He cast a fleeting glance at Chunyin, instinctively gripping his other wrist. Chapter 65. Recruitment. The trio casually ordered a few dishes in the dining hall and settled down to eat. Munua's mouth was busy, but his mind was racing. The moment Chunyin had passed by him, he had experienced a peculiar illusion, or perhaps his consciousness had been whisked away to another space. But why? Did he possess something unique, or was there something extraordinary about her? He blinked, observing that Chunyin appeared to be merely an ordinary little girl, devoid of any distinctiveness. After a moment's contemplation, he feigned casualness and inquired, by the way, are both Brother Chun and Sister Yin practitioners of spiritual cultivation? Chunyin hesitated briefly before shaking her head. I am a practitioner, while Ian is an awakened one. Munua pretended to be surprised. What abilities does Sister Yin possess? Chunyin, not inclined to conceal the truth, replied with an inexplicable pride. Ian possesses the S-rank ability of life's breath. Chunyin chuckled, appearing somewhat bashful. Munua remarked, your sister is S-rank, yet you still find yourself frequently cornered. How do you reconcile this with your identity as her brother? S-rank life's breath, Munua mused, stroking his chin. If I recall correctly, life's breath is among the most elite healing abilities? Chunyin nodded affirmatively. Munua couldn't help but express admiration. That's impressive. It's my first encounter with a healer among the awakened. Healing abilities are highly sought after in the stars. Upon hearing this, Chunyin furrowed his brow slightly, biting his lip as he replied, healing abilities are indeed coveted, but I lack the means to protect her. Chunyin frowned. I don't need your protection. My mentor has told me that as long as I grow, I can both save lives and fight. Munua raised an eyebrow, acknowledging, indeed. While healing abilities may lack offensive power in the early stages, they become formidable in the later phases. I once read about an S-rank healer who, through an abundance of life energy, transformed enemies into monstrous beings, leading to their ultimate demise. Quite remarkable, I must say. He glanced at Chunyin across the table, recalling the earlier scene, and casually asked, do you hold faith in any deities? Chunyin looked puzzled. Deities? In the stars, aside from those races that value tradition, I doubt anyone believes anymore. Chunyin nodded in agreement. What of it? Munua chuckled lightly. Oh, it's nothing. I recently read a book and was simply curious. I see, Munua continued, but indeed, healing abilities require ample protection in their early stages. In school, it shouldn't be an issue. Chunyin pouted. Chunyin sighed, evidently at a loss regarding his sister. However, Munua smiled. An S-rank ability is quite powerful. Would you be interested in receiving the protection of a prominent family? Absolutely not. Chunyin quickly shook her head. Those prominent families just want me to work for free and look down upon my brother. I wouldn't want them either. It was evident that Chunyin had been courted by prominent families, likely met with arrogance. After all, her own family was rather ordinary. Chunyin cleared his throat, explaining. Previously, there were interactions between the Wei and Qin families, but they were rather unpleasant. Munua understood, recognizing that among several prominent families, The Wei and Qin families were the least favored, with the Qin family being the most notorious. The Wei family was overly proud, while the Qin family harbored many darker tendencies, given their expertise and shadow abilities. Overall, these two families were indeed unlikable, albeit powerful. What of the other families? Munua inquired. Chen Yin shook his head, as the Qin and Wei families had made it clear that no one was permitted to recruit them. They likely offered some incentives. Otherwise, how could the other prominent families be persuaded to relinquish their S-class healing abilities simply out of courtesy? However, this also indirectly indicated that the two individuals from the opposing side may have had an unpleasant encounter with the other two families. Thus, it seems Chun Yin's constant troubles might have found a rationale. Munua, after weighing his options, decided to press on, saying, "Why not consider the Mu family? The Mu family, would never treat others in such a manner." Both Chun Yin and Chun Yin were momentarily taken aback. Chun Yin glanced at Munua and then at his brother, appearing somewhat perplexed. After a prolonged silence, Chun Yin finally replied with resignation. "We do know a bit about the Mu family. However, regarding the Wei and Qin families, it is better to resolve enmities than to create them. A little flattery might suffice for the Wei family, but you are of the same lineage as the Qin family. What animosity could possibly exist?" Munua smiled mischievously, resembling a cunning little fox. Chapter 66. The dramatic plot thickens. Chun Yin and Chun Yin hesitated as they discerned Munua's determination. He continued to smile and said, "Come to our Mu family. I assure you that you will receive the same treatment, with no lack of resources and no coercion to undertake any tasks. What do you say? Will you consider it?" After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Of course, if you believe I am merely a child who cannot make decisions. I can reach out to my brother." Chun Yin and Chun Yin hurriedly waved their hands, insisting that it was unnecessary to trouble Major Mu. They were well aware of Mu Yan's reputation. He was a prominent figure in the Star Network, undeniably handsome, immensely powerful, and of considerable status. Chun Yin lowered his head in thought. "Might we have some time to consider?" Munua nodded, indicating that there was no problem, and urged them not to feel pressured. A refusal would not affect their friendship. Should they choose to decline, he would not mind employing some unconventional methods to persuade them to agree, of course, without their knowledge. For instance, he could save them on several occasions, thereby creating a sense of indebtedness. Surely, they could not refuse him in the end? That did seem somewhat like a strategy of leveraging kindness for gain. Munua silently took a bite of his meal, reminding himself that he was a good person. Upon returning to the dormitory, Munua dialed Mu Yan's contact. It was rare for him to take the initiative to reach out to his brother. Leaning back in his chair, Mu Yan raised an eyebrow, noting the military academy's decor behind him. Munua grinned. "Brother, I need your assistance once more." Mu Yan's brow arched even higher. "You just asked me to deal with someone, and now you seek me again? Who is it this time?" Munua quickly shook his head. "It's not about dealing with someone. I want you to help recruit two individuals." "Who?" "Our academies, Chun Yin and Chun Yin." Mu Yan pondered for a moment, as their names sounded somewhat familiar. Munua nodded, explaining that Chun Yin mentioned they had offended members of the Chun and Wei families. Upon hearing this, Mu Yan seemed to recall something. "Oh, I remember now. You mean Wei Shu's fiancé, right?" Munua. He looked utterly bewildered. What fiancé? Realizing that his brother was entirely uninformed, Mu Yan sighed in exasperation. "Are you attempting to recruit without understanding anything at all?" Munua felt a sense of grievance as they spoke of offending the Chun and Wei families, claiming that those two clans had sought to recruit them, only to be rejected and subsequently targeted. Mu Yan scoffed lightly, remarking on the Chun family's knack for weaving elaborate tales. He recounted a somewhat melodramatic story to Munua. Chun Yin and Qin Yin were a pair of twins, the result of an affair by the third heir of the Qin family, who were later brought back home when Chun Yin awakened her S-level talent. Given her extraordinary ability and her striking appearance, the family boldly declared her to be the legitimate daughter of the third heir, merely raised away from home for a time. The Qin clan, driven by self-interest, would stop at nothing. Qin Yan's talents and looks were seen as advantageous, leading to her being betrothed to the young master of the Wei family, Wei Shu. Wei Shu, inheriting much of the Wei family's notorious temperament, displayed a haughty arrogance and a disdain for women. He intended to treat Chun Yin merely as a caretaker. However, Chun Yin, proud and unwilling, along with her brother's disapproval, found themselves trapped between the demands of the Chun and Wei families, where consent was not an option. Yet, Chun Yin was no ordinary individual. Through some means, he managed to secure leverage over the Chun family's eldest son, allowing them to escape. In theory, once the immediate issue was resolved, they could have been recaptured. However, the Qin siblings were astute, having applied to Tianyu Academy 800 years prior. They entered the academy directly after their departure. The various academies functioned as a cohesive unit, and should the major families unite, they could potentially act against them. But with only 2 families involved, that was evidently unfeasible. Not only would the academy not permit it, but neither would the other families. Thus, the Chun siblings managed to evade immediate capture, though they still faced some antagonism. With Chun Yan's talents, she enjoyed relatively favorable treatment, while Chun Yan faced greater difficulty, often being harassed by the lackeys of the Chun and Wei families. Munua listened astonished, and felt a pang of sympathy for the melodramatic unfolding of events that seemed to perpetually surround them. He glanced at his brother and pondered, ultimately asking, "Is it possible to recruit them? If they haven't been truthful, should we still assist them? I can't just claim that I believe Chun Yan has some connection to the divine, can I?" Munua silently mused, though outwardly he smiled, feeling it would be remiss not to engage, as they had established a rather pleasant rapport. Chapter 67. A fluttering heart. Mu Yan appeared somewhat resigned as he sighed, reflecting for a moment before stating, "I can reach out to them. If they are unwilling, we shan't press further." Munua regarded him with a playful tongue-out gesture. "Brother, do you find me bothersome? Always seeking your help, and this matter seems rather complicated." Mu Yan chuckled. "I am your brother. If you don't trouble me, who else will you bother? Besides, these matters are not insurmountable. Rest assured." Munua nodded obediently. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the communication. Munua lowered his gaze, feeling a tumult of emotions stirring within. His experiences from a past life had accustomed him to shouldering all burdens alone, sparing his loved ones from any inconvenience. Perhaps this life was too splendid, leading his heart to gradually open without his conscious awareness. "Oh." Munua shielded his eyes with one hand, a pure and radiant smile inevitably gracing his lips. The Chin siblings provided Munua with their response on the 3rd day. "Thus, let us hope for mutual support in the future." Chun Yan regarded Munua earnestly, while Chun Yan, standing beside him, also observed Munua with a serious demeanor. Munua smiled, expressing his desire for mutual care. After the Chin siblings finalized the contract, Chun Yan glanced at Munua, hesitating to speak. Munua raised an eyebrow, roughly discerning his thoughts, and said, "I do not mind. However, I hope our future interactions will be grounded in sincerity." Chun Yan nodded, feeling the need to apologize. "Furthermore, thank you." "Oh, Munua, why are you packing your luggage? Are you heading home?" Wan Xiao inquired with a puzzled expression, observing Munua in the living room. Suitcase in hand, a piece of bread clamped in his mouth. Munua set the suitcase down at his feet, removed the bread from his mouth, and shook his head, replying, "No, remember the recent exam had a question mark reward? I am preparing for the gathering today." Wan Xiao paused for a moment, then realization dawned upon him. "Right. I heard several schools joined forces to prepare the gifts. Speaking of which, it has never been disclosed what they are. In truth, they are rewards from several deans personally conducting classes." Munua blinked. The school had recently informed him that the reason was merely fabricated. Wan Xiao, puzzled, asked, "Why would they conceal such a reward from the dean's classes?" Munua shook his head, stating that they had sought a mysterious mentor for this occasion. Yet this mentor wished to keep their identity concealed, thus the decision to remain secretive. Wow, a mysterious mentor? Wan Xiao was evidently intrigued, the weariness that had previously clouded him now dissipating into thin air. He swiftly bounded to Munua's side and asked, "Do you know who the mysterious mentor is?" "I do not know," Munua chuckled, shaking his head. "The school's confidentiality measures are quite effective. We will only discover who it is upon our arrival." "How frustrating." Wan Xiao sighed dramatically, then brightened with a thought. "Well, once you meet them, you can quietly tell me after you return." Munua laughed at his enthusiasm, saying, "All right. I will inform you if the school permits." He patted Wan Xiao's round shoulder, saying, "Now, I must take my leave. Otherwise, I might miss the gathering time. Take care on your journey." Munua waved goodbye, adding, "Oh, please pass my regards to Gu Ling and the others." "Certainly." Tick-tock, tick-tock. When Munua arrived at the school entrance, Fu Shi was already waiting there, with students occasionally entering and exiting, each one shrinking back, fearful of drawing attention. It must be said that Fu Shi commanded a considerable degree of respect within this institution. "I apologize, Dean Fu. Have I kept you waiting?" Munua said, slightly flustered. It was his first experience making a figure of such stature weight, a tale that could last him several years. "Not at all. I merely came early to assess the situation, so there's no need to be anxious." Fu Shihe waved his hand and said, "All right, let's board the spacecraft. We must go and fetch the others." Muno nodded in agreement. Upon entering the ship, he couldn't help but marvel at the spacious and comfortable interior, adorned with an array of formidable weaponry. Among these, a particular mech caught Muno's eye. Fu Shi had chuckled, This was my trusty companion in my youth, though it has seen several decades. The pure black exterior exuded a chilling yet powerful aura under the lights. Although it appeared to be merely 2 meters tall within the confines of the spacecraft, it still emanated an undeniable sense of authority. The body bore numerous scratches, clearly the marks of battles fought in its past. Muno felt a stirring within him, as this was his first encounter with a mech. Its striking design made his heart race. The Mu family must possess many mechs. I recall your father was the pilot of the S-class mech, the Eagle. Haven't you seen it? Fu Shiha remarked with a hint of amusement at Muno's wide-eyed expression. Muno shook his head. Perhaps the timing was never right. He had been preoccupied with sorting through memories, rarely venturing outside, which explained his lack of exposure to mechs. Reflecting on it now, he felt he had missed out on quite a bit. Chapter 68. A Mutual Appreciation Boom. Fu Shiha's spacecraft surged forward, swiftly arriving at their first destination. Oh dear, Fu. It's truly a hassle for you to come in person. The vice president of the Tianqing Academy greeted with an insincere smile, extending a hand towards Fu Shiha for a warm handshake. Not a bother at all. The child beside you must be Gu Jiucheng, correct? Quite impressive. Achieving second place in the recent examination, Fu Shiha replied with a beaming smile, his voice brimming with admiration. Gu Yu clenched his teeth secretly, responding, I suppose it's acceptable. It's all been earned through hard work. Fu Shiha, noticing this, grew even more animated. Ah, this child's fortune seems somewhat lacking. I've seen him miss several opportunities for great rewards, which is rather unfortunate. Gu Yu chuckled. Well, what can be done? He cannot be compared to your child. Speaking of which, his fortune is indeed remarkable. Not at all. Our little Munua possesses decent strength. He merely dispatched a sea-level creature with ease, Fu Shiha replied modestly. Indeed. Impressive. Our Jiucheng has only managed to slay a few common killer bees, Gu Yu said, attempting to downplay his own achievements. Let us not be overly modest. Our little Munua merely picked up a calamity-level item. The mention of such a remarkable item made Gu Yu grit his teeth in frustration. How could it be that someone from the opposing academy stumbled upon it so easily? At this thought, he glanced at Muno, whose silvery hair shimmered in the sunlight, his fair skin adorned with an air of innocence, and his peach blossom eyes radiating a natural charm. His features, though not fully developed, hinted at a promising future. Gu Yu then unconsciously turned his gaze towards the expressionless Gu Jiucheng, resembling a block of ice, and felt a pang of sorrow. Why did other children appear so endearing while his own seemed so cold? With a resigned sigh, he suggested, we should set off soon. We still need to head to Tiandu, don't we? After boarding the spacecraft, the two deans finally remembered that their children had yet to be introduced to one another, having not exchanged even a greeting. After all, the two had been engaged in conversation, and it felt somewhat awkward to interrupt. Fu Shiha cleared his throat and resumed the demeanor of a vice dean, introducing Munua. This is Gu Yu, the vice dean of Tianqing. Beside him is Gu Jiucheng. You two youngsters are quite exceptional. It would be beneficial for you to converse. Greetings, Dean Gu. Munua offered a polite bow, exhibiting a charming smile. Gu Yu quickly waved his hand, his smile significantly more genuine than when he had interacted with Fu Shiha. Hello, I am Munua, he said, extending his hand towards Gu Jiucheng. Gu Jiucheng, with a stoic expression, shook his hand briefly and replied, Gu Jiucheng. Gu Yu also cheerfully introduced Fu Shiha to Gu Jiucheng, who responded with a curt nod. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an unsettling silence. The four exchanged glances. Fu Shiha ruffled Munua's hair and said, You two young ones should talk. I have some matters to discuss with Dean Gu Yu. With that, he departed with Gu Yu, leaving Munua and Gu Jiucheng staring at each other in silence. Though Munua maintained a pleasant smile, he felt a tinge of confusion within. What was he supposed to do next? Gu Jiucheng appeared somewhat unapproachable. What could he say to initiate conversation? Or should he remain silent, avoiding awkward small talk? To his surprise, Gu Jiucheng broke the silence with a remark. If you don't wish to smile, then don't. It seems rather forced. Are you talking to me? Munua asked, realizing his folly as he scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I thought my smile was quite sincere. Gu Jiucheng regarded him coolly, replying, I do not find it so. Your smile seems merely a response to the occasion. Response to the occasion? Munua paused, then couldn't help but chuckle lightly. A smile can sometimes be a gesture of goodwill, so why can't it be considered sincere? Gu Jiucheng, though somewhat perplexed, showed no interest in understanding further. As long as you are happy, he said indifferently, before moving to a nearby empty chair to close his eyes and rest. Munua shrugged, finding the conversation rather nonsensical. Yet it was remarkable that they had managed to exchange even a few words given their unfamiliarity. He settled into another chair, glancing at his reflection in the window, subconsciously pulling a smile. Did he truly not wish to smile? Chapter 69. The Three Travelers. The Tiandu Academy is situated in a rather remote area, perhaps due to the fact that most of its inhabitants are adept in divine mechanics and martial arts, resulting in a sparsely populated vicinity. Unlike Tianyu, where one merely needs to walk a few steps to reach the bustling city center, Tiancheng finds itself adjacent to a military district. The geographical positioning of these esteemed academies speaks volumes about their respective focuses. Munua cast a curious glance downward. At the grand entrance of Tiandu Academy stands an imposing statue crafted from intricate mechanical components, rumored to soar several dozen meters high and span 10 meters in width. The metallic form glistens under the sun, reflecting beams of light, some shimmering silver, while others display a spectrum of vibrant colors. The statue, reminiscent of a human figure with its hands clasped behind its back, gazes upward with a slight tilt of its head, as if pondering profound thoughts or surveying the horizon. Its construction comprises exquisitely designed mechanical parts, some of which are among the most challenging to fabricate in the world. Though Muno lacks knowledge of machinery, he cannot help but feel a sense of awe. Cold, hard, and commanding, words fail to encapsulate the essence of this magnificent creation. Truly breathtaking, he murmurs, lost in contemplation. Beside him, Gu Jiucheng nods in agreement, affirming, indeed. Muno turns, surprised to find Gu Jiucheng gazing solemnly at the statue, his expression grave. Sensing Muno's scrutiny, he responds nonchalantly, I hold all great creations in high regard. Muno pauses, then smiles, I share that sentiment. I believe it is a mindset we all should embody. Gu Jiucheng nods once more. The name Huaxiu had always evoked a sense of serenity in Muno, yet upon meeting him, he realized how far removed his impressions had been. Huaxiu embodied his name, radiating flamboyance akin to a peacock in full display. His long, carefree hair was loosely tied with a simple cord, two strands playfully floating in the air, exuding an air of rebelliousness. Clad in a pristine white suit adorned with a rose on his chest, he appeared to be about 15 or 16 years old, standing at an impressive height of 1.7 meters, which imbued him with an aura of maturity. Greetings. Huaxiu cheerfully addressed the two. He glanced at Muno and, with an elegant gesture, removed the rose from his lapel, placing it behind his back in a manner reminiscent of a gentleman's bow. You must be Muno. It is a pleasure to meet you. Muno, taken aback, replied cautiously, thank you. A sense of unease washed over him for reasons unknown. Huaxiu smiled slightly, the honor is mine. He then turned to Gu Jiucheng, long time no see. Gu Jiucheng, maintaining a stoic expression, regarded him with a fleeting glance. Indeed, it has been a while. Muno sensed an undercurrent of disdain in that brief exchange, though Huaxiu seemed unfazed by Gu Jiucheng's cool demeanor. Still so aloof. As a representative of the Sacred Academy, you must present yourself better. Suddenly, a massive fist crashed down upon Huaxiu's head with a resounding thud. A burly man approached, visibly furious. You insolent brat, I've told you countless times not to wear such clothing outside. Dad, it's a matter of dressing freely. Huaxiu protested defiantly. At school, refer to me as principal. Vice principal. Muno stood in stunned silence, processing the revelation that this young man had just called the imposing figure dad. He wondered if such a forceful reprimand could truly leave someone unscathed. Yet, could it be that such a stark contrast in physique belonged to a father-son duo? The delicate young man, Huaxiu, stands in stark contrast to his father, Huada, a robust figure towering around 2 meters in height. The beard adorning his face could almost rival that of Zhang Fei. It is truly astonishing that such disparate individuals are indeed father and son. After a formal introduction, they embarked on their journey towards the gateway of the stars. Huaxiu, a quintessential extrovert, remained undeterred by the aloofness of the solitary Jiucheng, engaging in animated conversation with Munua throughout the trip, not even pausing to take a sip of water. Eventually, Munua's expression became rather stoic. Maintaining a smile proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 70. Within the gateway of the stars, countless celestial bodies radiate a luminous glow, evoking awe and wonder as they illuminate the vast expanse of the universe amidst encroaching darkness. Each star shines brightly, casting light across the cosmos. While the spaceship appears to be a colossal entity on the ground, in the grand scheme of the universe, it is but a speck of dust. This marks Munua's first encounter with the sight of the Milky Way, filling him with a sense of wonder and igniting a spirit of ambition within him. Perhaps it is human nature to harbor a desire for conquest, leading Munua to declare inwardly, I aspire to be a man who conquers the stars and the seas. Is that Star Island? Huaxiu suddenly leaned in, pointing curiously at a distant formation. Munua paused, raising his gaze to behold a massive mechanical structure resembling an island, quietly anchored amidst the countless starry seas. In this boundless galaxy, it did not seem diminutive. A white defensive barrier enveloped its surface, surrounded by an array of weapons of various sizes. Occasionally, small spacecraft darted through its interior. Star Island, the domain of the formidable S-rank powerhouse, Chili C, also known as the Star Maiden, is referred to as the Daughter of the Stars. However, she is typically addressed with the respectful title of Queen of the Stars. The disparity in strength is such that few would dare to call her simply the Star Maiden. It is said that her beauty is exquisite, and once an individual of equal strength attempted to breach her domain merely to catch a glimpse of her visage, only to meet a catastrophic fate. It seems that the one navigating through the stars is indeed the Queen of the Stars, Munua remarked. Huaxiao expressed his astonishment at the serendipitous encounter, noting that this was his first glimpse of the content from the books he had read. But I recall that Star Island usually resides in the vicinity of the Death Star domain, does it not? With a resounding clap, Huada's broad palm struck his son's back. Could it be that we have arrived near the Death Star domain? This is precisely why I urged you to study the star theory books more diligently, yet you chose to ignore my advice. The Death Star domain, a realm inhabited by countless star beasts, epitomizes the law of the jungle. This area is rife with natural disasters and plagued by cosmic storms, rendering even the rarest minerals within largely inaccessible. Thus, even Star Island merely anchors in the surrounding regions. Father, may I kindly request that you exercise a bit more restraint during your actions? Or do you perhaps wish to hasten my demise in order to expedite the arrival of a second child? Is my mother aware of this? Thud. Silence. After delivering a punch to Huaxiao, Huada turned to Munua with utmost gentleness and said, "Very well. We are about to enter the celestial gate. This process may be somewhat uncomfortable and jarring, so please sit still in your seat." Huaxiao, unable to bear the situation, thought to himself, "I am your biological child." Thud. Munua blinked innocently and nodded. "All right, I understand. Thank you, uncle." It felt awkward to address Huada as director. It seemed somewhat inappropriate. Once Munua and the others were seated, the spaceship suddenly accelerated, and the scenes outside dissolved like vapor in an instant. Shortly thereafter, unbeknownst to them what the directors had done, a pure white light enveloped the entire vessel. Munua instinctively closed his eyes and, before he could open them again, felt a violent shaking akin to an earthquake. When the blinding light faded into a soft, milky glow, Munua opened his eyes to find the view transformed into a pitch-black void, devoid of any light, resembling a sealed passage. The shaking persisted, and Munua felt as though he were riding in a mine cart, a peculiar thrill coursing through him. Typically, spaceships are equipped with defensive systems to ensure stability. The current turbulence suggested either a failure of those systems or an overwhelming force acting upon the ship. Clearly, it was the latter. After an indeterminate time, another burst of white light appeared, but this time it quickly subsided. Upon reopening his eyes, Munua beheld a scene more grand and resplendent than any interstellar vista he had previously encountered. However, what stood out the most were the colossal ships docked around them. Occasionally, mechs soared through the air, predominantly the latest models. Fu Shihe approached with a grave demeanor, instructing them, "From now on, you must stay close to us and refrain from wandering about. If you encounter any unforeseen circumstances, the consequences will be yours to bear. This is the front line, and it is a place of utmost peril. A moment's inattention could lead to unimaginable dangers." Huada, equally serious, echoed his sentiments. Guyi remarked, "There is no need for excessive words. Simply follow our lead." The three of them nodded solemnly. The celestial gate had arrived. Chapter 71. Those individuals. The spaceship eventually docked at a vast base, the boundless expanse enveloped in glistening silver. As Munua followed Fu Shihe off the ship, he found himself surrounded by a swarm of mechs, shortly followed by several individuals clad in standardized combat uniforms approaching them. "Please present your identification," the foremost figure intoned gravely. The directors produced a dark green, button-like circular object from the spatial hub. Upon receiving it, the individual made a swift mark on a device strapped to their arm, followed by a beep and a flash of green light. After returning the object, their demeanor shifted to one of evident respect, clearly indicating that S-rank individuals command significant authority regardless of the location. "Directors, have you come today to utilize the star pool?" Fu Shihe nodded, acknowledging their previous conversation. The other party seemed to harbor some unspoken concerns, hesitating before suggesting, "Shall I take you to meet the esteemed commander?" Observing his demeanor, Fu Shihe could not help but raise an eyebrow, sensing a hint of foreboding. He nodded in agreement, gesturing for Munua to follow. The base was vast, extending beyond the horizon, resembling a colossal fortress of steel. The atmosphere was bustling with the presence of mechs, and patrol units comprised of 10 individuals could be spotted at intervals. The place was heavily guarded, exuding a solemn ambience. The commander they were about to meet was one of the 10 most formidable S-rank warriors stationed here, known as the Sky Monarch, endowed with S-rank spatial powers. After traversing numerous barriers and passing through several grand doors, Munua and the others finally reached the entrance of a conference room. Sky Monarch, apologies for the intrusion. The director and his party have arrived. Please, come in, a gentle voice resonated from within. Upon entering, they beheld the Sky Monarch. With long hair cascading down to his waist and soft, refined features, he appeared to be no older than 25 or 26, which surprised Munua. He had anticipated meeting a middle-aged man, but was instead greeted by a gentleman of exquisite grace. Truly, he was a fitting embodiment of his title. The Sky Monarch regarded them warmly. Good afternoon. Without any visible effort, several cups of water materialized on the table beside him. Please, take a seat. The accommodations are modest. And I apologize for the lack of refreshments. His voice was gentle and refined, carrying an inherent elegance in every gesture. Fu Shiha and his companions felt somewhat awkward in the presence of such a dignified figure. Even the flamboyant Hua Xiu adopted a demeanor befitting a nobleman. Once seated, Fu Shiha spoke earnestly. Sky Monarch, we have come to request access to the star pool, which has already received prior approval. The Sky Monarch sighed. We are aware of this matter, but... He glanced at Munua and the others, hesitating to continue. Fu Shiha interjected. Although they are young, they are prudent individuals, and we can employ the silence technique if necessary. The Sky Monarch may speak openly. The silence technique, a form of spiritual practice, prevents individuals from articulating certain content. The Sky Monarch sighed again, conceding, very well, I shall be forthright. Just 3 days ago, the Blood Demon clan launched a sudden and aggressive assault, including the Blood Sovereign. I must remain to defend the base and maintain the spatial integrity. The others are stationed elsewhere, leaving only the Grand Commander at my side. Given his strength, he should have been able to withstand even the Blood Sovereign without significant threat. However, they had concealed 5 S-rank Blood Lords, and in a desperate bid to injure the Grand Commander, they resorted to self-detonation. It was only with the arrival of the 4 commanders that we were able to repel the Blood Demon clan. Having spoken, he rubbed his temples, revealing a trace of weariness and resignation. The Blood Demon clan is a race within the Stargate that harbors immense malice towards them. All the demons within this clan are intrigued by their flesh and blood, and it is said that humans are their most delectable delicacy. Thus, reconciliation between these two factions is virtually impossible. The pinnacle of the Blood Demon clan, an S-class powerhouse, is referred to as Blood Sovereign, while the ordinary S-class is known as Blood Lord. After a prolonged silence, Guyu took the initiative to inquire, is the commander severely injured? Indeed. Kong Jun replied without a moment's hesitation, nodding. At present, he can only recuperate at the star pool. But the physician indicated that the commander may have sustained damage to his foundation. He paused briefly. Even if he eventually recovers, his strength is likely to diminish. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room grew noticeably grave. Huada could not help but exclaim, damn it, those lunatics from the Blood Demon clan. Sighing, Guyu shook his head. Now, the major empires on the interstellar front are also in disarray. It's troublesome. Fu Shiha rubbed his forehead in frustration. Has this information reached the Alliance? Kong Jun nodded. However, we have yet to receive any news. They are probably deliberating on whom to send. With a sense of resignation, Kong Jun added, thus, if we wish to utilize the star pool, we may have to wait another week. Fu Shiha frowned. With the commander in such a condition, it might be best to forego the star pool. Kong Jun shook his head. The physician stated that the commander should be able to maintain stable energy levels in about a week, so it would be acceptable for you to go then. However, will you be fine leaving for a week? Fu Shiha exchanged glances with the other two, contemplating before nodding. A week should not pose a significant problem. Then you may temporarily reside here, Kong Jun stated. That works, we can lend a hand as well. Chapter 72, Matters Unspoken as S-Class Individuals. The several deans were afforded their own private quarters, while Munua and his companions were haphazardly assigned to a 4-person room. You will stay here for the next few days, refrain from wandering about unnecessarily, understood? Especially you. Huada patted Hua Xiu's shoulder with a weighty tone, implying that Hua Xiu had a history of mischief. Hua Xiu rolled his eyes and rubbed his shoulder, acknowledging, got it. The room was relatively spacious. Although many were stationed here, the vastness of the area made their numbers seem sparse, allowing for a sense of openness. The Stargate, huh, Hua Xiu mused. Leaning against the ladder by the bed, his tone tinged with an indescribable melancholy. What is on your mind? Munua asked, puzzled. Hua Xiu smiled softly. I just suddenly realized something. A few question marks seemed to hover above Munua's head. After a moment of reflection, Huaxiao continued. My grandfather was very kind to me, but the day before my 6th birthday, he seemed to have received some news and left in haste. After his departure, I never received the birthday gift he had prepared for me. His gaze grew distant as he went on. My father said my grandfather encountered the Cabby's space pirate group. Yet when Cabby's was captured, his confessions did not implicate my grandfather. Munua fell silent. The Cabby's space pirate group was infamous across the stars, notorious for their wanton destruction and heinous crimes. The leader, Cabby's, is a formidable S-rank warrior, known by the moniker Gold Swallower. Alas, Huaxiao waved his hand. At least now he comprehends the true cause of his grandfather's demise. A hero indeed, and I ought to feel proud. Munua gazed at Huaxiao's smiling face, contemplated for a moment, then approached to pat him on the shoulder, saying, Your grandfather would surely take pride in you. Huh, you little brat, trying to console me. Huaxiao retorted, I am not a little brat. My age, combined from 2 lifetimes, surpasses yours. With a scoff, Huaxiao wrapped an arm around the neck of the aloof Gu Jiucheng, remarking, Jiucheng, look, the little brat is getting all riled up. Gu Jiucheng, for the first time, cast a fleeting glance at Muno. Muno, taken aback, thought, what happened to your cool demeanor? After their trio engaged in conversation for a while, a silence enveloped them. Muno tidied up the bed, freshened himself, and then lay down, uncertain if they had lingered for too long or if time flowed more swiftly here. He noticed the sky gradually darkening. Perhaps when they arrived, it coincided with the afternoon here. Muno mused, attributing it to the planet's rotational speed. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. In the boundless night, amidst the silent expanse, suddenly, a ripple appeared in the air. Muno and Gu Jiucheng, engrossed in meditation, were abruptly plunged into slumber, while Huaxiao, already in a deep sleep, fell even deeper. Soon, the fluctuations in space intensified. A faint crimson glow emanated from Muno. Buzz. It seemed as if something emerged from the very fabric of space. An invisible hand gently hovered above Muno, gradually siphoning away the bloodlight. As the last trace of crimson vanished into the void, the space quivered once more, only to swiftly return to tranquility. In this world, when coincidences abound, one must ponder whether something amiss lurks within. For instance, the new examination coincidentally transformed into a joint assessment among 3 academies. Or perhaps, during the new examination, an orange cat fortuitously wandered into the black forest with its cubs, evading detection while the MO snake, by coincidence, caught the scent of the orange cat, thus breaching the barrier. Moreover, Muno encountered Xyle once more during a meal by sheer happenstance. Chapter 73. Enigmatic shadows. Crimson shadows traversed the dark expanse, their forms flickering as they spanned vast distances. In the Blood Demon Palace, situated dozens of planets away from the human clan's base, the 10 blood sovereigns were arrayed on either side, while the king of the Blood Demon clan sat regally upon the throne, adorned in a blood-red robe that enveloped his entire being. A swirling mist of blood obscured his features, rendering them indistinct. Towering at over 2 meters, he bore a pair of immense blood-red wings upon his back, a symbol of his sovereignty. In the silent hall, not a single demon uttered a word. They sat cross-legged on either side, shrouded in blood mist, rendering them indistinguishable. Yet, from the ambience, it seemed they awaited something. Tick-tock. Time appeared to stretch interminably, yet it also felt as fleeting as a blink. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through the space within the hall, gradually expanding. Soon, a shadow of crimson hue emerged, an entity known as the Shadow Demon, a branch of the Blood Demon clan. Silent and ephemeral, these creatures possess a fleeting existence, characterized by frail vitality and meager offensive capabilities. However, their intangible nature allows them to traverse through space with ease, making them exceedingly difficult to detect. Moreover, they have the unique ability to absorb the special gaseous substances released by another branch of the Blood Demon clan, the Nether Demon tribe, and transport these essences to distant locales. Upon absorbing these gaseous emissions, the Shadow Demons become imbued with corresponding colors, leading to a cordial relationship with the Nether Demons. In essence, the Shadow Demons serve as vital messengers for the Blood Demon clan. Nevertheless, their rarity renders the entire population of Shadow Demons fewer than 100, and their peculiar temperament is notably whimsical. Aside from their affection for the Nether Demons, they revel solely in spatial traversal. When interacting with other demon tribes, they often respond with a dismissive gesture, a slap intended to convey, "Do not disturb my joyous play." Even the mightiest of kings find it challenging to command their obedience. Although they display a semblance of respect, refraining from delivering their characteristic slap in the presence of authority. Fortunately, the Blood Demon clan harbors no penchant for slaughtering their kin. Otherwise, the volatile nature of the shadow demons might have led to their extinction long ago. This particular shadow demon agreed to relay messages solely due to the request of a dear friend, Yuan, a member of the Nether Demon tribe. The Nether Demons closely resemble humans. Yet their abilities diverge significantly from those of the Blood Demons, who excel in the manipulation of blood, while the Nether Demons harness the power of darkness. Trouble brews. Intoned Malekar, seated upon his throne. His voice resonated deeply, as if emanating from the abyss itself, exuding an air of authority. Yet, this regal aura seemed to have little effect on the emerging shadow demon, who nonchalantly expelled a plume of crimson mist from its mouth before vanishing through a spatial portal. Malekar, evidently a king of great patience among his kin, remained unfazed by the creature's impudent act. With a subtle gesture, he summoned a tendril of blood energy that brushed against the swirling mist. In an instant, the sanguine vapor began to contort, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. This remarkable transformation showcased the Nether Demon's innate ability to manifest a corporeal likeness from their special gaseous essence, facilitating communication through this ethereal representation. When dormant, this gas is colorless and odorless, concealed within the human form. Only those with superior strength can discern its presence. With a gentle exhale, Yuan observed his surroundings. Surprised by the display, yet devoid of any fear. "I pay homage to my king," he intoned, bowing respectfully in accordance with demon etiquette. While their nature towards outsiders is often marked by bloodthirst and cruelty, they maintain a semblance of normalcy when engaging with their own kind. Malekar nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly addressed the matter at hand. "What news from your reconnaissance?" Yuan replied, "Currently, I am situated within the Jiyuan Empire, which ranks among the top 3 in strength among the 7 great empires of humanity. After much investigation over these past few days, it has become apparent to me that the conflict between the Jiyuan Empire and the Qidong Empire runs deep. My subordinate believes this to be a point of potential exploitation. Furthermore, the Jiyuan Empire's royal family is in a weakened state, while the noble families assert their dominance. This, too, is seen by Yuxian as an opportunity to leverage." At this juncture, Yuxian paused, seemingly exhaling a sigh, before continuing, in order to convey the message. "I lured the people of the Jiuling clan and breached a barrier we had previously detected. However, within it lay extraordinary artifacts, far beyond the ordinary concealment I had anticipated. This is a failing on my part." He bowed once more. Malika, however, replied with indifference. "How can one who is not divine claim perfection? It is merely an extraordinary object." Yuxian acknowledged this with a nod and continued. "This item ultimately fell into the hands of the Mu family, whose strength is already considerable. Their recent actions have also alerted other families. Among them, the Chen family harbors great ambitions, and they could be maneuvered to our advantage." He proceeded to relay a plethora of intelligence regarding the interstellar situation, remaining silent only when he had exhausted all he could share. Malika closed his eyes, contemplating for an extended period, while the other demons refrained from speaking, each seemingly lost in thought. After a significant interval, Malika turned to Yuxian and inquired, "What is the likelihood of inciting a revolt between the Jiyuan and Qidong?" Yuxian remained silent for a moment before responding, "Less than 30%. While the human race is indeed greedy and rife with internal strife, they are capable of restraining their ambitions when faced with a common threat." Malika tapped the armrest of his throne with his fingers, producing a series of crisp sounds. After a while, he asked, "What if we were to temporarily halt our actions?" He added, "The leader of the human forces should be quite severely injured." Yuxian hesitated briefly, contemplating, seemingly struck by a thought, and nodded. "If your majesty can ensure a temporary pause on our side, I would not be averse to orchestrating some maneuvering. The power of darkness, a hand that corrupts the heart." Malika gazed at him, a low, rumbling laughter escaping his lips after a moment. "Then I wish you swift success." Yuxian dared not respond. On a high cliff within the dark forest, Yuxian sat cross-legged on the ground, his tightly closed eyes slowly opening. In that moment, a flicker of shadowy brilliance flashed within his gaze. He surveyed his surroundings, feeling a sense of disorientation. Yuxian could no longer recall when he had arrived in this world. He only knew that he had lingered for an extended period. He had traversed a multitude of corpses to reach this realm, a journey for which the Blood Demon clan had paid a hefty price. Ding ding ding. The communicator on his wrist flashed wildly once more. Yuxian raised an eyebrow, having a fair idea of who it was. As he activated the communicator, the familiar voice of a young girl resonated from within. "Baldy, you promised to bring me the materials and return swiftly. Just look at the time now." Zaire's furious tone echoed through the device. Yuxian arched an eyebrow, his tone indifferent as he replied, "Silence," at once. He ended the communication, rose, and extended his hand to draw the wide hood over his head. Subsequently, he departed in a leisurely yet swift manner toward a specific direction. Chapter 74. The Juyuan Royal Family. The Juyuan Empire's dominion encompasses hundreds of planets, with only a few dozen deemed desolate, while the majority possess varying degrees of resources. As one of the top 3 interstellar powers, the Empire naturally commands respect. However, the structure of the Juyuan Empire bears a resemblance to the ancient practice of wielding imperial authority over vassals. The influential families effectively overshadow the royal lineage. The military is predominantly led by the Mu and Han families. The economic sphere is governed by the Gu and Mo families, while the political arena is primarily controlled by the Chun and Wei families. Although these prominent families have their specific domains of expertise, it does not imply that they lack accomplishments in other fields. As for the royal family, despite holding a certain status, it seems that, should they continue on this path, they may ultimately become mere symbols of good fortune. In the royal garden of Juyuan, Shuglia gazed at her son, the empire's eldest prince, Yuan Ran, with a hint of melancholy. "My dear, why have you not visited your mother these days? Do you find my words tiresome?" Though Shuglia had reached the age of 40, she remained an exceptionally striking beauty. Her naturally wavy, light golden hair shimmered softly in the sunlight, and her fair visage bore few signs of the passage of time. Her proud and graceful stature evoked admiration. Yuan Ran had inherited his mother's beauty splendidly. In his early 20s, he possessed an extraordinarily handsome countenance that captivated many young maidens. "I would never disdain my mother," Yuan Ran replied gently, his voice resonant and pleasant. He knelt before Shuglia, adorned with a charming smile. "I have been rather occupied lately, as father has urged me to familiarize myself with matters of the state." Shuglia sighed. "Well, at least you all have serious endeavors to attend to. As for Shier, ever since she enrolled in the academy, she has hardly returned." She pouted. "She is always preoccupied with her whimsical pursuits." Yuan Ran chuckled softly. "It is good for our little sister to have interests. If she truly achieves something, we shall celebrate her accomplishments. Yet, she cannot simply neglect her family," Shuglia replied, a hint of sadness in her tone. After a moment's contemplation, she gently prodded Yuan Ran. "Why don't we pay a visit to your little sister today?" Yuan Ran was taken aback by his mother's suggestion. He hesitated for a moment, but upon meeting her expectant gaze, he could not bear to utter a refusal. With a resigned sigh, he acquiesced. "Very well." On a nearby rooftop, a black bird observed this exchange, then flitted away with a few gentle hops. Shuglia, the innocent woman cherished by both the king and her son, the queen of the Juyuan Empire, had, at long last, undertaken a matter of significance. At Tanu Academy, as usual, students hurriedly traversed the pathways, rushing towards their next destination. The arrival of Shuglia and Yuan Ran went unnoticed by the crowd. In such a prestigious institution, their presence was hardly sufficient to warrant a pause or a glance. Today marks a day of respite, as Zaire engages in explosive experiments alongside Yuxian. For the past few days, she has been contemplating the ingenious idea of equipping her vehicle with a device capable of launching explosives at the mere press of a button. As a traditional artificer, this challenge fills her with exhilarating joy. "Faster, faster, pliers." Zaire's hands move deftly while she directs Yuxian with fervor. Yuxian raises an eyebrow, but dutifully assists her, though one wonders how he has found himself in such a predicament. "Wow, I believe I am on the brink of success," Zaire exclaims, fastening several guiding lines with eyes aglow. Yuxian remains silent. Through their recent companionship, he has come to understand her to some extent. Just as he prepares to hand her another tool, an instinctive sense of danger halts him. Without thinking, he swiftly lifts Zaire and flees. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounds behind them, as the laboratory bursts forth with a brilliant white light, shielding them from the blast's further impact. Zaire. A furious roar emerges from the adjacent control room, followed by the irate figure of a bald elder who storms out, declaring, "Zaire, you have detonated the laboratory dozens of times this month. Do you think the defense system operates without consuming energy? You are not permitted to use it again today. Please, don't." The door slams shut, cutting off Zaire's protest. She swallows hard, a frown creasing her brow. Isn't it normal for an artificer to blow up a laboratory occasionally? Why must the academy be so stingy? They could just deduct my contribution points. Yuxian raises an eyebrow. Do you still have contribution points? Zaire replies, "Oh wait. It seems I do not. But, those can be earned." Her voice diminishes, gradually losing confidence. Yuxian chuckles lightly, saying nothing further, yet his tone drips with sarcasm. He seems to sense something, his eyes glinting momentarily before he says, "Let us go eat." "You're treating?" Zaire queries cautiously. "I am," Yuxian affirms. Chapter 75. A family by the way. Yuxian, which academy do you belong to? It seems I have been unaware for quite some time. Zaire suddenly poses this question as they walk. Yuxian calmly replies, Spirit Cultivator. Zaire gasps, but I recall you first manipulated plants. Is that your technique? She reminisces about her initial encounter with him, where she was suspended and struck, causing her to shiver slightly, her lips pouting in discontent. No, that was my ability. Aren't you a spirit cultivator? I awakened suddenly after becoming a spirit cultivator. Impressive. Does your black plant have a prototype? Bodhi Ghost Vine. Bodhi Ghost Vine? Zaire exclaims, her tone elevating by at least 8 degrees, startling several passers-by. Yuxian places a hand on her head. Do not be so dramatic. Did you not claim to be a princess? Why are you always so startled? Did you not doubt my status as a princess? Zaire struggles to push his hand away, her face reflecting displeasure. After being bound by her captor, she had revealed her identity, though it appeared to be of little consequence. With a calm and enigmatic demeanor, Yuxian countered, when did I ever say I disbelieved you? Zaire exclaimed, huh? Upon reflection, it seems you never questioned my truthfulness. Are you truly convinced that I am a princess, and yet you dare to treat me this way? Aren't you afraid of drawing the ire of the royal family? Yuxian chuckled softly. You are not from one of those noble families. Compared to the royal family, it is the great clans that wield greater influence. Wouldn't you agree? If anyone else had heard such a statement, they might have felt a twinge of discomfort, but Zaire was evidently no ordinary person. Her eyes sparkled with realization as she responded. So, had I claimed to belong to a prominent family, you would have hesitated to act against me? Yuxian merely smiled, as if understanding why such a foolish princess could arise from a declining royal lineage. Isn't that so? Silence. Their playful banter was observed by Sugria and Yuanran, who had come in search of their daughter, sister. Sugria's expression was somewhat troubled. Zaire was only 15. Was this not a bit premature? Yuanran glanced at the pair in the distance and mused. Perhaps they are merely friends. You know how carefree little sister is. She behaves quite like a boy. Sugria nodded, finding some merit in his reasoning. They approached the duo, and Yuanran called out, Little sister. Hey, I must tell you about my vehicle. Yuxian, watching Zaire's serious demeanor, cast a sidelong glance at Yuanran, contemplating whether to drop a hint. Fortunately, it was unnecessary, as Zaire's name was called once more. Zaire. Yuanran enunciated each syllable, successfully capturing Zaire's attention. Huh, what? Zaire instinctively turned around, her expression shifting to one of shock upon recognizing 2 very familiar faces. Mother, brother? What brings you here? Sugria stepped closer, somewhat exasperated. What do you mean, what brings us here? Your tone suggests you wish we hadn't come at all. Zaire quickly waved her hands. No. Seeing you, mother, is the greatest surprise of my day. With a beaming smile, she embraced Sugria. I've missed you so much. Despite her attempt to maintain an air of authority, Sugria's demeanor softened, and she could only huff. It seems you've hardly given me a thought at all. Zaire giggled. Not at all. She winked at Yuanran, silently asking for his support. Yuanran chuckled, opting to remain neutral. Zaire flashed a playful grin. Chapter 76. Communication Greetings. I am Yuanran, Zaire's brother. Yuanran stepped forward and greeted Yuxian, who stood nearby. The stark contrast between his pristine white attire and Yuxian's dark garments was striking. With a polite smile gracing his face, Yuxian introduced himself. Hello, I am Yuxian, her creditor. Yuanran inquired, What? Xiara exclaimed, When did you become my creditor? Her eyes widened as she stared at Yuxian. Yuxian leisurely responded, The recent material costs are approximately. Stop. Xiara promptly interrupted, I will repay it later. Yuanran observed the two, finally placing his hand on Xiaotar's head. Oh, still trying to conceal it? Someone has already reported it. Now confess, how much do you owe? Xiara swatted her brother's hand away, pouting defiantly, I won't tell you. Your brother will help you repay it. The Academy's contribution points. You don't possess such a thing. Can't you exchange money? Cannot. Xiara stood proudly beside Yuxian, as if victorious, declaring, So I'll manage it myself. Of course, when I'll repay is an unknown. Hee. No one said I couldn't TO for a lifetime. Besides, he initiated it first, so all those expenses are for medical fees and mental distress. Xiara's eyes darted around, evidently scheming. Yuanran, well acquainted with his sister, found her antics both amusing and exasperating. He turned to Yuxian, narrowing his eyes. As a crown prince, he was well aware that such innocence was rare. To introduce oneself as a creditor indicated either a lack of emotional intelligence or a desire to attract attention. Observing Yoshuan's demeanor, he smiled faintly and gently inquired, Young brother, would you care to converse? Xiara, however, glared. I already said, I'll handle it myself. Yuanran patted her head. Behave and have a proper chat with Annie for a while. Rest assured, since you mentioned repaying it yourself, I will not interfere. Xiara pouted again. Sugelia ruffled her hair. What's wrong? Why are you so reluctant to talk with Andy? Not at all. Yuanran led Yuxian to a more secluded area. Considering him a good friend of his sister and noting his youth, he felt little concern. Is there something you wish to discuss? He asked gently. Your Highness. Yuxian lowered his head, his voice laced with a peculiar allure. Yuanran looked on in confusion. In the next moment, Yuxian raised his gaze. His initially azure eyes transformed into a shade of pure black, ensnaring Yuanran's spirit as if drawn into an endless abyss. Your Highness, what is your opinion on the Qidong Empire, an enemy nation coveting the Empire's resources, and how do you intend to address this issue? Yuanran furrowed his brow, his spirit seemingly in turmoil, contemplating peace rather than war. Yet your father appears to disagree. What is your plan? To persuade the successor, his voice faltered, surprising Yuxian with his formidable will. However, the present time and place afforded no room for delay. He finally replied coldly, the seed of darkness. Boom. His heart felt as if struck heavily, and Yuanran's consciousness sank into silence. What shall he do? Eliminate him, ascend to the throne. What can the noble families do? Eliminate them. Yuxian smiled faintly, exerting the power of darkness in his hand to silence the seeds. Although the unfolding events were somewhat unexpected, Yuxian acted swiftly, maintaining an air of composure that concealed any hint of suspicion. Hey, what have you been discussing behind our backs? Zaire strode over to them with an air of casualness. Yuanran's gaze flickered with confusion, but then, as if awakening from a dream, he glanced at his sister and offered a smile that radiated warmth like the sun, saying, it's a secret. Zaire shivered inexplicably, blinking in bewilderment, wondering if she had been neglecting her warmth recently. Rubbing her head, she resigned herself. All right, everything is a secret. I rolled my eyes. Mother has invited us to dine together. She approached Yuxian, patting his shoulder. Let us go together. This time, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Yuxian regarded her with a bemused expression. Are you treating, or is your mother treating? Zaire replied cheerfully, my mother and I are one and the same. Very well then. I appreciate it. With a swish, several koi leaped from the pond. Sophia paused momentarily, her hand ceasing to pet the cat, a frown creasing her brow. Was something amiss? Boom. Her domain gradually enveloped the entire school. As Yuxian stepped out of the school gates, his pace instinctively faltered before quickly resuming, though a chill coursed through him. Was there truly a formidable S-class presence within this school? Could it be the principal? Yuxian pondered quietly, unperturbed by the possibility of being detected. His dark seeds were elusive and could not be grasped by mere probing. Meanwhile, Sophia lowered her eyelids, glancing at the koi beside her, realizing she hadn't sensed anything moments ago. Was it merely coincidence? Chapter 77. The Commander-in-Chief wishes to see me? During his week within the Stargate, Muno had been far from idle, diligently reviewing every piece of information he could find and storing it in his mind. This information was evidently invaluable in certain respects. From it, Muno gleaned a wealth of knowledge, such as insights into the three supreme races. The first was the Blood Demon clan, which as a whole was referred to as the Blood Demons, but was divided into 5 branches: the royal lineage, the heavenly demons, and further categorized by strength into the devouring demons, the frenzied demons, the nether demons, and the shadowless demons. Muno found the shadowless demons particularly intriguing, considering the possibility of encountering them in the future to ascertain whether he could capture one for examination. The second race was the insectoid clan, whose minds were solely consumed with devouring. Even other races held a deep-seated fear of them. Furthermore, their queen's breeding speed was astonishingly rapid, allowing them to consume their fallen kin to generate new energy, an abhorrence that was almost unbearable. The third race bore a striking resemblance to the mythological beings known as angels from Muno's previous world. However, these angels, much like the Blood Clan, were compelled to drink blood, with human blood being their primary target. Additionally, their wings were not pure white feathers, but rather resembled those of moths, each a dull gray. A mere touch could unleash a cloud of dust. However, in terms of appearance, each of these towering figures stands over 6 feet tall, strikingly handsome, albeit somewhat excessively pale. These 3 major races display an extreme hostility towards humanity, consistently acting as the principal aggressors, representing the apex of power in this realm. Additionally, there exist first, second, and third-tier forces, yet not all factions harbor animosity towards humankind. This vast star domain accommodates a multitude of races, and not every species yearns for incessant conquest. One would assume that given the abundance of races in this star domain, and considering humanity's own formidable strength, they would not be driven to the brink of annihilation. Yet, for reasons unknown, the flesh and blood of humanity appear to these 3 dominant factions as nothing more than the coveted flesh of a Tang's son. each one fixated upon them. Moreover, humanity's own domain is quite expansive, rendering it an object of envy. Muno has also gleaned intriguing insights about certain locales, such as the abyssal battlefield, reputed to be an ancient battleground of the gods. It permits entry to only 100 individuals of equivalent status at a time, and those who survive the brutal clashes are rewarded with a significant prize. The nature of this reward depends on one's performance within the arena. Those fortunate enough to emerge victorious may receive nothing more than a mere crystal, while those exhibiting exceptional prowess could obtain rewards that are either exceedingly rare or perfectly suited to their needs. Muno has marked this location for future reference. Intending to venture there once he possesses sufficient strength to test his abilities in this arena, which appears well suited for his reincarnation power. A knock at the door drew Muno's attention away from his book. "Coming," he called out. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the gentle visage of Lord Kongjun, his face as radiant as jade, accompanied by a soft, uplifting smile. "Lord Kongjun," Muno greeted with a bow. "Little one, are you alone?" Kongjun inquired, his fondness for children evident as he affectionately tousled Muno's hair, though a hint of confusion lingered in his expression. Huaxiao has gone to find his father, and Jiao Cheng has gone to practice swordsmanship," Muno replied obediently. Kongjun nodded. "Just as well, the Grand Commander wishes to speak with you privately." Muno's expression turned to one of bewilderment. "The Grand Commander wants to see me?" He pondered, perplexed about the reason for such an unexpected meeting. Surely, he could not think him a prodigy worthy of mentorship. Unaware of Muno's thoughts, Kongjun gently explained. "The Grand Commander simply requested your presence and insisted that I come to fetch you." His tone revealed a hint of resignation. He understood the Grand Commander's temperament, often impulsive in his decisions, yet the desire to converse with a young child was unexpected. Casting a glance at Muno, he acknowledged that both he and the other two were indeed talented individuals. However, encountering prodigies of their caliber was not uncommon, as they themselves were, in fact, geniuses. Muno nodded obediently, recognizing the futility of refusal. After all, with Kongjun personally coming to retrieve him, declining would certainly not bode well. Kongjun gently gestured upwards, and in an instant, the scenery before Munua began to warp. Before he could fully absorb the moment, he found himself in a cerulean world. Chapter 78. The star pool. Munua seemed to behold a vast azure ocean shimmering before his eyes. Though no one had informed him of his current whereabouts, he instinctively understood that this was the star pool. His previous imaginings of the star pool were perhaps only a few meters in size. Yet the scene before him shattered those illusions. An unseen boundary of azure energy filled the entire realm, and above this expanse, countless stars hung in the sky, emanating a soft blue luminescence. These lights gradually coalesced into droplets of blue energy, eventually merging into the vast ocean. Star pool, perhaps star ocean, would be more fitting. Munua and Kongjun stood upon this star pool, as if some special force prevented them from sinking beneath the surface. After a swift survey of his surroundings, Munua's gaze fixed upon the tall figure with his back turned to him. The commander, Jinyu. The man stood nearly 2 meters tall, with rugged hair and a muscular physique. Even from behind, the energy he exuded was awe-inspiring. "Commander," Kongjun's gentle voice broke the silence and dispelled the seemingly forlorn silhouette. Jinyu turned around, revealing his masculine features. He sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. "Hey, Kongjun, thanks for the trouble." At his words, Munua could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The rugged exterior belied a voice that had a somewhat endearing quality. This unexpected contrast left him momentarily speechless, struggling to maintain a neutral expression. Moreover, his actions appeared remarkably clumsy. What was going on? Kongjun seemed quite accustomed to such behavior from the commander. He nodded calmly. "Then I shall take my leave." "All right, you go ahead." Once Kongjun departed, Munua and the commander exchanged bewildered glances for a while. After an indeterminate period, the commander suddenly let out a loud exclamation and rushed toward Munua, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "You must be my dear nephew. It has been decades since I last saw your father, and now my nephew has grown so much." Munua? He stared in disbelief at Jinyu, taken aback by this unexpected development. Jinyu seemed to sense Munua's discomfort. He patted his shoulder and, with a voice imbued with a hint of gentle warmth, declared, I was a classmate of your father, Mushan Xiao. We were quite close back in the day." He touched his face, nostalgic as he continued. "In those years, your father and I were not only good brothers, but also fierce rivals. Unfortunately, he followed his father's arrangements and joined the military early on, and we parted ways." As Jinyu recounted this, he sighed deeply. "Later, by fortunate chance, I found myself here at the Gate of Stars, rising through the ranks to my current position, never to return." I never expected to encounter the son of an old friend here. My nephew, though it has been over 20 years since I last saw your father. We were truly steadfast comrades back in the day. Is it too much to call me uncle? An eager senior uncle, perhaps? Munua quickly realized, responding with an exceptionally obedient demeanor, uncle. Ah, by the way, how has your mother been over the years? Jinyu inquired with a smile. Munua candidly replied that his mother had been nurturing flowers and plants, and in recent years, she had been taking care of his younger sister. Jinyu was taken aback. Your mother had another daughter? For some reason, Munua felt an odd sensation, yet he merely nodded and added, I also have an elder brother. Damn, Jinyu couldn't help but exclaim. Munua was utterly perplexed. What had prompted such a reaction? Was there anything inappropriate in his words? Jinyu looked at him and ruffled his hair, saying, I just didn't expect your mother, with her delicate temperament, to bear children from Mushanxiao. Munua sensed something amiss in his tone. What was with that nostalgic inflection? However, being from a different era than his father, he was unaware of the specifics, so he could only suppress his curiosity, planning to ask his mother later when the opportunity arose. After Jinyu sighed to himself, he addressed Munua, back in the day, I borrowed something from your father. Over the years, I contemplated asking someone to return it, yet I never found the resolve. He then produced an exquisitely crafted necklace from within his garment, continuing, this treasure was what I borrowed from your father, promising to return it once I achieved success. Unexpectedly, despite my accomplishments, I find myself reluctant to part with this realm. Today, feeling a bit more stable emotionally, I suddenly heard Kong Jun mention you. And I guessed you must be from the Mu family, but I never anticipated you were his son. He gently patted Munua's shoulder, adding, it seems destined by fate. Thus, I entrust this to you. Please return it to your father on my behalf. Munua hesitated for a moment, but accepted the exquisitely crafted necklace, which featured a base of light blue gemstones fashioned into a diamond shape. It dawned on him that, regardless of perspective, this was unmistakably a lady's necklace. So, his father had a preference for such things in the past. Chapter 79. The growth of the star pool. Although he had not anticipated such a peculiar turn of events, Munua clearly exhibited a compliant demeanor, accepting whatever was presented. Jinyu had conveyed all he intended to, smiling as he draped an arm around Munua's shoulders. Have you familiarized yourself with the star pool in recent days? Munua nodded, having perused some materials. Jinyu explained, essentially, the star pool's significance lies in your ability to absorb energy. Beyond that, there isn't much else to it. He gazed down at the star pool, guiding Munua a short distance forward. The expanse of the star pool appeared vast, seemingly boundless. Yet he and Kong Jun had attempted to reach its limits, ultimately discovering that no matter which direction they ran, they always returned to this area. They later theorized that it might have been artificially constructed long ago, likely employing some forbidden arts and barrier techniques. Munua nodded in understanding. The purpose of sharing this with you is rather trivial. It's merely an introduction to this vast sky. He smiled and said, you will encounter many events in the future, gaining your own experiences. I cannot assist you. I can only share our perspective of the world, broadening your horizons. Munua blinked, as he was already an adult at heart, capable of grasping the essence of the other's words. Yet, he felt a flicker of confusion, given his youthful appearance. It seemed rather ill-advised for him to receive such counsel. No matter how clever a child may be, a 10-year-old's visage cannot fully comprehend the underlying meanings, can it? Jinyu continued, reflecting on his early life. When I first arrived here, I was merely a naive youth. I charged headlong into every situation, suffering numerous injuries. However, I quickly amassed achievements, and my strength progressed rapidly. It took merely over a decade to reach my current position. As he rambled on, Munua walked alongside him, absorbing each word. An inexplicable sensation stirred within him, rendering him oddly uncomfortable. After an indeterminate passage of time, Jinyu halted his stride, his discourse drawing to a close. He patted Munua's shoulder, saying, well, little one, let us conclude our conversation for today. It brings me joy to see you, and I've spoken more than I have in years. A smile adorned his face, though it was tinged with a profound melancholy. Return home now, and bring the other two little ones with you tomorrow. Remember, when you return to the stars, you must hand that necklace to your father. Munua nodded earnestly. Though he wished to articulate his thoughts, he ultimately chose silence. After bidding farewell to the general, it wasn't long before Kong Jun escorted him back. Once back in the dormitory, Munua's gaze fell upon the necklace in his hand, perplexed by its peculiar significance. He even discreetly released Ling Bai, who had been residing in his space, to observe the necklace in secret. Yet, the outcome remained inconclusive. It appeared merely to be an ordinary piece of jewelry. He sighed, suspecting that perhaps his lack of strength rendered him incapable of discerning the nuances of an S-class powerhouse's methods. The following day, Fushiha and the others led them to the star pool. However, this time, the star pool seemed somewhat different from what they had observed the previous day. Today, a veil of pure white mist drifted above it, isolating certain areas and creating a distinct zone. Munua pondered this, deducing it must be artificially created. He selected a remote spot, quietly releasing Lingbai, and then sat cross-legged to begin meditating. Following his meditation, the star pool underwent a tremendous transformation. Its once tranquil surface now resembled boiling water, with azure waves crashing over Munua's body repeatedly, incrementally enhancing his strength. Munua remained true to himself, refraining from excessively absorbing the star pool's energy through the power of reincarnation. Although the energy was enticing, he vowed that indulging in such a manner could very well lead to his own demise. The energy of the star pool continuously converged upon him, the unparalleled soul within his body and the power of reincarnation steadily augmenting, while his physique subtly transformed over time. Judging by this pace and the manner of absorbing power, it seems he would require another period of seclusion. Commander, have you made your decision? Kong Jun inquired, observing Jinyu with a somewhat intricate expression. After quietly contemplating the star pool for a moment, Jinyu smiled and replied, I recall when I first arrived here. I encountered an elder who told me that our fate is to either perish here or triumphantly return. Kong Jun fell silent for a moment before responding. I shall adhere to your will. Chapter 80. The Rise of Winds and Clouds. Bang, bang, bang. The urgent tolling of bells reverberated throughout the capital from the imperial palace of the Jiyuan Empire. This heralded the passing of the king. In the Mu family residence, the aged figure of Mu Yongyi paused in his courtyard, listening silently to the tolling bells before letting out a heavy sigh. Grandfather? A Mu family child, no more than 7 or 8 years old, looked at him with confusion. Mu Yongyi gently ruffled his granddaughter's hair and said, Go find your father and ask him to gather all the family members. Mu Ting blinked her eyes and obediently nodded, swiftly turning towards the exit to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Mu Yongyi's expression grew complex, hoping that this time it was merely an unfortunate accident. In the Chen family, the tolling of the bells struck a peculiar note. Chun-Li abruptly opened his eyes, pondering the implications of the sounds outside. What does this mean, my lord? Shiyu, a favored concubine of Chun-Li, writhed against him, her hand tracing circles on his chest. Chun-Li, the head of the Chen family, was over 30, with a robust physique and a perpetually somber expression. Grasping her mischievous hand, he felt the delicate skin beneath his fingers, igniting a flicker of desire within him. Regrettably, the current circumstances were evidently unsuitable for any further indulgence. Holding onto Shiyu's hand, he remarked, This is the sound of the dawn bell. Its toll signifies the ascension of the new king. Shiyu frowned slightly, propping herself up, her bosom partially exposed before Chun-Li, and asked gently, What impact will this have on the Chen family? Chun-Li's gaze darkened as he deliberately stood, replying, The impact will depend on the new king. Shiyu playfully chided, Then you may go about your business, my lord. Chun-Li nodded, performing a slight gesture to tease the beauty before dressing and departing. Shiyu maintained a sultry smile until he exited the door, at which point her expression soured. The Chen family, indeed. Rising, she haphazardly donned her disheveled clothing, realizing that she too needed to prepare for what lay ahead. Responses from other families varied, yet all essentially called for a gathering, clearly unsettled by the tolling of the bells. In the imperial palace, within the inner chamber, the body of the 17th King Yuanzi, lay quietly on the expansive bed, while Su Jilio wept with red-rimmed eyes beside him. Yuan ran, simultaneously comforting his mother and expressing his fury, demanded of the physician kneeling nearby, What on earth happened to my father? He is not yet 50. Why has he suddenly succumbed to this fate? Your Highness, after my diagnosis, it appears that the king has passed away due to a sudden surge of spiritual energy. This occurrence generally arises when one's internal energy violently erupts. Might I inquire if the king has recently ingested anything unusual? How dare you imply that my father consumed forbidden substances? Guards, seize him. Yuan Ran abruptly interrupted, commanding that the man be taken away. No, I did not mean that. Your Highness. The others present fell silent, bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. The usually gentle and courteous crown prince had displayed an unexpected ruthlessness today. Perhaps the gravity of his father's situation had influenced him. Yet, the notion that the former king could have perished from a sudden surge of spiritual energy raises troubling questions. Did he truly partake in forbidden drugs? No, he would never resort to such things. Sujilia, frail and distraught, clutched Yuanran's hand, tears streaming down her face. Yuanran nodded reassuringly. Yes, mother, I understand. He gently patted Sigilia's back and embraced her, whispering, "Do not worry. If anyone has plotted against father, I shall ensure they pay dearly for their treachery. Brother, mother." Zaire's urgent voice echoed from outside, and soon her disheveled figure rushed into the room, followed closely by Yuxian. "Father." Zaire dashed to the bedside, gazing at the man with closed eyes, her eyes brimming with tears. "Brother, what has happened? Why is it like this?" "Zaire, my child." Sigilia turned to Zaire, enveloping her in an embrace as she wept uncontrollably. Zaire, her face streaked with tears, implored, "Brother, what is going on?" Yuanran clenched his jaw, his eyes reddening as he ruffled his sister's hair, assuring her, "I will uncover the truth behind this." From a distance, Yuxian observed the scene with an impassive gaze, betraying no emotion, though he felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight of tears in Zaire's eyes. The human race and the netherworld demon tribe. What a predicament. Chapter 81. The conference. A procession of individuals entered and exited the room, and after a prolonged period of weeping, Sigilia finally succumbed to slumber in Zaire's embrace. Wiping away her tears, Zaire, in a hoarse voice, turned to Yuanran and inquired, "Brother, what truly transpired with father?" Yuanran, regarding his now composed younger sister, felt a swirl of emotions as he replied. The physician diagnosed a sudden surge of spiritual energy. "That is impossible." Zaire instinctively denied it, furrowing her brow. "Father has always been in excellent health and has never shown much interest in cultivation. How could such a surge occur so unexpectedly?" A surge of spiritual energy is a rare affliction among interstellar cultivators. It may arise from absorbing excessive energy all at once, consuming a type of forbidden substance to enhance one's power, or it may only affect those in a severely weakened state. Of course, the likelihood of such an occurrence happening without cause is almost infinitesimal. Nevertheless, Zaire did not believe her father belonged to such an improbable scenario. Yuanran remained silent. Zaire bit her lip. "Brother, you must uncover the truth. I refuse to believe that father would experience a surge without reason." Yuanran nodded gently, ruffling his sister's hair with tenderness, proclaiming, "I shall find the truth. If someone has harmed our father, they shall certainly face retribution. Now, you should take mother back to rest. I must summon the heads of the prominent families." "Understood," Mu Shanxiao responded, accompanying Mu Yin to a nearby table, while Mu Yongyi sat regally at the head, observing the other members of the Mu family. The recent demise of the 17th generation struck an uncanny chord, with the cause of death appearing rather peculiar. "What was the cause of death?" Mu Qian inquired, resting his chin on one hand and lightly tapping the table with the other. "The messenger reported it as a sudden spiritual disturbance," Mu Ji replied. This revelation plunged the room into silence. Even Mu Yongyi refrained from speaking. After a lengthy pause, Mu Qian, his face a mask of astonishment, exclaimed, "Spiritual disturbance? Are you certain?" The Mu family's covert operatives had exceptionally keen ears. Mu Qian inhaled sharply, astonished that the 17th generation, who typically kept a low profile, had been engaged in such clandestine matters unbeknownst to them. Mu Yongyi rapped his cane lightly against Mu Qian's head, admonishing, "We do not yet know the specific triggers. How can you presume to discern the cause?" Cupping his head in mock defeat, Mu Qian retorted, "What else could it be but forbidden substances? Father, spare me the blows. I was wrong." Mu Yongyi glared at him, asserting, "The cause of death is secondary. The implications of his passing are of paramount importance. The situation in Qidong has been increasingly unstable. Should they learn of this incident, it could compel Mu Shanxiao to speak out." His brow furrowed, revealing a grave demeanor. Mu Yongyi nodded, acknowledging the weight of the matter. Another concern loomed, the new king. The 17th generation had been in their prime, and we had scarcely begun to understand the new monarch. "Indeed," Mu Xian remarked, glancing at the others before whispering to Mu Yin, "Where's Xiao Nua? I had hoped to see him today." Mu Yin, maintaining a stoic facade, replied softly, "Arno has been summoned by the Academy for further studies. As the top scorer in the recent examination, he has been granted some unique opportunities." Mu Xian nodded in understanding, lamenting, "What a pity. I was quite eager to meet him. I wonder if he remembers me. I held him when he was just 3 years old." "Arno possesses an excellent memory, so he likely recalls the incident of you snatching his food," Mu Yin mused, recalling the playful moment when Munua had looked utterly forlorn after losing his cake to his cousin. A smile nearly escaped him. "Ah, Mu Yin," Mu Yongyi's voice echoed, drawing everyone's attention towards him. "Here, grandfather," Mu Yin responded without a hint of fluster. Casting a casual glance at him, Mu Yongyi queried, "I recall that you and Yuanran are of similar age and were once in the same academy. Pray, tell us, how is His Highness the Crown Prince in character?" With calm composure, Mu Yin replied, "I have had a few encounters with His Highness. He is humble and courteous. exhibiting a rare tranquility and possessing the admirable qualities of a noble. Mu Yongyi nodded in agreement, ready to speak further when a knock echoed from the meeting room door. Rap, rap. Furrowing his brow, Mu Yongyi commanded, enter. A subordinate clad in a fitted uniform bowed as he entered, reporting, Sir, royal envoys have arrived. Requesting your presence at the palace for a discussion. Mu Yongyi tapped the table thoughtfully, his expression contemplative. After a considerable pause, he finally nodded, I understand. Oh. Why has the royal family suddenly summoned you personally, father? Mu Qian expressed his confusion. It is indeed a question. Perhaps this esteemed prince is simply weary of solitude. He rose, realizing that unnecessary words were unwarranted. Shanxiao, accompany me into the palace. Mu Shanxiao nodded. Being a general in the military, he saw no issue in going. At the entrance of the royal assembly hall, Mu Yongyi approached with Mu Shanxiao and spotted several old acquaintances. Brother Yongyi, it has been quite some time. How is the taste of the wine you lost to me a year ago? Mo Qin greeted him with a smile, though his tone hinted at barely concealed bitterness. The Mo family had long been involved in trade, with wine being one of their commodities. A year ago, Mu Yongyi had wagered a game of chess against him, and upon losing, his prized possession was taken. That was acceptable. He was not one to be overly affected by loss. However, upon resuming the game, he discovered that this old rascal had cheated him. After his deceit was uncovered, he had refrained from showing his face for an entire year. Today, he had finally caught him. Mu Yongyi chuckled, that is of little importance. Mo Qin scowled, while Han Wu, standing nearby, patted his shoulder. Now is not the time for such discussions. Mo Qin's face darkened. You are no better. Your tricks are not fewer than his. He is the merchant here. On the other side, Wei Guo remarked, you all seem quite leisurely. Not as much as you. I hear your granddaughter-in-law ran away a few years back. Mo Qin replied with a broad smile, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Wei Guo's face instantly darkened. Chun-Li twitched his mouth. He had been caught in the crossfire. Stepping forward with a smile, he added, joking aside, such rumors are hardly trustworthy. Gu Cheng chuckled softly at this. Chun-Li lowered his head. A fleeting cold glimmer flickering in his eyes. The Qin family and the Gu family were not on amicable terms. However, Mu Yongyi remarked indifferently, we old fellows are merely catching up. When did we require the interruption of the younger generation? Chun-Li paused, quickly responding, I, Chun-Li, have overstepped. Yet his inner thoughts grew ever darker. The Mu family, huh? Wei Guo retorted coolly, Brother Mu, your words are not quite right. As a head of a family, Chun-Li can hardly be considered a junior. Mu Yongyi remained expressionless. My father addressed me as elder brother. Does that mean he wishes to treat him as an equal? Han Wu, smiling, attempted to smooth things over. Let us focus on the matters at hand. The royal family's sudden summons surely indicates something of great significance. As if summoned by the very mention of his name, Yuan Ran approached them with his guards. Dressed in pristine white, his expression was impassive, revealing no emotions. Upon reaching the assembly, he offered a slight bow, esteemed elders. The others nodded in acknowledgement, Your Highness. With a hum, Yuan Ran stepped forward, personally opening the grand doors of the assembly hall. My apologies for the wait. Please, come in. Chapter 82. You, Prince, possess quite the audacity. In the spacious and well-lit hall, the circular conference table stood silently. Once the members from the prominent families took their seats, Yuan Ran entered and settled himself among them. Your Highness, I tend to be rather straightforward. Please do not take offense, Wei Guo stated coldly as he just took his seat. The sudden passing of the 17th Lord and your urgency to summon us raises questions. What is the matter at hand? The atmosphere of silence had yet to fully unfold when it was supplanted by a solemn gravity. The other families remained taciturn, internally gratified by Wei Guo's remarks. Despite the Wei family's less-than-stellar reputation, their occasional candor was indeed refreshing. The crown prince, however, appeared somewhat taken aback by the opponent's forthrightness. As the insincere formalities were bypassed entirely, Yuan Ran paused for a moment, nodding slightly before speaking. I believe you are all aware of the circumstances surrounding my father's demise. The families fell silent, while the existence of spies was tacitly accepted. Openly acknowledging it felt rather inappropriate. Yuan Ran smiled faintly, continuing. The cause of my father's death was spiritual in nature. As you all know, my father's health had been robust, and he had consistently rejected forbidden substances. His expression darkened. I suspect foul play was involved. Chun-Li, however, smiled and remarked, Your Highness, one can never truly know a person's heart. It's possible your father simply succumbed to temptation, is it not? I've heard the incident occurred in his chamber. Such solitude can provoke many thoughts. That is implausible. Yuan Ran retorted, furrowing his brow. Master Chen, your words are utterly excessive. Gu Cheng narrowed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. We have all observed the policies of the 17th dynasty. Their stance on forbidden speech is manifestly clear. Given the potential persecution by such substances, how can you jest so lightly? It's merely a jest, not an atmosphere to be brooding over, Chun-Li shrugged. This jest lacks humor, Yuanran replied coolly. Mu Yongyi interjected, steering the conversation back on track. Your Highness, do you suspect someone orchestrated the death of the 17th king? If so, who do you believe it to be? A neighboring nation, the opposition, or us noble families? Yuanran, his expression impassive, stated. You are all loyal ministers and elders of the Jiao Yuan Empire. How could you possibly poison the reigning monarch? Then what are your suspicions? Mu Yongyi pressed. In recent days, the Qidong Empire has been quite restless. I have reason to suspect they might be involved. This assertion startled those present, marking the first time such a direct accusation had been made. Your Highness, you appear to have some thoughts, Han Wu observed, his tone tinged with intrigue. Mo Qing interjected. Your Highness, this supposition may be rather improbable. With pressure from above, even a minor disturbance at the Qidong border could lead to significant conflict. But what if it truly is an action from Qidong? Yuanran's demeanor turned frigid. Evidence, Mu Yongyi replied. Your Highness's suspicions cannot rest solely upon the recent unrest in Qidong. After all, they have been troublesome every year. What then, if we procure evidence? Yuanran inquired. The room fell into silence. His words resonated with the gathered individuals. They were not naive and had begun to perceive the implications of his stance. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes, urging, if you have something to say, Your Highness, please be direct. Yuanran stated coldly, should it be Qidong that has taken action against us, I hope you all will mobilize the military. Ah, Chun-Li exclaimed in astonishment. My dear prince, are you aware of the present circumstances? Or has your father not informed you about the Gate of Stars? I possess some understanding of the Gate of Stars, Yuanran replied with indifference, but I maintain my position. I hope you all will mobilize the military. For a deceased king, I do not believe such an action is warranted. This is a matter of the empire's dignity. Your Highness, the value of face is rather insignificant. Yuanran clenched his fist, a tempest of fury brewing within him. His eyes smoldered with darkness, yet ultimately, he regained his composure. I understand that this matter indeed poses a considerable challenge. However, upon thorough reflection, I discern some advantages to this conflict. He continued, should we prevail, we would acquire new territories and resources, bolstering our national prestige. If we are defeated, we still hold the moral high ground. Human resources, material wealth, and financial assets. Your Highness has not mentioned these at all, Chun-Li remarked with admiration. It appears we cannot reach a consensus on this matter today. Your Highness, is there anything else? Mo Qing inquired with a smile that was not quite a smile. They could neither agree to nor accept the notion of warfare. Yuanran remained silent for a moment and replied, very well. We shall discuss this further once I identify the true culprit. There is another matter I wish to expedite regarding my ascension to the throne. To this, the others concurred. A nation cannot be without a ruler, and as the crown prince established by the late king, you are naturally entitled to ascend. Then, let us select an auspicious day. Agreed. The meeting was lengthy, and by the time the attendees rose to take their leave, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. An ominous sign, Mu Yongyi sighed. Mu Shanxiao remained silent, their silhouettes gradually fading into the distance. Chapter 83. What? They are also gone. The star domain of the Qidong Empire, while slightly inferior to Jiyuan, is not markedly so. The cohesion of the Qidong royal family, however, surpasses that of Jiyuan, essentially reaching a level of absolute authority. An alarming sound suddenly erupted, causing all who heard it to frown. Yi kicked out, toppling the servant who had rushed before him, exclaiming, what is all this fuss? The servant, clutching the bruised spot, dared not complain and quickly reported, Your Highness, the Emperor has passed away. Yi was taken aback. What do you mean passed away? The servant, bowing his head to the cold floor, replied, the king has departed from this world. What? Yi froze momentarily. He then kicked the servant before him once more, furious. How could you not say this sooner? Drag him away and have him executed. Having said that, he hurriedly left, paying no heed to the pleading servant behind him. In the spacious study, the current emperor of the Qidong Empire lay sprawled on the floor like a lifeless dog, his countenance darkened and foaming at the mouth. Compared to the emperor of Jiyuan, his demise was undeniably undignified. This. Yi was horrified by the scene. Where's the physician? He quickly reacted, inquiring. The physician will arrive shortly, a guard bowed in response. Damn it, what is happening? Yi's forehead throbbed with tension. He wished to reach out to his father, who had always held his head high, radiating an aura of authority, yet was now so shockingly lifeless that he dared not approach, exploding with rage instead. Brother, how many times have I told you not to be so impulsive? Zuan entered the hall, and with concern, added, "Your temperament leaves me worried for the future of the Empire." Yi's expression darkened. "My urgency stems from the fact that this is our father. Are you so cold-hearted as to have awaited his demise?" Zuan hastily exclaimed, "Elder brother, do not wrongfully accuse me. I merely believe you are rather lacking in composure." He took a few quick steps, bypassing Yi to stand before Shi, testing the breath of his father, which had indeed ceased. "Those of you on duty outside, did you notice any disturbances?" Replying to His Highness, "Today during our watch, there was no unusual activity. Everything appeared as usual." Upon hearing this, Yi frowned. "What have you been doing? Look at father. He must have struggled fiercely in life. You failed to notice a single sign of disturbance?" "Your Highness, there was indeed no sign of trouble. What use are you?" Bang! The guard suddenly coughed up blood. Zuan raised an eyebrow, bemused by his elder brother's explosive temper. He gestured, "You lot, assist him outside and ensure he receives proper medical attention." "Yes." "Humph, such feigned concern." Yi's face darkened, his tone dripping with disdain. He had never held any regard for his younger brother, often masquerading his contempt with a facade of gentleness, all the while concealing his true feelings. He coldly regarded him. "No matter how much you do, the position in this empire will always belong to me. That wretched concubine of yours will ensure you can never hold your head high in this life." Yet, Zuan maintained a cheerful demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the words. "What my elder brother says is true. In this realm, I would never dare to covet." However, the hand hidden within his sleeve clenched tightly. "Just wait. It won't be long before you can no longer act so arrogantly, my dear elder brother." Before long, the physician hurriedly arrived. "Why did it take you so long?" Yi scowled. "Quickly, examine the situation." The physician nodded, retrieving various instruments from his satchel to examine Shi. Soon, sweat began to bead on his forehead. Seeing his distress, Yi furrowed his brow. "What is happening?" "Your Highness," the physician stammered, "the Emperor shows signs of having ingested a massive quantity of forbidden substances. Moreover, it is progressing at an alarming rate." He wiped his brow, trembling at the gravity of his findings. The thought of delivering such news felt akin to preparing for his own execution. Zuan gently patted the physician's shoulder, saying, "You may leave now." Announced that father passed from exhaustion. "What do you mean?" Yi's expression darkened. Zuan feigned innocence. "Does elder brother wish to make this a matter of public knowledge? The whispers of the populace can be fearsome. We do not know the reasons behind father's consumption of forbidden substances, but the rumors could take on a life of their own." Yi glared at the physician with murderous intent, causing the man to tremble. Zuan interjected, "Everyone knows something has occurred at the palace today. There must be a physician to provide an explanation." This argument held merit, despite his fiery temper. Yi was not a fool. "You understand what to do when you go out, correct?" he said, casting a cold gaze at the physician. The physician hastily nodded. "Then, elder brother, gather a few trustworthy individuals to manage this situation. I know what to do. It is not for you to dictate." Zuan shrugged, turning to leave. He had other matters to prepare for. Chapter 84. The sudden outbreak of war. "I have completed what you instructed. May I now receive the antidote?" Zuan's expression remained impassive as he gazed at the alluring woman before him, utterly unaffected by her charm. After all, no matter how enchanting she appeared, it could not alter the undeniable reality that her lower half was that of a black serpent. He held no interest in beast men, especially one who was hermaphroditic. "Of course, my princely lord," she said, her slender, pale fingers gently covering her mouth, a playful smile gracing her lips. Zuan continued to regard her with a frosty demeanor, remaining unmoved. With a sigh, the serpent woman shrugged, her bosom quivering slightly. She reached into her attire, and soon, a small vial materialized in her hand. Zuan's gaze instinctively fell upon it. "We, of the Serpent clan, are the epitome of integrity. Your Highness, you have misunderstood us," she asserted, placing the vial into his palm. Zuan clenched it tightly. "So, this concludes our dealings, then." She playfully touched her crimson lips. "Do you truly not wish for our assistance in dealing with your arrogant brother? Once he is out of the way, the throne shall be yours." Zuan shot her a frigid look. "Do not lay a finger on him." "Oh my," she feigned surprise. "I did not realize the bond between you two was so profound." Zuan rotated the vial in his hand. "This matter does not concern you." She clicked her tongue in feigned astonishment. "Humans are indeed complicated." A dazzling smile graced her lips. "Very well, I shall not intrude further, my princely lord." With that, she retreated, her serpent tail gliding backward as a dark vortex materialized, and she vanished within it. Once she departed, Zuan examined the vial in his hand. His gaze flickered as he poured out a blue capsule, scrutinized it, then returned it to the vial. Suddenly, he felt less urgency. Within the Gate of the Stars, Atop the central base's towering spire, Zhang gossiped to a fellow guard. I heard a few prodigies from the Jiyuan region arrived a few days ago. Indeed, prodigies are exceptional, each so young, yet capable of utilizing the star pool. While we struggle to earn enough contribution points to exchange for usage permits, Li Yi replied, his tone laced with envy. All right. Who has to say they aren't gifted? Wang Bing waved his hand dismissively, but suddenly, his focus sharpened. Look, what is that? Huh, goodness, it's the Blood Shadow Demon clan and the Celestial clan. Wait, over there. The Insect clan too. A swarm of figures abruptly appeared on the distant horizon. Sound the alarm. Boom. Buzz. The base personnel sprang into action, assembling in less than 5 minutes. Commander. They come with great ferocity. Kong Jun observed the looming figures in the distance, his brow furrowing. Jin Yu clenched his fist, pondering, why the sudden offensive? An all-out assault? It typically occurs every 3 years, yet this time it has come much earlier. Has something transpired? Second Commander Yu Xiao expressed his confusion. One battle grants a month of respite, regardless of the reasons behind it. We shall act first and speak later. General Hong Wei of the Third Army is evidently a man of fiery temper. With such a commanding presence, we remain untroubled, remarked General Wu Yiming of the Fourth Army. They had been summoned back from other bases due to the injuries sustained by the general, although the specifics of his condition had yet to be fully understood. Thus, confidence still lingered among them. Only Kong Jun cast a worried glance at Jin Yu, who wore an expression of serene indifference. With a decisive step, he levitated into the air, followed by the others. Kong Jun then expanded the spatial barrier. Ah, we meet again, esteemed general. Blood Sovereign Shui Yali beamed, baring his sharp teeth as his tongue playfully grazed them, a sanguine aura beginning to envelop him. Last time I let you escape. This time, I shall not allow you to flee. Jin Yu remained impassive, retorting, who is to say who will escape? Such arrogance. I hear the general suffered considerable injuries last time. The Celestial clan's sovereign, Tian Xian, stepped forward, flapping his wings lightly behind him. How tiresome it must be for a moth to constantly seek validation. Hong Wei, hefting a colossal hammer, wore a face of unbridled pride. Foolish humans remained so haughty, despite being mere lowly bloodlines. A multitude of moth wings signifies a superior race. Hong Wei exaggeratedly feigned disdain. How detestable. Tian Xian flapped his wings, directly confronting Hong Wei. TSK, such impatience. Hong Wei clucked, swinging his mighty hammer. Meanwhile, General Wu observed the repulsive insectoid creatures nearby, feeling averse to confronting this loathsome swarm. The insect race was diverse, with each male creature more grotesque than the last. The 8-legged specimen before him, covered in fur and sporting fleshy wings, was particularly revolting. He sighed and raised the curved blade in his hand. Chapter 85. Let us depict a scene of bloodshed. As Yu Zhao's curved sword sliced through the 8-limbed bug, the creature rapidly unleashed its domain, igniting a burst of flames. The bug's sharp claws flailed wildly, and it expelled a stream of venom, corrosive enough to dissolve anything it touched into a puddle of liquid. Yu Zhao's face twisted in disgust. He harbored a profound aversion to the insect race, finding them utterly repulsive. Battling them was akin to a tragic farce. He darted about, his S-class exclusive domain expanding relentlessly, attempting to invade the creature's territory. The 8-limbed bug was equally unyielding. On another front, the general clashed again with the Blood Shadow clan's sovereign. This time, the adversary opted for a one-on-one duel. Waves of crimson and pale blue collided, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Hong Wei raised his hammer repeatedly, each strike infused with a potent force that battered the Celestial clan. His voice echoing with fury. Damn it, I loathe moths. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Tian Xian's wings trembled with indignation, his countenance wild. To him, the Celestial clan represented the noblest race in the universe, and to slander them as moths was utterly intolerable. Compared to the other two locations, their ferocity is evidently unparalleled. The celestial being's followers have been steadily diminishing, poisoning the battleground below. Wu Yiming fully harnessed his abilities, occasionally lending support to the army commander. Initially, he intended to join Yu Xiao in confronting the repugnant creatures of the insect race, but the transmission from Kong Jun reached his ears. Observing the army commander, he noted a decline in strength. Wasn't it said that the healing was proceeding well? He was being secretive. Wu Yiming felt an urge to crack open the army commander's skull to discern the truth within. How could such matters be concealed? If the Celestial Lord level, top-tier S rank, represents one battlefield, then the S rank signifies another. This time, the human race found themselves at an advantage on the S rank battlefield, with several deans from Fuxia joining the fray, all of commendable strength, especially Fuxia. who stood merely a step away from the pinnacle of power. After spending so much time in the academy, I'm almost forgetting the thrill of battle, Guyu exclaimed. Feeling the sting of a gash inflicted by a rival insect creature, azure blood gushing forth as he unfazedly tore away the flesh before re-engaging in combat. Are you capable? Fu Shiha, never one to miss a chance for mockery, kicked an insect creature away and turned to face two S-rank members of the Blood Demon tribe. Yes, I must be capable. Do humans derive pleasure from showing off? Your companion is on the verge of defeat, facing a celestial adversary. Huada found this particular foe to be more concerned with appearances and rather loquacious. You should prioritize your own safety, he retorted, swiftly appearing behind the opponent and delivering a punch that shattered their facade. Engaging in close combat? Does he think himself a celestial lord? The opponent faltered, unable to regain their stance before the unprincipled Fu Shiha seized the moment, using the momentum from kicking the Blood Shadow tribe member to launch himself toward the celestial being, his wind blade glinting as it severed one of their wings. Huada followed closely, delivering another blow. This time, the opponent plummeted to the ground, caught completely off guard by a swarm of soldiers clamoring for military merit. A celestial being, S-rank, has fallen. Witnessing this, another celestial being let out a fierce roar before charging forward, seemingly intent on confronting Fu Shiha. However, it was evident that another S-rank human warrior would not allow the opponent to succeed. Sensing an opening, they expanded their domain and swiftly suppressed the celestial foe. Fu Shiha flickered instantaneously, unleashing the power of space, executing a spatial cut. With a wave of his hand, the celestial being was cleaved in two. Wow, old Fu. Have you activated a cheat? Guyu exclaimed in astonishment. Fu Shiha rolled his eyes. Shut up. Do you comprehend strength? No more chatter. Let us eliminate them. Military merits. These are all military merits. Charge. Zhou as well. What are you waiting for? Annihilate them. Bang. Slay them. Accursed humans. A cacophony of diverse abilities erupted from all directions, accompanied by cries of agony and roars of fury. What lies behind us? Home. Charge forth. Exterminate them all. Chapter 86. The fall of Jinyu. The battlefield was suffused with a pervasive aura of bloodlust, a time most advantageous for the Blood Shadow clan. As the territory of Shui Yali expanded relentlessly, absorbing countless streams of sanguine energy. Commander of the Grand Army, it appears today you shall meet your demise at my hands. Shui Tianli licked his lips, and a multitude of crimson blades surged towards the Grand Army commander. Jinyu maintained an expression of indifference, partnering with Wu Yiming as he unleashed his abilities in rapid succession. Oh dear, when did our formidable Grand Army commander become reliant on others for assistance? How utterly pathetic. Shui Tianzuan, Shui Tianli's counterpart, was evidently skilled in the art of taunting, his words flowing incessantly. Feeling the burgeoning power within him, he brazenly provoked his adversary, though his footsteps subtly shifted towards a certain direction. Why doesn't the Grand Army commander dare to speak? Could it be that you are running out of strength? How dreadfully dull. I never anticipated that you humans would be so feeble, remaining so composed in the face of such provocation. Speaking of which, the essence of humanity is indeed unforgettable. You are so weak and inept, yet the flavor you possess is undeniably exquisite. Jinyu remained impassive, unfazed by his opponent's taunts. However, Wu Yiming sensed an unsettling shift and, through spatial transmission, cautioned the Grand Army commander. Be careful. I feel he is trying to lead us in a particular direction. I am aware, Jinyu replied, raising an eyebrow. When I signal for a retreat, you must leave swiftly, understand? Wu Yiming felt an ominous premonition. What did that mean? Yet, Jinyu offered no further explanation. Meanwhile, Shui Tianli narrowed his eyes, sensing the fluctuations in space. Oh, what are you two conspiring silently about? What intentions does the Grand Army commander harbor? He heightened his vigilance, wary of being outmaneuvered. Boom. Wu Yiming unleashed his domain fully, positioning himself directly against Shui Tianli, shielding the Grand Army commander behind him. An unsettling intuition gripped him. He hoped to avert the manifestation of this foreboding feeling. Jinyu sighed, somewhat touched by his comrade's actions. However, it did not deter him from further expanding his domain to pursue, transmitting a message. Are you attempting to waste my energy before succumbing to your opponent? Commander of the Fourth Army, after all these years, I never expected you to be a traitor. Wu Yiming's expression darkened. The timing was unfortunate. Yet, upon witnessing the expansion of Shui Tianli's domain, he begrudgingly restrained some of his power. Remember to deal the finishing blow later. What? Boom. Bang. The first sound was that of the two blood sovereigns shattering the space, leaping forth with blood power. The second sound was Jinyu kicking Wu Yiming aside. Damn it, Jinyu. Why did you kick me? Wu Yiming exclaimed, his ample posterior cushioning the blow. Jin Yu accelerated sharply, and before Shui Tianli could even compose his triumphant grin, he was seized and propelled towards the two newly emerged sovereigns. Charging headlong into the throng of the insectoid horde. Bang! An explosive azure fire illuminated half the sky. You bastard! Wu Yiming's eyes widened in shock. You are truly infuriating. He opened his domain, yearning to enter that realm, but was obstructed by an ethereal expanse of deep blue that reached its zenith. The insane blood sky tyrant could only utter a solitary phrase before vanishing into oblivion alongside the other two who had just emerged, not even having the chance to speak. Jin Yu shockingly chose to self-destruct. This unforeseen act left everyone utterly unprepared, as no one could have anticipated such an occurrence. Who is Jin Yu? He is the grand commander of the human race, the mightiest of them all. How could he possibly opt for self-destruction? This was something that no one had foreseen, nor did anyone believe it could transpire. Such a choice is exceedingly rare. Hence, the Blood Shadow clan was caught completely off guard. Chow! Why don't you let me finish him off? Wu Yiming clenched his fists, his tone laced with fury, a solitary tear escaping from the corner of his eye. Grand Commander. In the distance, the Void Monarch, who bore the weight of the spatial barrier, let out a deep sigh. Chapter 87. The End of War and the Twilight of the Star Pool Boom. Jin Yu's self-detonation ignited a frenzy within the nerves of all the human powerhouses, as if each individual had been cloaked in an invisible boon, unleashing their abilities to overwhelm the opposition. Madness, have they lost their minds? The heavenly punishment roared, barely able to endure the chaos. Unfortunately, the Blood Demon clan's supreme ruler had perished, and the insectoid race was being relentlessly besieged, leaving no means for him to convey his thoughts. Gritting his teeth, he realized that continuing down this path would yield no favorable outcome, and the higher-ups had indicated that today was merely a formality. However, it was evident that they had miscalculated. The Blood Demon clan had suffered a tremendous loss this time. Clenching his teeth, he found it difficult to retreat in light of his pride. Yet, to persist in this stalemate would be futile. Heavenly punishment, return. A distant voice resonated within his heart. It was the Elder's voice. He suddenly flapped his wings, retreating several dozen meters instantly. Human race. This time, you are fortunate. Celestial beings, retreat. Almost instantaneously, all surviving celestial beings quickly flapped their wings to withdraw. Buzz. An array of invisible waves emanated from the 8-bodied insects, causing the insectoid race to retreat in perfect unison. The Blood Demon clan surveyed their surroundings, finally fixing their gaze on the remaining S-class beings, who promptly turned to flee. Hong Wei bore his hammer, tightly clenching his fists. Some sought to pursue, but were halted by a spatial ripple. Do not chase a cornered foe. The calm voice of the Void Monarch quelled the fervor of the agitated crowd. In this moment of tranquility, all eyes were drawn to the blue expanse left behind by Jin Yu. As a top-tier S-class, his energy had sculpted the most romantic of graves for him. Time seemed to stretch. It felt as though only a few seconds had passed, yet it could have been several hours. At last, Hong Wei and his companions stirred. Step forward, all. Let us bid farewell to the Grand Commander. Everyone placed their right hand upon their left chest in homage to the Grand Commander. In the star pool, Munua found himself enveloped in a constellation of stars when a sudden blue light emerged. Instinctively, he harnessed the power of reincarnation to encase it. In the next moment, a resonance of souls occurred. Hey, Mu Shanxiao, that stoic fellow, what do you see in him? What does he offer besides pretense? The Mu family? So what? I am unafraid of him. If you dare to mistreat her, I shall scatter your ashes to the winds. Fight, fight, fight. As a person and a warrior, I shall never retreat. Wounded and bleeding, these are my accolades. I am here to protect this land, to safeguard this realm. I shall never falter. I shall die with purpose. Images flashed before Munua's eyes, chronicling a youth's journey from arrogant recklessness to steadfast strength. In the end, he seemed to revert to his youthful self, defiant and unrestrained. Drip, drip. Tears of crystalline clarity welled in the corners of Munua's eyes, yet his power surged rapidly. In a daze, a steady voice whispered in his ear, "Young one, allow me to bestow upon you one final gift." Boom. It felt as though an invisible shackle had been shattered, and a refreshing sensation coursed through his entire being. The unparalleled soul transcended. Huaxiao opened his eyes, awakening from meditation, surrounded by blooming roses. Due to the spatial confinement, he remained unaware of any anomalies around him. Observing the roses, Huaxiao fell into contemplation. He recalled being a celestial martial artist. Awakening his abilities was one thing, but the emergence of roses seemed excessive. Looks like I won't need to buy flowers anymore. What a saving. Huaxiao remarked to himself, his expression devoid of emotion for the first time. He plucked a rose. inhaling its peculiar fragrance, which instantly conjured visions of boundless springtime. He unconsciously inhaled again, the blooming flowers dazzling his eyes. Not good. The scent of this flower is toxic. Thud. Huaxiao succumbed to unconsciousness after inhaling the intoxicating essence of his own rose. The newly awakened Huaxiao clearly struggled to master his abilities. Swish. Frigid ice crystals coalesced around Gu Jiucheng, who gently raised his hand, forming countless ice swords that swiftly shot forth with his gesture. Bang! The ice swords collided with the spatial barrier, shattering into fragments. S-class. Gu Jiucheng murmured indifferently before sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes once more in meditation. 3 days later. Ah, long time no see, Arno. Huaxiao suddenly leaped in front of Munua, cheerfully presenting the rose at his chest. Munua's soul sense vibrated wildly, alerting him that something was amiss. With a beaming smile, he pushed the flower toward the newly appeared Gu Jiucheng. Brother Jiucheng, this flower is for you. His smile was endearing and innocent. Gu Jiucheng thought, the intentions are laid bare. He effortlessly used his ice power to freeze the enchanting rose into shards. Munua inquired, the power of ice? Huaxiao expressed his confusion. Gu Jiucheng casually nodded. Huaxiao, with a look of utter astonishment, remarked, you already have a face like an ice block. Now with this power of ice, do you wish to transform into an iceman? Suddenly, he found himself covered in frost from Gu Jiucheng's playful display. Rubbing his face vigorously, Huaxiao exclaimed, you lack martial ethics. Gu Jiucheng walked ahead with indifference, pretending not to have heard a word. Munua glanced between the two and, driven by curiosity, turned to Huaxiao. That flower earlier seemed peculiar. Have you awakened your abilities? Clearing his throat, Huaxiao responded, yes, I have awakened. What abilities do you possess? After a prolonged silence, Huaxiao stammered, just a trivial little ability, haha? Munua sensed something amiss, scrutinizing Huaxiao closely and reflecting on the delicate rose he had just seen, which appeared as if it had just been plucked. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, you can't possibly have awakened the ability to make flowers bloom. Can you? Upon hearing this, Gu Jiucheng halted momentarily, directing his gaze toward Huaxiao. Huaxiao felt a wave of despair, realizing he was increasingly embodying the persona of a floral peacock. Oh dear, what blooming ability. That was a mesmerizing rose. Just a whiff of its fragrance, and you would collapse instantly. Munua rolled his eyes, exclaiming, the name mesmerizing rose is exceedingly juvenile. And have you ever tried collapsing instantly? Just admit it. Huaxiao, he indeed had tried. Munua, who received no response, looked at him incredulously. You can't be genuinely fainted by your own ability, can you? Huaxiao abruptly grasped Munua's shoulder, forcing a smile that barely concealed his irritation. Little one, do you not know that calamity comes from careless words? As they playfully bickered, they departed from the star pool. Outside, Fu Shihe and the other two waited with grave expressions, which prompted Munua and his companions to fall silent. Chapter 88. An attack on Half Moon Port? Dean. The group of Munua obediently nodded toward the three deans. Fu Shihe surveyed them and let out a sigh. Instantly, they tensed, wondering what was amiss. Had they done something wrong? Did their time at the star pool not yield satisfactory results? A barrage of thoughts flooded their minds. Fortunately, Fu Shihe merely patted their shoulders, stating, we depart for the interstellar journey tomorrow. Nodding in agreement, the group returned to their dormitory. Munua turned to Fu Shihe, contemplating for a long while before finally catching up to him. Dean Fu, what is it? Fu Shihe's demeanor softened slightly as he addressed Munua. Furrowing his brow with hesitation, Munua earnestly asked, may I meet the commander? After a lengthy pause, Fu Shihe ruffled Munua's hair, chuckling. What do you need to see the commander for, little one? When you grow strong enough, you will naturally have the opportunity. Indeed, once you become powerful, you will surely have the chance to meet him. Guyu chimed in with a warm smile. Munua's lips moved a few times before he finally nodded and said, I understand. Fu Shihe and the others patted him on the shoulder once more before turning to leave. As Munua watched their retreating figures, he inexplicably recalled the first time he encountered the Grand Marshal. It was strange, they had only met once, yet his voice suddenly turned somber. Even though the Vice Dean and the others had said nothing, he was still convinced of his thoughts. The soul resonance from that day and the blue power he had absorbed undoubtedly belonged to the Grand Marshal. In the Grand Hall of the Jiyuan Empire, the expressions of the prominent families, aside from the Wei and Qin families, were grave. Tap, tap, tap. The attire befitting a monarch-adorned Yuan ran, his tall figure exuding an air of authority. Behind him trailed two attendants. He approached the main seat and sat down, gazing at the family heads with a beaming smile. Your Highness, could you enlighten us as to why the attack on Half Moon Port occurred? Gu Qingmu inquired, his face serious. Half Moon Port was a vital stronghold of the Qidong Empire. Although the two empires frequently experienced border skirmishes, they had rarely attacked each other's significant fortifications. Moreover, Half Moon Port was fortified against the surrounding star beasts, yet due to their assault, the enemy suffered the catastrophic loss of several planets to a beast tide. This was a devastating blow. Such an event could almost signify the onset of full-scale war. Their gathering today was prompted by this issue. If not handled properly, the outcome would surely bode ill. Yuan Ran, however, maintained his smile, seemingly unperturbed by the tone of the inquiry. He kindly reminded, Master Gu, I have ascended to the throne as your monarch. Thus, you should address me as your majesty. Indeed, it appeared that Master Gu was rather oblivious. Perhaps he was entranced by the comforts of home? Chun Li remarked with a grin, his words dripping with sarcasm. They were well aware of the current matriarch of the Gu family, who was utterly unremarkable. However, it was rumored that the family possessed some assets in the Chunyu Empire, suggesting that Gu family had hastily sought a marriage alliance to foster collaboration with them. Gu Qing's expression remained impassive as he glanced at Chun Li, noting that the current military expedition seemed to be comprised of forces from the Chun and Wei families. It was unclear when the two had switched roles. Wei Guo stated flatly, all my actions are for the sake of the nation. Gu Cheng let out a cold laugh. Yuan Ran waved his hand, interrupting the ongoing mockery. Master Gu need not be so agitated. He clapped his hands, the sound resonating sharply in the hall. One of the attendants behind him stepped out of the hall, and shortly thereafter, a servant was brought in, with Yu Xian trailing slowly behind. Upon seeing Yu Xian, everyone raised an eyebrow. His appearance was decidedly incongruous with the setting. Dressed in a black robe that enveloped his entire form, a large hood obscured his features, and a finely crafted black half-mask adorned his face. Yuan Ran stood up and approached the kneeling servant, who bore an expression of defiance. Do you all know who he is? Several individuals furrowed their brows, and Mo Qing remarked, Your Majesty, please speak plainly. Yuan Ran, unable to contain himself, chuckled lightly, suggesting that the spies of the esteemed officials were somewhat lacking. His words rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Yuan Ran, indifferent to the discomfort, bent down, pressing a hand against the servant's head, and declared, This individual hails from the Qidong Empire, having concealed himself within the royal family for many years, and only days ago. He assassinated my father. Are you certain, Your Majesty? Mu Yongyi inquired. Yuan Ran removed the cloth that obstructed the servant's mouth, only to narrowly escape being bitten in return. Thanks to Yu Xian's swift intervention. Release me. Tyrant, I shall kill you. The servant bellowed in a fit of rage, his visage contorted with fury. What does this mean? Han Wu asked in a low voice. Alas, after capturing him, he remained obstinately silent, so the Department of Punishment resorted to certain unconventional methods. Yuan Ran sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Unfortunately, his wife and children were also involved. Tyrant, it is you. The servant screamed in despair, his cries echoing throughout the vast hall. Mu Yongyi frowned. Enough, Your Highness, take him away. His words hung heavy in the air for a moment, as Yuan Ran's dark, penetrating gaze lingered on Mu Yongyi for an extended period. Mu Yongyi regarded him with an expression of indifference. Yuan Ran's lips curled into a faint smile as he nodded for his subordinates to escort the servant away again. He had hoped the servant would confess willingly, but it seemed that the Department of Punishment had taken a toll on his mental state. Yuan Ran sighed once more. How did Your Majesty manage to track down this individual? Mo Qing, sensing the tension, quickly interjected. Yuan Ran smiled and patted the shoulder of the quietly observant Yu Xian. Thanks to this young brother's remarkable ability, he praised. His power is one of retrospection, allowing him to witness the final moments of the deceased. It is indeed an extraordinarily useful gift. Too kind. Yu Xian replied with a gentle bow, his voice androgynous, rendering his tone indistinct. If you possess such formidable prowess, why conceal your appearance? Why not allow us, these old fellows, to behold your true visage? Han Wu suggested. Without a hint of change in his tone, Yu Xian responded. My appearance has been marred by a rash recently, making public exposure inadvisable. I see. What a pity. Han Wu nodded. However, Your Majesty, even if the death of the 17th was instigated by the Qidong Empire, it does not seem to justify unilateral military action on your part. As he concluded, although he maintained a smile, a profound chill lingered in his gaze. Chapter 89. The War of Qidong. What constitutes unilateral action? Yuan Ran innocently raised his hands. The laws of the Jiyuan Empire state that for the king to deploy forces to a region, he need only secure the consent of 2 elders. I have indeed garnered the support of the Chun and Wei families. The others clenched their fists sharply. There indeed existed such a stipulation in the laws of the Jiyuan Empire, but it was established at a time when royal authority was not as enfeebled as it is now. Given the current circumstances, it should have been revised. However, Your Majesty, do you comprehend the vast resources that would be expended should this conflict truly commence? Han Wu regained his composure and spoke in a low voice. Moreover, the situation over there is rather dire. Yuan Ran shook his head thoughtfully and replied, I understand the old General Han's concerns, but after the recent decisive battle, it is likely that things have settled down over the past year and a half. He paused, then continued, the esteemed commander has perished in a self-destructive act, taking 3 of the enemy's top warriors with him. Thus, we need not exert ourselves excessively for the replenishment of our forces. What do you mean? Mo Qing's voice rose in disbelief. Did you just say the commander is gone? At that moment, he could not be bothered to observe formalities. Indeed, Yuan Ran replied with an air of calm. The commander chose to detonate himself, but in doing so, he managed to eliminate 3 formidable adversaries, which is not without merit. Others, however, were incredulous. Under such circumstances, Your Majesty, you still intend to deploy troops? Mo Qing turned his gaze to Wei Guo and Chun Li, exclaiming, You are both still indulging in this folly. How can you call it folly? Chun Li frowned. Our actions are undoubtedly justified. He leaned forward and continued, Everyone, please remain composed. We have reasons for our decisions. Just a few days ago, we received a crucial piece of news. The message conveyed but one significant matter, the sudden death of King of the Qidong Empire, with the Crown Prince Yin Yi ascending the throne. Mo Qing's eyes widened. When did this happen? Just a few days ago, Chun Li replied with a smile. We are somewhat familiar with Yin Yi. He is prone to rage and cannot withstand provocation. I cannot help but view this as a splendid opportunity, he continued. No matter how tempestuous Yin Yi may be, he himself will not be on the battlefield. What does it matter to the army? An unstable regime makes for a challenging campaign. Mo Qing, torn between amusement and frustration, remarked, Our regime is also unstable. How then shall we fight? Chun Li waved his hand dismissively. The alliance of our several noble families provides a solid foundation. Impossible. Suddenly, a servant outside the door shouted urgently. Enter, Yuan Ran commanded, a confident smile gracing his lips. Upon seeing that smile, Mu Yongyi felt an ominous premonition, which soon materialized as a servant hurriedly rushed in, clutching an urgent document. Yuan Ran casually opened it, glanced at its contents, and then pushed it to the center of the table. While the document contained many words, its core message was succinct. The Qidong Empire has mobilized its forces to invade. Urgent assistance required. Mu Yongyi rubbed his temples and remarked, Your Majesty, is this a calculated move or a premeditated scheme? Yuan Ran smirked, merely a coincidence. 3 days prior, within the imperial court of the Qidong Empire. Not good, Your Highness. A servant rushed into the hall, urgently addressing the frowning Yin Yi, who was engrossed in paperwork. What is it? Yin Yi suppressed his rising fury, coldly regarding the disheveled servant, who seemed to sense that anything less than significant might provoke his wrath. Fortunately, the servant grasped the gravity of the situation, quickly delivering the news, Your Majesty, the second prince. He is in critical condition. What? Yin Yiming rose abruptly. Urgency etched across his face as he inquired, What did you say? What has happened to Yin Ziyuan? The attendant replied. The second prince suddenly spat out black blood and collapsed. The physician claims he has been poisoned, and if the antidote is not procured soon, he may not survive. Yin Yi took several hurried steps forward, noticing the attendant kneeling in fear. In a fit of rage, he delivered a sharp slap, his restraint only preventing him from delivering a kick. What are you still kneeling for? Lead the way. Yes, yes. The attendant covered his face and scrambled to guide him. The palace where the second prince resided was known for its elegance, a testament to his mother's profound love for flowers during her lifetime. After her passing, Yin Ziyuan had designed the palace in her cherished style as a tribute. Just days ago, the brother who had once exchanged jests with him now lay pallid upon the bed, his lips darkened, a clear indication of severe poisoning. What has transpired? Yin Yi clenched his fists and struck the wall with a forceful blow, crimson blood trickling down his hand, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. The physician trembled as he spoke. This is the 9 blue poison, a secret concoction of the Jiu Yuan royal family. Jiu Yuan? Yin Yi enunciated each syllable, closing his eyes momentarily. Is there any remedy? There. The physician hesitated. What is it? I demand to know if there is a solution. Yin Yi surged to his feet, his anger boiling over. The physician prostrated himself. Your Majesty, I possess a poison pill that may have a chance to restore him. It operates on the principle of using poison to counteract poison. However, the success rate is less than 50%, and an additional ingredient is required. Yin Yi paused, gazing at his only remaining relative, his younger brother, who had once been so attached to him but had grown distant, often mocking him in subtle ways. Less than 50%. Yes, He closed his eyes, regaining his composure. What additional ingredient is necessary? The physician dared not lift his gaze. Your Majesty's blood. Very well. The physician, taken aback by this unexpected response, raised his head to look at Ini, who had always appeared distant from his brother. Why are you still hesitating? How much blood is required? Speak plainly. Ini frowned. The physician nodded vigorously, retrieving a small blue pill from his box, followed by a small knife, saying, Will your Majesty do it himself, or? Ini seized the knife, swiftly slicing open his palm. A drop of blood fell slowly from his hand. The physician, taken aback, ultimately remained silent, refraining from revealing that only a small amount of blood was needed. Drip. The blood stained the pill red, which was then administered to Yuan. The physician promptly began to bandage Yi's hand. Observing his brother's pale countenance, suddenly beaded with sweat, he asked, How did the second prince become poisoned? The physician replied, The kitchen reported that a broth was prepared for you, and the second prince, intrigued, sampled it first, resulting in. Ini halted. So it was meant for me? Yes. Ini remained silent for a long moment before inquiring, Is this poison definitively unique to the Jiu Yuan royal family? Indeed. Is that so? Ini was both amused and infuriated, recalling the recent news from Half Moon Port. A surge of anger coursed through him. He coldly commanded, Summon the parliament and inform them that I shall mobilize troops to attack Jiu Yuan. Chapter 90. The Challenge. Mu Shanxiao leads the troops since the Seven Winter Empire initiated hostilities. It appears we have no choice but to respond. Or do esteemed lords wish to pursue a path of negotiation? Yuanran spoke in a gentle tone, seemingly supportive of whatever decision they might reach. Mu Yongyi cast a deep glance at him, and finally spoke solemnly, His Majesty has made a decision. There is no need for further discussion. Since it has come to this, let us take up arms. He sighed, appearing inexplicably older. As for this battle, the subsequent matters would be considerably easier, with only one final question remaining. Who shall be appointed as the commander? Chun-Li smiled broadly. With the Chun family's numerous private troops, they surely possess ample talent. Perhaps we should entrust this task to them, suggested Gu Cheng indifferently. Ah, that is a misjudgment. While my Chun family may have a few capable defenders, we cannot compare to the Mu and Han families in terms of talent. Chun-Li promptly waved his hand, expressing humility. Such matters are not up for contention. I believe the Wei family would be a fine choice. Have they not been striving for advancement recently? Why not seize this opportunity to accumulate some military merit? Han Wu proposed with a smile. Wei Gu remained expressionless, replying, My family is not yet worthy of such a heavy responsibility. Yu Xian, standing quietly aside, lowered his gaze, a hint of scorn flickering in his eyes. Ah, humanity. The discussion lingered, with voices rising and falling for some time. Eventually, Mu Yongyi rubbed his temples and addressed Yuanran, Your Majesty, in that case, I recommend this child, Shan Xiao. As commander, Yuanran raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that General Mu, with his courage and wisdom, is indeed suitable for this position. Mu Yongyi responded calmly, Your Majesty flatters me. He continued, Recently, the Wei family has produced some valiant generals. The position of deputy commander could be awarded to one of them. I hear Wei Yu has recently achieved an A-class rank. Let him gain some experience in the military. Wei Gu's brow furrowed sharply. Wei Yu was his most promising heir, and this venture was exceedingly perilous. If anything were to happen, Han Wu patted his shoulder. The head of the Wei family is a man of great integrity and patriotism. Surely he would not decline such an opportunity. Wei Gu's expression darkened, evidently. His and Chun family's actions had angered everyone, leaving him no room to refuse. With a cold demeanor, he stated, To serve as deputy commander is a blessing for my son. It is a perfect chance for him to gain valuable experience. Truly, General Wei is fortunate. Han Wu sighed in admiration and added, Our Han family proposes that Han Yuan take on the role of another deputy commander. What do all of you think? Wei Gu remained impassive. Chun-Li refrained from responding, yet the others nodded in agreement. Yuanran smiled at everyone, for with the broad framework now established, the subsequent steps would be much simpler. The ensuing meeting did not last long, as they were urgently needed at the border. Once outside the conference room, Mu Yongyi walked slowly forward, followed closely by Mo Qing and Han Wu. Brother Mu, why do you choose to shoulder this burden? Mo Qing asked, somewhat conflicted. Mu Yongyi glanced at him, stating, Today, there is no one but our Mu family capable of taking on this task. He sighed, observing that the thoughts of those around him were clearly written on their faces. Mo Qing fell silent for a moment before he could no longer restrain his curiosity. How did His Majesty manage to persuade the Chun and Wei families? Ambition. Han Wu replied with a cold smirk. The ambitions of those two families are nearly too vast for the entire imperial capital to contain. Oh, can ambition truly cloud one's judgment? Wei Guo inquired, rubbing his wrist. You, the Chen family, have calculated well. Yet it seems we of the Wei family are to bear the cost. Is that not rather unfair? Chun Li wore a cautious smile. Our Chen family is most sincere towards our allies. This incident was merely an unforeseen circumstance. He pondered for a moment and continued. Moreover, it is not impossible for the Wei family to reach this position. Many matters would become easier to maneuver. Wei Guan narrowed his eyes. But what if things do not unfold as anticipated? They will, Chun Li replied with a faint smile. Humans indeed possess countless schemes, Your Majesty. Yu Xian removed his mask, a spiritual artifact that concealed his true self from being discerned. Yuan Ran remained silent, his expression impassive, dark mist swirling continuously in his eyes. Yu Xian gazed down at him, lifting a hand to caress his chin, sensing the vitality within. After a prolonged silence, he murmured to himself. The flesh and blood of humanity undeniably exudes a sweet aroma at all times. Yet why do I find myself utterly uninterested? Knock, knock. Yu Xian swiftly returned to his original demeanor. Yuan Ran regained his agility. Creak. The door to the conference room swung open, and ZR's head peeked in. Brother, do you know where Yu Xian has gone? Oh, she called cautiously, finally spotting the elusive figure. Her eyes widened. What are you doing here? Yu Xian. He did not answer her question, but instead retorted, What do you seek me for? The funeral for father is over. We should return to school. ZR exclaimed. This time, I want to seclude myself and modify some machinery. Will you assist me? She blinked playfully, exuding an air of cuteness. Yu Xian responded with an indifferent glance. I have my own matters to attend to and cannot accompany you in seclusion. ZR frowned. I didn't say you had to stay all the time. Just occasionally help me procure some materials. Occasionally? ZR, you are putting me in a difficult position. Yuan Ran, seemingly unable to tolerate it any longer, stood up with a chuckle and ruffled ZR's hair. Don't always trouble Yu Xian. ZR covered her head. When did you become so close to him? You are actually defending him. I am the one who is closer. Yuan Ran laughed, helplessly tapping her hand. However, his expression soon turned serious. How is mother? ZR bit her lip. Recently, mother seems to be recovering well, but I still feel she hasn't truly moved on. She sighed. I suggested spending more time with her, but she pushed me away, insisting she was fine. The physician said time heals all wounds. I can only hope for that, Yuan Ran said gently. May mother find solace soon. He revealed a gentle demeanor once more and said, In that case, you and Yu Xian should return early. If mother encounters any other circumstances, I will inform you. Zaire nodded. All right. Shan Xiao, this battle may prove exceedingly arduous. Mu Yongyi gazed into the distance, a rare seriousness gracing his features. Mu Shan Xiao stood silently behind him, reflecting on the battles he had fought and the enemies he had slain, none of which had ever been without difficulty. Mu Yongyi shook his head. A direct assault is easily evaded, but a hidden strike is perilous. I have a nagging suspicion that the Chun and Wei families may resort to unexpected actions. Mu Shan Xiao frowned. This war concerns the entire nation. Surely they would not dare to act recklessly? Mu Yongyi remained silent for a long while before finally saying, Remain vigilant. Understood. Chapter 91. Departure. The atmosphere in the Mu household was heavy with tension. Silence enveloped everyone. Even the youngest, Mu Shui, comported herself with remarkable understanding and refrained from making any noise. Mu Shan Xiao looked at Lu Riyun, who was pouting, and felt a pang of sympathy. After contemplating for a moment, he approached her and embraced her. Resting her head against his broad chest, Lu Riyun blinked back tears that glimmered like dew. How could you agree to this? She said, her voice tinged with grievance. This undertaking sounds far more perilous than anything before. Why would you be so foolish as to comply with the arrangement? Mu Shan Xiao sighed softly and replied, Some things in this world must be done by someone. But why does it have to be you? Lu Riyun suddenly lifted her head, her heart racing with a foreboding sense of dread. Biting her lip, she implored, Can you refuse now? I'm sorry, Ayun, Mu Shan Xiao said, tightening his hold on her, his tone somber. Lu Riyun grasped his clothing tightly, tears cascading down her cheeks. I possess a strong intuition. I genuinely feel that this is dangerous. Her voice quivered with emotion. Lu Riyun had always held a degree of confidence in her instincts, having been saved by them countless times throughout her life. A mentor once suggested that she might possess an innate sense, though it had yet to fully awaken. Thus, her anxiety deepened. In the midst of chaos, she had never felt as unsettled as she did now. Mu Shan Xiao remained silent, simply holding her close. In that moment, Lu Riyun comprehended his resolute determination. From the moment she met him, she understood the steadfastness of his convictions. They never wavered. It was precisely this conviction that had led her to choose him so resolutely. With a bittersweet smile, she hastily wiped her tears on his clothing and stepped back from his embrace, striving to suppress her tumultuous emotions. Return swiftly, she said, her voice slightly hoarse. Little Munua should be back soon, and little Shue's 6th birthday is approaching. If you return late, you will miss it. She gathered the quiet Mu Shue into her arms and said, Little Shue, tell Daddy that if he doesn't come back in time, you will be angry. Mu Shue blinked her large eyes and earnestly said, Daddy, if you don't come back early, I will be very upset. After her childlike declaration, she pondered for a moment and added, the kind of very, very upset. Mu Shanxiao could not help but reveal a faint smile. He bent down to place a kiss on his little daughter's forehead. All right, Daddy will definitely hurry back. Little Shue will wait for you, she replied in her sweet, childish voice. This exchange alleviated some of the tension, and Mu Yan finally spoke up. Father, do you need me to? However, his words were cut short by a fierce glare from their mother. Mu Shanxiao interjected, no need, you've only just begun in your current position. Frequent transfers would not bode well for your future. Of course, Mu Shanxiao's words were merely a casual excuse, as going to the front lines would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than remaining in place. Noticing Mu Yan's lingering reluctance, he patted his shoulder. Your mother and Xiao Nuo also need looking after. Mu Yan fell silent, ultimately nodding in agreement and relinquishing the idea of accompanying him. I understand, he said, lifting his head. I will guard this place and await Father's return. Mu Shanxiao remained silent, merely giving his shoulder another reassuring pat. The troops of Jiyuan assembled 3 days later. Countless battleships departed from various planets on this day. Mu Shanxiao stepped aboard the starship number 1, his stride steady as he entered. Inside, Wei Yu and Han Yuan were already waiting for him. General Mu, it's an honor to finally meet you. Wei Yu greeted with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Compared to the domineering demeanor of the Wei family, Wei Yu's genes appeared to have diverged. While he still exhibited some arrogance, there was also a hint of the Chun family's peculiar traditions. Oh, it seems his mother is from the Chun family. That is of no concern. Mu Shanxiao cast a cold glance at him, offering no reply. He had no patience for either of these families. Han Yuan clicked his tongue. The family dog is incessantly barking. It's quite bothersome. What do you mean by that? Wei Yu snapped, turning sharply to face Han Yuan. Han Yuan grinned. I merely recalled the dog we have at home. Nothing more to it. Wei Yu's expression darkened. It was evident he understood the veiled insult. Clearly, Han Yuan thought he was oblivious. He cheerfully approached Mu Shanxiao, warmly patting him on the shoulder. Brother Mu, we are going to conquer the world together again. Mu Shanxiao glanced at him, his expression devoid of the previous chill but replete with disdain. Han Yuan widened his eyes. Hey, what do you mean by that? Mu Shanxiao steeled himself. It's nothing. We should be on our way. He took a few steps forward and entered the command center. The star map shimmered with countless luminous points. After gazing at it for a long while, he spoke into the communication system with a somber tone. All personnel, depart. Depart. A resounding hum echoed as the battleships surged into swift flight. This day, the Jiyuan Star Network was abuzz with trending topics showcasing these dramatic scenes. On the Star Network, a user named Overslept Tree posted, Excuse me, have I slept for several centuries? Otherwise, why do I feel like I've just seen countless battleships flying away? Ah, indeed. You have not misread. Countless warships have departed. This matter is no mere game. Enough of this. The official announcement has been made. The 9 Yuan royal family conveys unfortunate news. 3 days ago, the Winter Empire formally declared war on our 9 Yuan Empire. We are uncertain of the details, but our response is clear. We shall engage in battle. These brief words have plunged everyone into confusion. One individual, perplexed, inquired, What have I missed? When did the declaration of war occur? Another exclaimed, A full-scale war? My goodness. After so many years in the interstellar age, can such a thing truly exist? Thank you. I must have traversed dimensions, mused another. Will the deities take action as well? What on earth has transpired? The fervor on StarNet failed to elicit a response from those in power, and the ensuing chaos remained unexplained. Sometimes, the best course of action is to take no action at all. Within the 9 Yuan royal court, Yuan Ran stood alone in the grand hall, gazing out at the departing warships. Darkness swirled within his eyes, as if something long restrained sought to break free, yet ultimately succumbed to silence. Chapter 92. The return of Muno. The stars, in their twinkling, expended all their energy. A pure white light shone once more before him, and this time Muno was prepared. Calmly closing his eyes in advance, as if a breeze had swept by, he opened his eyes to find a familiar environment. However, the position was slightly different from when he had entered, yet, judging by his surroundings, he was still within the Death Star domain. Muno blinked, directing his gaze toward this territory feared by interstellar beings. Meteorites and space debris surrounded him. Ah, Muno raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Is that the roar of a star howler? Huaxiao approached, his expression shifting, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. The star howler, a creature of immense strength, classified as S-rank, capable of shattering the void. The fact that they could hear its roar from their ship likely indicated the presence of an S-rank star howler nearby. Star howlers are known for their solitary nature. Could it be that it encountered another of its kind? Huaxiao pondered, then remarked. Muno withdrew his gaze as their vessel passed through the area. The Death Star domain is home to many exotic beasts. Encounters among them are not uncommon. Huaxiao rubbed his chin, but S-rank beings can sense each other's territories, right? Muno's eyes flickered, clearly sensing something amiss. Could a treasure have emerged? Huaxiao jested casually. Who knows? Muno shrugged. Indeed, let it be, he chuckled. In the Death Star domain, within the vicinity of Wutian Star, the star howler roared, glaring at the luminous figure before it, its mental energy fluctuating dangerously. The beast on the brink of rage. Opposite it, a man radiating golden light floated in the air, silent in the face of the star howler's relentless warnings. He was enveloped in golden brilliance, rendering it impossible to discern anything else about him, save for the fact that he was a humanoid entity. Beside them, a flower bud radiating with resplendent colors had unfurled 6 petals, leaving only the final half to fully blossom. The 7th-generation lotus, a divine herb of unparalleled grade. With each petal taking millennia to grow. When it blooms, it signifies the passage of 70,000 years. In a time long past, when deities had not yet vanished. The 7th-generation lotus was sought after by countless gods, for it held efficacy for them all. Roar. Depart. The star roar beast grew increasingly agitated. This was the hope it had guarded for a millennium, and it could not permit anyone to snatch its prize away. Yet, no matter how furious or intent on destruction its roars became, the luminous figure remained unperturbed. The star roar beast bellowed once more, this time charging forward. Its 2 colossal horns aimed directly at the glowing entity. Undeniably, the being before it was powerful, which had caused the star roar beast to initially hesitate in engaging, merely roaring in an attempt to intimidate. However, it was clear that the luminous entity had no intention of retreating. The star roar beast, considering itself among the elite of the cosmos, chose to charge forward, confident it would not be annihilated in an instant. Boom. An invisible force enveloped it, and the star roar beast, which had shrunk its form to a mere 10 meters through its abilities, began to swell gradually, ultimately compelled to revert to its true form. A colossal beast, stretching 1,000 meters in length and towering 100 meters high, loomed over the planet, exuding the majesty of a top-tier mythical creature. In comparison, the glowing figure appeared as an ant beside an elephant. However, despair consumed the star roar beast's heart. Its mental realm was being incessantly eroded and shattered by the adversary, and gradually, its gaze dimmed. Deity, its final mental wave dissipated into the ether. Little did the star roar beast dream that it would meet its demise at the hands of the very existence it had once fervently pursued. The luminous figure licked its lips, as if savoring a delectable feast, wiped its mouth with one hand, and casually tossed the remains of the once mighty star roar beast into the river of space. Perhaps one day, it would traverse through a spatial passage into another realm, or encounter other apex beings, only to be consumed. The 7th-generation lotus swayed gently, seemingly mourning for the extraordinary beast that had guarded it for a millennium. The luminous figure fell silent once more. With a hum, the engine roared, and Munua beheld familiar scenery. The massive mechanical sculpture, seen not long ago, still stood steadfast. At the Celestial Academy, people flowed in and out, most clutching various mechanical devices. How could it feel as though ages had passed, despite the brief absence? Huaxiao stretched lazily, tousled Munuo's hair, and casually placed a mesmerizing rose in Munuo's hand, signifying a beginning and an end, dear one. This time, Munuo did not refuse. After gazing for a while, he smiled and said, until we meet again. Huaxiao chuckled lightly. I have a premonition that we shall meet many times in the future. Well, I shall await. Ha ha. Huaxiao burst into laughter, and after handing a mesmerizing rose to Gu Jiucheng, he suggested they engage in some sparring when time permitted. Gu Jiucheng, however, did not shatter the flower, but merely nodded indifferently before closing his eyes to meditate once more. Huaxiao shrugged, indicating that he had grown accustomed to this behavior. Soon, Huada's figure appeared. Are you ready? Then let us depart. He patted Huaxiao on the shoulder and kindly addressed Munua. Feel free to visit us at Tiandu when you have the chance. Munua nodded amiably. I understand. Goodbye, uncle. What do you mean by understand? Fu Shi rolled his eyes as he approached. As an awakened, what do we have to do at your place? Hey, we also have awakened individuals in Tiandu. Huada could not help but roll up his sleeves. seemingly prepared for a lengthy debate with Fu Shihe. Fu Shihe smirked. Then how come during the last 100 Schools League? Not a single one of your awakened ranked in the top 100? The 100 Schools League is a competition held every decade, featuring schools from the entire Jiyuan Empire. Participants are predominantly individuals of B-level abilities or higher, with substantial rewards at stake. The next league will not take place for another 8 years. Upon hearing this, Huada was momentarily rendered speechless. There truly was no defense for the last league. Dad, let it go. Hua Xiao, unable to bear it any longer, patted his father on the shoulder, signaling him not to embarrass himself. Bang. Dad, what are you doing? Hua Xiao covered his head. We're heading back to school. So you should address me as principal. Huada, in response to his son's cold and disapproving gaze, hoisted him up and departed. With a resounding thud, the spaceship door opened, and he unleashed his domain, carrying Hua Xiao as he strode forward. As the commotion subsided, tranquility returned once more. The next destination, Tiancheng's Sacred Academy. In contrast to the lively demeanor of the Hua father and son, Gu Jiucheng and Gu Yu appeared far more composed. After affectionately ruffling Munua's hair, Gu Yu led Gu Jiucheng away. Sigh. Fu Shihe sighed heavily. Munua, puzzled by the sudden sigh, looked over inquiringly. Fu Shihe, in turn, ruffled his hair, saying, I hope you can grow up soon. Munua, who had been subjected to such hair ruffling, nodded earnestly. Principal. I will. His tone was resolute, and his eyes sparkled with a brilliant light. Chapter 93. Home. Fu Shihe did not take Munua back to school, but instead directly escorted him home. It's been a while since you last saw your parents, hasn't he? Take a day off to spend some quality time with them, he said, gazing at the familiar Mu residence in a calm tone. Munua looked at the villa that felt so intimately familiar, and an unexpected wave of bittersweet emotion surged within him. He instinctively lowered his gaze, nodding. Thank you, Principal Fu. Go on. Fu Shihe's powers enveloped Munua, gently guiding him to the ground. After watching Fu Shihe depart, Munua turned his attention back to the family he felt he had been away from for far too long. In his mind, certain long-buried memories seemed to drift away like the wind, replaced by a far warmer image. Am I suddenly feeling homesick? Muno murmured softly, a smile gracing his lips as the silver strands of his short hair shimmered with a gentle glow under the sky's reflection. Ding dong, identification in progress. Identification successful. Welcome back, young master. The mechanical voice seemed to carry a hint of jubilation, and the title that had once elicited countless eye rolls from Muno now appeared to possess a touch of warmth. He pushed open the grand door and cheerfully called out, Mother, I have returned. The vast villa echoed with an eerie silence. Muno paused, his brow furrowed in confusion as he surveyed the empty surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that perhaps she had yet to return, as she often ventured out for leisure. With a light heart, Muno retrieved Lingbai and ascended the stairs. Wow, master, is this your room? Lingbai exclaimed, having been cooped up in the life-and-death ring for quite some time. To its surprise, upon emerging, it was met with the sight of its master's small chamber, prompting a spontaneous outburst of joy. Muno allowed its excitement to flourish. His room had been designed by his mother, enveloped in warm yellow hues that exuded a cozy ambience. However, Muno instinctively picked up a star-shaped doll that had accompanied him for a decade, resembling a light blue feline. This doll was a character from a wildly popular children's animation in the Star Realms, chronicling the adventures of Xingyuan as it traversed various planets. Surprisingly, it was quite captivating. Coughing softly, Muno playfully squeezed the doll, his eyelids growing heavier as he succumbed to the soothing rhythm of his breath in the room. Lingbai blinked in surprise before shaking its fluffy tail and cautiously leaping to Muno's side, curling up next to him. On the starship Chuanxing 1, Mu Shanxiao regarded the documents in his hand with a stern expression. After finishing his review, he turned to the commander of the A Yun star system, who knelt beside him. Given the formidable approach of the enemy, retreat had become inevitable. He paused momentarily, then unleashed his commanding presence. With thousands of starships at your disposal, you chose to retreat without even attempting to resist? Do you wish to forfeit your head? Helian Xia wiped the sweat from his brow, replying, General Mu, the enemy is indeed formidable. There are too many of them. Futile resistance would only lead to greater loss. So, you abandoned planets A Yun 1 through 5 and forsook billions of citizens to save yourself? Mu Shanxiao erupted, rising abruptly and delivering a kick that sent Helian Xia skidding across the floor until he collided with the ship's wall. Wow. Helian Xia spat blood, struggling to regain his composure as he fervently pleaded, General Mu, spare me. Mu Shanxiao gazed at him coldly and replied, spare you? If I let you live, will you continue to bring ruin upon others? Military guards, take him away for execution. No, please. General Mu. With a sigh, Mu Shanxiao closed his eyes, calming some of his fury before speaking solemnly. Han Yuan, I intend to grant you the starships left behind by Helian Xia. Han Yuan raised an eyebrow. Understood. Do you have confidence in this? Though skirmishes occasionally erupted along the borders, the Yun star system remained relatively peaceful compared to other regions of lesser significance. After all, this area is a significant stronghold, and the major empires of your typically refrained from launching aggressive assaults on the borders. Thus, Helian Xia's timidity is understandable. They seldom experience the scent of blood and fire, and when genuine peril arrives, only their frail instincts remain. With such a commander at the forefront, how capable can those following him be? This can hardly be regarded as a favorable assignment. Yet, Han Yuan's visage radiated confidence. Brother Mu, after all these years of camaraderie, do you still not trust me? This remark alleviated Mu Shanxiao's concerns as he patted Han Yuan's shoulder, saying, You've worked hard. Ah, what is hard about it? It's merely training a few people. Truly, the bond of brotherhood runs deep, Han Yuan quipped, while Wei Yu, who had remained silent, could no longer restrain himself and rolled his eyes. Han Yuan was not one to indulge him. Indeed, strong camaraderie, unlike certain individuals who can only engage in soliloquy. Wei Yu's expression darkened as he directed his ire towards Mu Shanxiao. To directly deal with a commander of a star domain, you certainly do not regard the royal family with much esteem. The orders of the sovereign may not be heeded in the field, Mu Shanxiao replied, echoing words imparted to him by Munua. Such a statement about not heeding the sovereign's commands. Be cautious, or you may find yourself in trouble with the royal family. Wei Yu feigned concern. Who does not know that your Wei family holds the royal family in low regard? Why the pretense of being a mighty wolf now? Han Yuan retorted. What business is it of yours? Your Han family is only fit to be the dogs of the Mu family. Oh, the dog has begun to bite indiscriminately, Han Yuan exclaimed, astonished. Wei Yu's expression darkened further as he rose, prepared to speak, but Mu Shanxiao interjected. Vice Commander Wei, you should have no issue handling the enemy's left flank, correct? Wei Yu clenched his fists tightly, yet replied, Of course, no problem, Commander Mu, his tone laced with a venomous edge. At that moment, if he dared to retort, Mu Shanxiao might very well demonstrate what it means to disregard the sovereign's commands. Mu Shanxiao's gaze shifted, seemingly tinged with regret, and he said, Then let us continue to deliberate on our strategy. Mom, we're home, Mu Shuai exclaimed, holding Lu Ruiyun's hand as they entered the villa, tossing her little braids with a cheerful tone. Lu Ruiyun blinked, snapping back to reality from her thoughts. She gazed at Mu Shuai's cherubic face, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Thank you, little Shuai, for bringing mommy home. Mu Shuai blinked her eyes innocently and wrapped her arms around Lu Ruiyun's legs. Is mommy happy now? Lu Ruiyun felt a pang in her heart and knelt down to embrace Mu Shuai tightly. I'm sorry, my dear, for causing you worry. I promise it won't happen again. It's all right. Little Shuai will work hard to make mommy happy, Mu Shuai replied in her sweet, earnest tone. Chapter 94. The stories of parents. The whispers of divine strength echoed continuously, yet the specific content remained elusive. Munua closed his eyes, straining to discern the murmurs amidst the darkness, but could only catch a few fragmented words, failing to form coherent meaning. With a sigh, Muno opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused on the ceiling until, after a considerable pause, it regained its vibrant clarity. Was it yet another visitation from the divine? He rubbed his brow, feeling a twinge of exasperation at the recurrent nature of these dreams, unable to discern their precise content. Such ambiguity felt excessive. What does king signify? Do deities have their own rulers? Muno pondered the whispers from his recent dream regarding this so-called king with newfound seriousness. Never mind, the clues were scant. Overthinking at this juncture would yield little fruit. He gently lifted Lingbai, who had unknowingly succumbed to slumber beside him, and after a brief embrace, he rose and exited the room. Downstairs, Lu Ruiyun was cradling Mu Shuai while engaging in a video call with Mu Shanxiao. In midair, Mu Shanxiao maintained his typically stern demeanor, which seemed softened by the ethereal, transparent quality of the virtual medium. He listened intently to every word Lu Ruiyun uttered, observing her every smile and frown. They appeared to interact in this manner perpetually, as if, after decades together, they were still enamored with one another. Muno stood quietly at the top of the staircase, watching the scene unfold, Lu Ruiyun holding Mu Shuai, chatting animatedly with Mu Shanxiao. It inexplicably conjured memories of his past life. He too had stood at a distance, silently watching the three, their laughter resonating with warmth. In that moment, he felt a fleeting disorientation. As if he were split in two, one half declared that everything had irrevocably changed, while the other half mocked him, asserting that he remained superfluous even in this new realm. Suddenly, The escalator beneath him was cleaved in two by the rebirth energy that had unexpectedly surged from his hand. He jolted back to reality, staring in astonishment at his own palm. What on earth? He furrowed his brow. Xiaonua? Lu Ruiyun's exclamation interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to find her eyes alight with surprise. Muno maintained his composure, subtly employing his rebirth energy to restore the escalator to its former shape. Mother, Muno said. A charming smile gracing his lips, his silver hair glimmering brilliantly. He slowly approached Lu Ruiyun and embraced her, who still seemed momentarily taken aback. I've missed you. He sighed, finally voicing the sentiment he had long held within. Lu Ruiyun finally regained her senses, exclaiming, When did you return? Her face radiated joy as she enveloped Muno in her arms. Too hasty, he replied, and Mu Shui, grinning widely, waved her little hand. With a gentle movement, she planted a resounding kiss on Muno's cheek. I missed you. The little girl shook her head playfully, her antics utterly endearing. Muno chuckled, his heart warming further. Little one, your brother missed you too. He ruffled her hair, and then turned his gaze toward Mu Shanxiao, cheerfully calling out, Father, why didn't you inform us of your return? Lu Ruiyun pinched Munua's tender face, feeling a pang of affection after noticing her son's soft little cheeks. Have you lost weight? Haven't you eaten well out there? She inquired. Munua replied, I think I might have grown taller. Lu Ruiyun dismissed his assertion, examining him thoroughly before arriving at a definitive conclusion. You've lost weight. I must prepare some delicious food to nourish you. Munua was at a loss for words. How long can I stay at home? Lu Ruiyun suddenly posed this question. Munua, feeling somewhat helpless, responded, I have to return to school tomorrow. Lu Ruiyun frowned instantly. So soon, she muttered, appearing rather displeased. Desperate, Munua cast a pleading glance at his father, hoping for assistance. Mu Shanxiao remained expressionless. Munua pondered for a moment and then turned his gaze toward Ling Bai, who was pretending to be a doll. A minute later, Lu Ruiyun was incessantly kneading the dispirited Ling Bai, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Both Munua and Mu Shanxiao shared a satisfied smile. Munua even contemplated the possibility of leaving Ling Bai at home. However, he ultimately refrained, largely due to the continuous transmission of Ling Bai's forlorn emotions through their soul bond. After some time, Lu Ruiyun finally calmed down. Munua suddenly remembered something and quickly retrieved a necklace from his spatial pocket. The deep blue necklace emanated a shimmering glow in the air, instantly captivating the attention of Lu Ruiyun and Mu Shanxiao. Isn't this the token of love you gave me back then? Lu Ruiyun asked in astonishment. Munua remarked, It seems the development of this story is somewhat askew. Lu Ruiyun took the necklace and exchanged a glance with Mu Shanxiao, both displaying a hint of shock. Soon after, an expression of sorrow crossed their faces. Where did you obtain this? Uncle Jinyu entrusted it to me, Munua admitted without hesitation, feeling no need to conceal the truth. Is that so? What happened? Munu noticed Lu Ruiyun's eyes had inexplicably become slightly swollen and red, leaving him bewildered. Lu Ruiyun sighed. Over 20 years ago. Hey, Xiao Ruiyun, what are you up to? Jinyu, clad in academy attire and chewing on a piece of grass, approached Lu Ruiyun, who was busy plucking flowers. He likes me. He doesn't like me. He likes me, Lu Ruiyun muttered to herself, completely ignoring Jinyu as she earnestly pulled at the petals. He likes me, doesn't he? These petals are so large, they could be counted as two. Hence he must like me. Lu Ruiyun nodded thoughtfully. Are you not just deceiving yourself? Jinyu said, taken aback by her actions. Bang. Ouch. Why did you hit me? Jinyu exclaimed, covering his head and looking at Lu Ruiyun in disbelief. You are the one deceiving yourself. My reasoning is sound, Lu Ruiyun retorted, glaring at him. With that, she stood up and walked ahead. Well, that has quite the reasoning. Jinyu hurriedly followed, continuing to voice his complaints. What do you want from me? Lu Ruiyun feigned indifference. Have you found someone you like, and now you no longer need your friends? Jinyu, with a playful grin, continued. However, I truly cannot fathom why you are enamored with that icy demeanor. What icy demeanor? He is the epitome of a stoic male deity. Ah, yes indeed. Oh dear. You hit me again. Chapter 95. The story of parents two several decades ago, when Lu Ruiyun, Jinyu, and Mu Shanxiao were still students, their relationships were undeniably intricate. Jinyu exemplified the archetype of the light-hearted exterior concealing a heart burdened with unspoken affection. He harbored feelings for Lu Ruiyun, yet never mustered the courage to voice them, ultimately leaving those emotions unexpressed. It is often said that true acquaintances are forged through conflict. Though Jinyu consistently evaded emotional confrontations, he displayed remarkable valor in physical confrontations. During one examination, he faced Mu Shanxiao, the legendary figure of unattainability, in a bout and was defeated. However, his pride would not allow him to accept this loss, leading him to repeatedly challenge Mu Shanxiao, each encounter intensifying his determination. Unexpectedly, with each clash, he discovered a compatibility in their tempers, ultimately forming a friendship. Yet, just as this newfound camaraderie blossomed, it became complicated, as this friend unwittingly became the object of his affections. As is often the case, circumstances unfolded in a melodramatic and helpless manner. In the end, Jin Yu chose to play the role of the supportive friend. Unable to bear witnessing the suffering of the one he cherished, he discerned Mu Shanxiao's own concealed struggles. However, as the situation escalated, particularly after Mu Shanxiao acquiesced to his family's wishes and accepted a position within the military, Jin Yu's frustration reached new heights. They had promised to strive together. Thus, upon graduation, he declined both Mu Shanxiao's overtures and the school's arrangements, leaving the city without a backward glance. In an act driven by an enigmatic impulse, he took with him the token of love shared between Lu Riyun and Mu Shanxiao, declaring that it would only be returned upon his demise. Now, the necklace had returned. Munua remained silent, perhaps understanding the sentiments of his parents at this moment, yet feeling powerless to offer solace. After a long separation, the news of their old acquaintance now bore the weight of sorrow. Lu Riyun was enveloped in silence for an extended period, undeniably, during their school days. She and Jin Yu had formed a deep friendship. When he finally revealed his feelings, she barely had time to process before he vanished without a trace. At present, she fiercely shut her eyes, suppressing the moisture that threatened to spill, and then a smile graced her lips, reminiscent of her youthful self. With a cheerful tone, she exclaimed, "That rascal." Ultimately, Lu Riyun rose alone, clutching the necklace. "I shall take good care of it. After all, it is a token of love." Munua observed her retreating figure and exchanged a glance with Mu Shanxiao, both letting out a sigh in unison. Mu Shui glanced at the two, perplexed. But the allure of the Ling Bai in her hand was far more captivating, so she refrained from voicing her questions. How did it end? Mu Shanxiao inquired of Munua. In battle, he triumphed. Munua pondered briefly before responding. Mu Shanxiao nodded in acknowledgement. They shared a moment of silence. And with a sigh, Mu Shanxiao advised, "These days, take care of yourself. I find myself on the front lines now, unable to provide you with constant protection." Muno, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of confusion. Is there a conflict at the front once again? The nations of Jiu Yuan and Qidong have entered into full-scale war. Mu Shanxiao stated matter-of-factly. What? Muno exclaimed, his face a portrait of shock, grappling with the incredibility of the news. Although there had been some disputes between the two nations at the time of his departure, they were merely routine disagreements. Now, however, it seemed they had escalated into outright warfare. Had they undergone rapid development in his absence? Why? Muno inquired, genuinely perplexed. Mu Shanxiao, expressing a hint of resignation, elaborated. The 17th king of the Jiu Yuan royal family has passed away, and the newly ascended crown prince has uncovered the culprits to be from the Qidong Empire. Coincidentally, the former emperor of Qidong also met with an untimely demise. This turn of events is rather swift, Muno remarked, rubbing his temples. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining his composed demeanor, he might have exclaimed in astonishment. After reflecting on the duration of his absence and confirming that it had not been particularly long, he could only utter that the affairs of the world are ever unpredictable. Knock, knock. A sound echoed from the screen, and now that Munua was aware of Mu Shanxiao's situation, he felt no need to intrude further. Once they concluded their communication, Munua exchanged glances with Mu Shui. Meanwhile, Mu Shanxiao's expression swiftly transformed into a mask of icy indifference. Enter, he commanded. Commander Mu, here are the latest reports. A military officer saluted and presented the information. Mu Shanxiao nodded calmly. Proceed, he instructed. And summon Vice Commander Han. Yes. After briefly perusing the documents on his desk, Mu Shanxiao found it difficult to quell his restless thoughts. He rose and approached the window. The vast expanse of the cosmos outside the starship appeared magnificent. Oh, we wouldn't have met without a fight. Henceforth, we shall be brothers. You are merely a few months older than I, so why must I address you as elder brother? How absurd. You behave like an ice block. How could she possibly be infatuated with you? I am infuriated. What makes you superior to me? We agreed to strive together from the bottom, yet what does your situation imply? The more I ponder, the angrier I become. I shall take this with me. And if you wish to reclaim it, you must either defeat me or wait until my demise. Brother Mu. Han Yuan's voice jolted him from his reverie. He glanced at the somewhat nonchalant figure before him and sighed. When will you learn to knock? Han Yuan, feigning innocence, replied. I thought you must have summoned me with a purpose. Mu Shanxiao chuckled at this remark, rubbing his temples as he suppressed his chaotic thoughts and resumed his seat. Have you reviewed the new reports? Yes, Han Yuan nodded. Let us discuss. Han Yuan continued. Currently, it appears that the opposing forces are evenly matched with us. But the hidden elements remain uncertain. Moreover, this is a full-scale war. We are not approaching this lightly, so we can expect the enemy to make a move soon. I have studied the maps extensively. We have established our defensive line centered around the 9th star of the Ayun star domain. Yet our position at the 6th star is somewhat vulnerable. The enemy might exploit this weakness. He paused momentarily, a hint of a headache evident, before continuing. However, the commander on the opposite side, Heishi, is not a simple character. He revels in flamboyant ambushes and may very well deviate from conventional tactics. He had spoken extensively, and by the end, he found himself somewhat parched. After a moment's contemplation, Mishanxio inquired, "What do you think our next course of action should be?" Han Yuan replied earnestly, "Seize the initiative." Mishanxio raised his gaze to meet Han Yuan's serious expression. Unable to suppress a smile, his demeanor softened instantly as he remarked, "Then let us seize it well." Chapter 96, Returning to School. Brother, what are we doing now? Mu Shui blinked her eyes, looking at Munua. After a moment of thought, Munua asked, "Do I go in alone?" Mu Shui, with her large, watery eyes, felt as though her brother was leading her into an unreliable situation. With a calm smile, Munua reassured her, "Trust me, sister, once you enter, Mother will surely be delighted." Mu Shui glanced at the smile on her brother's lips, hesitated briefly, and then gently pushed open their mother's door. Lu Riyun stood quietly by the window, and unbeknownst to her, the stars had begun to twinkle outside. Mu Shui tiptoed closer to her mother. "Hey!" she exclaimed as she suddenly leaped into her arms. Lu Ruoyun chuckled as she caught the little one, lifting her up and asking, "What's the matter? Mom, are you unhappy?" Mu Shui blinked inquiringly. Lu Riyun could not help but kiss her daughter's cheek, saying, "It's kind of you to worry about me every day." Hee hee. Mu Shui wrapped her arms around Lu Riyun's neck, beaming with joy. Munua gently closed the door behind him and turned to find the intelligent housekeeper to prepare a meal, successfully concealing his contributions. The night passed without incident. The next day dawned bright and sunny. Under such splendid weather, even a brief farewell did not seem so sorrowful. Lu Riyun patted Munua on the shoulder, saying, "Be sure to take good care of yourself at school. You've lost quite a bit of weight. Don't worry about home. If anything arises, just let me know. Your mother is not easily trifled with." Her detailed admonitions evoked a sense of nostalgia. Home is never merely a square structure, but also the love conveyed through countless gentle reminders. Munua nodded in agreement, and once everything was prepared, he waved goodbye and turned aboard the bus back to school. Tianyu Academy. "Ah, Director Fu has returned, but where is Anual?" Wanxiu leaned on the table, missing his little companion dearly. Hakuei scratched his head. For him, such intense emotions were indeed rare. Suddenly, the dormitory door creaked open, and Wanxiu glanced over in confusion as a figure slowly entered, standing at a height of approximately 156 centimeters. The exquisitely fair face bore an air of nonchalance. Even in simple academy attire, he resembled a delicate little prince. "Ah, Anuwa, you've finally returned." Wanxiu dashed over, his excitement unmistakably apparent. Unexpectedly, upon his return, Munua was struck by such a heavy blow. With one hand he caught Wanxiu, while the other supported his weary waist. "Why so agitated?" Wanxiu whimpered, yearning to shed tears. As an adept socialite, he had nearly suffocated in Munuo's absence. In the dormitory, the absence of Munuo felt akin to a gear devoid of lubricant, unable to turn. Gu Ling was as graceful as a nobleman, seemingly not aloof, but rather gentle in his interactions. Yet, after delivering a lengthy monologue, gazing at the ever-constant perfection of the other's smile made it exceedingly difficult to maintain any further enthusiasm. As for Hakuei, there was no need to elaborate. His daily joys revolved solely around training and mealtimes. Were other matters truly significant? All right, I'm back. Do refrain from such excitement." Munuo chuckled lightly, patting Wanxiu's back before guiding him to the sofa. "Welcome back." Hakuei scratched his head, addressing Munuo. "Thank you." Munuo replied with a smile, brushing Wanxiu aside. He curiously inquired, "Where is brother Gu Ling?" "He went out to train with Han Ziyu." Wanxiu sighed, his expression filled with melancholy. Munuo shivered. "What troubles you? Why do you ask about them upon your return and not inquire about me?" He looked at Munuo with a sense of grievance, as if gazing upon a faithless lover. Munuo mused, "What sort of drama is this?" A glance at Hakuei revealed a similar look of bewilderment, leading him to conclude that Wanxiu might be afflicted with a case of flower fixation syndrome. "Why are you silent?" Wanxiu's prolonged silence rendered him even more pitiable. Munuo chuckled softly, patting his head. "Speak of matters at hand. Your demeanor is quite alarming." Wanshou cast him a resentful glance, but ultimately regained his composure. Why have you returned only now? I saw Dean Fu arrived yesterday, yet you were absent. Muno smiled. I took a trip home. By the way, what sort of study did you engage in that took so long? Wanshou's curiosity ignited fervently. Muno pondered for a moment. Confidentiality agreements. Oh dear. Muno felt somewhat helpless. There was little he could do about that. Fortunately, he knew how to redirect Wanshou's attention. He casually remarked, I have been engrossed in closed training, utterly unaware of what has transpired in the outside world. Is there any significant news to share? Wanshou's eyes sparkled with sudden brightness, as he promptly declared, if there is any significant event in the galaxy, it is undoubtedly the full-scale war between our Jiyuan Empire and the Qidong Empire. So far, there have been minor skirmishes, but the grand battle has yet to commence. Moreover, there have been some coincidences between the royal families of our Jiyuan Empire and Qidong. Both emperors have passed away around the same time, and currently, both realms are governed by their respective first princes. However, when it comes to determining which prince is superior, it undoubtedly must be our Jiyuan. I have heard that the one from across possesses a rather irritable temper. The matters mentioned thus far may not hold significant relevance for us students, but the forthcoming event is indeed of great importance. Muno raised an eyebrow at him. Wanshou continued, in just a week, we are to undertake the midterm examinations for the first semester. Muno replied, that is indeed quite significant. Wanshou displayed a hearty grin. Muno found himself bemused. Is there anything else? Wanshou pondered for a moment and, if pressed, mentioned that there have been rumors of hauntings within the academy lately. Muno's eyebrows shot up. The undead clan? Wanshou shook his head. No? Then what is it? It is said to be the ghost of a little girl. Wanshou's tone deliberately took on a chilling quality. Muno felt a sense of confusion. He meticulously sifted through his memories and found that aside from the remnants of his previous life, he had little connection to such supernatural entities beyond the undead clan. Could it be more obscured information? Muno instinctively fell into contemplation. Hey, what are you thinking about? Wanshou waved a hand in front of him. Nothing. I don't believe you. You look as if your soul nearly escaped. Would you be interested in joining me on a little exploration? He turned to Heikui. Come along. Heikui paused for a moment, then nodded with a simple smile. Sure. Muno sighed. Are you that idle? Since we have nothing better to do, why not take a look? All right then. What can one do when this is your dear roommate? One must indulge. Chapter 97. This thing is truly remarkable, instructor. Muno, carrying a small bag, pushed open the door and was greeted by the leisurely figure of Sophia. Regardless of the clouds drifting or flowers blooming and wilting, she seemed to have always remained in this little courtyard. For the first time, he felt a spark of curiosity about whether this seemingly languid instructor truly spent all her time here. Oh, you're here? I thought you had forgotten, Sophia said, her delicate fingers lightly touching the pond, causing ripples to dance across the surface. What the instructor entrusted me with, I certainly cannot forget, Muno proclaimed with conviction. Although in truth, he had indeed forgotten. As for why he found himself here, it all traced back to that day when he had just experienced a breakthrough with the duality soul in the star pool. The power of his soul was gently undulating. With his eyes closed, he attuned himself to the energy within. In meditation, the light representing the duality soul flickered as it emitted brilliance. Muno was steadily consolidating his strength when suddenly, a searing pain erupted. He abruptly opened his eyes. His hands instinctively reached out in a certain direction, and he faintly seemed to touch something cold and smooth. The pain persisted, and Muno frowned, swiftly retreating a few steps while using the soul bond to alert Lingbai. His gaze shifted back to the direction he had just occupied. There, only a faint blue light glimmered, seemingly devoid of anything else. Yet, Muno remained expressionless. His gaze fixed on that spot, the power of reincarnation swirling within him. He sensed a subtle and elusive life energy lingering nearby. Although Lingbai was unaware of the unfolding events, he could sense the tautness in Munua's demeanor. Gazing ahead, energy began to coalesce. Master, what has transpired? Lingbai inquired, his eyes fixated for a moment before he was engulfed by an inexplicable calm. Blinking in confusion, he felt nothing amiss before him. Munua offered no response. Suddenly, his pupils turned crimson, and an overwhelming aura of bloodlust emanated from him. Xiaobai harnessed the power of the wind. Meow? Lingbai levitated, conjuring gusts of wind from his claws. A figure was expelled from the void, darting swiftly to a position closer to Munua. It was no larger than Munua's palm, adorned in a coat reminiscent of starlight, its diminutive form possessing an enchanting allure. However, this was merely an ethereal depiction. In reality, it resembled a hairless blue rodent. Munua's expression remained impassive as recognition dawned upon him. This creature was a gentle, swift, star and soul-loving spirit beast, precisely what Mentor Sophia had tasked him with. Yet, the current situation starkly contradicted what he had gleaned from his readings in the library. Wasn't it said that these beings were amicable towards soul practitioners? Why did it attempt to bite him at first sight? Wait a moment. Observing the mild-mannered spirit beast that showed no inclination to flee, Munua contemplated a possibility. Perhaps its affinity for stellar and soul energy indicated that it sustains itself on such forces, explaining its gentle demeanor towards soul abilities. The more he pondered, the more plausible this theory seemed, and his expression shifted accordingly. He mentally relayed a scathing critique to the library. "What shall we do now, master?" Lingbai queried, gazing curiously at the spirit beast, which, despite their recent encounter, had not chosen to escape but instead tilted its head in bemusement at Munua. Munua surmised the creature's thoughts, much like a person poised to enjoy fried chicken, only for the chicken to leap up unexpectedly, leaving them both startled and intrigued. With a sigh, Munua felt exasperated by the little creature. He rummaged through his life and death ring and retrieved a petite pouch. At that moment, the dual soul within him surged forth, and he distinctly observed a brilliant light igniting in the spirit beast's eyes. Whoosh! The spirit beast, resembling a gourmet unable to resist the allure of a divine delicacy, bounded eagerly toward Munua. He concentrated the soul energy near the soul-locking pouch. Clink! Success! While capturing the creature was effortless, the excruciating pain of soul tearing left him rattled. "Is this sufficient, master?" Lingbai floated beside Munua, curiously prodding the soul-locking pouch. Munua nodded affirmatively. Lingbai exchanged a glance with Munua before quietly retreating to a corner, resuming his energy absorption in silence. Primarily, it felt as though engaging in any other activity at this moment would subject it to its master's whims. As the recollection faded, Muno gazed at Sophia, who had effortlessly harnessed the energy from the spirit-locking pouch, which now rested in her hands. She weighed it gently, nodding in mild satisfaction, and remarked, "Not bad. I knew you could do it." A tender smile graced her lips as she added, "You've worked hard." "Not hard, but unfortunate," he replied, clearly aware of the significance of soul power to the spirit beasts. He felt he had been duped by his own mentor. Payment had been rendered. Honesty was paramount. A foundational enterprise. Muno reassured himself internally. Sophia, contemplating the spirit-locking pouch in her hands, paused in silence before suddenly inquiring, "You must have met the Grand Commander, right?" Muno hesitated momentarily before nodding. "How is he now?" Sophia seemed to be merely broaching a casual topic. Muno fell silent, thinking that given her current standing, knowing the answer would be of little consequence. Thus, he stated, "The Grand Commander has fallen." Bang! The spirit-locking pouch slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground. In an instant, Sophia was before Muno, the formidable pressure of her S-class aura enveloping him tightly. Muno shuddered slightly. Though astounded by her power, he did not exhibit fear. He reiterated, "Mentor, the Grand Commander has indeed fallen. This is impossible. That man was so powerful. How could he possibly fall?" Sophia's gaze was filled with disbelief. Her previously calm demeanor shattered. She shook her head. "Are you deceiving me?" Muno sensed her state was precarious, but it was too late for falsehoods. He could only respond with resignation. "I fear it won't be long before you receive the notification." Ah. Sophia suddenly stepped back, screaming in frenzy. "They wouldn't tell me. They would only think I'm insane." She clutched her head, crying out, "No? I refuse to believe it." Then, abruptly, she tilted her head skyward and ascended rapidly. Boom. Chapter 98. An invisible barrier emerged, firmly confining Sophia within this space. "Let me out, you scoundrel." Energy surged within her, repeatedly attempting to break free, yet that energy shield resolutely thwarted her efforts. An S-class barrier. Muno realized that Sophia's prolonged presence here was not due to her retreating nature. He quickly collected his scattered thoughts, observing her madness with a mix of helplessness and exasperation. He wished to intervene, but given her current state of frenzy, he was fortunate that she had not unleashed a more cataclysmic force. After much commotion, the figure of Fu Shiha materialized from the void. He stepped into the barrier and swiftly rendered the frenzied Sophia unconscious with a decisive blow. Muno, Fu Shiha gently laid the unconscious Sophia on a soft chair in the courtyard. He glanced at her and sighed. Then, with a touch of exasperation, he turned to Muno, saying, "Just the other day, I mentioned you needed to calm down. Who could have foreseen you'd stir up such a ruckus so soon?" Munua felt a sense of injustice, expressing her confusion about the unexpected turn of events. Fu Shiha acknowledged his oversight, admitting he had neglected to remind her. With a puzzled look directed at Fu Shiha, Munua inquired about the nature of the incident. Upon hearing this, Fu Shiha let out a deep sigh. Sophia's first encounter with Jinyu occurred during the triannual battle at the Stargate. At that time, She was a vision of beauty, delicate as a budding flower. Yet merely a B-level ordinary ability user on the cusp of ascending to A level. Her power, known as the special force field, was remarkably versatile. Most frequently employed to suddenly increase weight, crushing a multitude into a pulp. For her, this was a testament to the respect she held for her abilities, a form of aesthetic expression. In the Stargate, her adversaries were either paralyzed with fear or driven to madness by rage, an outcome she remained utterly indifferent to. During that fierce battle, Sophia unleashed her fury upon the Blood Demon clan, inadvertently revealing a hidden S-level entity. This was a long-standing tradition of the Blood Demon clan, yet on this occasion, they were unfortunate enough to be exposed by Sophia's actions, leading to an awkward silence enveloping the battlefield. This blatant display provoked the wrath of the Blood Demon clan, prompting the S-level powerhouse to charge at her without concern for dignity. In a moment of imminent peril, Jinyu, who had just ascended to S-level, appeared as if he had descended from a heroic tale, shielding her from the fatal blow. Without hesitation, he whisked her away. In that moment, as Sophia found herself cradled in his arms, she felt a surge of joy, convinced she had encountered her fated soulmate. Yet, reality often diverges from the melodrama of fiction. Some matters cannot be forced. Jinyu's choice to intervene stemmed from two factors. He witnessed the danger and possessed the capability to save her. And he recognized the potential of Sophia's abilities for future growth. Romantic sentiments were not in his contemplation. Nevertheless, Sophia had made up her mind about him. Despite Jinyu having been separated from Luruyun for several years, some emotions are not easily extinguished, and he was not ready to embrace anyone else. Sophia, however, was persistently devoted, pursuing him relentlessly from dawn till dusk, across every corner of the realm. As she ascended in rank, unforeseen incidents compelled Jinyu to intervene once more, only deepening her resolve. If that were the extent of her fervor, it might have sufficed. Yet, Sophia's nature was one of fervent intensity. For every setback she faced with Jinyu, she sought to compensate by fiercely attacking other clans on the battlefield. This incited a swift gathering of various clans, leading to repeated clashes. Thus, during the period of Sophia's presence, countless battles erupted, each more tumultuous than the last. Ultimately, the situation became unbearable for Sophia. Although she was only targeting enemies, her incessant provocations inflicted greater damage on her own side. After all, there is but one human race. Consequently, those in authority sought to persuade Sophia. Sophia declared, "I will see no one but Jinyu." The authorities responded, "We cannot overpower her or physically confront her. What can we do? We must seek Jinyu." Thus, Jinyu was summoned. "I will never harbor feelings for you, Sophia," he asserted. Jinyu's demeanor, except when confronting Luruyun, was typically forthright and candid. Sophia, tilting her head, replied, "What of it? My affection for you suffices." Jinyu, feeling a bit vexed, responded, "It is impossible for us." Sophia, unfazed, countered, with sincere intent, "Even the hardest of stones may yield. How can you be so certain of the future?" Jinyu gazed at her in silence for a moment before saying earnestly, "We are not suited for each other, and I already have someone I hold dear." "But that person does not return your feelings," Sophia bit her lip in response. "And what of it? She does not love you, so why should I not pursue you?" Sophia insisted. Jinyu raised an eyebrow, decisively stating, "By your reasoning, your chances are even slimmer. Since she does not like me, I must dedicate my time to pursuing her. Therefore, my affection for you will diminish even further." He chuckled lightly, observing Sophia's bewildered expression. "We will eventually find individuals suited to us. Your fleeting infatuation is inconsequential." Upon hearing this, Sophia declared, "Then I must give it a try?" Jinyu sighed, realizing that this attempt at persuasion had largely failed. Months later, Sophia unexpectedly attained an opportunity to break through to A-grade on the battlefield of Liyuan. Ultimately, whether due to fate or misfortune, she found herself saved by Jinyu once again during a confrontation with the Blood Demon clan. This intervention left her unable to overcome the trial of the heart. Transitioning from A to S-grade requires not only the accumulation of energy, but also the successful navigation of one's inner turmoil. To conquer this trial is to become a formidable force, while failure to do so results in being ensnared by one's own demons. Despite Jinyu's assistance, Sophia could not conquer her inner conflict, yet she achieved an S-grade breakthrough, a remarkably rare occurrence. If she could eventually conquer her inner demons, she might ascend to the pinnacle of strength. Regrettably, she failed to break through. Ultimately, after several bouts of madness, she was confined within the heavenly domain. Due to the peril posed by her inner demons, she was ensnared by a barrier. Unexpectedly, during her prolonged period of recuperation, she appeared somewhat languid and carefree on the surface. yet she had not truly resolved her internal struggles. Chapter 99. Climbing certain matters might perplex outsiders, seeming unnecessary. Yet for the individual involved, a fleeting moment of brilliance can define a lifetime. As Muno departed, the sky was already painted with the hues of twilight. Master, Lingbai remarked, perched on Muno's shoulder, human emotions are truly complex. Just the 7 emotions and 6 desires, Muno replied, gently stroking the cat's head. Are we truly leaving? Han Ziyu inquired, gazing at the building that appeared more intriguing as night fell. As a prestigious academy, one cannot solely engage in rigorous training devoid of delightful pursuits. The interest building, in essence, is a sanctuary dedicated to activities that are purely entertaining and unrelated to cultivation. It is said that this structure was established many years ago due to the fervent request of a rather extraordinary genius. Ostensibly because the interstellar culinary practices at that time left much to be desired, though the specifics are of little consequence. In any case, this building is frequented by many ordinary individuals and remains notably tranquil during the night. Don't be timid, Muno exclaimed, giving Han Ziyu a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You've just returned. Han Ziyu responded, somewhat surprised. Muno remained unfazed, considering it rather fortunate to encounter such an intriguing event upon his return. Ah, indeed. If you weren't lucky, how could you possibly excel in this new assessment? Gu Ling observed the 2 somewhat immature souls with a bemused expression, rubbing his unremarkable spiritual essence. He remarked, all right, let us discuss how we gain entry. The interest building closes promptly at midnight, and there were rumors of hauntings stemming from those who stealthily ventured in during the witching hours only to encounter something unsettling. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely that such occurrences involved anything truly sinister. After all, malevolent forces might have been eradicated the moment the rumors began circulating. Yet, the tales persisted, suggesting that whatever it was had not been vanquished. Wan Yu, ever prepared, produced a map. Listen, I've questioned several individuals who frequently sneak in for fun, and they suggested that climbing the old water pipe adjacent to the west gate is the quickest route to the 2nd floor. Isn't that dangerous? We could end up breaking a leg. They exchanged glances before collectively delivering a light punch to Wan Yu's head. Be more reliable, Han Ziyu retorted. Wan Yu, feeling aggrieved, insisted. It's quite reliable. Though it's an old water pipe, it's sturdy enough. He glanced around at his companions before patting the arm of the quietly observant Hackway. With your physique, you'll be just fine. The others looked at Hackway, who instinctively assessed his own build, feeling a twinge of sorrow upon comparing himself to the others. Recognizing a slight disparity, let us stop this discussion, Han Ziyu interjected. If we continue, we might as well wait for dawn to open the doors. It's merely climbing a water pipe, right? Let us do it. Muno remarked, for some reason, your statement strikes me as peculiar. The interest building boasts 10 stories, offering a range of activities from the lofty realms of astronomy and geography to the more humble pursuits of interstellar beggary. It is remarkably user-friendly. The so-called old water pipe, crafted from a black mineral, is reputed to possess self-purifying properties, making it exceedingly clean, though that too is of little importance. It appears relatively sound. Muno examined the layout of the pipe, finding it rather dense. The distance from the ground to the 2nd floor was merely 10 meters, and considering their agility, they should be able to ascend with a slight jump. Who will go first? Han Ziyu asked, now exhibiting a keen eagerness. These individuals, though merely adolescents, displayed a semblance of maturity, yet they retained that youthful spirit. However, it is essential to note that such youthful exuberance should be exercised with caution. Children, take heed. You go ahead. I can see you're struggling to control your legs, Muno remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Han Ziyu rolled his eyes but did not decline. He seemed to carry a hint of exhibitionism. With a light touch of his toes, he leaped onto a pipe, and the dark energies surged beneath him. A pleased smile crept across his lips as he sprang upwards several times. The notion of I can't has never been a genuine limitation. Hey, let me open the window and take a peek, Han Ziyu said, glancing curiously at the window, where the corridor lay silent in darkness. He gently pushed the window open and climbed inside for a better look, then poked his head out, exclaiming, "There's nothing here. Hurry, come on." Muno turned to the others. "You all go first. I'll follow last." Gu Ling raised an eyebrow, noting that Arno had quite the audacity to be the rear guard. Muno chuckled. "What if you encounter something up there? I need to be ready to run." Gu Ling, bemused, ruffled Muno's hair. "You all go ahead. I'll stay with Arno." Harkway scratched his head, eyeing the old pipe thoughtfully. He reasoned that if he didn't exert too much force, he wouldn't snap the pipes. "I'll go up first," he said earnestly. With a crisp sound, Harkway's foot landed on the pipe. He ascended steadily, step by step. Strangely, as they watched him, the others felt a tinge of anxiety. Fortunately, no mishap occurred. Wanxiu observed Harquay's successful ascent before approaching the pipe himself. He then retrieved a peculiar device from his spatial hub, a thick mechanical panel approximately half a meter long. Wanxiu pressed a point on the panel. Click. Wings of Heaven. Activate. The mechanical panel transformed into a pair of wings, affixed to Wanxiu's back. He flapped the small wings and exclaimed, "I'm going up first." He soared into the air, leaving Muno in shock. Guling explained, "The Wings of Heaven is a commonly used piece of equipment for mechanists, equipped with sensing capabilities that respond to the user's intentions. Wanxiu's pair appears to be a binding-type exclusive model, probably a new release from the Afar company." "Is it expensive?" Muno asked instinctively, calculating his finances in his mind. "Not too pricey, just 10 million. Muno felt a pang of grievance, but kept silent. Guling cast an amused glance at him before gracefully stepping forward, continuing his elegant course. Without any visible effort, he stepped lightly, forming an ice staircase, and ascended to the windowsill. Han Ziyu exclaimed, "Show off." Guling elegantly delivered a playful punch in response. With determination, Muno steadily climbed, his arms quite strong. "What on earth is that?" Han Ziyu suddenly gasped, initially focused on Muno to ensure his safety, but catching a fleeting glimpse of a white shadow. Startled, he dashed behind Guling in fright. Death to friends, but not to the Taoist. "Brother, you may go first." Guling rolled his eyes and focused his gaze ahead, yet found nothing amiss. The dark corridor was enveloped in silence, with only the sound of their breathing echoing in the stillness. Munua, hearing the commotion, felt a sense of confusion. Noticing the attention of the group was diverted from him, he summoned the power of reincarnation within him and quickly ascended. "What happened? What happened?" Munua inquired hastily. Wanxiu, spotting him, exclaimed, "Hey, how did you get up here so quickly?" Munua pinched his cheek. "That's not the point. What on earth is happening right now?" Guling narrowed his eyes, suggesting, "Ask Han Ziyu." Han Ziyu, still shaken, stammered, "I just saw a white figure floating by at an incredible speed. I swear, if it's not speed-related, then it must be a ghost." Boom. Wanxiu immediately hurled a miniature bomb, prompting the group to dash down the left corridor. Before them, a white figure flickered in and out of sight, its long hair obscuring its face as it hovered in midair, drawing closer with each passing moment. "Ah, there really is a ghost." The principal didn't even exorcise it. Han Ziyu, filled with genuine fear, sprang into action, nearly exerting every ounce of strength to escape. Wanxiu, being a strategist, found himself unable to keep pace, so he was swiftly carried away by Harquay. "Thank you," he managed to express amid their rapid flight. Panting heavily, the group reached the 5th floor and hastily selected a room to catch their breath. "What is going on? This school truly has ghosts." Han Ziyu clutched Guling's hand with a sense of grievance. Munua teased, "So you're afraid of ghosts?" Han Ziyu stammered in protest, "Who is afraid? I'm just a bit shocked." Munua chuckled, patting Han Ziyu on the shoulder. "Do not fear, it's just a ghost. You must believe in yourself and overcome your fears instantly." He abruptly halted, pointing behind Han Ziyu. The latter stiffened, and before he could inquire, a gust of cold wind swept through. We are not ghosts," a hollow voice echoed in his ear. Han Ziyu, frozen, turned around. A figure in a pure white robe hung upside down, its face directed towards him. "Ah!" he yelped, springing into action as dark energy surged within him, striking towards the white figure. Boom. The impact felt like it shattered the fabric of space itself. Well done. Yet, nothing was hit. The white figure tilted its head, appearing rather puzzled. "Ah!" Han Ziyu bolted through the door, fleeing at an astonishing pace. The others exclaimed, "What a disgrace." "Goodness." Wanxiu and Harquay quickly followed suit. Munua and Guling exchanged glances. Munua scratched his head and said, Hello?" The white figure blinked and floated closer. "You're not afraid of me anymore?" Its ethereal voice sent a chill down the spine, yet Munua had managed to regain his composure. "No, not really. I was merely following Han Ziyu in his panic." The white figure inspected him curiously. "You seem quite small, yet your courage is commendable." "Well, it's manageable. If you cannot communicate, even if draped in blood-soaked garments, I might still find myself fleeing in every direction." Muno quietly scoffed within. Guling gazed at the white figure and suddenly inquired, "Are you of the Spirit One clan?" "Ah, you know of our clan?" The white figure responded, slightly taken aback. Muno, puzzled, turned to Guling. Guling smiled gently and elucidated. "The Spirit One clan emerged from the profound emotions of joy and sorrow that permeate the universe, awakening from the endless flow of history, materializing from the depths of darkness. I have had the privilege of witnessing some records." "Impressive," the white figure exclaimed. "I am called Ruru, a newly born spirit. How did you come to be here?" Muno asked, perplexed, sensing the lack of anything particularly significant in this place. Ah, Ruru lifted his face and replied, "It is because there is sorrow here." His visage was revealed to Muno and Gu Ling, a countenance crafted from countless weeping faces. A mere glance was a nightmare for those with a fear of clusters, sending one's sanity spiraling. Muno blinked, feeling somewhat unsettled by the sight. Ruru, seemingly aware of his frightful appearance, quickly lowered his head, allowing his long hair to obscure his face. "My apologies, I hope I did not frighten you," Ruru said, somewhat bashfully. Though moments ago he had relished in the fright he instilled, now appearing like an embarrassed youth. "Our Spirit One clan, the Joy Spirits, are quite beautiful. While those like me, the Sorrow Spirits, are somewhat less pleasing. That is of little consequence. With time, everything becomes beautiful," Muno reassured him. Ruru blinked his eyes, appearing somewhat delighted as he nodded in agreement. Muno pondered for a moment, but could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "You mentioned it was due to sorrow. Could you share what transpired?" Ruru sighed. Jejia looked at the person before her, hesitating, as if on the brink of speaking. "What is it?" Xing Jejia furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding rising within her instinctively. Lu Yi sighed. "Your grandfather passed away yesterday," Xing Jejia exclaimed. "Whom do you curse?" She retaliated with a punch, her anger palpable. Xing Jejia's grandfather, having surpassed 90 years, was merely an ordinary man, thus regarded as a senior citizen. Although the average lifespan of an ordinary person in the interstellar realm is 120. Her grandfather had been diagnosed with an incurable ailment several years prior, leaving her in a state of helplessness and trepidation. Louis, her boyfriend, was well aware of these matters, and yet he dared to speak thus. She glared at him in frustration. "You know how close I am with my grandfather. How can you make light of him?" Louis, feeling remorseful, sent a video to her communicator. "Take a look, I'll wait for you outside." Xing Jejia, perplexed, opened the video. An elderly man, looking quite sprightly, appeared before her. "Jejia, can you see me?" The aged voice of Xing Sikong radiated warmth and affection. Xing Jejia instinctively nodded, but quickly remembered that he could not see her. Xing Si laughed heartily. "Jejia, my dear granddaughter, you are the most accomplished among us. From childhood to now, you have always been the most formidable in Grandpa's heart, and you have been the most filial, always thinking of me. Alas, I shall not witness your wedding. By the time you see this video, I fear I may no longer be here. I know you have been preoccupied with exams lately. I did not wish to disturb you, so please do not hold it against me. I can no longer remind you of things. You must take good care of yourself. Your parents love you, but years of distance have made them forget how to communicate with you, so do not blame them. Having said so much, cough. I only hope for your well-being. Jejia, take care of yourself." With a clap, the video ceased, leaving Xing Jejia in a daze, tears streaming down her face without her realization. Why? Chapter 101. Is it too much to take in a little tenderness? The unexpected and tomorrow are forever uncertain. All we can do is cherish every moment. Munua sighed deeply, feeling a tinge of regret for this tale, while also reflecting on its depth. Gu Ling fell silent for a moment, but soon composed himself to inquire once more, as a member of the Spirit clan. "You should not remain in one place for too long. Why have you stayed here these days?" At this, Ruru felt quite aggrieved. "Not long ago, a balding old man drained my spirit liquid using his domain. I have no energy to venture elsewhere. The spirit liquid, a specialty of the Spirit clan, is said to grant eternal youth when consumed and enhances the success rate and quality when used in medicine or forging. In short, it is exceedingly valuable." Lingbai had somehow leaped onto Munua's shoulder, excitedly conveying its thoughts through their soul contract. "Master, hurry, seize it. I just searched my memory and found some information about the spirit liquid. It contains a potent life force, is ferocious in medicine, yet is filled with affection for the life and death ring." Munua maintained a calm demeanor, even as the little spirit within him nearly burst with excitement. "Of great use to the life and death ring? Does that not justify their encounter?" Munua inquired nonchalantly. "Do you have a drop of spirit liquid left in you?" Ruru felt a profound sadness. No, not even a drop. Though unaware of the identity of the balding old man, she could not help but admire his prowess. "Without spirit liquid, you cannot leave here?" Munua pressed. "Yes." Ruru nodded earnestly. Munua feigned contemplation. "How can you regain your energy?" "By consuming emotions." The bustling atmosphere of the interest building indeed proved to be a fitting place for them. No wonder she had remained here. It was also possible that her lack of spirit liquid made her hesitant to wander. Munua offered a charming smile, speaking in a gentle tone. "Ruru, would you like to accompany me?" Gu Ling cleared his throat, somewhat surprised by Munua's swift actions. He too had entertained some thoughts. Ruru's eyes sparkled. "Oh yes. Yes." His tear-streaked face effortlessly transformed into a smile that was undeniably charming. Munua, remarkably composed, suggested. Then you should accompany us. We must search for them. All right. I'm utterly exhausted. Wanshio panted, feeling as if he had spent an entire day laboring over machinery, despite the fact that he had mostly been carried by Heikui. Where are Gu Ling and Arno? Han Ziyu finally shook himself awake, puzzled by his inexplicable fear of ghosts, suspecting it stemmed from his sister's incessant ghost stories during childhood. He sighed. If his family were to discover this fear, he would undoubtedly face reprimand. Heikui rubbed his head and asked, should we head back to look for them? Upon hearing this, Han Ziyu hesitated, then gritted his teeth and decided to investigate. He thought they were unlikely to be harmed, but they might very well be frightened to unconsciousness. And if it turned out to be a lecher, that would be unacceptable. Upon hearing this, even Heikui's expression shifted slightly. This won't do. Our dear Nuwa is still just a child. We must hurry. Wanshio swiftly turned around, ready to retrace their steps. Where are you going? A leisurely voice echoed behind them, though this time it sounded somewhat familiar. Han Ziyu turned to see Fu Shiha's smiling face before him. The three of them froze in place. Wanshio stammered a greeting. Director Fu, gee, good evening. Fu Shiha chuckled. Oh, so you are aware that it is evening? Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads as they dared not utter a word. Let's see. A miniature bomb was thrown on the second floor, and the fifth floor was invaded by dark energy. I recall this as the interest building, not the training building, correct? Fu Shiha pondered before continuing. Or have you finally decided to blow up the school in the middle of the night? Han Ziyu was on the verge of tears. Director, we were wrong. The sooner we admit our mistakes, the sooner we can resolve this. Fu Shiha, considering himself a kind-hearted director, noticed their respectful demeanor and smiled broadly. How about this? Our defense system held up well, and there was no significant damage, just a bit of dirt. Why don't you all clean this building? All of it. Han Ziyu's pupils widened in shock. Is there a problem? No. Is it reasonable? Reasonable. Fu Shiha patted Han Ziyu on the shoulder with a grin, hoping that when other students arrived tomorrow, they would witness a pristine environment. Han Ziyu and Wanshio exchanged glances, wiping their faces in despair before nodding in agreement. Fu Shiha, satisfied, gave a nod and a pat on Han Ziyu's shoulder, saying, do a good job. He then sauntered away, casting a meaningful glance at the nearby staircase before departing. At the staircase, Munua leaned against the wall, while Lu peeked over his head. Have they left? Munua whispered. Yes, Lu replied in a similarly hushed tone. Gu Ling observed the two small figures, beginning to understand why Lu had agreed to walk with Munua. Perhaps it was simply a matter of nature's attraction. He distinctly recalled that the spirit of sorrow seemed to harbor its own melancholic essence. Ahem, let us venture out, Muno suggested. Han Ziyu cast a sorrowful glance at Muno. Do you not find my plight sufficiently tragic that you must frighten me once more? Initially, he felt a sense of relief upon seeing Muno approach, thinking that his companion had escaped danger, only to be startled the next moment as Ruru peeked out from behind Muno. For heaven's sake, how utterly terrifying. Muno quickly donned a charming smile. Who is our Han brother? Versatile in both literature and martial prowess, equally adept in the parlor and the kitchen. Capable of playing the gentleman, donned in a suit, an angel within the academy, yet a devil in the ballroom. What nonsense is this? I have never set foot in a ballroom. Han Ziyu retorted, giving Muno a light smack on the head. Do not defame me. Muno chuckled playfully. So, what shall we do now? Where shall we commence our adventure? The interest building is vast. Will one evening suffice? Wanshio lamented, his round face contorted in concern. Heikui also scratched his head, seemingly troubled. Muno sighed, beginning to estimate the scale based on his recollections of the map. Han Ziyu and Gu Ling exchanged peculiar glances. Wanshio, puzzled, inquired, what is the matter? Han Ziyu cleared his throat and nudged Gu Ling's shoulder. My resources for this month are nearly exhausted, and my sister's mood has been rather gloomy of late. Could you lend a hand, young Master Gu? Gu Ling raised an eyebrow, skillfully activating his communicator and dialing a number. Beep. The call connected swiftly. Young Master, a man in his 40s, clad in a colorful pajama set, appeared on screen. Judging by the creases, he had likely just awakened, yet his demeanor remained exceedingly serious, devoid of drowsiness. Lin Bo. Arrange for 10 individuals to meet me at my current location, Gu Ling stated nonchalantly, unperturbed by the disturbance he caused. The man, unfazed, nodded affirmatively. Understood, young master. Not inquiring further was one of the cardinal rules of a steward. Once Gu Ling ended the communication, he observed the astonished expressions of Muno, Wanshio, and Heikui. Wanshio marveled. Is this the life of a young master? Indeed, Muno confirmed with a nod. Chapter 102. Successfully recruited Ruru as one of us, it must be said that the Gu family exudes the grandeur befitting a prominent clan. Merely 10 minutes after the communication ended, the individuals arrived. observing the 10 figures in black scaling the water pipes. Muno felt an inexplicable urge to capture the moment for Starnet, with a title already forming in his mind. Shocking. In the dead of night, the Gu family engages in such activities. Coughing, Gu Ling inexplicably shivered, raising an eyebrow in confusion, sensing someone whispering about him from behind. Young master. One of the apparent leaders among them performed the customary gesture of the Gu family. Muno had studied the etiquette of several prominent families and discovered that the Gu family was the most refined, with the left hand positioned behind, palm outward. The right hand's 4 fingers joined and resting on the shoulder, followed by a slight bow of the head. Ah, yet another day graced by elegance. No wonder so many on Starnet dream of marrying into the Gu family. Uncertain whether Gu's family has a beautiful sister, one might consider arranging a match for his brother. Munua's thoughts began to drift thousands of miles away. Unbeknownst to Gu Ling, the child beside him was already contemplating how to win over his family member as a sister-in-law. At that moment, he maintained a nonchalant demeanor, stating, "Tonight, ensure that this entire building is cleaned." The 10 individuals across from him paused momentarily, the leader finally responding, "Understood." They quickly dispersed, relieved that the interest building was equipped with cleaning tools. Otherwise, they would have had to venture outside in search of equipment. This farce provided the 5 individuals with an unforgettable evening. My brother often tells me that foolish deeds are commonplace during one's student years, and until today, I was skeptical. Now, I believe it. This is truly foolish. Han Ziyu lamented, cradling his forehead in sorrow after accidentally bumping into a pipe while descending from the 2nd floor. Munua patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's all part of being a student. Han Ziyu glanced at Ruru, who followed Munua with waist-length hair, sighed, and remarked, "I've come to realize that your luck is extraordinary. Did you perhaps save a planet in your previous life?" The long-dead Munua smiled faintly. As dawn gradually unfurled its curtains, another vibrant day began. Halfway through their journey, the others departed for breakfast, while Munua returned to the dormitory with Ruru. "Is this truly where humans reside?" Ruru inquired, eyes wide with curiosity as he explored. Being a newly awakened spirit, he had spent all his time in the interest building, thus his experiences were rather limited. He was akin to an infant, blank as a fresh canvas. And due to the absence of spiritual liquid, he was unable to traverse time and space to interact with other spirit clans, rendering him a wholly innocent child. Once Munua led him into his room, he contemplated his own combat prowess and persuasive abilities. Satisfied with his assessment, he smiled and asked, "Do you spirits need to travel elsewhere?" Ruru scratched his head, replying, "My ancestral memories suggest we can roam freely, but it never stated it was mandatory." "How splendid." Munua's eyes sparkled with excitement. "How about you accompany me from now on?" Ruru instinctively hesitated, but Munua interrupted with a grin. "There are many advantages to being with me." Ruru curiously inquired, "What advantages?" Munua cleared his throat lightly. "I am a genius. Do you know what that means?" Ruru shook his head. "It means I encounter countless people and witness myriad stories." "Wow." Munua continued, "If you stay with me, you need not worry about food or the spiritual liquid." Ruru's eyes widened in amazement. "So what do you think? Are you tempted?" Ruru nodded, feeling as though he had stepped into a dreamlike world. However, Munua cautioned, "Many desire to be close to geniuses. If you merely follow me for the sake of eating and gaining benefits, that won't suffice." In a state of bewilderment, Ruru pondered, "What should I do?" Munua, seemingly entangled in thought, inquired, "How much emotional energy is typically required to obtain the liquid of spirit?" Ruru earnestly replied, "A slight fluctuation in emotion yields about a drop for every 100 individuals, while an intense emotional surge can provide a single drop from one person." Munua remarked, "This classification is rather nonsensical. I truly do not comprehend it. Nevertheless, it seems inconsequential. 1 drop per month, perhaps?" Ruru blinked her tear-filled eyes. "If one encounters numerous people, it should be feasible. In fact, I already have 1 drop. He. Really?" Ruru cheerfully exclaimed. "The individual I just frightened experienced a significant emotional upheaval. Combined with my previous accumulation, it was just sufficient." Munua interjected, "His name is Han Ziyu. This incident is sure to provide him with amusement for an entire year." Ruru responded with a simple "oh," clearing his throat. Munua returned to the matter at hand, stating, "It appears you should accumulate energy with ease. How about we formalize a contract? I will assist you in gathering energy. And in return, you shall provide me with 30% of your earnings each month." Ruru hesitated. Is 30% too much? Surprisingly, she had the presence of mind to ask this. However, since she was unaware of the actual value, he felt compelled to elaborate. "From various perspectives, it is not excessive. Consider this. If you acquire a whole apple and divide it into 10 parts, giving me 30%, you will still retain 7 parts, which is significantly more than half. Ruru, feeling slightly dazed, admitted, that sounds quite impressive. How do we proceed with the contract? We shall establish the contract of rules. The power of the rules will ensure the most equitable agreement, Munua stated earnestly. The contract of rules was something he had learned about from the Gateway of Stars. It involved signing an agreement utilizing the power of rules to guarantee fairness and justice. Once established, any violation would transform into nourishment for the rules. He recalled how certain prominent figures in stories he had read previously acquired energy through similar means, and he couldn't help but smirk at the coincidence of employing it today. Nodding in agreement, Ruru, not one to dwell excessively, said, then let us proceed with the signing. Munua stifled a smile, endeavoring to maintain composure. Just repeat after me. All right, she replied. Munua cut his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto Ruru's hand, and with a deepened tone, he intoned. Endless power of rules, boundless realm of rules. Endless power of rules, boundless realm of rules, Ruru echoed. Endless cycle of Caruso, the pervasive feathered one. As the incantation culminated, a brilliant flame appeared, and a pure white parchment adorned with a crimson mark manifested before them. Contract of Rules. Signing successful. Chapter 103. The Impact Boom. The sound of an explosion resonated in the void, and flames painted the heavens in a vivid crimson spectacle. Left wing, 433. Return point 011. Prepare. Purple gold collision. Received. Bang. One after another, warships, resplendent in hues of purple and gold, swiftly converged. Their exhaust trailing behind like a vibrant rainbow, crashing into the enemy fleet. They resembled ferocious, tempestuous behemoths of steel, entangled in a relentless struggle. The battle teams of gangs set forth. Roar. Towering over 10 meters, gleaming silver mechs emerged from the colossal starships, somersaulting through the air as they engaged the adversaries. With every punch and cannon fire, each mech executed operations that could only be described as extraordinary under the operator's deft control. What initially appeared to be cumbersome machines transformed into the most agile of warriors. Jonathan, to your left, to your right, strike him down. Otra, this victory belongs to us. 9 elements shall prevail. Jonathan fiercely embraced the black mech before him, while Otra seized the opportunity, drawing forth his battle sword and ruthlessly cleaving through the opponent's core. He bellowed, 9 elements shall prevail. Boom. As life persists, so too does the battle. Amidst countless blood and flames, Wuma Tiaoshi quietly piloted his S-class mech, facing off against Mu Shanxiao. Long time no see. Wuma Tiaoshi's voice sounded hoarse and somber, akin to a raven. His appearance was remarkably androgynous, embodying an ethereal grace. Indeed. Long time no see. Your voice remains as unpleasant as ever, Mu Shanxiao remarked casually, even manipulating his mech to mimic cleaning his ears. Perhaps you should consider surgery. Even a duck's quack would be more melodious than your voice. Wuma Tiaoshi's expression darkened. Mu was, as always, sharp-tongued. Unfazed, Mu Shanxiao retorted, yes, my tongue is quite adept. Unlike yours, which seems to have been loosened. Wuma Tiaoshi understood the implication, and his anger surged, nearly overwhelming him. You foolish creature. All you can do is wield your tongue. TSK, just a few words, and you're already furious. Truly useless, Mu Shanxiao replied, disconnecting the channel. Beep. Connection terminated. A long-lost spark of combat fervor flickered across Mu Shanxiao's face as he regarded the celestial mech opposite him, a smirk gracing his lips. Buzz. The battle mode was activated. Boom. Mu Shanxiao charged forth with ferocity. The eagle mech moved with astounding speed, almost instantaneously closing the distance to his opponent. Raising his spear high and striking down with tremendous force. Wuma Tiaoshi reacted swiftly, pivoting to block with his sword. Mu Shanxiao launched another assault, his spear dancing as if echoing the roar of a mighty dragon or the cry of an eagle soaring through the skies. Engaged in a fierce exchange, Wuma Tiaoshi realized that prolonging the fight would only lead to his own defeat. Thus, he seized the moment, stepping onto the eagle mech to retreat several meters. Boom. The S-class celestial mech unleashed its formidable power. Unlike the close-quarters combat of the eagle, the celestial was adorned with an array of advanced weaponry. Laser projectiles zipped forth, illuminating the battlefield with fiery brilliance. Yet, Mu Shanxiao remained composed, unaffected by the adversary's display. Had the communication been open, he might have taken the opportunity to taunt his opponent. Activate Defense System 2, Mu Shanxiao commanded, his tone steady. Activation successful. Beep. A translucent light shield materialized upon the armored figure of the majestic eagle. Mu Shanxiao activated the starlight cannon, casually launching several projectiles towards the opponent. subsequently flickering his form in an attempt to close the distance once more. Thus, it is evident that neither long-range nor close combat yields favorable outcomes. Boom. This battle stretched interminably, the reverberations echoing throughout the boundless cosmos. In the Jiyuan region of the star network, Pow Pow exclaimed, "I am here in the Ayun star system, surrounded by an array of explosive sounds. This sensation is simply exhilarating." Suzai inquired, "Are you still alive?" Pow Pow replied, "We have yet to reach our planet. However, I can faintly discern a distant crimson glow." Tang Mianbai urged, "Listen to me. You must swiftly dance the elastin. Everyone shall be utterly captivated by you." Ah interjected, "Stop fooling around. By the way, what prompted the conflict with Qidong?" Qidong lamented, "Was it not you who ambushed our nation first?" "Naming is quite the challenge," Qidong added. "Indeed. Was it not you who first attacked our half-moon port? Why bother naming?" Another voice questioned, "How on earth did Qidong arrive here?" "Cursed name," another retorted. "Regardless of their arrival, they dare to slander us. Let Qidong perish." At last, no need for naming. Let them perish. The star network today was equally bustling. Buzz. Mu Shanxiao and Wu Ma Xiaoxi retreated simultaneously, both their mechas in a precarious state. The chaos of war continued to rage behind them. Yet it was evident that the day was nearing its conclusion. "What a pity that I could not take your life." Wu Ma Xiaoxi grimly opened the communication channel. Mu Shanxiao coldly responded, "No need for regret. Given your weakness, you shall never take my life. Perhaps you should ponder how to articulate your return." He abruptly ended the communication and turned away. Buzz. Retreat. Han Yuan approached Mu Shanxiao, curiosity piqued. "How formidable is that fellow Wu Ma?" Mu Shanxiao sighed as always. "Not easy to deal with." Han Yuan clicked his tongue. "You two have been battling for nearly a decade, yet a victor remains elusive, one must admit. It is quite the cursed bond." Mu Shanxiao shook his head. "I sense that this time, perhaps, we may reach a conclusion." "So what now?" Han Yuan mused. Mu Shanxiao pondered for a moment. "What are the losses?" "The J2 fleet has been annihilated, and the third assault team has but one survivor." Cold figures emerged from Han Yuan's lips, his expression turning grave and solemn. Mu Shanxiao closed his eyes. This conflict arose inexplicably, as if a colossal hand propelled it from behind, and yet they found themselves powerless to resist. He steadied his mind, ensuring they were not deprived of their due. "Let us convene a meeting at 10. Agreed. In the Qinyan star, amidst the Zatanna mountain range, surrounded by towering peaks and dense foliage, a scene akin to a celestial paradise unfolded. Have the two nations engaged in battle? An elder, seated cross-legged in midair, posed the question. A game of Go arranged before him. Indeed, came the response. Not far behind the elder, a phantom shadowy portal floated, within which stood a figure cloaked in black robes. Has anyone discovered our whereabouts? The elder inquired slowly. If addressed promptly, even if we are uncovered, the trail will merely lead to the Blood Demon clan. The elder replied with a faint acknowledgement. He focused intently on the chessboard for a while, and after gradually placing a piece, he said, "Send Sophia to the stars. And remind that individual as well." Continuing to hesitate will only worsen the situation. Understood, the shadow replied with a bow before retreating. The elder sighed deeply, hoping that this decision was indeed the right one. Chapter 104. Surprise Attack Mu Shui. The opposing commander is formidable. I've heard that you have been battling them for over a decade. Do you have any experiences to share? A burly man with thick brows and bright eyes inquired in a deep voice. Mu Shanxiao glanced at him, noting that the squad leader was a straightforward and honest man. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Wu Ma Tiaoshi is cunning and treacherous, with a penchant for ambushes. Boom. Clang. The resounding noise was accompanied by a sharp alarm. Everyone exclaimed, "This is a true ambush. They've only just finished, right? To battle." Mu Shanxiao inhaled deeply, his voice solemn. The starship doors opened once more, and the soldiers, having barely rested, boarded their mechs again, charging into the fray. Determination filled the eyes of all present. "My lord Wu Ma, there's news from above." Someone approached Wu Ma's side. During this assault, Wu Ma did not reveal himself in battle, nor did Mu Shanxiao. Perhaps this was a tacit understanding between them. Sitting in the command chair, Wu Ma Tiaoshi's long legs were accentuated by the battle attire, his androgynous appearance lending him an inexplicable allure. However, when he spoke, his hoarse voice shattered the previous impression, leaving only a memory of his commanding presence. Sushio Da, without a sidelong glance, presented freshly printed documents to Wu Ma Tiaoshi. After scanning the pages with remarkable speed, Wu Ma furrowed his brow and asked seriously, "Are you certain this is from above?" Indeed, it was transmitted via a secure channel. Sushio Da quickly replied, "Humph." Wu Ma Tiaoshi scoffed, "The Empire, indeed." He lowered his gaze. "You may leave. I am aware." Sushio did not dare to linger and quickly exited. As one of Wuma's closest aides, he was acutely aware of the tormenting methods employed when the commander was displeased. At that moment, it was clear that Wuma Tiaoshi's temper had sharply declined. After a moment of solitude, Wuma Tiaoshi could not help but burst into laughter, his mirth escalating until tears began to blur his cheeks. Rising to his feet, he gazed out at the vast expanse of stars, a flicker of longing crossing his eyes. With a deep exhale, Wuma Tiaoshi composed his expression back to its usual brooding silence. Activating the command channel, all personnel, prepare to retreat precisely in 1 hour. A promise of 1 hour meant exactly that. Any more would signify their unprofessionalism. Just as everyone in Jiyuan was gearing up for battle, Qidong retreated without a hint of caution. Had it not been for the timely command from above, this group of fiery individuals would have likely charged out without a second thought. The situation was truly nauseating. Han Yuan couldn't help but rub his forehead. Was the opposing team equally bothersome during your previous encounters? He inquired. This had been his consistent demeanor. Mu Shanxiao sighed involuntarily. They must be struggling with this tactic as well, I presume? He remarked blandly. Wuma Tiaoshi is nothing but a lapdog of the Seven Winter Empire's royal family. He is indifferent to anything else if it serves his purposes. Han Yuan clicked his tongue in astonishment. The royal family of the Seven Winter Empire is rather formidable. Managing to retain his position, one must admit, that's impressive. Mu Shanxiao replied, though he is merely a royal lapdog. It cannot be denied that he is not a foolish one. Yet, Han Yuan sensed something peculiar. I always feel as though you hold a certain disdain for him. Compared to other adversaries, your contempt for him seems particularly pronounced. Is this what they mean by familiarity breeding contempt? Mu Shanxiao, expressionless, lightly tapped Han Yuan on the head. Easy there, Mu Gu. Han Yuan protested. Mu Shanxiao, growing weary of his antics, pondered how it seemed that each generation of the Han family had a member with a rather foolish disposition. He turned and headed toward the conference room to resume the previous meeting. Han Yuan, being quite persistent, urged, Come on, Mu Gu, just tell me. With a hint of exasperation, Mu Shanxiao replied. He once annihilated an entire district to eliminate a team of 3-star fighters. Han Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Doesn't he fear retribution? No. Wait, how is it that he hasn't faced consequences from the Star Alliance? It was suppressed by the Seven Winter Empire, under the pretext that the massacre involved their own planetary citizens and was of no concern to outsiders. Goodness. The royal family of the Seven Winter Empire was renowned throughout the universe, but for what? For their brutality and ferocity. It was as if they were cursed. Anyone who ascended to that position was devoid of tranquility. Each ruler was either cunningly sinister or extraordinarily violent. Yet, paradoxically, this very royal family enjoyed fervent support from the populace, with no one daring to challenge their reign. This could be described as a remarkable miracle in the vastness of the cosmos. In the conference room, most attendees had arrived, save for Wei Yu. Where is Vice Commander Wei? Mu Shanxiao inquired, his tone as tranquil as a still lake, seemingly a casual question. Upon hearing his words, the attendees exchanged glances for a while, until someone from Wei's faction timidly responded, Commander Mu. Vice Commander Wei said he has exhausted his energy and lacks the strength to come. He asked us to proceed and inform him of any pertinent matters afterward. Mu Shanxiao remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly and saying, Let us allow him to rest. He has worked hard. Let us allocate 10% of the resources we've acquired to Wei's faction. Members of Wei's faction remarked, 10%? Is that meant to appease beggars? However, with Wei Yu absent, they lacked the audacity to express their anger, for they felt undeserving of such feelings. Some silently cursed Wei Yu for his outrageous attitude during such a critical moment, finding it utterly detestable. Of course, Wei Yu was not intentionally being obstinate. At such a pivotal juncture, how could he possibly falter? At this moment, he gazed with a hint of reverence at the somewhat aged Wei Huang, his second uncle. He bowed and called out. Wei Huang, eyes gently closed, took a considerable time to open a pair of utterly terrifying eyes, devoid of any color save for the whites. Under the scrutiny of such eyes, one could hardly find peace even in dreams. Wei Yu dared not meet his gaze, and instead lowered his head, feigning humility. You ought to cultivate some courage, Wei Huang remarked lightly before closing his eyes once more. Wei Yu did not dare to retort, simply responding, Yes, uncle. Wei Huang did not linger on this point, but stated, The family requires certain arrangements, thus this battle must be prolonged for a few more days. Wei Yu, somewhat taken aback, inquired if something had occurred. A message just arrived. The Star Alliance has decided that our Jiyuan will dispatch an S-class powerhouse. Mentioning this, Wei Huang could not help but furrow his brow. Wei Yu was stunned, but before he could speak further, Wei Huang raised a hand to interrupt him. Let us abide by the arrangements. Discussing this now is futile. Understood, Wei Yu replied, lowering his head. After a considerable time, when he lifted his gaze again, Wei Huang's figure had vanished. Chapter 105. Night falls. A sudden low hum echoed within the vast chamber. The darkened sky offered no glimmer of light. Yin Zian tightly clutched his head, gritting his teeth to suppress any cries of anguish. Yet, the sensation was akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, making it unbearable, allowing a few pained groans to escape his lips. Your Highness, what is the necessity of this? You do not seem to harbor any profound feelings for him, Shi-Chi remarked with a sigh, puzzled by the complexity of human emotions. I truly find your species perplexing. Shi-Chi furrowed her delicate brow, recalling the documents she had received earlier. They clearly stated that these two harbored mutual disdain, yet here was Yin Zian, the sarcastic younger brother, silently enduring suffering for the sake of his elder brother. She flicked her serpentine tail, pondering the intricacies of humanity. As time trickled by, Yin Zian, drenched in sweat, lay on the bed, gradually finding relief from his torment, allowing a sigh of respite to escape him. After a brief moment of rest, he rose to wipe his brow, remarking, with your level of intellect, I have little confidence in our collaboration with the Dark Alliance. His previously gentle demeanor had dissipated, replaced by an air of profound coldness. Shi-Chi feigned fear, dramatically patting her ample chest. Oh dear, your Highness, do not look at me so, it frightens me. However, she paid no heed to his sarcasm, smiling as she added, the higher-ups hope you can prolong this battle a bit longer. Yin Zian raised his gaze. Did they not say swift resolution was preferred? Shi-Chi sighed. I just received news. A relic has emerged from the Cold Star region, likely of a sacred level. In the distant past of the starry realms, classifications were not measured by the current terminology, but were far more intricate. It is said that due to its complexity, a powerful being later modified it. At that time, the classification of levels was divided into 10 ranks: Ru Yuan, Gui Yin, Bai Min, Qing Su, Wei Sheng, Hua Yu, Tian Ming, Zhe Yu, Qi Sheng, and Shun Ming. It was rather convoluted and cumbersome, which prompted a certain emerging powerhouse to alter the nomenclature. The interstellar realm back then was said to be replete with treasures, predominantly of the celestial spirit tier. Yet now, for reasons unknown, the shadows of divinity have vanished, and crafting celestial spirit artifacts has become exceedingly rare. The so-called sacred level relics corresponded to what was then known as Qi Sheng, now the pinnacle S-class. Typically, such relics could yield at least celestial spirit level treasures, with some fortunate souls even uncovering those of the supreme saint tier. The interstellar domain of that era was truly magnificent. Alas, it has now fallen into decline, to the point where even disaster-level entities are deemed incredulous. Yin Zian's gaze flickered momentarily, and he remarked, surely, this should not hinder our swift resolution, correct? Shi-Chi swayed her waist slightly, stating that the existence of this sacred-level relic was no trivial matter, as a significant portion of manpower had been withdrawn, and continuing down this path could disrupt other plans. Additionally, the death of the Grand Commander was somewhat unexpected, prompting the Dark Alliance to subtly adjust their strategies. Yin Zian pondered in silence before inquiring, how much longer is needed? 1 year. Understood. With a smile, Shi-Chi turned and stepped through a shadowy portal, departing. Yin Zian quietly lowered his gaze. Collaborating with the Dark Alliance was akin to seeking skin from a tiger, yet he found himself without the option to refuse. The notion of reaching a conclusion was merely another beginning. The general strategy was laid out, and if anyone had alternative thoughts, now was the time to voice them. Mu Shanxiao, in a detached tone, summarized the meeting. Others contemplated in silence, maintaining their quietude. It seemed there were no further contributions, so the meeting was adjourned. The now empty conference room resonated with a certain stillness. A hint of helplessness crossed Mu Shanxiao's serious countenance as he reflected on the current state of affairs, shrouded in fog, evoking an ominous sense of foreboding. Time marched on, unyielding in the chaotic world. Munua, a voice laden with unspeakable grief and indignation, emerged from Han Ziyu. Munua, he replied, blinking innocently. Stealthily edging behind, Guling Han Ziyu glared at him. Is this how you conduct yourself? Feeling guilty, Munua replied. I had no idea my brother would seek out your brother. You know nothing. It seems you want me to meet my demise on the spot. Han Ziyu rolled his eyes, recalling the inhumane treatment he had endured over the past week. He gritted his teeth, thinking if it weren't for Mu Yan's strength. Munua cleared his throat, sensing the darkening aura of his companion, and hastily added, don't be angry. It's detrimental to your health. How about I treat you to a meal? Do I look like someone who can be bought with a meal? Han Ziyu retorted. What about 2 meals? Munua suggested. Han Ziyu rubbed his wrist, appearing to struggle with his restraint. Munua sighed. It was evident that wealthy young masters in the interstellar realm possessed discernment, for even an invitation to dinner was deemed insufficient. He recalled that in the past, he and Shinsi had never encountered a problem that couldn't be resolved over a meal. Pray tell, what are your intentions? Han Ziyu feigned contemplation before responding. How about this? My family has entrusted me with a task, and I am permitted to seek external assistance. Would you accompany me? Were you plotting this all along? Munua scoffed. He pondered for a moment before inquiring, what precisely is this task? Why not enlist Ling Gu instead? Gu Ling interjected. I have matters at home that require my attention and cannot join him. Ah, so it seems I am merely a backup? Munua realized, glaring at Han Ziyu. Han Ziyu remained unfazed, responding, you were the one who led me into this predicament. Very well then. In the library, Munua, perusing the information regarding Qiguan village, grew increasingly bewildered. Is this task about hunting ghosts? He mused, marveling at the wonders of the cosmos while casting a look of astonishment at Han Ziyu. Han Ziyu rolled his eyes. My family has tasked me with capturing a kisnake in Qiguan village. How does that pertain to ghosts? He casually glanced at the materials in Munua's hands, and then exclaimed, are you jesting? Qiguan village, situated in the heart of the usual mountains in the Jiyuan Star region, is said to be the origin of the ghost clan from millennia ago, later discovered and occupied by humans. A century ago, a natural disaster mercilessly submerged the entire village. It was only 3 years prior that it was unexpectedly revealed once more. Munua and Han Ziyu exchanged glances. Munua, reflecting on countless memories, felt a wave of relief wash over him as he realized he had not been born into a world rife with ghost stories. He patted Han Ziyu on the shoulder. Are you certain we can handle this? Han Ziyu remained expressionless. My family believes it poses no issue. Munua remarked. Your family's education is indeed peculiar. Chapter 106. Mu Yin and Han Zi in Qiguan village? Why the sudden interest in that place? Mu Yin frowned, gazing disapprovingly at Munua through the communicator. That village is abnormal. It is far too perilous. Munua scratched his head. This task was assigned by Han Ziyu's family. What does that have to do with you? Munua replied, a brother in need, after all. I can't very well say it is because you indirectly led me into this predicament, can I? Mu Yin's frown deepened. It is far too dangerous. Fear not, Munua said, raising his chin, radiating innocence as he continued. I have researched it. Although there are peculiar rumors surrounding Qiguan village, there should be no grave concerns. There have been individuals who ventured there in the past, and nothing significant occurred afterward. Alas, the usual mountains are home to numerous exotic beasts, given your current abilities. It is excessively perilous. Mu Yin regarded Munua as one would a rebellious child, but this particular child was family, making discipline difficult. Munua felt somewhat helpless. He had already committed to this endeavor, and it would be rude to backtrack. Besides, if even his brother deemed it dangerous, how much more perilous would it be for Han Ziyu to go alone? Moreover, there was another reason. Lingbai blinked her large eyes vigorously, fervently signaling Munua to persuade Mu Yin without delay. Just recently, after they had uncovered the information about Qiguan village, Lingbai had leapt onto Munua, excitedly conveying a torrent of words through their soul bond. The essence of her message was that there were treasures to be found there. As for the specifics, Lingbai remained unaware, only gleaning from the inherited memories that there existed certain treasures in that location, purportedly left behind by his forebear. The Mu brothers exchanged glances for a considerable time, until Mu Yin sighed in resignation, suggesting, I shall find someone to accompany you. He only intended to summon one external aid. The Han family is truly insufferable, Mu Yin remarked, feeling somewhat troubled. When do you plan to set off? Munua replied. Han Ziyu mentioned they would depart in a week. After pondering briefly, Mu Yin stated, I will send some supplies to you tomorrow. It's wise to be prepared. Munua nodded in agreement. After concluding the communication, Mu Yin fell into deep contemplation. This task concerning the Han family made him squint slightly. The dark child, perhaps? He shook off his thoughts and returned to his usual demeanor of indifference, saying, Come in. Han Zimo cautiously leaned half of his body through the door. I heard your brother intends to team up with mine to complete a mission? Just as Mu Yin was grappling with a headache, someone arrived at his doorstep. Mu Yin regarded him with an impassive expression. Is the Han family so devoid of matters to occupy their time? Han Zimo entered with a hint of exasperation, closing the door behind him. It's a decision made by the head of the family. It has nothing to do with me. Mu Yin studied him intently. Then why has this task arisen? Han Zimo scratched his head. How should I put it? It was decided by Awan. Awan. A subtle shift occurred in Mu Yin's expression, which quickly returned to a placid state. What scheme is she concocting now? Awan is notoriously inscrutable. If you ask me, I am equally in the dark, Han Zimo sighed, moving closer to Mu Yin. Moreover, I have been away for so long that my understanding of her likely pales in comparison to yours. Mu Yin fell into silence for a moment, hoping she would not bring harm to Ana. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Han Zimo asked the question that had lingered in his mind. What was the situation between you two back then? Mu Yan's expression hardened with indifference. Do not inquire. All right. Han Zimo shrugged in resignation. I merely wanted to gauge your attitude. Since you do not seem particularly resistant, I shall refrain from having that insufferable brat switch partners. I shall take my leave now. He turned and exited the room. Time passed, and Mu Yan gently picked up a nearby cup, taking a sip. In his mind, memories long thought forgotten surged back to life. The first time he encountered Han Ziyu, she was a tempestuous youth. Back then, his demeanor, serious and aloof, was met with disdain by many, particularly because he chose to conceal his identity, inciting considerable audacity from others. In the imperial capital, who wasn't he a young master? Encountering an ordinary person with such an attitude, even with S-level talent, trouble was inevitable. Especially since this ordinary individual had yet to awaken successfully and had merely tested their potential. This led to Mu Yan engaging in daily brawls during his school days. His meeting with Han Ziyu occurred once more when he had just knocked someone down. Are you alright? Han Ziyu hesitated before extending her hand, attempting to help the seated Mu Yan to his feet. Given that Mu Shanxiao had moved away from the main family early on, Han Ziyu was not well acquainted with Mu Yan. He silently picked himself up, adopting a demeanor that kept others at arm's length. Han Ziwang awkwardly withdrew her hand, her voice dry as she inquired, are you seriously injured? Would you like me to escort you to the infirmary? Mu Yan cast a cold glance in her direction and retorted, mind your own business. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Han Ziwang thought to herself, so cool. Their second encounter occurred amidst the serene groves of Tianqing. At that moment, Han Ziwang embodied her name, gentle and poised. She typically extended kindness to everyone, but often preferred to quietly immerse herself in a book. After yet another altercation, Mu Yan sought a place to rest and stumbled upon Han Ziwang beneath a tree. Upon seeing him, she appeared slightly taken aback. Yet her expression shifted to a frown as she recognized him. After a moment of hesitation, Han Ziwang retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket and discreetly gauged Mu Yan's reaction. Noticing he did not seem inclined to retaliate, she gently grasped his hand and tended to his wounds. Why do you fight every day? The sheltered young lady could not restrain her curiosity, earning a bewildered look from Mu Yan. However, this time, Mu Yan chose not to leave. Instead, he leaned against a tree, closing his eyes for a moment of respite. Han Ziwang contemplated for a while before returning to her book. It seemed they had forged a unique bond, with Mu Yan resting in the grove after his fights, while Han Ziwang quietly read nearby. The development of their relationship stemmed from Mu Yan's exceptional nature. In many respects, he was a prodigy, possessing S-level potential, which, though not yet awakened, surpassed that of many. The favored son of a powerful lineage garnered admiration from all, while a genius from an ordinary family inevitably attracted malice. After once again claiming the top spot in his grade, Mu Yan found himself cornered yet again. This time, the confrontation was markedly more ferocious. Mu Yan rubbed his wrist. Though he had not fully awakened, he had trained in the arts of the heavenly warrior, which explained his nonchalance towards repeated beatings. The heavenly warrior grows stronger with each blow. He charged forward with a clenched fist. Are you not coming today? Han Ziwang glanced at the distant horizon as the sunlight began to wane. She looked down at the small cake she had prepared, letting out a sigh of regret. Perhaps next time. Rising from her spot in the grove, she stepped outside only to overhear a conversation about Mu Yan. Have you heard? That fierce one is fighting again. Mu Yan? Yes. Who is it this time? Probably just another random beating, like before. No. This time it's different. It's supposedly someone from the Qin family. The Qin family? Isn't Mu Yan in for a rough time? Indeed. I heard someone from the old arena was beaten until he spat blood. Han Ziwang furrowed her brow as she listened. Upon hearing the mention of the Qin family and blood, her expression changed, and without a second thought, she dashed off to find Mu Yan. At the old arena, Mu Yan spat out a mouthful of blood, half kneeling on the ground. His gaze fierce as he locked eyes with his opponent. You truly fight well. So, how about joining our Qin family? Chen Gu paid no heed to the fallen subordinates around him, instead wearing a facade of insincere amusement as he regarded Mu Yan. Mu Yan's expression remained impassive. He understood that persisting in his current state would only lead to self-inflicted humiliation. He lowered his gaze, contemplating the consequences of revealing his identity now, fearing the disgrace that would ensue and how it might provoke his father's ire. It was one thing to face punishment himself, yet to be chastised in front of his younger brother would be particularly mortifying. Hey, Chenggu, don't go too far. Han Ziwang's voice rang in his ears. Mu Yan instinctively glanced over, noting the slight disarray of her meticulously applied makeup and the hint of anxiety that colored her face at his current predicament. Gu raised an eyebrow, dismissing her concern. It's merely a reasonable exercise. What is so excessive about that? Besides, what concern is it of yours, Miss Han? Han Ziwang rushed to Mu Yan's side, helping him to his feet. He is my friend, which makes it my business. Such grandiosity, Miss Han. Do not forget. You are merely a lady, Gu sneered. Others may respect you out of fear of the Han family, but my Qin family holds no such trepidation. Moreover, I doubt your family would retaliate over a mere friend of yours. So, it would be wise for you to step aside. Han Ziwang's hands trembled in indignation. A mere lady? I never imagined there would still be those who look down upon women in this day and age. Do you treat your mother in the same contemptuous manner? Gu's expression darkened, his patience wearing thin. He ceased words and resorted to violence. While Han Ziwang was no weakling in terms of combat prowess, she was still outmatched by Gu, especially with his shameless entourage of subordinates. Mu Yan observed Han Ziwang standing protectively in front of him. After a prolonged moment, he shifted his gaze to the ongoing confrontation with Gu. Gradually rising to his feet, clenching his fists, he charged forward once more. Boom. Again and again. Bang. After yet another clash, a brilliant blue flame erupted from the palm of Mu Yan's hand. An S-class talent, the awakening of the underworld fire. His awakening dramatically turned the tide of the battle. Are you all right? Once the Qin family members had departed, Han Ziwang hurriedly supported the beleaguered Mu Yan, paying no mind to her own injuries. Mu Yan gazed down at her, pausing for a moment before uttering, "Are you a fool?" "What?" Han Ziwang looked up in confusion. Bang. The only response she received was Mu Yan collapsing onto her, utterly exhausted. Han Ziwang exclaimed, "So heavy." Chapter 107. Just a little something. Han Ziwang brought Mu Yan to the infirmary, where it became evident that his injuries were quite severe. Yet, due to his sudden awakening, a surge of energy within him was facilitating his recovery. This healing process took an entire month, during which Han Ziwang tended to him diligently. As Mu Yan watched Han Ziwang muttering about what to eat next, the coldness within his gaze gradually softened into a warm glow. "Stop mumbling. Just eat whatever you wish," he said, reaching out to tousle her hair. His hand was large and strong, radiating warmth. Perhaps it was connected to the awakening of the underworld fire. For even though the fire was cold, Han Ziwang's face flushed a deep crimson, for this was the first time Mu Yan had exhibited such intimate behavior. She stammered, "Even if you say I can eat whatever I want, I still don't know what I desire." This truly is a significant vexation in life. Time seemed to elongate their fleeting moment of budding affection, she teased while he laughed. Such a scene was so enchanting that Mu Yan felt he had discovered his destined partner. At Tianqing Holy Academy, there stood a grand clock tower, symbolizing the passage of time and the importance of cherishing it. On this day, Mu Yan brought Han Ziwang to this very place. "Why have you suddenly brought me here?" Han Ziwang blinked, gazing at Mu Yan with a hint of confusion. Mu Yan remained silent, observing the throngs of people beneath the towering structure and the myriad edifices within the academy, which together painted a beautiful tableau. He turned to face Han Ziwang, whose pure white dress fluttered gently in the breeze, and her waist-length hair danced, revealing a few strands of jade. Under Mu Yan's gaze, she became visibly flustered. "Am I not looking good today? Why are you staring at me like that?" Mu Yan was not one to dwell in indecision. He beckoned her closer with a deep, resonant voice, "Come here." Han Ziwang hesitated momentarily, reasoning that their relationship had progressed to a point where he wouldn't abruptly dismiss her. She quietly approached him, only to be enveloped in his warm embrace, which made her cheeks burn with heat. Reflecting on a confession scene from a drama he had watched yesterday, Mu Yan, reassured of his approach, gently secured her in his arms while grasping her delicate hand. "I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" A gust of wind swept by, and Han Ziwang's perplexed face instantly turned crimson. Why you?" she stammered, struggling to articulate a complete thought. Mu Yan recalled various reactions from the drama and concluded that, given the current scenario, he should. With a gentle press, he held Han Ziwang's face against his chest, allowing her to hear the rhythm of his heartbeat, and asked, his voice tinged with nervousness, "Will you accept?" Han Ziwang found his action amusing. She strained to poke her head out from his embrace, exclaiming, "It's too tight. Are you trying to suffocate me?" Mu Yan replied, "Isn't this what the drama referred to as possessive love?" He bit his lip, preparing to say something further when he noticed Han Ziwang tilting her head up to answer, "I agree." Mu Yan thought, perhaps those ridiculous dramas do hold some merit? After exchanging gazes for a moment, Han Ziwang chuckled, "Are you planning to hold me like this for eternity?" Mu Yan loosened his grip slightly, brushing his lips gently against her forehead, and feigned calmness despite his flushed ears. That wouldn't be impossible. Han Ziwang mused. How come I never realized before that this person in front of me is actually quite reserved yet passionate? The exuberance of youth was stretched, warm emotions settling deep within their hearts. However, drifting clouds occasionally obscure the sunlight, casting a shadow of coolness. Han Ziwang grasped Mu Yan's hand and remarked, surprisingly, "The Chun family has not caused you any trouble. I had prepared for a month on how to deal with them, and yet, it seems they have let it go." Mu Yan cast her eyes downward, contemplating the situation, and thought to herself, well, this is acceptable. This was primarily due to Mu Shanxiao having fiercely dealt with the Chun family using his formidable eagle mecha, which resulted in Chun Gu fleeing at the mere sight of Mu Yan. He had been punished by his family to the extent that he was left with little more than his undergarments. Indeed, Han Ziwang nodded, finding this reasoning quite sound. Xiaoyan. A deep voice resonated from the school gate, prompting Mu Yan to instinctively glance over, where she encountered Mu Shanxiao's serious countenance. Noting his solemn expression, Mu Yan grasped Han Ziwang's hand and approached Mu Shanxiao, inquiring, "What is it, father?" Han Ziwang's eyes widened in astonishment at this address, staring incredulously at Mu Yan. Yet the latter remained oblivious to her surprise. Mu Shanxiao, frowning, stated, "Your mother is about to give birth. I am here to take you to the hospital." Taken aback by the suddenness of the news, Mu Yan hesitated momentarily, but quickly nodded in acknowledgement, turning to Han Ziwang to say, "Awan. My mother is about to have a younger sister. Will you accompany me?" He showed no concern about Mu Shanxiao discerning their relationship. With her head bowed, Han Ziwang replied, "No, I have other matters to attend to." Although Mu Yan was curious about the nature of her matters, he recognized that this was not the appropriate moment for inquiries. So he said, "Then my father and I shall take our leave." They boarded the nearby airship and swiftly departed. Finally lifting her head, Han Ziwang gazed at the shadow of the airship, a tear escaping from the corner of her eye. "Mu Yan, Mu Shanxiao, the Mu family," she whispered softly, her steps faltering as she exited the school gate. How could a family like the Mu's ever allow Mu Yan to become a son-in-law? She, Han Ziwang, could never be a mere appendage to another. Ding dong. The sound of the communication terminal jolted Mu Yan from his reverie. He rubbed his brow, burying those memories deep within his heart once more. For now, this was sufficient. They had never been completely honest with each other, and the absence of a resolution seemed only natural. A faint smile crossed his lips, tinged with an imperceptible sense of helplessness. The communication terminal displayed several images of warehouses that he had requested earlier. Mu Yan contemplated for a moment, his slender fingers gliding over the screen. This should suffice. 3 days later, Munua pondered over the contents delivered by Xingtong, lost in thought. Beside him, Han Ziyu's eyes sparkled with envy. Celestial-level wrist guards, celestial-level armor. Celestial-level teleportation necklace, Wan Shou mumbled as he unveiled no fewer than 5 celestial-level items, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Munua. "Arno, are you about to venture into some dragon's lair? With this gear, you could shatter a small planet." Munua cleared his throat. "It's not that exaggerated." Han Ziyu, feeling complex emotions, patted his shoulder, reflecting on the fact that he possessed only a single celestial-level dagger, which he had acquired through his own contribution points, leaving him feeling quite disheartened. Why could there be such vast disparities among people? Chapter 108. Departure. Munua felt somewhat helpless. He had not anticipated that Mu Yan would directly present him with 5 celestial-level items. Do not speak of it. His brother is quite affluent. Ahem. Munua gazed at the plethora of items with a hint of exasperation. Mu Yan had taken into account that his energy was insufficient to wield celestial-grade weapons, so most of the items were either single-use or limited-use weapons. However, is it not a tad excessive? This is indeed the affection your brother has bestowed upon you, Han Ziyu remarked with a touch of envy. Next, I suppose we can stride confidently through that wretched place. Munua retorted. Are you aware of something called setting a flag? He inexplicably felt as though a flag had been planted in his midst, suddenly realizing that perhaps these items might still fall short. Human nature is indeed complex. He casually stored these items within the life and death ring, which appeared to the others as merely a somewhat extravagant high-level spatial hub, and thus, no one found it peculiar. With everything in place, all that remained was the favorable wind. Munua feigned nonchalance as he patted Han Ziyu's shoulder, asking, Is there anything else you need to prepare? Han Ziyu promptly slapped Munua on the forehead, declaring, Food, drink, sleep, and play. With that, he turned away from this sorrowful place, unable to linger for even a second longer. Munua blinked innocently. Did he just say something? Gu Ling, with a smile gracing his lips, inquired. How long do you think it will take? Han Ziyu asserted that it would take at most a week to complete everything. His exact words were, It's merely about catching a wretched snake. This task is a piece of cake, all right? A week is even excessive. In any case, the flags were multiplying to a degree that made him somewhat anxious. However, Gu Ling responded, Perhaps you should request a month off. Munua. While he indeed intended to request a slightly extended leave, a month seemed rather excessive, did it not? Guling patted his shoulder, stating, "None of the people from the Han family are dependable." Munua began to feel a pang of anxiety. It shouldn't be that dramatic, right? Guling replied with a knowing tone, "You haven't found any records regarding the cheese snake, have you?" Munua's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, he had not found any. Han Ziyu suggested that it might be a recently discovered local specialty, and the information had yet to be updated. Munua replied dryly, "Oh." Guling's expression turned contemplative. Now that Munua thought about it, it did seem rather unreliable. "He showed me a picture. It should be fine, right?" Guling scoffed lightly. "Each time has been fine, and yet each time has led to trouble." Munua questioned, "What have you experienced?" A chill ran down his spine, and fear began to creep in. The journey to Chiguan village was destined to be fraught with challenges. Thanks to the spatial hub, their departure appeared rather effortless. Han Ziyu was equipped with merely a dagger, while Munua cradled Lingbai. Clad in lightweight, specialized attire perfect for climbing, his body temperature could self-regulate, providing utmost comfort. Beneath it, he wore the defensive armor gifted by Mu Yen, adorned with black wrist guards on both arms, and around his neck hung a round white teleportation necklace, which, when pressed, could whisk him away for miles. Draped in a pair of black boots that thudded heavily against the ground, Munua captured the attention of Han Ziyu, who couldn't help but smirk, remarking, "Your brother certainly possesses an eye for aesthetics. Even royalty would undoubtedly address him as your highness." Munua retorted, "Am I to blame?" With a stoic expression, Han Ziyu affirmed, "Indeed, it is your fault." Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from above as the Han family's emblematic spacecraft descended gracefully into view. The ramp extended slowly. Both Munua and Han Ziyu stepped aboard. Before them unfolded a space that, while understated, exuded an air of refinement. Despite the Han family's occasional quirks, they upheld the dignity befitting a prominent lineage. The expansive area featured plush seating, and the tables were laden with an array of delectable confections. Munua glanced around, delicately picked up a piece, and savored it. The soft, sweet flavor erupted in his mouth. He realized he had a penchant for sweets, often stashing candies in his pockets in his previous life, indulging whenever he felt the weight of existence. After all, a touch of sweetness is essential when life seems overwhelmingly bitter. As the spacecraft prepared for launch, destined for a Jing star, considerably distant from the Imperial star, likely a journey of 1 or 2 days, Han Ziyu, enjoying a small slice of cake beside Munua, pondered aloud. "By the way, I recall there was a reward of a celestial-grade weapon during the last exam, yet I have never seen you wield it. What did you obtain?" Munua, bewildered, met Han Ziyu's gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he rummaged through his spatial inventory and produced what resembled a discount voucher, inscribed with the words, "Celestial-grade weapon lottery ticket." "What is this?" Han Ziyu inquired, astonished. Munua was at a loss for words. After receiving it from Fushiha, he had sheepishly tucked it away in his spatial realm and promptly forgotten it. As he rummaged once more, he soon unearthed another card bearing the inscription for a one-time use at the sacred pool of Tanu Academy. Han Ziyu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is our school truly this lackluster?" Munua could only respond with silence, finally saying, "It's quite lightweight. Appearance is inconsequential." Han Ziyu stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. "Why haven't you utilized it?" Munua simply replied, "I forgot." Han Ziyu burst into laughter. "What is so amusing?" Munua rolled his eyes. It was merely a matter of forgetfulness. However, it was evident he had not deemed it significant. For someone with his memory should not have overlooked it, unless he truly did not care. Han Ziyu patted his shoulder. "This is a chance to capitalize on the school's resources. You must not let it slip by. Use it when we return." He continued, "The sacred pool is quite renowned. Surely, it would be beneficial for you?" Munua nodded thoughtfully, contemplating. This expedition to the usual mountains could serve as a valuable training opportunity. Upon our return, I shall visit the sacred pool. Perhaps fortune will smile upon me. Han Ziyu mused, "Your family, the Mu clan, must be extraordinary. Each of you possesses such remarkable talent." Muno refrained from interjecting, primarily to avoid appearing ostentatious. "Your Majesty, Lord Yuxian has arrived." A servant bowed and announced to Yuanran. Yuanran's gentle demeanor flickered momentarily before he replied, "Let him enter." Draped in a black cloak, Yuxian slowly walked in, casting a glance at Yuanran, his face briefly betraying a hint of hesitation. A youthful voice seemed to echo in his ears, the lively and cheerful visage etched deeply in his heart. He approached Yuanran, emotions swirling in his eyes. "Oh, are you hesitating?" A sultry voice chimed from behind. The door of shadows swung open, and Shiyu emerged barefoot, adorned in sheer fabric that accentuated her allure. Yoshuan's expression suddenly turned icy as he regarded Shiyu. I underestimated the Dark Alliance. I never anticipated that your members could navigate the royal court so effortlessly. Shiyu laughed heartily, her laughter vibrant and captivating, causing her form to quiver for a moment. After a while, she paused, tapping her crimson lips and revealing an exceptionally enchanting smile. The Dark Alliance's influence over the Jiyuan and Chidong realms surpasses your imagination. The origins of the Dark Alliance are shrouded in mystery, its reach extensive throughout the cosmos. Within the major empires, its control over Jiyuan and Chidong is profoundly formidable. Yoshuan's expression remained neutral. You races are truly intriguing. While chaos reigns above, intrigues flourish below. Shiyu raised an eyebrow, swaying closer to Yuxian, her hand tracing his face. Everyone has their own pursuits. We merely strive for our ambitions. Yuxian averted his gaze, responding, It's merely ambition. No, Shiyu shook her head in denial, wrapping an arm around Yoshuan's neck and whispering, We are not mere ambition-driven individuals. We stand for a greater cause. A fervent glimmer ignited in her eyes, prompting Yuxian to frown. He coldly pushed Shiyu away, stating, Let us dispense with the superfluous talk. We are merely seeking mutual benefit. Shiyu chuckled lightly. Lord Yuxian, you are quite the indifferent one. The Dark Alliance has assisted you significantly. Why would you now dismantle the bridge after crossing it? She yawned, adding, Perhaps you should take action first. Our Majesty is growing impatient. Yuxian lowered his gaze to the silent Yuan Ran, whose demeanor resembled that of a marionette, devoid of substance. Yet he understood that Yuan Ran's soul was incessantly clashing against his restraints, striving to break free. One could not deny that Yuan Ran possessed a resolute will. If left unchecked, he might indeed one day transcend his confines. This outcome was not what they desired. Thus, Yoshuan's current objective was to utterly extinguish Yuan Ran's will and soul. My lord, if you please. Shiyu smirked once more. She found the scene rather astonishing. The blood demon race, which she had encountered numerous times, bloody, bloodthirsty, and brutal, was now represented by a figure who exhibited hesitation. Emotions truly are a fascinating phenomenon, capable of rendering one oblivious to their instincts. Yoshuan briefly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, all thoughts dissipated like smoke. He raised his hand, and a multitude of dark energies surged forth, subsequently infusing themselves into Yuan Ran's being. Humph. Shiora rubbed her nose, puzzled, feeling an inexplicable anxiety. She blinked her eyes, casting a bewildered glance around, finally fixing her gaze upon the object in her hand. Could it be that the experiment is destined to fail again? With this thought, she hastily focused her mind, scrutinizing the device she held. And only after confirming its integrity did she exhale in relief. Oh, speaking of which, what did Yoshuan say he was going to do today? The Wusua mountain range stretched for thousands of miles, and from a high vantage point, the dense fog appeared ethereal, presenting a magnificent sight. The spacecraft responsible for escorting Han Ziyu and Munua had halted at the edge of the Wusua mountain range. Munua, astonished, was pulled down from the spacecraft by Han Ziyu. With disbelief etched on his face, he exclaimed, You never mentioned we would start from scratch. Han Ziyu coughed lightly. Isn't this perfectly normal? To find Shiguan village, we must begin from a considerable distance. Is this what you call a considerable distance? Munua glared at him, teeth clenched. The towering trees surrounded them, and the spacecraft departed immediately after they disembarked. At this moment and in this place, they were utterly alone. Munua had thoroughly comprehended the vastness of the Wusua mountain range, while Shiguan village lay deep within its confines. Their current location was at the very edge. How long would it take to find Shiguan village? As Munua seemed on the verge of a meltdown, Han Ziyu quickly reassured him. It's all right. Our family is quite accommodating. They provided me with a map. Munua. Han Ziyu observed Munua's expression, sensing something amiss, and promptly retrieved what he referred to as a map from his space. On it, a long, crooked line meandered, with only a few scattered markers along its side. Munua. Han Ziyu. This should suffice as a starting point, right? He himself was uncertain. Munua massaged his temples, reminding himself to remain calm and composed. To act with dignity. He took a deep breath, glanced at the so-called map, and then surveyed the surrounding environment. Unable to restrain himself from delivering a playful slap to Han Ziyu. Though I may have led you into a week of extra training, you cannot possibly put me in such a predicament. A month of leave may not suffice. Han Ziyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. No worries. We must have faith in ourselves. Surely, we will be fine. Munua was at a loss for words. After contemplating for a moment, he rummaged through his space and soon unearthed a compass. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, and a map gradually took shape in his mind. Since it is still early, let us not set up camp, but venture forth directly. I reviewed a map of the Wuso mountain range before my arrival. While it doesn't specify the exact location of Chiguan village, I should be able to ascertain its general direction. Though your map is rather rudimentary, I can make educated guesses about some of the landmarks. He gazed forward. Let us proceed. Han Ziyu, astonished, looked at Munua. Have you unlocked some hidden powers? Munua let out a cold chuckle, remarking that without this equipment, they might find themselves stranded here for a year and a half. Han Ziyu cleared his throat, suggesting that it shouldn't come to that. Munua coldly asserted that it indeed could. The path through the usual mountains was treacherous, and the recent rains had rendered the ground somewhat damp, making the stones particularly slick. One misstep could easily lead to a fall. Moreover, the mountains retained their unspoiled essence, likely due to the rarity of human presence, with weeds flourishing and requiring them to forge their own path. With a swift motion, Munua used a stick to dislodge some loose stones, preventing any slips. As they continued forward, Munua frequently glanced at the compass in his hand, occasionally lifting his gaze to admire the distant scenery. He was searching for distinctive landmarks. Information about the usual mountains was scarce, leaving him uncertain if he was on the correct path. Surrounded by towering peaks, it was even more challenging to trace any signs. Hadn't someone discovered the usual mountains 3 years ago by chance? How on earth did they manage to navigate this dreadful route? Han Ziyu pushed aside a patch of grass, unable to refrain from commenting on the scene before them. Munua nodded, intertwining the power of reincarnation with the essence of the unparalleled spirit, allowing him to sense any anomalies in their surroundings. Han Ziyu's words prompted him to raise an eyebrow. Perhaps they were scavengers, a group known for their wanderlust. Han Ziyu sighed, expressing admiration for them. It was said that this area harbored quite a number of exotic beasts, yet no villages or cities had formed nearby. You mentioned the abundance of these creatures, Munua remarked with a raised brow. Yet Han Ziyu countered, isn't it a good thing that there are many exotic beasts? Just look at the Black Forest, which is even more magnificent than here, and yet it has cities. Munua pondered briefly before responding. The Black Forest's allure lies in its overabundance of exotic beasts, along with the wealth of other resources it offers. Additionally, a crucial point is that it is situated above the Imperial Star. He mused about the rationale behind the founding of GUN, questioning why they chose to establish the Imperial Star in such proximity to the Black Forest. Perhaps they believed it could sustain itself. Han Ziyu grasped the implication, replying, You mean to say this wretched place is far from the Imperial Star? Munua calmly added, Indeed, there are not many inhabitants on Aging Star. He surveyed the distant mist, noting that the map indicated this area received considerable rainfall. We must hasten our pace. We cannot afford to get soaked before we find a safe location. Moving in the rain is far from ideal. Han Ziyu nodded in agreement, surprised by Munua's reliability. Feeling somewhat inadequate in comparison, Munua fell silent for a moment, narrowing his eyes at Han Ziyu. Do you know something? What? Han Ziyu asked. Munua asserted. A normal person would feel some urgency in such circumstances. Yet here you are, remarkably composed and leisurely. This is your mission, after all. Shouldn't you be more anxious than I am? Are you that perceptive? Han Ziyu cast a surprised glance at Munua, exclaiming, How is it that your mind reacts so swiftly each day, yet you often appear rather foolish? Munua replied, My fists have grown stronger. Han Ziyu chuckled lightly, adding in jest, Well, there are 2 reasons behind it. First, my family often assigns me peculiar tasks, and I've grown accustomed to it. Secondly, our clan provides us with markers in advance. If we find ourselves lost, we simply need to look around. As long as we don't stray too far, we should be able to spot them, even if we truly can't find our way. He raised the communicator in his hand, which boasted a special channel for emergencies. We've faced similar tasks before, and it's those reminders that have helped me endure. After all, I am a legitimate heir, not some insignificant being. The family would never intentionally make things difficult for me, especially considering I'm just a child barely in my teens. It's not as if they would subject me to harsh training simply because I'm the child of darkness. What era are we in? We must adhere to reason. Munua exhaled deeply, then raised his staff, lunging at Han Ziyu, initiating a playful scuffle. How could a teammate be this troublesome? He's only 10. Their playful skirmish concluded only after Han Ziyu begged for mercy. I was wrong. Munua's lips twitched, yet he felt a twinge of astonishment within. Despite having acquired various skills throughout his life, during this playful exchange with Han Ziyu, he found himself at a disadvantage. This could only indicate one thing. Han Ziyu's capabilities in this regard surpassed his own. It seemed the tales of the rigorous training of children from prominent families were indeed true. Han Ziyu's prowess suggested he had faced numerous trials. Were children these days so competitive? With the presence of markers, Munua felt somewhat relieved. At least he wouldn't have to worry about losing his way and being trapped for a year and a half. The two ambled along, and soon they stumbled upon a massive boulder adorned with vibrant spray paint, displaying the Han family crest with a large arrow beneath it. Munua thought to himself, how straightforward. After following the markers for a while, they felt their physical capabilities had improved significantly, far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. Thus, after walking for several hours, they were not particularly fatigued. Suddenly, a series of faint rustling sounds emerged from nearby. Han Ziu's ears perked up, and he instinctively pulled Munua back. Munua's senses also tingled with alertness. They exchanged a wary glance. With a sudden rustle, a noise erupted, and Han Ziu's hand was instantly enveloped in a surge of dark power, which he directed forcefully towards the source of the sound. A peculiar cry emanated from his hand as a plump creature resembling a rabbit flailed its legs, emitting a series of strange sounds. Munua exclaimed, "Is that a crying bunny?" The rabbit, a low-level exotic beast, possesses exquisite flesh and emits a peculiar cry. Han Ziu observed it closely, seemingly convinced of its qualities. Was this a stroke of luck, a fortuitous offering of meat right from the heavens? Munua pondered for a moment before stating, "I recall that the rabbit is inherently timid and sensitive, typically fleeing upon encountering other creatures. So why does it dare to leap towards us?" Han Ziu expressed his confusion. Munua exchanged glances with him, and then simultaneously turned towards the direction from which the rabbit had come. The wind rustled through the bushes, producing a series of soft sounds, among which there seemed to be an indistinct whisper of something else brushing against the leaves. With a swift motion, Han Ziu dispatched the rabbit, tossing its lifeless form into the spatial realm. He rubbed his wrist and declared, "I shall investigate further. You stay here and await my return." Munua frowned but nodded, reminding him to exercise caution upon encountering anything unusual. "Rest assured, I am not one to act recklessly." He clapped his hands, his figure flickering as he darted towards the direction the rabbit had taken. Chapter 111. The journey beyond 520. Han Ziu navigated through the forest with remarkable speed, almost leaving a phantom trail in his wake. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of something heavy striking the ground echoed nearby. Han Ziu leaped onto a massive tree, peering ahead to behold a colossal exotic beast drawing closer to their vicinity. It resembled a rhinoceros, towering at 5 meters, with robust legs and a coat of black fur, crowned by a sharply pointed horn atop its forehead. Its eyes glowed a blood-red hue, striking terror into the heart. Han Ziu gasped. The creature, a dominant rhinoceros, must surely be at least D rank. He hastily retreated, swiftly maneuvering back to prepare for a hasty escape with Munua. "Master, for some inexplicable reason, I feel an oddly familiar sensation," Lingbai said, perched upon Munua's shoulder, twitching its nose. Upon hearing this, Munua brought Lingbai closer, shaking it gently. "Is it still there?" Lingbai, shaken, replied, "Meow." Munua inquired, "Do you still sense that familiarity?" Lingbai flicked its paw and affirmed, "Yes, I do." Munua contemplated. "Did you not mention that there are records of this place in the inherited memories? Perhaps that is the reason." Lingbai nodded in agreement, then added, "Could you please set me down now? Being held like this is rather embarrassing." Munua shook it once more before placing it back on his shoulder, succumbing to the addictive sensation of its bouncy softness. "Where do you think this feeling originates?" Munua gazed into the distance, pondering aloud. Lingbai concentrated, flicking its tail and delicately sniffing the air, then joyfully responded to Munua, "Master, I feel nothing at all. Everything feels the same in every direction." Munua lifted Lingbai again, giving it a vigorous rub. The warm, soft fur soothed his spirit, invigorating him instantly. Lingbai, feeling dizzy from the affectionate gesture, clung to Munua's arm with its front paws to avoid tumbling to the ground. A rustling sound echoed through the air, and Munua turned to see Han Ziu swiftly leap out. "What's the matter?" he barely managed to utter before being yanked away by Han Ziu. "Run, run. There's at least a D-grade independent rhinoceros beast heading this way." Han Ziu tugged Munua along, fortunate that the path ahead was not overly treacherous, merely densely populated with shrubs. Munua paused, his expression faltering. "An independent rhinoceros beast? Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Han Ziu exclaimed, pulling him along with great speed. Munua remarked, "The independent rhinoceros beast is known for its ferocity. It may be slow, yet its explosive power is formidable. Its horn has numerous applications, capable of executing various techniques and even crafting weapons." Han Ziu felt a jolt at his words. "My dear sir, you don't intend to confront it, do you? You need to be more aware." Munua shrugged. I know, we can't win." Though his reincarnation power had reached D-grade, the presence of such a creature would be nearly insurmountable without at least C-grade strength, especially since it remained uncertain whether the beast was indeed D-grade. They sprinted ahead as if propelled by some unseen force, their pace swift. Thankfully, Munua possessed a robust soul force, granting him heightened awareness of their surroundings, allowing him to navigate without fear of losing his way. After an indeterminate duration of running, they halted near a mountain ravine. Phew, we've run far enough. We shouldn't encounter it now. Han Ziyu wiped the sweat from his brow. After surveying their surroundings and confirming no immediate threats, he felt a modicum of relief. What an exhilarating start. We encountered at least a C-grade creature right off the bat. I'm beginning to worry. Munua nodded in agreement. We must exercise caution. It appears the exotic beasts in this area are likely of a higher caliber. He glanced at the sky. Let us find a place to rest. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble once night falls. Han Ziyu nodded. Shall we split up the search? Munua shook his head, gently ruffling Lingbai's fur. Lingbai, why don't you scout the area and see if you can find a suitable resting spot? If we separate, we might encounter unforeseen challenges. You are more perceptive than we are. Lingbai leapt down from Munua's shoulder. All right, I'm off. It chose a direction and darted away. Han Ziyu couldn't help but marvel. Having a spirit beast is quite advantageous. I'm almost tempted to get one myself. Then you might as well seize the opportunity now. With so many exotic beasts around, you might just stumble upon a cub. Training it could prove beneficial. Munua sat on a nearby rock, idly dipping his hand into the water of the ravine. Suddenly, a resounding boom erupted. As if a multitude of fireworks had ignited before him, Munua was abruptly enveloped in darkness. Does even the lord of the vast wilderness choose to retreat? A voice, youthful yet resonant, echoed faintly. Retreat? My very existence is to guard this boundless wilderness. Venturing to that which is inconsequential to me is not an option, responded another, deeper voice with gravitas. This place is of utmost significance to us. If we do not strive for it, we shall all face annihilation. Annihilation? Huh. Merely your avaricious pretext. You are evading the matter. As a deity, your timidity is rather excessive. Words are futile. Those who walk different paths cannot conspire together. Your youthful voice seems poised to utter more, yet it was abruptly interrupted by another voice, one that Munua found strikingly familiar. Alas, it is futile to force matters. In an instant, Munua's eyes flew open. Are you awake? What caused you to faint so suddenly? Han Ziyu queried, rushing to support him upon sensing something amiss. He was taken aback to discover Munua drenched in perspiration. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Munua hesitated before replying, instead surveying his surroundings. Where am I? His voice was somewhat hoarse, the scenes from his recent dream leaving him utterly drained. 3 hours ago, after you fainted, Lingbai returned and found this cave. So I brought you here, Han Ziyu explained. I was unconscious for 3 hours? Munua expressed his astonishment. Indeed, I conducted a thorough examination but found nothing amiss. What exactly is your condition? Han Ziyu had nearly been paralyzed with fear at the sight of Munua collapsing, his thoughts racing towards grim scenarios of being struck down by Mu Yan. Though his initial checks indicated no immediate danger to life, Munua's continued unconsciousness had left him contemplating writing a farewell note. Chapter 112. The existence of deities. Munua pondered for a moment and inquired. Did you touch the water of that mountain stream? Han Ziyu nodded. I did, but I didn't faint like you. Munua was momentarily taken aback, speechless as he lightly patted Han Ziyu on the shoulder, urging him to be serious. Han Ziyu shrugged. I am being serious. Fine. He nearly forgot the excuse he had concocted. Clearing his throat, Munua spoke earnestly. I am uncertain if it relates to my soul's power. But when I touched that stream, I felt as if I was suddenly drawn into a peculiar space. Han Ziyu's demeanor turned grave. What kind of space? Munua contemplated before divulging some details. It seemed there were several individuals engaged in conversation, discussing matters of safeguarding the vast wilderness, and some mention of cowardice. I couldn't quite catch the specifics, as if certain elements were obscured. All right, he continued, I also heard references to deities. Yet I am more concerned with the individual who uttered that last statement. That voice felt familiar. I believe I've heard it before, but this time, my memory eludes me, leaving me unable to recall. He couldn't help but furrow his brow, rummaging through his memories repeatedly, yet it proved futile, as if an invisible force were obstructing his thoughts. A wave of frustration washed over him. The events of the day had bestowed upon him an unfamiliar sensation of being a marionette, as if an unseen hand had orchestrated an indescribable fate for him. Munua pressed his lips together. He realized he was not powerful enough. If he could attain the strength of a deity, could he not seize control of his own destiny? Would he not gain insight into the entirety of his dreams? Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. Han Ziyu scratched his head. Is this a unique ability related to the soul? Munua pondered thoughtfully. It is possible that there exists a presence within the Uso Mountains that resonates with my soul. Ah, the exclusive fate of the chosen one. Han Ziyu could not help but applaud. Munua then inquired, "This destiny has been bestowed upon you. Do you wish to accept it?" They exchanged glances for a moment, and Han Ziyu cleared his throat. "Well, do you think this presence will have any impact on us?" Munua rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, and remarked, "Impact? What influence could we, mere insignificant beings, possibly have on it? Shall we proceed?" Han Ziyu responded, "If there truly is something formidable, it shouldn't be an issue for us to flee now." Munua patted his shoulder. "You ought to focus on the task at hand. If there exists a great entity that harbors hostility towards us, we would likely be eliminated the moment we entered." Han Ziyu rolled his eyes. "Doesn't it seem like you're drenched in sweat, appearing rather serious? Let's pause for a moment. Have you eaten?" Munua diverted the conversation. Han Ziyu nodded in tacit understanding, confirming he had dined. "You should meditate and rest. You've expended quite a bit of energy today. I will keep watch for the first half of the night." "Very well." Han Ziyu nodded and settled down to meditate at the spot where Munua had just risen. Munua lowered his gaze, surveying the surroundings before finally seated at the cave entrance. The sky outside had darkened, with stars twinkling sparsely, resembling a tattered net. "Master?" Ling Bai, having sensed Munua's emotional fluctuations through their soul bond, approached quietly. Munua blinked and embraced Ling Bai. "The Nine-Tailed Spirit clan has a rich history. Can you uncover any records regarding the deities?" Ling Bai lifted its head. "Many contents within the ancestral memories are sealed. To access them requires a certain level of energy. Alas, you have only awakened the wind and light attributes. There are still 7 to go." Munua sighed. "I shall see if I can procure crystals of these 2 attributes upon my return, striving to unlock more useful knowledge." Ling Bai flicked its fluffy tail, appearing exceedingly comfortable. Unable to resist, Munua reached out to pet it several times. "Meow? Master, when I was in the snow warehouse, you hardly ever petted me." As Munua held Ling Bai, his mind swirled with thoughts. He had dreamt several times of deities. Perhaps it was indeed linked to his soul's power. Considering he was an exceptionally rare dual soul, it might indeed provoke a soul resonance. The existence of deities was beyond doubt. Countless years ago, this realm undoubtedly bore their traces. However, as the headmaster had once stated, the deities had long since vanished. So, do these dreams he has been experiencing imply that the deities have not truly disappeared, but rather have relocated or have been compelled to conceal themselves? Regardless of one's thoughts, a persistent feeling of destiny being grasped enveloped Muno. Unable to restrain himself, he murmured, "I am still too weak." This encounter indeed instilled within him a sense of urgency. He had always held confidence in his instincts, and if he continued to progress at such a mundane pace, he feared that circumstances he would rather not witness might soon unfold. Muno's thoughts drifted back to the conversation he had just had, and suddenly an idea struck him. He muttered, "Could the title of Lord of the Wasteland refer to that deity? If so, perhaps I could uncover a breakthrough." However, he remained somewhat troubled by the final voice he had heard. Was this the essence of divine power? Even if absent, could it still exert influence over me? In the boundless darkness, a deep voice, tinged with uncertainty, suddenly resounded. Is a familiar presence returning? Sunlight cascaded over the usual mountains, dispersing the dense fog and illuminating the surroundings with a warm golden hue. Yet at this moment, Muno and Han Ziyu were in a state of panic. They gazed at the enormous white serpent merely a meter away, feeling the unpredictability of life weigh heavily upon them. After Muno's sudden fainting the day before, Han Ziyu had brought him to this cave without thoroughly surveying their surroundings, remaining mostly vigilant of the outside. He had only briefly marveled at the cave's spaciousness and the wonders of nature. Ling Bai had never ventured into the cave to investigate. Upon arrival, it had simply sought out its master, never considering the possibility that they might be in the lair of a formidable creature. Consequently, both Ling Bai and Han Ziyu now stared at the white serpent across from them, wishing they could chastise their past selves for their oversight. They had already faced numerous trials. How could they have made such a basic error? At that moment, Han Ziyu felt utterly despondent. The white serpent before them spanned over 10 meters. Its broad triangular head exuding a potent venom, its skin a smooth, pure white. If it were a tad smaller, it might even be deemed adorable. Alas, that was not the crux of the matter. Rather, the serpent appeared to be at least a Class C entity. Chapter 113. Communication is key in this tense standoff. Neither side dared to make a move. Han Ziyu and Muno remained frozen, apprehensive that even the slightest action might provoke the white serpent into perceiving them as threats. At such a moment, the thrill was palpable. The white serpent stirred slowly, heightening the tension for Han Ziyu and Muno. Han Ziyu's hand cautiously inched toward the dagger at his waist, preparing to deploy it for self-detonation should the creature become agitated. As for engaging in combat, such thoughts were utterly absurd. They would barely be enough to fill a gap between teeth. The serpent's colossal head gradually approached the two of them, enveloped in an unusual, sweetly cloying scent. Instinctively, Muno and Hanziyu held their breath. There was an unmistakable sense of mischief emanating from that aroma. Eventually, the serpent's head drew near Lingbai, perched upon Munuo's shoulder. Son of Lingxiao? The white serpent's psychic waves reached Lingbai, causing it to tremble slightly, glancing nervously at Muno. Master, how should I respond? The trembling voice of Lingbai resonated through the soul contract, reaching Munua. Unperturbed, Munua inquired through the bond, "What did it ask you?" Lingbai replied, "It asked if I am the child of Lingxiao. Lingxiao, the patriarch of the nine-tailed spirit clan, is his father. What on earth is this white serpent's predicament? If it knows Lingxiao and belongs to the same generation, that might pose a problem. Would they be able to coexist? Oh, but wait. Perhaps the other party is a spirit beast that has attained intelligence, distinct from those otherworldly creatures. In that case, there might still be hope. Just tell it that you are Ling Xiao's grandson." Munua swiftly made his decision. Given its calm demeanor, it likely wasn't an adversary. Lingbai obediently responded, reporting to the esteemed elder, "Ling Xiao is my grandfather." Bai Zhizhi tilted its head slightly, its large, cold vertical pupils appearing somewhat bewildered. After a prolonged silence, it exclaimed in shock, "Is it possible for one like him to have a grandson?" It had directly spoken in human tongue. Munua and Han Ziyu were taken aback. Bai Zhizhi's voice sounded like that of a young man in his 20s, warm and gentle as jade. The atmosphere became oddly awkward, a stark contrast to their previous confrontation. Bai Zhizhi retracted its body, and in a flash of white light, it transformed into a smiling young man. Munua and Han Ziyu gasped, "What the? It can turn into a human." This was indeed an S-class existence. The realization momentarily halted their thoughts. What were the odds of encountering an S-class spirit beast capable of transformation in a relatively unremarkable mountain? And not even at the center. Just a common, dilapidated hill. Was there even a 1 in 10,000 chance of that? Yet, here they were, confronted with this extraordinary being. They were utterly at a loss for words. Observing the children's near tears, Bai Zhizhi approached them, affectionately patting their heads. With a gentle smile, he said, "Ah, my apologies for startling you both." Munua stiffened. The icy touch lingering on his head made him feel momentarily frozen. However, being a mature adult of 30 in 2 lifetimes, he took a few deep breaths to regain his composure. He bent slightly and addressed him as esteemed elder. Bai Zhizhi was somewhat surprised by his audacity, but maintained a smile. "What brings you 3 little ones here?" Munua exchanged glances with the now calmer Han Ziyu. After a moment's contemplation, they decided to disclose the truth. "We are on our way to Qiguan village to search for a chi serpent." Bai Zhizhi responded with a puzzled hum. "A chi serpent? Are you certain?" He scrutinized them, revealing a hint of astonishment. Munua felt a sense of foreboding under his gaze. "Esteemed elder, might I ask what is so special about this chi serpent? You dare come without knowing the circumstances regarding the chi serpent?" Bai Zhizhi retorted. "It is a family arrangement," Han Ziyu interjected. The recent exchange of questions and answers has somewhat eased his tension. Although his inner turmoil persists, he is no longer at a loss for words as he was before. It is only natural for anyone in such a situation to feel flustered. The fact that he has evolved to the point of engaging in conversation is already a significant improvement. Bai Zhizhi sighed and inquired, "From which family do you hail?" "You waste of space?" Han Ziyu wiped his face and responded, "What do you mean by that, senior?" "The chi snake, a companion beast of the ghost clan, remains tranquil as long as the ghost clan exists." He paused for a moment before continuing. "However, the ghost clan has long vanished, without their kind. The chi snake's temperament has become erratic and brutal. As far as I know, the current master of the chi snake is an S-class entity. Are you two truly seeking death by confronting it?" Han Ziyu remarked, "Munua, this young man is truly ungracious. If we were to charge in without preparation, we would undoubtedly be torn to shreds. Is that not tantamount to courting death?" Bai Zhizhi, observing their expressions, discerned their ignorance of the situation and couldn't help but chuckle. "It seems your family has truly led you astray." Munua sighed. "Perhaps my family is also unaware of the full circumstances." Bai Zhizhi non-committally responded, "Now that you are aware, it would be prudent to return. Any further advance would only lead to demise." His expression was laced with amusement, as though he regarded the matter as a mere curiosity. Yet Munua felt a sudden stirring in his heart, sensing something amiss. His gaze casually flicked behind Bai Zhizhi, and upon seeing something that caused his brow to twitch, he smirked and declared, "Absolutely not. The task entrusted to us by our family cannot be so easily dismissed." Han Ziyu, astonished, exclaimed, "Young man. This is my family S assignment. Why are you so eager to rush in? Stay calm. It's an S-class entity. We cannot hope to defeat it," Bai Jiji remarked. "Do today's youth possess an inherent rebellious streak? Humanity is indeed complex. Even their offspring are perplexing," he gently advised. "You are still quite young and may not fully comprehend the disparity in power. If you continue down this path, it will only lead to your demise." Despite his earnest counsel, Munua remained resolute. "No, senior. My mentor has said that some things can only be resolved through trial. Until we have attempted it, how can we speak of surrender?" Chapter 114. Captured. Observing Munua's determination, Bai Jiji felt a twinge of frustration. Are humans truly so fearless? The instinct to fear death is undeniable. Munua merely found himself intrigued by certain aspects. Bai Jiji resumed speaking, displaying a resigned demeanor as he conveyed a multitude of thoughts. Munua feigned attentiveness, yet his gaze repeatedly darted to a specific location. After their awakening, they had initially been intimidated by the opponent's imposing form, leaving them little time for observation. However, Munua had just begun to sense something amiss. Following their conversation, he had completely regained his composure. In this moment of tranquility, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. For instance, given the formidable size of the entity, although the cavern appeared quite profound, it was evident that such a substantial figure could not be entirely concealed, even if one were to overlook this detail. Why had the being not manifested upon their initial entry? Would an S-level entity truly be intimidated by two mere fledglings? If it were indeed resting and had only just awakened, that would be acceptable. However, the alluring fragrance that wafted toward them was certainly not something an S-level being could casually emit. The mastery over their own essence exhibited by such powerful beings is unparalleled. It is improbable that any scent would escape unless deliberately released. Yet, their current state of bewilderment rendered them oblivious to the fine nuances of the situation. Despite their efforts to hold their breath, they still caught a whiff of it. Moreover, when Bai Jiji faced Ling Bai, the earnestness in his response seemed rather genuine. Yet it starkly contrasted with his current demeanor of gentle refinement. With an S-level powerhouse's capability to regulate their emotions, one would expect only a mild display of surprise at most. Additionally, the urgency in the entity's subsequent guidance appeared somewhat excessive. Most importantly, Munua's lips twitched. What S-level avatar would fail to modify even its tail? The sight of a gentle human figure before them, juxtaposed with a disembodied tail that materialized not far behind, was indeed disconcerting. He gazed at Bai Jiji, who was becoming increasingly animated, and at Han Ziyu, who seemed entranced, and he sighed deeply. Slowly, he extended a hand and grasped the hem of Bai Jiji's garment. Bai Jiji, puzzled, turned to him, wondering if the other found his reasoning valid or if he had finally grasped the gravity of the S-level's intimidation. Suddenly, a chilling wave of murderous intent enveloped him. Boom. With an overwhelming force of deathly stillness, Bai Jiji felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, rendering him immobile. Beside him, Han Ziyu widened his eyes in disbelief. Could this power truly exist? Munua curled his lips into a smirk, his eyes having transformed into a blood-red hue, his silver hair lending him an air of cold elegance and otherworldly allure. Although he sensed something amiss with the entity, the specifics remained elusive, compelling him to escalate the situation. As for Han Ziyu discovering this ability, friends should indeed be candid with one another. A slight embellishment regarding the star pool would suffice. Bai Jiji distinctly felt the frigid energy attempting to infiltrate his very being. Hiss! In an instant, he morphed into a pure white serpent, breaking free from the confinement. Albeit this time, he measured merely 3 meters in length. Bang! It was as though something had shattered, and Munua's surroundings seemed to clarify. Xianling snake. Ling Bai suddenly exclaimed. Munua, perplexed, murmured what? He had never before encountered this species. Ling Bai, brimming with excitement, clapped his paws, explaining that it belonged to the Xianling tribe of Tianyao City, renowned for their exceptional skills in illusionary arts. Pausing momentarily, he discreetly conveyed through their soul bond. According to my memories, I was originally en route to Tianyao City to seek refuge with the Xianling clan. Munua maintained a stoic facade, yet internally found himself at a loss for words. He gazed at the 3-meter-long, seemingly delicate Xianling snake in the distance, pondering the inexorable cycle of cause and effect that governed the world. Bai Jiji coiled its body, uttering words with human clarity. Why are you so fierce? I have done nothing to you. I even shared information and offered you advice. Why do you seek my life? Its lament was steeped in grievance. Han Ziyu finally regained his composure, casting his gaze between the small snake and the impressively cool Munua, feeling a sense of bewilderment. What just transpired? How did the situation shift so suddenly? Munua patted him on the shoulder, inquiring, "How did you manage to complete your family's mission before? Did you always accompany Lingo? That must have been arduous for him." Han Ziyu retorted, "Don't think I'm unaware that you're calling me foolish." Munua cleared his throat, quickly diverting his gaze and explaining, "This is the Xianling snake, adept at illusionary arts. The aroma we detected earlier was its inherent, soul-charming fragrance. As for that gentle lord and the colossal 10-meter snake, they were mere illusions." He crouched down, observing Bai Jiji's vigilant eyes, and continued with a smile. They were nothing but facades. Upon hearing this, Han Ziyu began to comprehend. He was no fool. Once he calmed his thoughts, he recognized the discrepancies. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "So, even a small snake can deceive. Watch as I feast on snake soup today." He drew a dagger, intent on demonstrating the harshness of the human world to the serpent. Hey, calm down." Bai Jiji panicked, scanning the surroundings for an escape route. "Humans are truly terrifying." Munua intervened, expressing goodwill. "Given my previous experience with the soul-charming arts, had I been incapacitated, we could have genuinely been in peril." "Indeed." Bai Jiji nodded, confirming its benign nature. Munua continued, "I heard that Xianling snakes can manifest in a semi-human form from birth. Why not reveal your true appearance?" This was information imparted to him by Ling Bai moments ago. Bai Jiji did not refuse. A flash of white light ensued, and before them stood a refined young boy of about 5 or 6 years, with a white snake tail of approximately 1 meter beneath him, appearing somewhat plump, perhaps due to his human form. Munua's gaze involuntarily lingered on the boy's tail, round and chubby, evoking a desire to play. Ahem, no, I must maintain composure. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again, his crimson gaze softening as he offered a gentle smile. "Come here, little one." The boy resembled a wolf wagging its tail. Bai Jiji hesitated briefly, but ultimately approached, primarily due to the earlier palpable aura of death that instilled a primal urge to comply. He wobbled slowly toward Munua, declaring, "Just so you know, my father is very powerful. If you dare." He was abruptly scooped up by Munua, who began to play with his tail. Chapter 115. Together, what is composure? Can it be eaten? Muno contentedly pinched the tail of Bai Jiji, relishing its cool, soft texture, reminiscent of the delightful comfort of the little white creature. Ling Bai shuddered inexplicably. Was it possible that recent excessive pampering from its master had caused it to shed too much fur, rendering it unable to retain warmth? Bai Jiji was utterly unprepared for this turn of events and had no time to resist, leaving the entire serpent in a daze. Han Ziyu stared in astonishment, deepening his understanding of a certain individual. Once Muno had satisfied his curiosity, he finally turned to the matter at hand. "Who are you? And how did you come to be here?" Muno raised an eyebrow, gazing at the exquisitely delicate child before him, silently admiring the refined beauty characteristic of the spirit race. Indeed, the Xianling serpent seemed to be favored by the heavens, possessing a humanoid form from birth. Perhaps his exposure had been limited. There could be other races with similar attributes that he needed to explore further. Upon regaining his senses, Bai Jiji looked mournfully at his little tail, feeling as though he had brought shame upon the Xianling serpent lineage. What a humiliation it would be to admit that he had been toyed with by a human child. He curled up his tail, pouting, and introduced himself. "I am Bai Jiji, here in search of the Chi serpent." Muno was somewhat taken aback. What exactly was this Chi serpent that everyone seemed to be seeking? He glanced at Han Ziyu, asking, "Did your family provide you with any clues?" Han Ziyu shook his head, replying, "No, they merely said I would know when I arrived." Muno regarded Bai Jiji thoughtfully. "What are you looking at?" "I won't tell you even if I know." Bai Jiji retorted defiantly. "Stop. I insist." "My poor tail." Bai Jiji pitifully retreated to a corner, hugging his little tail. After a moment of sorrowful contemplation, he shared some information. The Chi serpent was indeed the companion serpent of the Ghost clan, without the Ghost clan. The Chi serpent was known to have a fierce temperament, and it was true that S-class Chi serpents existed. However, those ranked C and above had inexplicably fallen into slumber, with only those at D rank remaining active. Moreover, due to the absence of the Ghost clan, the reproduction of Chi serpents seemed affected, making the birth of new Chi serpents exceedingly rare, with a limited number currently active. Muno pondered for a moment before asking, "What does the Chi serpent look like?" Bai Jiji frowned and conjured an illusion. Before them appeared a serpent-like beast, approximately 1 meter long, its body as dark as ink, featuring a triangular head adorned with 2 black horns and sharp spines along its back. Han Ziyu stared in shock at the creature. With such a frightening appearance, it was rather intimidating. Bai Jiji rolled his eyes. This is merely a typical Chi serpent. Those ranked C and above can exceed 10 meters in length, and it is said that an S-class can reach a staggering 100 meters. Han Ziyu couldn't help but wipe his face. You mentioned that those ranked C and above have fallen into slumber, while S-class ones can reach 100 meters. Are we not walking straight into the serpent's maw? He had read stories where protagonists sought out monsters, only to find themselves ensnared by them. Are you a fool? Baijiji shot him a disdainful glance. 100 meters is its battle form. Ordinarily, it must appear quite unremarkable. He conjured a serpent once more, but this time, the creature's horn upon its forehead gleamed with a golden hue, measuring nearly 4 to 5 meters in length. Observe, in the realm of ordinary folk, such a size is quite typical. Nevertheless, should we seek out the serpent, we must inevitably approach the domain of its slumber. Thus, we are indeed entering the lion's den. Baijiji rolled his eyes and remarked, then why not simply refrain from going? Oh, little one, are you aware of your current predicament? You are, in fact, our captive. And such arrogance may very well invite punishment. Han Ziyu cracked his knuckles, feeling a twinge of excitement after witnessing Munua's delight. He too felt a surge of mischief. How despicable! Munua did not intervene in their playful banter, but pondered for a moment before inquiring, what is your purpose in seeking the serpent? Baijiji, constrained by Han Ziyu, flicked his tail defiantly. Why should I divulge that to you? Before Munua could devise a response, Han Ziyu launched into a theatrical display. Baijiji, nearly in tears from the indignity of being bested even by Han Ziyu, lamented, our clan seeks to thrive, apart from cultivating breakthroughs. We can utilize the serpent's essence. Having revealed his plight, Baijiji felt utterly defeated. With the situation largely clarified, Munua stroked his chin, believing that entities below sea level posed little threat. However, Han Ziyu queried, are those slumbering serpents also within Qiguan village? As long as one refrains from provoking any catastrophic events deep underground, there should be no significant issues. With most of the conversation laid bare, Baijiji grew weary of concealing anything further. Munua and Han Ziyu exchanged glances, and Han Ziyu suggested, since we have come this far, we might as well take a look. The rationale was compelling, and Munua wholeheartedly agreed. He nodded, very well, let us prepare to embark. Baijiji, struggling in Han Ziyu's grasp, protested, why must you take me along? With earnest resolve, Han Ziyu tousled the soft features of Baijiji's face, retorting, we bring you along to prevent any mischief on your part. Baijiji glared, then release me. I shall walk on my own. Oh, but your tail is so small. Dragging it on the ground must be quite painful. It is easier for me to carry you. Baijiji stared in disbelief, pondering if all human children displayed such audacity. After tidying up, they continued onward, albeit with heightened caution, heading directly towards the great tree that marked the serpent's resting place. They were reluctant to endure any further fright. As Munua casually surveyed the surroundings, a thought struck him. So, you arrived at the cave before us? Baijiji wriggled his serpentine form, and after much struggle, Han Ziyu finally set him down. He nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I arrived before you. I was in the midst of my practice when I awoke to find you. With a slight pout, he cast a glance at the ethereal creature upon Munua's shoulder, remarking, were it not for the nine-tailed spirit clan, I would certainly have bitten you. Munua chuckled. So you are acquainted with Ling Bai? I do not know it personally. I have merely encountered the true form of the revered Ling Xiao. Baijiji blinked and continued. I believe I heard whispers of a significant upheaval within the nine-tailed spirit clan. The current clan leader's youngest son was sent away. He scrutinized Ling Bai. I recall you mentioned that Ling Xiao is your grandfather, thus making you that young master. Yet, why do you possess only one tail? Ling Bai, it cannot possibly claim that it has undergone a transformation, can it? Perhaps it is due to the mutation of my bloodline abilities, Ling Bai remarked. Flicking its tail,